he said, trembling, burping, his hands fidgeting. Sash, as the Lord is my witness, were covered in vice like yard dogs with lice. You only live once and then you die? Let me have you, Sash 111 serve you, even if it's with my blood. His time's up, Sash, but the Lord has plenty more days in store for us. They sat down in the tall grass. The wavering moon crept from behind the clouds and stopped over Sashka's bare knee. You're warming each other, Shivlyov mumbled, but it looks like the 14th Division has been routed. Lyovka crunched and panted in the bushes. The misty moon loitered in the sky like a beggar woman. Distant gunfire floated in the air. Feather grass rustled on the troubled earth onto which August stars fell. Then Sashka returned to her previous place. She changed the wounded Inan's bandages and raised the flashlight over the festering wound. By tomorrow you'll be gone, Sashka said, wiping the cold sweat off Shivlyov. By tomorrow you'll be gone. Death's already in your guts. At that moment a heavy, many-voiced blast hit the earth. 4 fresh enemy brigades, sent into battle under a unified command, had fired their first shell at Busk, lighting up the Bug watershed and severing our communications. Obedient blazes rose on the horizon, and heavy birds of cannon fire soared up from the flames. Busk was burning and Lyovka sped through the forest with the rattling cart of the commander of Division 6. He gripped the red reins tightly, the lacquered wheels banged against tree stumps. Shivlyov's ambulance cart came flying behind, Sashka checking the horses, which were straining at their harnesses. They came to a clearing in the forest where there was a first aid station. Lyovka unharnessed the horses and set out for the medical officer to ask for a horse blanket. He walked through the forest, which was filled with carts. Nurses' bodies jutted out from under their carts, timid dawn trudged over the soldiers' sheepskins. The sleeping men's boots lolled in a jumble, their pupils pointed to the sky, the black pits of their mouths askew. The medical officer did have a horse blanket. Lyovka returned to Shivlyov, kissed his forehead, and pulled the blanket over his head. Then Sashka came up to the cart. She had knotted her kerchief under her chin and shaken the straw out of her dress. Pavlik, she said. Jesus Christ in heaven. And she lay herself against the dead man, covering him with her massive body. Her grief's killing her, Lyovka said. Say what you want, she had it good with him. Now she'll have to take on the whole squadron again. It's tough. And he drove off to Busk, where the headquarters of the 6th Cavalry Division had been set up. There, about 10 versts from town, the battle against the Savinkov Cossacks was raging. The traitors were fighting us under the command of Cossack Captain Yakovlev, who had gone over to the Poles. They fought with courage. It was the second day our division commander was out with the troops, and as Lyovka did not find him at the headquarters, he went back to his hut, cleaned his horses, poured water over the wheels of his cart, and lay down to sleep on the threshing floor in the shed. The shed was filled with fresh hay, as arousing as perfume. Lyovka slept himself out, and then sat down to eat. His landlady boiled him some potatoes, which she doused in buttermilk. Lyovka was still sitting at the table when the funereal wail of trumpets and the clatter of many hoofs resounded in the street. A squadron with bugles and banners rode along the winding Galician street. Shivlyov's body, covered with flags, was lying on a gun carriage. Sashka was riding behind the coffin on Shivlyov's stallion. A Cossack song came drifting from the back rows. The squadron marched along the main street and turned toward the river. Lyovka, barefoot and without a cap, ran after the marching detachment and grabbed the reins of the squadron commander's horse. Neither the division commander, who had stopped by the crossroads to salute the dead commander, nor his staff could hear what Lyovka was saying to the squadron commander. Drawers, Mother on the Terek, came wafting over to us in fragments on the breeze. Lyovka was shouting incoherently. The squadron commander, without listening any further, freed his reins and pointed at Sashka. The woman shook her head and rode on. Lyovka jumped onto her horse behind her, grabbed her by the hair, pulled her head back, and slammed his fist into her face. Sashka wiped the blood away with the hem of her skirt and rode on. Lyovka slipped off her saddle, shook his forelock out of his face, and tied his red scarf around his hips. And the howling bugles led the squadron to the sparkling shore of the river Bug. Lyovka came back to us later that day, his eyes glittering, and shouted, "I gave it to her. When the time comes she says, Till send it to his mother. I won't forget him she says, I'll remember him you'd better remember him, you evil snake. If you forget, we'll come around and remind you. And if you forget a second time, we'll come around and remind you a second time." Zamość. The division commander and his staff were lying on a harvested field about 3 versts from Zamość. The troops were going to attack the town that evening. Our orders were that we were to spend the night in Zamość, and the division commander was waiting for a report of victory. It was raining. Wind and darkness blew over the sodden earth. Stars were extinguished in the swelling ink of the clouds. Exhausted horses sighed and stamped their hooves in the darkness. We had nothing to give them to eat. I tied my horse's reins to my foot, wrapped myself in my cloak, and lay down in a waterlogged pit. The wet earth wrapped me in its comforting sepulchral embrace. The mare tugged at her reins, pulling at my leg. She found a tuft of grass and began nibbling at it. I fell asleep and dreamed of a threshing floor covered with hay. The dusty gold of threshed corn droned over it. Sheaves of wheat flew into the sky, the July day turned into evening, and the thickets of the sunset arched back over the village. I lay stretched out on my silent bed of hay, and the hay caressing the nape of my neck drove me out of my mind. Then the barn doors opened with a whistle. A woman in a ball gown came up to me. She released one of her breasts from the black lace of her bodice and carefully offered it to me, like a wet nurse about to suckle an infant. She laid her breast on mine. An agonizing warmth shook the foundations of my soul, and drops of sweat flowing sweat seethed between our nipples. "Margot!" I wanted to shout. The earth is dragging me away with the rope of its wretchedness like a stubborn dog, and yet I have managed to see you again. I wanted to shout these words, but my jaws, clamped shut by a sudden frost, would not unclench. Then the woman moved away from me and fell to her knees. "Lord Jesus," she said, "take unto thee the soul of thy departed slave." She pressed 2 worn 5-kopeck coins onto my lids and stuffed fragrant hay into the opening of my mouth. A moan tried in vain to flutter through my clenched jaws, my expiring pupils slowly rolled beneath the copper coins, I could not unclasp my hands, and I awoke. A mujik with a tangled beard was lying in front of me. He held a rifle in his hands. My horse's back cut the sky like a black crossbeam. The reins gripped my foot in a tight noose, pulling it upward. "You fell asleep, countryman," the mujik said, and smiled with nocturnal, sleepless eyes. "That horse has dragged you a good half-verst." I untied the reins and got up. Blood was trickling down my face, slashed by thistles. Right there, not 2 paces away from me, lay the front line. I could see the chimneys of Zamość, the thievish lights in the ravines of its ghetto, and the watchtower with its shattered lantern. The damp sunrise poured down on us like waves of chloroform. Green rockets soared over the Polish camp. They flashed in the air, came showering down like roses beneath the moon, and expired. And in the silence I heard the distant breath of a moan. The smoke of a furtive murder encircled us. "They're killing someone," I said. "Who is it they're killing?" "The Poles on a rampage," the mujik told me. "The Pole is slashing the Yids' throats." The mujik moved the rifle from his right hand to his left. His beard had slid completely to one side. He looked at me fondly. "These nights on the front line are long," he said. "There's no end to these nights. One itches all over to talk to someone, but where do you find this someone?" The mujik passed me his cigarette for me to light mine. "It's all the fault of those Yids," he said. They try to please everybody. After the war there'll be hardly any of them left. How many yids you reckon there's in the world? Around 10 million, I answered, and began to bridle my horse. There'll be 200,000 of them left, the mujik yelled, grabbing me by the arm, afraid that I was about to leave. But I climbed onto my saddle and galloped off in the direction of our headquarters. The division commander was preparing to ride off. The orderlies were standing at attention before him, dozing on their feet. Squadrons of dismounted horsemen crept over wet hillocks. They've turned the screws on us, the division commander whispered, and rode off. We followed him along the road to Satanik. It began raining again. Dead mice floated down the roads. Autumn surrounded our hearts with traps. Trees, upright naked corpses, stood swaying at crossroads. We arrived in Satanik in the morning. I was with Volkov, the staff quartermaster. He found us a hut at the edge of the village. Wine, I told the mistress of the house. Wine, meat, and bread. The old woman sat down on the floor and fed the calf she had hidden under her bed. Nick Nyema 5, she answered indifferently, and I don't remember a time when there ever was anything. I sat at the table, took off my revolver, and fell asleep. A quarter of an hour later I opened my eyes and saw Volkov hunched over the window sill. He was writing a letter to his bride. Highly esteemed Valia, he wrote. Do you remember me? I read the first line, and then took some matches out of my pocket and lit a pile of straw lying on the floor. Unfettered flames flashed up and came moving toward me. The old woman hurled herself chest first onto the fire and extinguished it. What you doing, pant? The old woman gasped, staggering back in horror. Volkov turned around and stared at her with his empty eyes, and went back to writing his letter. I'm going to burn you, old woman, I muttered, drowsily. I'm going to burn you and that stolen calf of yours. Chikaj/6, she shouted in a high-pitched voice. She ran out into the hall and came back with a jug of milk and some bread. We had barely eaten half the bread when we heard shots rattling outside in the yard. There were many shots. They went on rattling and got on our nerves. We finished the milk, and Volkov went out into the yard to see what was going on. I've saddled your horse, he called through the window. They've shot mine full of holes. The Poles have set up their machine guns less than 100 paces from here. So the two of us ended up with one horse. She barely managed to take us out of Satanik. I sat in the saddle, and Volkov climbed on behind. Transport carts rolled, roared, and sank in the mud. The morning seeped out of us like chloroform seeping over a hospital table. You married, Lyutov? Volkov suddenly said, sitting behind me. My wife left me, I answered, dozing off for a few seconds, and I dreamed that I was sleeping in a bed. Silence. Our horse totters. 2 more verses and this mare will be finished, Volkov says, sitting behind me. Silence. We've lost the campaign, Volkov mutters, and begins to snore. Yes, I say. Treason. Comrade Investigator Burdenko. Answering your question, my party membership number is 2400, issued to Nikita Balmyshev by the Krasnodar Party Committee. My life history I would describe as domestic until 1914, as I worked on my father's fields, and I went from the fields into the ranks of the imperialists to defend citizen Poincaré and the butchers of the German Revolution Ebertnitsky * who, it looks like, were fast asleep one day and in their dreams saw how they could help St. Ivan, my Cossack village in the district of Kuban. And so the string kept unraveling all the way until Comrade Lenin, together with Comrade Trotsky, turned my beast of a bayonet to point it at new and better guts and Ponches. From that time on I've been carrying number 2400 on the watchful tip of my bayonet, and I find it shameful and laughable to hear your words, Comrade Investigator Burdenko, this impossible sham about some unknown hospital in N. I neither fired at this hospital nor attacked it. I couldn't have. We were wounded, the 3 of us, in other words, Fighter Golovitsin, Fighter Kustov, and me, not to mention that we had a fever in our bones and so didn't attack, but were crying, standing there in our hospital shirts out on the square among the free people of Jewish nationality. And as for the destruction of the 3 window panes, which we destroyed with an officer's revolver, I declare from the bottom of my heart that these window panes did not correspond to their purpose, as they were in the storeroom, which did not need them. And Dr. Yavin, seeing our bitter gunshot, only laughed with lots of chuckles, standing by the window of his hospital, and this too can be corroborated by the aforementioned Free Jews of the Shtetl of Kozin. As to Dr. Yavin, I also submit the following material, comrade investigator, that he laughed when we, the 3 wounded men, in other words Fighter Golovitsin, Fighter Kustov, and me, initially presented ourselves for cure, and from his very first words, he informed us far too roughly, "You, fighters, will each take a bath in the tub, and this very instant remove your weapons and clothes, as I'm worried they might be infectious. I want them out of here," and dropped off at the storeroom. And as Fighter Kustov saw a beast before him and not a man, he stepped forward with his broken leg and expressed himself, that the only people who need fear an infection from his sharp Kuban saber are the enemies of our revolution, and Fighter Kustov also expressed an interest in knowing if at the storeroom one would find among the things there a party fighter or, on the contrary, someone from the partyless masses. And here Dr. Yavin obviously saw that we were well able to recognize treason. He turned his back and without another word and again with lots of chuckles sent us to the ward, where we also went, limping with broken legs, waving our crippled arms, holding each other up, as the 3 of us are from the same Cossack village of St. Ivan, in other words Fighter Golovitsin, Fighter Kustov, and me, we have the self-same fate, and he who has a ripped-off leg, he holds on to his comrade's arm, and he who is missing an arm, he leans on his comrade's shoulder. Following the order issued, we went to the ward where we expected to encounter cultural and educational work and devotion to the cause, but what did we see in the ward? We saw Red Army soldiers, only infantrymen, sitting on neat beds, playing checkers, and with them nurses of tall build, smooth, standing by the windows, fluttering their eyelashes. When we saw this, we stood there as if lightning had struck us. "You're done with fighting, boys," I shout to the wounded. "We're done with fighting," the wounded answer, and they move their checkers made of bread pellets. "Too soon," I tell the wounded, "too soon have you finished fighting, infantry, when the enemy walks on soft paws not 15 versts from this town, and when you can read of our international situation in the Krasny Kavalierist newspaper, that it's one big disaster and that the horizon is full of black clouds." But my words bounced off the heroic infantry like sheep dung from a regimental drum, and instead of a discussion the Sisters of Mercy led us off to some bunks and started all that drivel again about how we should hand in our weapons as if we had already been defeated. They agitated Kustov beyond words, and he began tearing at the wound on his left shoulder above his bleeding heart of a fighter and proletarian. Seeing his struggle, the nurses were quiet, but they only were quiet for the shortest time, and then again the partyless masses began making FIM, and in the night the nurses sent volunteers ready to rip our clothes off us as we slept, or force us for cultural and educational work to play theater roles in women's clothes, which is unseemly. Unmerciful sisters. They tried more than once to trick us out of our clothes with sleeping powders, so that we started sleeping in shifts with one eye open, and we even went to the latrine in full uniform and with our revolvers. And suffering like this for a week and a day, so that we were already ranting and seeing visions, finally, waking on the accused morning of August 4th, we noted on ourselves the following change, that we are lying there in shirts with numbers on them, like prisoners, without weapons and without the clothes sewn by our mothers, poor doddering old women from Kuban. And the sun, we see, is shining nice and bright, but the trench infantry, among who we 3 red cavalrymen are suffering, is hooliganizing us. And along with them the unmerciful sisters, who the night before gave us sleeping powders and now are wiggling their fresh breasts, bringing us trays with cocoa to drink, and milk enough in this cocoa to drown in. This whole frolicking merry-go-round makes the infantry bang their crutches on the ground so loud it's dreadful, and they pinch our bottoms like we're buyable females, yelling that Budiani's 1st Cavalry has also finished fighting. But no, my curly-headed comrades, you who have stuffed yourselves with such splendid ponches that rattle like machine guns in the night. Budiani's 1st Cavalry has not yet finished fighting. So what we did was we excused ourselves as if we had to go answer a call of nature. Then the 3 of us went down into the courtyard, and from the courtyard we went with our fevers and blue boils to Citizen Boyd Ehrman, the chairman of the Revolutionary Committee, without whom, Comrade Investigator Burdenko, it would never have come to this misunderstanding with the shooting. In other words, if it hadn't been for him, I mean if it hadn't been for the chairman of the Revolutionary Committee, who made us lose our senses completely. And even though we cannot present hard evidence about Citizen Boyd Ehrman, when we came into the office of the chairman of the Revolutionary Committee, we noticed that he was a citizen of advanced years in a sheepskin coat, of Jewish nationality, sitting at the table, and the table is so full of papers that it is a terrible sight to see. And Citizen Boyd Ehrman's eyes dart first to one side, then to the other, and it is clear he has no idea what these papers are. These papers are a misery to him, even more so when unknown but deserving fighters come threatening, demanding rations, while one after the other local workers interrupt, informing him of the counter-revolution in the surrounding villages. And also regular workers suddenly appear who wish to get married at the Revolutionary Committee as soon as possible and without red tape. And we too announced with loud voices the incidents of treason at the hospital, but Citizen Boyd Ehrman only stared at us, and his eyes darted again first to one side and then to the other, and he patted us on the shoulder, which already is not an authority, and unworthy of an authority. He didn't issue any resolution at all, and only announced, "Comrade fighters, if you have compassion for the Soviet state, then leave these premises." But we would not agree to do this, in other words, leave the premises, but demanded a full verification of his person, which, when he would not do that, we lost consciousness. And having lost consciousness, we went out onto the square in front of the hospital, where we disarmed the militia, which was made up of 1 cavalry individual, and with tears in our eyes destroyed the 3 poor quality window panes in the aforementioned storeroom. Dr. Yavin, during this unallowable action, made faces and chuckled, and all that at the very moment when 4 days later Comrade Kustov was to die of his illness. In his short red life, Comrade Kustov was endlessly distressed about treason, which one moment is winking at us from the window, the next is making fun of the coarse proletariat. But the proletariat, comrades, knows full well how coarse treason is, and we are pained by that. Our soul is burning, and its fire tears our bodily prison to pieces. Treason, I tell you, Comrade Investigator Burdenko, grins at us from the window. Treason creeps in its socks through our house. Treason has flung its boots over its shoulders, so that the floorboards of the house it is about to ransack will not creak. Chesniki. The 6th Division had gathered in the forest near the village of Chesniki and waited for the signal to attack. But Pavlyuchenko, commander of the 6th Division, was waiting for the 2nd Brigade, and would not give the signal. So Voroshilov rode up to the division commander and prodded his chest with the muzzle of his horse. "We're dawdling, division commander," he said, "we're dawdling. The 2nd Brigade is proceeding as you ordered at full trot to the place of engagement," Pavlyuchenko answered in a hollow voice. "We're dawdling, division commander, we're dawdling," Voroshilov repeated, tugging at his reins. Pavlyuchenko took a step back. "In the name of conscience," he shouted, wringing his clammy fingers, "in the name of conscience, do not rush me, Comrade Voroshilov." "Do not rush me," hissed Klim Voroshilov, the political representative of the Revolutionary War Council, closing his eyes. He sat on his horse, silent, his eyes closed, his lips moving. A Cossack wearing bast sandals and a bowler hat stared at him in amazement. The galloping squadrons went crashing through branches, roaring through the forest like the wind. Voroshilov combed his horse's mane with his Mauser. "Army commander," he yelled, turning to Budyani. Say a few words to your troops before we ride. There he is, the Pole, standing on top of the hill like a pretty picture, laughing at you. Kliment Yefremovich Voroshilov, 1881–1969, was a close friend and colleague of Stalin's, and co-founder with Budyani of the Red Cavalry. As a matter of fact, we could see the Poles through our binoculars. The army staff jumped onto their horses and the Cossacks streamed toward Budyani from all sides. Ivan Akinfeev, the former vehicular driver of the Revolutionary Tribunal, rode past sitting side saddle, and prodded me with his stirrup. What? You're with the troops now, Ivan. I called out to him. You've got no ribs left. You know what these ribs, Akinfeev called back. Let's hear what the man has to say. He rode on and pushed his way through right up to Budyani. Budyani shuddered, and said in a quiet voice, Men. Our situations. Well, it's bad. A bit more liveliness, men. To Warsaw, the Cossack in the bast sandals and the bowler hat yelled, his eyes wild, and he slashed the air with his saber. To Warsaw. Voroshilov shouted, rearing his horse and vaulting into the center of the squadrons. Fighters and commanders, he shouted passionately. In Moscow, our ancient capital, there rages a power never before seen. A government of workers and peasants, the first in the world, orders you, fighters and commanders, to attack the enemy and bring back victory. Draw your sabers. Pavlyuchenko sang out from far behind the army commander, and his fat crimson lips glistened foam-speckled through the ranks. Pavlyuchenko's red Cossack coat hung in tatters, his repulsive, meaty face was twisted. He saluted Voroshilov with the blade of his precious saber. In accordance with my duty to the revolutionary pledge, said the commander of Division 6, wheezing, his eyes darting around, I hereby report to the Revolutionary War Council that the 2nd Invincible Cavalry Brigade is at the present time moving at a fast trot to the place of engagement. Well, get on with it, Voroshilov answered, waving him away. He tugged at his reins and rode off, with Budyani at his side. On their long-limbed chestnut mares they rode next to each other in identical military jackets and glittering silver-embroidered trousers. The fighters, whooping, flocked after them, and pale steel gleamed in the purulence of the autumn sun. But I did not hear solidarity in the howls of the Cossacks, and, waiting for the attack, I went into the forest, into its heart, to our provision station. A wounded Red Army soldier lay there in a delirium, and Styopka Duplashchev, a young, dim-witted Cossack, was rubbing down Hurricane, the division commander's thoroughbred stallion, which was descended from Lyoliasha, the Rostov record holder. The wounded man was rambling, reminiscing about Chia, about a heifer and some sort of flax strands. Duplashchev, to drown out the pitiful muttering, was singing a song about an orderly and a fat general's wife. He sang louder and louder, waving his currycomb and patting the horse. But he was interrupted by Sashka, puffy Sashka, the lady of all the squadrons. She rode up to Duplashchev and jumped off her horse. So we'll do it, or what? Sashka said to him. Get out of here, the young Cossack answered, turning his back to her, and began plaiting ribbons into Hurricane's mane. You stick to your word, Styopka. Sashka told him. Or are you just a lump of boot wax? Get out of here. Styopka answered. I stick to my word. He plaited all the ribbons into the horse's mane, and suddenly turned to me in despair. Just look at that. See how she tortures me, Kirill Vassilitch. For a whole month already you wouldn't believe what I've had to put up with. Wherever I turn to, she's there, wherever I run to, she blocks my path, always wanting me to let the stallion have a go. But the division commander tells me every day, Styopka, he tells me, with a stallion like this one, many will be coming to ask you to let the stallion have a go, but don't let him, not before he's 4. I bet you won't be letting anyone before he's 15, Sashka muttered, and turned away. And when he's 15, you'll be drooling bubbles, for all I know. She went over to her mare, tightened the saddle strap, and was about to ride off. The spurs on her boots clattered, her lace stockings were full of straw and spattered with dirt, her monstrous breasts went swinging toward her back. And to think I brought a ruble with me, Sashka said to herself, shoving her spurred boot into the stirrup. I brought it with me, but now I'll have to take it away again. She took out 2 50-kopeck coins, jingled them in her palm, and hid them again in her cleavage. So well do it, or what? Duplishev said, his eyes fixed on the silver, and he brought over the stallion. Sashka went to a sloping place in the clearing and had her mare stand there. You'd be amazed, but you're the only one in these mud fields who's got a stallion, she said to Styopka, pushing Hurricane into position. My mare's a front-line war horse, 2 years now she hasn't been humped, so I says to myself, why not get her some good blood? Sashka finished with the stallion, and then led her horse to the side. So, sweetie, we got our stuffing now, she whispered, kissing her mare's wet, skewbald lips from which slobbering strands of spittle hung. She rubbed her cheek against the mare's muzzle, and suddenly noticed the noise thudding through the forest. The 2nd Brigade's coming back, Sashka said sternly, turning to me. We must go, Lyutov. Coming back, not coming back, I don't give a damn. Duplishev shouted, the words getting stuck in his throat. You've had your feast, now pay the priest. My money's nice and fine where it is. Sashka muttered, and leaped onto her mare. I dashed after her, and we rode off in full gallop. Duplishev's howl and the light thud of a gunshot rang out behind us. Just look at that, the Cossack boy yelled as loudly as he could, running through the forest. The wind hopped through the branches like a crazed rabbit, the 2nd Brigade went flying through the Galician oak trees, the placid dust of the cannonade rose above the earth as above a peaceful hut. And at a sign from the division commander, we launched our attack, the unforgettable attack on Chesniki. After the battle. The story of my fight with the Kinfeev is as follows. On the 31st came the attack on Chesniki. The squadrons had gathered in the forest next to the village, and hurled themselves at the enemy at 6 in the evening. The enemy was waiting for us on a hill 3 versts away. We galloped the 3 versts on our totally exhausted horses, and when we got to the hill we saw a deadly wall of black uniforms and pale faces. They were Cossacks who had betrayed us at the beginning of the Polish campaign and had been rounded up into a brigade by Cossack Captain Yakovlev. The Cossack captain formed his horsemen into a square formation, and waited with his saber unsheathed. A gold tooth flashed in his mouth and his black beard lay on his chest like an icon on the chest of a corpse. The enemy's machine guns fired at 20 paces, wounded men fell in our lines. We went trampling over them and hurled ourselves at the enemy, but his square formation did not waver, and we turned and ran. So the Savinkov Cossacks gained a short-lived victory over the 6th Division. They gained the victory because they did not turn their faces from the lava flow of our oncoming squadrons. The Cossack captain stood firm that time, and we ran without reddening our sabers with the traitors' contemptible blood. 5,000 men, our whole division, poured down the slope with no one in pursuit. The enemy stayed on the hill, unable to believe their illogical victory and muster their wits to set out in pursuit after us. That is why we survived and went bounding into the valley unharmed, where we were met by Vinogradov, our military commissar. Vinogradov was dashing about on his crazed horse trying to send the fleeing Cossacks back into battle. Lyutov, he yelled when he saw me. Get those fighters to turn around or 111 rip your soul out. Vinogradov pounded his tottering stallion with the butt of his Mauser, howled, and tried rounding up the men. I got away from him and rode up to Gilamuev, a Kyrgyz, who was galloping past. Gilamuev. Get back up there. I yelled to him. Turn back your horse. Turn back your own damn horse. Gilamuev yelled back. His eyes darted about thievishly and he fired a shot, singeing the hair above my ear. "Turn your own horse back," Gilamov hissed, grabbed my shoulder with one hand, and tried unsheathing his saber with the other. The saber was jammed in its sheath. The Kyrgyz shuddered and looked around. He held my shoulder tightly and brought his head closer and closer. "Yours first," he whispered almost inaudibly, "and mine will follow." And he tapped me lightly on the chest with the blade of his saber, which he had managed to unsheath. I felt a wave of nausea from death's closeness and its tight grip. With the palm of my hand I pushed away the Kyrgyz's face, hot as a stone in the sun, and scratched it with all my might. Warm blood rippled under my nails, tickling them. I rode away from Gilamov, out of breath as after a long journey. My horse, my tormented friend, trotted slowly. I rode without looking where I was going, I rode without turning around, until I came across Vorobyov, the commander of the 1st Squadron. Vorobyov was looking for his quartermasters and couldn't find them. He and I made our way to Chesniki and sat down on a bench along with Akinfeev, the former vehicular driver of the Revolutionary Tribunal. Sashka, the nurse of the 31st Cavalry Regiment, came by, and 2 commanders sat down on the bench with us. The commanders sat there in silence, dozing. One of them was shell-shocked, shaking his head uncontrollably and winking with one bloated eye. Sashka went to tell the people at the field hospital about him, and then came back to us, dragging her horse behind her by the reins. Her mare resisted, her hooves skidding in the wet mud. "So where are you sailing off to?" Vorobyov asked the nurse. "Sit down here with us, Sash." "I'm not sitting with you," Sashka answered, and slapped her mare on the belly. "No way." "What do you mean?" Vorobyov shouted, laughing. "Or have you had second thoughts about drinking tea with men?" "It's you that I've had second thoughts about," she told the commander, hurling away the reins. "Yes, I've had second thoughts about drinking tea with you, after I saw you all today and saw what heroes you all are, and how disgusting you are, Commander." "So when you saw it," Vorobyov muttered, "how come you didn't join in the shooting?" "Join in the shooting?" Sashka shouted in desperation, tearing off her nurse's band. "What am I supposed to shoot with?" "This." Here Akinfeev, the former vehicular driver of the Revolutionary Tribunal, with whom I still had some unfinished business to settle, came up to us. "You've got nothing to shoot with, Sash," he said soothingly. "No one's blaming you for that. I blame those who get all mixed up in battle and forget to load cartridges in their revolvers." A spasm suddenly shot over his face. "You rode in the attack," he shouted at me. "You rode but didn't put any cartridges in. Why?" "Back off, Ivan," I said to Akinfeev. But he wouldn't back off, and kept coming closer to me, an epileptic with a twisted spine and no ribs. "The Pole shot at you, yes, but you didn't shoot at him," he muttered, twisting and turning with his shattered hip. "Why?" "The Pole did shoot at me," I told him brusquely, "but I didn't shoot at the Pole." "So you're a wimp, right?" Akinfeev whispered, stepping back. "So I'm a wimp," I said, louder than before. "What do you want?" "What I want is for you to be aware," Akinfeev yelled in wild triumph, "aware that you're a wimp, because in my books all wimps should be shot dead, they believe in God." A crowd gathered, and Akinfeev yelled on about wimps without stopping. I wanted to walk away, but he ran after me, and caught up with me, and punched me in the back with his fist. "You didn't put any cartridges in," Akinfeev whispered in a breathless voice right next to my ear, and with his large thumbs began trying to wrench my mouth open. "You believe in God, you traitor." He tugged and tore at my mouth. I pushed the epileptic back and hit him in the face. He keeled over onto his side, hit the ground, and began to bleed. Sashka went over to him with her dangling breasts. She poured water over him, and pulled out of his mouth a long tooth which was swaying in the blackness like a birch tree on a bare country road. "These bantams know just one thing," Sashka said, and that's how to belt each other in the mouth. With a day like this and everything, I just want to shut my eyes. There was anguish in her voice, and she took wounded Akinfeev with her, while I staggered off into the village of Chesniki, which was sliding around in the relentless Galician rain. The village floated and bulged, crimson clay oozing from its gloomy wounds. The first star flashed above me and tumbled into the clouds. The rain whipped the willow trees and dwindled. The evening soared into the sky like a flock of birds and darkness laid its wet garland upon me. I was exhausted, and, crouching beneath the crown of death, walked on, begging fate for the simplest ability, the ability to kill a man. The song. When we were quartered in the village of Bujatas, it was my lot to end up with an evil landlady. She was a widow, she was poor. I broke many locks on her storerooms, but found no provisions. All I could do was to try and outsmart her, and one fine day, coming home early before dusk, I caught her closing the door of the stove, which was still warm. The hut smelled of cabbage soup, and there might well have been some meat in that soup. I did smell meat in her soup and laid my revolver on the table, but the old woman denied everything. Her face and black fingers were gripped by spasms, she glowered at me with fear and extraordinary hatred. Nothing would have saved her. I would have made her own up with my revolver if Sashka Konyev, in other words Sashka Christ, hadn't suddenly turned up. He came into the hut with his concertina under his arm, his exquisite legs shuffling in battered boots. "How about a song?" Sashka said, looking at me, his eyes filled with blue and dreamy ice crystals. "How about a song?" he said, and sat down on the bench and played a prelude. The pensive prelude came as if from far away. He stopped, and his blue eyes filled with longing. He turned away, and, knowing what I liked, started off on a song from Kuban. "Star of the fields," he sang, "star of the fields over my native hut, and my mother's hand, so sorrowful." I loved that song. Sashka knew this, because both of us, both he and I, had first heard this song back in 919 in the shallows of the Don in the Cossack village of Kagalnetskaya. A hunter who poached in the protected waters there had taught it to us. There, in the protected waters, fish spawn and countless flocks of birds nest. The fish multiply in the shallows in incredible numbers. You can scoop them up with a ladle or even with your bare hands, and if you dip your oar in the water, it just stands there upright. A fish will have grabbed it and will carry it away. We saw this with our own eyes. We will never forget the protected waters of Kagalnetskaya. Every government has banned hunting there, a good ban, but back in 19 a war was raging in the shallows, and Yakov the hunter, who plied his forbidden trade right before our eyes, gave Sashka Christ, our squadron singer, a concertina as a present so that we would look the other way. He taught Sashka his songs. Many of them were soulful, old songs. So we forgave the roguish hunter, for we needed his songs. Back then, no one could see the war ever ending, and Sashka covered our arduous paths with melody and tears. A bloody trail followed our paths. The songs soared over this trail. That is how it was in Kuban and on our campaigns against the Greens 8, and that is how it was in the Urals and in the Caucasian foothills, and that is how it is to this very day. We need these songs. No one can see this war ever ending, and Sashka Christ, our squadron singer, is too young to die. And this evening too, cheated of my landlady's cabbage soup, Sashka calmed me with his soft, wavering voice. "Star of the fields," he sang, "star of the fields over my native hut, and my mother's hand, so sorrowful." And I listened, stretched out in a corner on my rotting bedding. A dream broke my bones. The dream shook the putrid hay beneath me, and through the dream's burning torrent I could barely make out the old woman, who was standing by the wall, her withered cheek propped on her hand. She hung her ravaged head and stood fixed by the wall, not moving even after Sashka had finished playing. Sashka finished and put down his concertina, yawned, and burst out laughing as after a long sleep, and then, noticing the chaos in the widow's hut, he wiped the debris from the bench and brought in a bucket of water. You see, dearie, what your boss is up to, the landlady said to him, pointing at me and rubbing her back against the door. Your boss came in here, yelled at me, stamped his foot, broke all the locks in my house, and shoved his gun at me. It is a sin before the Lord to shove a gun at me. I'm a woman, after all. She rubbed her back against the door again and threw a sheepskin coat over her son. Her son lay snoring beneath an icon on a large bed covered with rags. He was a deaf-mute boy with a white, water-swollen head and gigantic feet, like those of a grown muzhik. His mother wiped the snot from his nose and came back to the table. Mistress, Sashka said to her, caressing her shoulder, if you wish, I could be really nice to you. But it was as if the woman hadn't heard what he had said. I didn't see no cabbage soup at all, she said, her cheek propped on her hand. It ran away, my cabbage soup, and people shove their guns at me, so that even when a nice man comes along and I get a chance to tumble a little, I've ended up feeling so drab, I can't even enjoy sinning. She dragged out her mournful lament and, mumbling, rolled her deaf-mute son to the wall. Sashka lay with her on the rag-covered bed while I tried to sleep, conjuring up dreams so that I would doze off with pleasant thoughts. The rabbi's son. Do you remember Zhitomir, Vasily? Do you remember the river Titarev, Vasily, and that night in which the Sabbath, the young Sabbath, crept along the sunset crushing the stars with the heel of her red slipper? The thin horn of the moon dipped its arrows in the black waters of the Titarev. Lit, Funny Gidali, the founder of the Fourth International Nine who took us to Rabbi Model Bratslavsky for evening prayer. Little, Funny Gidali, shaking the cockerel feathers of his top hat in the red smoke of the evening. The candle's predatory pupils twinkled in the rabbi's room. Broad-shouldered Jews crouched moaning over prayer books, and the old jester of the Chernobyl line of tzaddiks jingled copper coins in his frayed pocket. You remember that night, Vasily? Outside the window horses neighed and Cossacks shouted. The wasteland of war yawned outside and Rabbi Model Bratslavsky, clutching his tallit with his withered fingers, prayed at the eastern wall. Then the curtains of the cabinet fell open, and in the funerary shine of the candles we saw the Torah scrolls wrapped in coverings of purple velvet and blue silk, and above the Torah scrolls hovered the humble, beautiful, lifeless face of Ilya, the rabbi's son, the last prince of the dynasty. And then, Vasily, 2 days ago the regiments of the 12th Army opened the front at Kabul. The victor's haughty cannonade thundered through the town. Our troops were shaken and thrown into disarray. The Political train the train sent out by the Political, the political organ of the new Soviet government charged with the ideological education of the military, crept along the dead spine of the fields. The typhoid-ridden muzhik horde rolled the gigantic ball of rampant soldier death before it. The horde scampered onto the steps of our train and fell off again, beaten back by rifle butts. It panted, scrambled, ran, was silent. And after 12 versts, when I no longer had any potatoes to throw to them, I threw a bundle of Trotsky leaflets at them. But only one of them stretched out a dirty, dead hand to grab a leaflet. And I recognized Ilya, the son of the Zhitomir rabbi. I recognized him straight away, Vasily. It was so painful to see the prince, who had lost his trousers, his back snapped in two by the weight of his soldier's rucksack, that we broke the rules and dragged him up into the railroad car. His naked knees, clumsy like the knees of an old woman, knocked against the rusty iron of the steps. 2 fat-breasted typists in sailor blouses dragged the dying man's timid, lanky body along the floor. We laid him out in the corner of the train's editorial compartment. Cossacks in red tatar trousers fixed his slipped clothing. The girls, their bandy bovine legs firmly planted on the floor, stared coolly at his sexual organs, the withered, curly manhood of the emaciated Semite. And I, who had met him during one of my nights of wandering, packed the scattered belongings of Red Army soldier Ilya Bratslavsky into my suitcase. I threw everything together in a jumble, the mandates of the political agitator and the mementos of a Jewish poet. Portraits of Lenin and Maimonides lay side by side, the gnarled steel of Lenin's skull and the listless silk of the Maimonides portrait. A lock of woman's hair lay in a book of the resolutions of the Sixth Party Congress, and crooked lines of ancient Hebrew verse huddled in the margins of communist pamphlets. Pages of the Song of Songs and revolver cartridges drizzled on me in a sad, sparse rain. The sad rain of the sunset washed the dust from my hair, and I said to the young man, who was dying on a ripped mattress in the corner, 4 months ago, on a Friday evening, giddily, the junk dealer took me to your father, Rabbi Model, but back then, Bratslavsky, you were not in the party. I was in the party back then, the young man answered, scratching his chest and twisting in his fever. But I couldn't leave my mother blind. What about now, Ilya? My mother is just an episode of the revolution, he whispered, his voice becoming fainter. Then my letter came up, the letter B/ and the organization sent me off to the front. So you ended up in Kabul. I ended up in Kabul, he shouted in despair. The damn kulaks opened the front. I took over a mixed regiment, but it was too late. I didn't have enough artillery. He died before we reached Rovno. He died, the last prince, amid poems, phylacteries, and foot bindings. We buried him at a desolate train station. And I, who can barely harness the storms of fantasy raging through my ancient body, I received my brother's last breath. 4. The Red Cavalry Cycle, Additional Stories. The 7 additional Red Cavalry stories in this section were not included in Babel's book Konarmia, Red Cavalry, published in 1926. Most of them appeared in magazines in the late 1920s and 1930s after the book had come out, while and then there were 9 and the fragment and then there were 10 were not published during Babel's lifetime. The last piece, a letter to the editor, appeared in the magazine October in October 1924. It was a response to General Budyonny's vitriolic article with the punning title Babism Bablia, Babel's womanishness, in which he condemned Babel's Red Cavalry stories and their portrayal of himself and other real commanders. Makhno's boys. The previous night, 6 Makhno 1 fighters raped a maid. When I heard this the following morning, I decided to find out what a woman looks like after being raped 6 times. I found her in the kitchen. She stood bent over a tub, washing clothes. She was a fat girl with blooming cheeks. Only a tranquil life on fertile Ukrainian soil can douse a Jewish girl in such bovine juices, lend her face such a lusty gloss. The girl's legs, fat, brick red, bulging like globes, gave off the luscious stench of freshly carved meat, and it seemed to me that all that remained of yesterday's virginity were her cheeks, more flushed than usual, and her lowered eyes. Young Kikin, the errand boy at Makhno's headquarters, was also in the kitchen. He was known at the headquarters as something of a simpleton. He had a tendency to walk about on his hands at the most unsuitable moments. More than once I found him in front of the mirror, stretching out his leg in his tattered trousers. He would wink at himself, slap himself on his bare, boyish stomach, sing marching tunes, and make triumphant grimaces which made even him guffaw. This boy's imagination worked with incredible vigor. Today I again found him busy on one of his special projects. He was sticking strips of gold paper on a German helmet. "How many of them did you accommodate yesterday, Rulia?" he asked the girl, narrowing his eyes as he eyed the decorated helmet. She remained silent. "You accommodated 6 of them," he continued, "but there are girls who can accommodate up to 20. Our boys did a Krapivno housewife and they kept pounding and pounding away at her till they ran out of steam. But she was a good deal fatter than you are." "Go get me some water," the girl said. Kikin brought a bucket of water from the yard. He shuffled over to the mirror in his bare feet, put the helmet with the gold ribbons on his head, and carefully peered at his reflection. His image in the mirror fascinated him. He stuck his fingers in his nose and avidly watched it change shape under the pressure from within. "I'll be going out on a mission," he said to the Jewess. "Don't you say a word to no one. Stetsenko's taking me into his squadron." At least they give you a real uniform, people respect you, and till have some real fighter pals, not like here, where we're just some dinky little flea-ridden outfit. Yesterday, when they grabbed you and I was holding you down by the head, I said to Matvey Vasilich, "Hey, Matvey Vasilich," I said to him, "for have already had a go, and I still get to keep holding and holding her down. You've already had her twice, Matvey Vasilich, and just because I'm underage and not in your gang, everyone can just push me around. And you yourself, Rulia, must have heard what he said to me. He said to me, 'Don't push you around, Kikin. Once all my orderlies have had a go, it'll be your turn.' He did say I could, and then, when they were already dragging you out into the woods, Matvey Vasilich tells me, 'You can do her now, Kikin, if you wish.' No way do I wish, Matvey Vasilich. I tell him, not after Vaska has had her, I'd never get over it till I die." Kikin grunted and fell silent. Barefoot, lanky, sad, his stomach bare, the glittering helmet on his straw-colored head, he lay down on the floor and stared into the distance. "The whole world reckons the Makhno gang is all heroic and everything," he said morosely. "But when you start hanging out with them, you soon see that they all harbor some grudge or other." The Jewess lifted her flushed face from the tub, glanced over at the boy, and left the kitchen with the heavy gait of a cavalryman whose numb legs have just touched the ground after a very long ride. Left alone, the boy looked dully around the kitchen, sighed, rested his palms on the floor, swung his legs in the air, and, with his heels together, quickly walked around on his hands. A hard-working woman. 3 Makhno fighters, Niloshkurov and 2 others, had come to an agreement with a woman about her love services. For 2 pounds of sugar, she agreed to take on the 3 of them, but when the third one's turn came, she couldn't hold out and went reeling around the room. The woman scrambled out into the yard, where she ran straight into Makhno *, the anarchist leader. He lashed her with his whip, tearing her upper lip, and Niloshkurov got it too. This happened in the morning, at 9 o'clock. After that the day went by with much activity, and now it's night, the rain is drizzling, whispering, and unyielding. It is rustling beyond the wall. In front of me, outside the window, hangs a single star. The town of Kamenka has drowned in the haze. The teeming ghetto is filled with teeming darkness and the inexorable bustling of the Makhno fighters. Someone's horse neighs softly like a pining woman. Beyond the edge of the shtetl sleepless Tachenka's an open carriage or buggy with a machine gun mounted on the back creak, and the cannonade, falling silent, lies down to sleep on the black, wet earth. Only Makhno's window is ablaze in a faraway street. It cuts through the gloom of the autumn night like an exhilarated searchlight, flashing, drenched with rain. There, in Makhno's headquarters, a brass band is playing in honor of Antonina Vasilevna, a nurse who was spending her first night with Makhno. The thick, melancholy trumpets blow louder and louder, and the partisans, huddled together beneath my window, listen to the thundering of old marches. 3 partisans are sitting beneath my window, Niloshkurov and his comrades, and then Kikin, a crazed Cossack, comes rushing over to join them. He kicks his legs up in the air, does a handstand, chirps and sings, and has difficulty calming down, like an epileptic after a fit. "Odhead!" Niloshkurov suddenly whispers to Kikin. "Odhead," he repeats morosely. "How can it be that she let 2 more have a go after me without so much as batting an eyelash? There I was, putting my belt back on, and she looks at me and says to me, 'Merci for spending some time with me, Papa, you are so charming.' My name is Enlia, that's what I'm called, Enlia. So you see, Odhead, I think to myself she must have been chewing some bitter herbs since the morning, and then Petka wanted to have a go at her too. 15-year-old Kikin chimes in, sitting down and lighting a cigarette. "Young man," she tells Petka, "would you please be kind enough, I'm at the end of my rope." And she jumps up and starts spinning like a top, and the boys spread their arms and won't let her out the door, and she keeps begging and begging. Kikin stands up, his eyes flash, and he begins to laugh. She escapes, Kikin continues, and then right there at the door, who does she run into? Macno himself. Halt, he yells. I bet you have the clap. I'm going to hack you up here and now. And he starts lashing her, and she still wants to give him some lip. It must also be said, Petka Orlov's pensive and tender voice interrupts Kikin, it must also be said, that there is greed among people, ruthless greed. I told her there's 3 of us, Enlia. Bring a girlfriend along, share the sugar with her, she'll help you. No, she says, I can cope well enough, I have 3 children to feed, it's not like I'm a virgin or something. A hard-working woman. Niloshkurov, still sitting beneath my window, assures Petka. Hard-working to the last. And he falls silent. I can still hear the sound of water. The rain is continuing to stutter, bubble, and moan on the roofs. The wind grabs the rain and shoves it to the side. The triumphant blowing of the trumpets falls silent in Macno's courtyard. The light in his room has dimmed by half. Niloshkurov rises from the bench, splicing the dim glimmer of the moon. He yawns, tugs his shirt up, and scratches his remarkably white stomach, and then goes over to the shed to sleep. Petka Orlov's tender voice floats after him. In Giliopoli there was this out-of-town muzhik called Ivan Golub, Petka says. He was a quiet muzhik, no drinking, he was cheerful when he worked, lifted too much of a load, got himself a rupture, and died. The people of Giliopoli mourned him and the whole village walked behind his coffin. They walked, even though he was a stranger. And at the door of the shed, Petka begins muttering the story of the late Ivan, muttering more and more softly and tenderly. There is ruthlessness among people, Niloshkurov says to him, yawning, there really is, I tell you. Niloshkurov falls asleep, and the 2 others with him, and I remain alone by the window. My eyes explore the soundless dark, the beast of memory tears at me, and sleep will not come. She had sat in the main street selling berries since the morning. The Macno fighters had paid her in abolished banknotes. She had the plump, airy body of a blonde. Niloshkurov, his stomach jutting out, was sunning himself on a bench. He dozed, waited, and the woman, anxious to sell off her wares, gazed at him with her blue eyes, and blushed slowly and tenderly. Enlia, I whisper her name. Enlia. Grichuk. Our second trip to the shtetl ended badly. We had set out in the cart to find some fodder, and were heading back around midday. Grichuk's back was bobbing gently up and down before my eyes. Right outside the village, he laid his reins carefully together, sighed, and slipped down from the box, crawled over my knees, and sprawled out across the cart. His cooling head rocked gently, the horses trotted on slowly, and a yellowing fabric of peace settled on his face like a shroud. Didn't eat nothing, he politely answered my cry of alarm, and wearily closed his eyelids. That was how we rolled into the village. The coachman sprawled out across the cart. At our lodgings I gave him some bread and a potato to eat. He ate sluggishly, dozing and shaking himself awake. Then he went out into the middle of the yard and lay down on his back, his arms spread wide. If you never tell me anything, Grichuk, I said to him in exasperation, how am I supposed to understand your pain? He said nothing and turned away. It was only that night, as we lay warming each other in the hay, that he shared with me a chapter from his mute novel. Russian prisoners of war had worked building German fortifications along the North Sea coast. During the harvest season they were herded together and sent into the heart of Germany. A lone, crazed farmer took on Grichuk. His madness consisted in his never speaking. He beat and starved Grichuk until Grichuk learned to communicate with him by hand signals. They lived together peacefully and in silence for 4 years. Grichuk didn't learn the language because he never heard it spoken. After the German Revolution too he returned to Russia. His master had walked him to the edge of the village. They stopped at the side of the high road. The German pointed at the church, at his heart, at the boundless and empty blue of the horizon. He laid his grey, tousled head on Grichuk's shoulder. They stood in a silent embrace. And then the German, throwing up his arms, ran back to his house with quick, faltering, stumbling steps. Argamak. I decided to join the ranks at the front. The division commander grimaced when he heard this. Why the hell do you want to go there? If you let your mouth hang open for a second, they shoot you point blank. I held my ground. And that wasn't all. My choice fell on the most active division, the 6th. I was assigned to the 4th Squadron of the 23rd Cavalry Regiment. The squadron was commanded by Balin, a Briansk factory metal worker, who was a mere boy. He had grown a beard to inspire respect. Ash-blonde tufts covered his chin. In his 22 years, Balin had let nothing ruffle him. This quality, found in thousands of Balins, proved an important element in the victory of the revolution. Balin was hard, taciturn, and headstrong. The path of his life had been decided. He had no doubts about the rightness of this path. Deprivation came easy to him. He could sleep sitting up. He slept pressing one arm against the other, and when he woke, his path from oblivion to full alertness was seamless. One could expect no mercy under Balin's command. My service started with an unusual omen of success. I was given a horse. There weren't any horses in the reserve stables or with the peasants. Chance helped. The Cossack Tikhomilov had killed 2 captured officers without authorization. He had been instructed to take them to the brigade headquarters, as enemy officers could give important information. Tikhomilov did not take them there. It was decided that he would be tried before the Revolutionary Tribunal 3, but then they changed their minds. Squadron Commander Balin came up with a punishment much harsher than anything the tribunal could have inflicted. He took Tikhomilov's stallion Argamak away from him, and sent Tikhomilov off to the transport carts. The agony I had to suffer with Argamak was beyond what a man can endure. Tikhomilov had brought his horse from the Terek, where he was from. The stallion had been trained in the Cossack trot, that specific Cossack hard trot, dry, violent, sudden. Argamak's stride was long, extended, obstinate. With this devilish stride he carried me off, out of the lines, separating me from the squadron. I lost my sense of direction, roamed for days on end looking for my unit, ended up in enemy territory, slept in ravines, tried to tag along with other regiments but was chased away by them. My horsemanship was limited to the fact that in the Great War I had served with an artillery unit in the 15th Infantry Division. Most of the time we had spent sitting on ammunition carts, we rarely rode out on raids. I didn't have an opportunity to get used to Argamak's cruel, bounding trot. Tikhomilov had bestowed on his horse all the devils of his downfall. I shook like a sack on the stallion's long, dry spine. I rode his back to pieces. Sores appeared on it. Metallic flies preyed upon these sores. Hoops of baked black blood girded the horse's flanks. Bad shoeing made Argamak trip, his hind legs became swollen at the breeching strap and turned elephantine. Argamak grew thin. His eyes filled with the fire one sees in tortured horses, the fire of hysteria and obstinacy. He no longer let me saddle him. "You've liquidated that horse, Four Eyes," my platoon commander said. The Cossacks said nothing in my presence, but behind my back plotted like plunderers in drowsy treachery. They didn't even ask me to write letters for them anymore. The cavalry took Novograd-Volynsk. In a single day we had to cover 70, 80 versts. We were getting close to Rovno. Rest days were annulled. Night after night I had the same dream: I am riding Argamak at full trot. Campfires are burning by the roadside. The Cossacks are cooking food. I ride past them, they don't even look up. A few call out a greeting, others don't even turn around, they're not interested in me. What does this mean? Their indifference indicates that there is nothing unusual in my horsemanship. I ride like everyone else, There's no reason for them to look at me. I gallop off and am happy. My thirst for peace and happiness was never quenched in my waking hours, which is why I dreamed these dreams. There was no sign of Pashka Tikhomilov. He was watching me from somewhere on the fringes of the march, in the bumbling tail of carts crammed full with looted rags. Pashka keeps asking what's with you, my platoon commander said to me one day. Why, he has a problem with me. It looks like he does. I reckon he feels I've done him wrong. Why, you reckon you didn't do him wrong? Pashka's hatred followed me through forests and over rivers. I felt it on my hide and shuddered. He nailed his bloodshot eyes on my path. Why did you saddle me with an enemy? I asked Balin. Balin rode past, yawning. Not my problem, he answered without looking back. It's your problem. Argamak's back healed a little, then his wounds opened up again. I put 3 saddle cloths under his saddle, but I could not really ride him, the wounds weren't healing. The knowledge that I was sitting on an open wound made me cringe. A Cossack from our platoon, his name was Baziokov, was Tikhomilov's countryman from the Terek, and he knew Pashka's father. His father, Pashka's father, he breeds horses for fun, Baziokov told me one day. A rough rider, sturdy. He comes to a herd, he picks out a horse on the spot, and they bring it to him. He stands face to face with the horse, his legs planted firm, glares at it. What does he want? This is what he wants, he waves his fist and punches the horse right between the eyes. The horse is dead. Why did you finish off the horse, Kali Strat? I had a terrible desire for this horse, but I wasn't fated to ride it. The horse didn't take to me, but my desire for this horse was deadly. He's a rough rider, let me tell you. And then Argamak, who had survived Pashka's father, who had been chosen by him, fell into my hands. How was this to end? I weighed many plans in my mind. The war had released me from other worries. The cavalry attacked Rovno. The town was taken. We stayed there for 2 days. The following night the Poles pushed us out. They engaged us in a skirmish to get their retreating units through. Their maneuver worked. The Poles were covered by a storm, lashing rain, a violent summer storm that tumbled onto the world in floods of black water. We cleared out of Rovno for a day. During the nocturnal battle we lost Dundik, the Serb, one of our bravest men. Pashka Tikhomilov also fought in this battle. The Poles attacked his transport carts. The area there was flat, without any cover. Pashka lined up his carts in a battle formation known only to him. It was, doubtless, how the Romans lined up their chariots. Pashka had a machine gun. He had probably stolen it and hidden it, for an emergency. With this machine gun he repelled the attack, saved his possessions, and led the whole transport to safety, except for 2 carts whose horses had been shot. What do you intend to do with your best fighters? Marinate them, they asked Balin at headquarters a few days after the battle. If I'm letting them marinate, there must be a reason, right? Careful, you'll run into trouble. No amnesty was proclaimed for Pashka, but we knew that he was coming back. He came wearing galoshes on his bare feet. His toes had been hacked off, ribbons of black gauze hung from them. The ribbons dragged behind him like a train. In the village of Bujatas, Pashka appeared at the square in front of the church where our horses stood tied to the hitching post. Squadron Commander Balin was sitting on the church, and EPS, his feet soaking in a steaming bucket. His toes were rotting. They were pink, the way steel is pink before it is forged. Tufts of young straw blonde hair tumbled over Balin's forehead. The sun burned on the bricks and tiles of the church. Baziokov, standing next to Balin, popped a cigarette into Balin's mouth and lit it. Tikhomilov, dragging his tattered train behind him, went up to the hitching post. His galoshes shuffled. Argamak stretched his long neck and neighed to his master in greeting, a quiet, rasping neigh, like that of a horse in a desert. Pus coiled like lace between the strips of torn flesh on the horse's back. Pashka stood next to the horse. The dirty ribbons lay still on the ground. "So that's how things stand," the Cossack said, barely audibly. I stepped forward. "Let's make peace, Pashka. I'm glad the horse is going back to you. I can't handle him. Let's make peace." "It's not Easter yet, for people to make peace," the platoon commander said from behind me, rolling a cigarette. His tatter trousers loose, his shirt open over his copper chest, he was resting on the church steps. "Kiss carried him 3 times, Pashka," for mumbled Baziokov Tikhomilov's countryman, who knew Kalistrat, Pashka's father. "He wants to kiss 3 times. I was alone among these men whose friendship I had not managed to win. Pashka stood in front of the horse as if rooted there. Argamak, breathing strong and free, stretched his muzzle to him. "So that's how things stand," the Cossack repeated. He turned to me sharply, and said emphatically, "I will not make peace with you." He walked away, dragging his galoshes down the chalk-white, heat-baked street, his bandages sweeping the dust of the village square. Argamak walked behind him like a dog. The reins swung beneath his muzzle, his long neck hung low. Balin continued soaking the reddish steel of his feet's rotting flesh in the tub. "Why did you saddle me with an enemy?" I said to him. "None of this is my fault." The squadron commander raised his head. "I can see right through you," he said. "Right through you. What you want is to live without enemies, you'll do anything not to have enemies." "Kiss him 3 times, Baziokov muttered, turning away. A fiery spot burned on Balin's forehead. His cheek twitched. "You know what you end up with like that," he said in a gasping voice. "You end up being bored. To goddamn hell with you." It was obvious I had to leave. I got myself transferred to the 6th Squadron. Things went better there. The long and the short of it was that Argamak had taught me some of Tikhomilov's horsemanship. Months passed. My dream had become a reality. The Cossack's eyes stopped following me and my horse. The kiss. At the beginning of August, headquarters sent us to Bujatas to regroup. The Poles had occupied it at the beginning of the war, but we had been quick to win it back. Our brigade entered the shtetl at dawn. I arrived later in the day. The best billets had already been taken, and I ended up at the schoolmaster's house. He was a paralyzed old man sitting in an armchair in a low-ceilinged room, among buckets with fruit-bearing lemon trees. On his head was a Tyrolean hat with a feather. His grey beard lay on his chest, which was covered with cigarette ash. Babbling, his eyes fluttering, he seemed to be asking me for something. I washed, went to the headquarters, and didn't come back until night. My orderly, Mishka Surovtsev, a cunning Cossack from Orenburg, gave me a full report. Besides the paralyzed old man, there was also a daughter present, Elizaveta Alexievna Tomilina, and her 5-year-old son who was also called Mishka, like Surovtsev. The daughter, the widow of an officer who had fallen in the Great War, was a respectable woman but, according to Surovtsev's information, would be willing to make herself available to a proper gentleman. "I can arrange things," he told me, and went off to the kitchen, where he began clattering about with plates. The schoolmaster's daughter helped him. As they cooked, Surovtsev told her of my brave feats, how I had knocked 2 Polish officers out of their saddles in a battle, and how much the Soviet authorities respected me. He was answered by the restrained, soft voice of Tomilina. "Where do you sleep?" Surovtsev asked her as he left the kitchen. "You should come sleep closer to us, we're living, breathing people." He brought me some fried eggs in a gigantic frying pan, and put it on the table. "She's up for it," he said, sitting down. "She just hasn't come out and said it yet." At that very instant we heard whispering, rattling, and heavy, careful steps. We didn't have time to finish eating our warm meal, when some old men on crutches and old women with kerchiefs on their heads came hobbling through the house. They dragged little Mishka's bed into the dining room, into the lemon tree forest, next to his grandfather's armchair. The feeble guests, readying themselves to defend Elizaveta Alexievna's honor, huddled together in a flock, like sheep in a storm, and, barricading the door, spent the whole night silently playing cards, whispering, "My trick," and falling silent at every sound. I was so mortified, so embarrassed, that I simply could not fall asleep behind that door, and could barely wait for the sun to rise. "For your information," I told Tomilina when I ran into her in the hall, "for your information, I have a law degree and am a member of the so-called intelligentsia." Rigid, her arms dangling, she stood there in her old-fashioned house dress, which clung tightly to her slim body. Without blinking, she looked straight at me with widening blue eyes sparkling with tears. Within 2 days we were friends. The schoolmaster's family, a family of kind, weak people, lived in boundless fear and uncertainty. Polish officials had convinced them that Russia had fallen in fire and barbarity, like Rome. They were overcome with a childlike, fearful joy when I told them of Lenin, the Moscow Arts Theater, of a Moscow in which the future was raging. In the evenings, 22-year-old Bolshevik generals with scraggly red beards came to visit us. We smoked Moscow cigarettes, we ate meals that Elizaveta Alexievna prepared with army provisions, and sang student songs. Leaning forward in his armchair, the paralyzed old man listened avidly, his Tyrolean hat bobbing to the rhythm of our songs. Through all these days the old man was in the clutches of a sudden, stormy, vague hope, and, in order not to let anything darken his happiness, he did his best to overlook the foppish bloodthirstiness and loud-mouthed simplicity with which in those days we solved all the problems of the world. After our victory over the Poles, the family council decided the Tomilins would move to Moscow. We would have a celebrated professor cure the old man, Elizaveta Alexievna would take classes, and we would put Mishka in the self-same school that his mother had once gone to at Patriarchy Prudy. The future seemed incontestably ours, and war was merely a stormy prelude to happiness, the core of our being. The only things that remained unresolved were the specific details, and nights passed in discussing these details, mighty nights, in which the candle end was mirrored in the dull bottle of our home-brewed vodka. Elizaveta Alexievna, blossoming, was our silent listener. I have never met a more impulsive, free, or timorous being. In the evenings, cunning Surovtsev, in the wicker cart he had requisitioned back in Kuban, drove us up the hill to where the abandoned house of the Counts Gazi-Orosky shone in the flames of the sunset. The horses, thin but long-bodied and thoroughbred, were running in step in their red reins. A carefree earring swayed on Surovtsev's ear. Round towers rose up from a pit that was overgrown with a yellow tablecloth of flowers. The ruined walls drew a crooked line flooded with ruby-red blood across the sky. A dog rose bush hid its berries, and blue steps, the remains of the flight of stairs that Polish kings had once mounted, shone in the thickets. Once, as I sat there, I pulled Elizaveta Alexievna's head toward me and kissed her. She slowly pulled away, got up, and leaned against the wall, holding onto it with both hands. She stood there motionless, and around her dazzled head, swirled a fiery dusty ray. Shuddering, as if she had just heard something, Tomilina raised her head and let go of the wall. She ran down the hill, her uncertain steps becoming faster. I called out to her, she didn't answer. Below, red-cheeked Surovtsev lay sprawled out in his wicker cart. At night, when everyone was asleep, I crept to Elizaveta Alexievna's room. She sat reading, holding her book at arm's length. Her hand, lying on the table, seemed lifeless. She turned when I knocked, and rose. "No," she said, looking me in the eyes, "please, dearest, no." And, embracing my head with her long, bare arms, she gave me an increasingly violent, never-ending, silent kiss. The shrill ring of the telephone in the next room pushed us apart. An orderly was calling from headquarters. "We're pulling out," he said over the phone. "You are to report to the brigade commander now." I rushed out of the house without even putting on my hat, stuffing my papers into my bag as I ran. Horses were being brought out of yards, horsemen galloped yelling through the darkness. The brigade commander, tying his cloak, told us that the Poles had broken through our lines near Lublin, and that we had been ordered to execute a bypass maneuver. Both regiments pulled out an hour later. The old man, awoken from his sleep, anxiously followed me with his eyes through the leaves of a lemon tree. "Promise me you will return," he kept saying, his head wagging. Elizaveta Alexievna, a fur jacket over her batiste night dress, accompanied us out onto the street. An invisible squadron raced past violently. At the curve in the road by the field I turned to look back. Elizaveta Alexievna was bending down to fix the jacket of little Mishka, who was standing in front of her, and the erratic light of the lamp burning on the window sill streamed over the tender bones of her nape. After riding 100 kilometers without rest, we joined forces with the 14th Cavalry Division and, fighting, we began our retreat. We slept in our saddles. At rest stops, we fell to the ground overwhelmed with exhaustion, and our horses, pulling at their reins, dragged us fast asleep through the harvested fields. It was the beginning of autumn and the soundless, drizzling Galician rain. Huddled together in a bristling silent herd, we dodged and circled, fell into the Poles' waiting net, but managed to slip out again just before they could close it. We lost all sense of time. When we were quartered in the church in Tisza, it did not even occur to me that we were only 9 versts from Bujatas. Surovtsev reminded me. We exchanged glances. "The problem is that the horses are exhausted," he said cheerfully. "Otherwise we could go." "We couldn't anyway," I replied. "They'd notice if we left in the middle of the night." And we went. We tied gifts to our saddles: a clump of sugar, a fox fur wrap, and a live, 2-week-old goat kid. The road went through a swaying wet forest, a metallic star straight through the crowns of the oaks. In less than an hour we arrived at the shtetl, its burned-out center filled with trucks, pale with flour dust, and with machine gun cart harnesses and broken shafts. Without dismounting, I knocked on the familiar window. A white cloud flitted through the room. Wearing the same batiste night dress with its hanging lace, Tommy Lena came rushing out onto the porch. She took my hand in her hot hand and led me into the house. Men's underclothes were hanging out to dry on the broken branches of the lemon trees, and unknown men were sleeping in camp beds lined up in tight rows like in a field hospital. With crooked, hardened mouths they yelled out hoarsely in their sleep, breathing greedily and loud, their dirty feet jutting out. The house was occupied by our War Spoils Commission, and the Tommy Lins had been bundled off into a single room. "When will you take us away from here?" Elizaveta Alexievna asked, clasping my hand. The old man woke, his head wagging. Little Mishka cuddled the goat kid, and brimmed over with happy, soundless laughter. Above him stood Surovtsev, puffing himself up. Out of the pockets of his Cossack trousers he shook spurs, shot through coins, and a whistle hanging on a yellow string. In this house occupied by the War Spoils Commission there was nowhere to hide, and Tommy Lena and I went to the wooden shed where the potatoes and beehive frames were kept in winter. There, in the shed, I saw what an inevitably pernicious path that kiss had been, the path that had begun by the castle of the Counts Gazi-Orowski. Surovtsev came knocking shortly before dawn. "When will you take us from here?" Elizaveta Alexievna asked, turning her head away. I stood there silently, and then walked over to the house to say goodbye to the old man. "The problem is we're running out of time," Surovtsev said, blocking my way. "Get on your horse, we've got to go." He jostled me out onto the street and brought me my horse. Elizaveta Alexievna gave me her chilled hand. As always, she held her head high. The horses, well rested overnight, carried us off at a brisk trot. The flaming sun rose through the black tangle of the oak trees. The rejoicing morning filled my whole being. A glade in the forest opened up before us. I directed my horse toward it, and, turning back to Surovtsev, called out to him, "We could have stayed a bit longer. You came for me too early." "Too early," he said, riding up closer to me, pushing away the wet branches that dropped their sparkling raindrops. "If it wasn't for the old man, I'd have come for you even earlier." He was trying to tell me something and suddenly was all nerves, started squawking, and keeled over. I rushed to him. Look, he's dead, dead as a doornail." The forest came to an end. We rode over a plowed field without paths. Standing up in his stirrups, looking all around, whistling, Surovtsev sniffed out the right direction and, breathing it in with the air, hunched forward and went galloping toward it. We arrived in time. The men of the squadron were just being awakened. The sun shone warmly, promising a hot day. That morning our brigade crossed the former border of the Kingdom of Poland. And then there were 9. This story is an earlier variation of Squadron Commander Trunov. 9 prisoners of war are no longer alive. I know that in my heart. When Golov, a platoon commander from the Sormov workers * the Sormov Steel Works, 19,839 workers in 1917, played a key role in the revolution and the civil war, killed the gangly Pole, I said to the chief of staff, "The example the platoon commander is setting is demoralizing our fighters. We must draw up a list of prisoners and then send them to headquarters for interrogation." The chief of staff agreed. I took pencil and paper out of my bag and called Golov over. "You look at the world through your spectacles," he told me, looking at me with hatred. "Yes, through my spectacles," I said to him. "And what about you, Golov? How do you look at the world?" "I look at it through the miserable life of a worker," he said, and went over to the prisoner who was holding a Polish uniform with dangling sleeves. The uniform had been too small for him. The sleeves had barely reached his elbows. Golov examined the prisoner's woolen drawers. "You an officer?" Golov asked him, shielding his eyes from the sun. "No," the Pole answered firmly. "We never got to wear nothing like that." Golov muttered, and fell silent. He stood there without saying a word, shuddered, looked at the prisoner, and his eyes paled and widened. "My mama knitted them," the prisoner said firmly. I turned around and looked at him. He was a slender young man. Long sideburns curled over his yellowish cheeks. "My mama knitted them," he repeated, and lowered his eyes. "She's a great knitter, that mama of yours," Andriushka Burek cut in. He was a young red-cheeked Cossack with silky hair, who earlier had dragged the trousers off a dying Pole. The trousers now lay thrown over his saddle. Laughing, Andriushka rode over to Golov, carefully scooped the uniform out of his hands, threw it over the trousers on his saddle, and, tapping his horse lightly with his whip, rode off. At that moment the sun came pouring out from behind a cloud, enveloping with dazzling light Andriushka's horse, its lively trot, the carefree swish of its docked tail. In a daze, Golov watched the Cossack ride off. He turned and saw me drawing up the list of prisoners. He saw the young Pole with the curly sideburns. The Pole raised calm eyes filled with youthful arrogance and smiled at Golov's dismay. Golov cupped his hands to his mouth and yelled, "Our republic is still alive, Andrei. It's too early to be dealing out her property. Bring back those rags." Andrei turned a deaf ear. He rode on at a trot, his horse pertly swatting its tail, as if it were shooing us away. "Treason!" Golov mumbled, morose and rigid, pronouncing the word syllable by syllable. He kneeled, took aim, and fired, but missed. Andrei swerved his horse around and came galloping back toward Golov. His red-cheeked, blossoming face was filled with anger. "Listen, countrymen," he yelled loudly, suddenly rejoicing in the sound of his powerful voice. "I should knock you to kingdom come, platoon commander. I should knock you to where your you-know-what mother is. You've got a dozen Poles on your hands, and you're making a big fuss. We've taken hundreds, and didn't come running for your help. If you're a worker, then do your job. And, glancing at us triumphantly, Andriushka rode off at a gallop. Platoon Commander Golov did not look up at him. He clutched his forehead. Blood was trickling from his head like rain from a haystack. He lay down on his stomach, crawled toward the stream, and for a long time held his smashed, blood-drenched head in the shallow water. 9 prisoners of war are no longer alive. I know that in my heart. Sitting on my horse, I made a list of them arranged in neat columns. In the first column I entered a row of numbers, in the second their names and surnames, and in the third column the units to which they had belonged. All in all there were 9 names. The fourth name was Adolf Schulmeister, a clerk from Lodz, a Jew. He kept snuggling up to my horse and caressing my boots with tender, trembling fingers. His leg had been shattered by a rifle butt, and he left behind him a thin track, like a lame, wounded dog. The sun boiled the sparkling sweat on his orange, pock-marked, bald pate. "You Jude, pain, asterisk," he whispered, frantically caressing my stirrup. "You Jude," he whimpered, dribbling spittle, writhing with joy. "Get back in line, Schulmeister," I yelled at the Jew, and suddenly, seized by deathly numbness, slipped off my saddle. "How come you know?" I asked him breathlessly. "Your eyes, their sweet Jewish look," he yelped, hopping on one leg, leaving his thin dog's track behind him. "Your sweet Jewish look, Panel." I barely managed to extricate myself from his condemned man's frenzy. I came back to my senses slowly, as after a concussion. The Chief of Staff ordered me to take care of the details and rode off to the units. The machine guns were dragged up onto the hill like calves on halters. They moved up side by side, like a well-ordered herd, clanking reassuringly. The sun played on their dusty muzzles. And I saw a rainbow on their steel. The Polish youth with the curly sideburns stared at them with village curiosity. He leaned his whole body forward, revealing a view of Golov, who was crawling out of a ditch pale and intent, his smashed head and his rifle raised. I stretched my hands out to Golov and yelled, but the sound choked and bulged in my throat. Golov quickly shot the prisoner in the back of the neck and jumped up to his feet. The surprised Pole turned to him, executing a half-spin on his heel, as in a military exercise. With the slow movements of a woman giving herself to a man, he lifted both hands to his nape, slumped to the ground, and died instantly. A smile of peace and relief flitted over Golov's face. A light flush returned to his cheeks. Asterisk, you are a Jew, Sir. Schulmeister uses VY, the Russian polite form for you Jude, the German word for Jew, and pain, the Polish word for sir. Our mothers don't knit drawers like that for us, he told me slyly. Cross that one off, and give me a list for 8. I gave him the list. You'll answer for that, Golov, I said in desperation. I will answer for that, he yelled in unbridled triumph. But not to you, 4 Eyes, 111 answer to my own people from the Sormov factory. They know what's what. 9 prisoners of war are no longer alive. I know that in my heart. This morning I decided to hold a memorial service for the murdered men. In the Red Cavalry there is no one but me who can do it. Our unit stopped to rest on a ravaged Polish estate. I took out my diary and went into the flower garden, which had remained untouched. Hyacinths and blue roses were growing there. I began writing about the platoon commander and the 9 dead men, but a noise, a familiar noise, interrupted me. Cherkashin, the headquarters lackey, had launched a raid against the beehives. Mitya, a red-cheeked youth from Oryol, was following him, holding a smoking torch in his hand. Their heads were wrapped in their army coats. The slits of their eyes glowed. Swarms of bees charged their conquerors and died by their hives. And I put down my pen. I was horrified at the great number of memorial services awaiting me. And then there were 10. The following story fragment is an earlier variation of the two stories Squadron Commander Tronov and then there were 9. Zavadi Station. This happened yesterday. About 30 Poles were sitting tight in the stone building by the junction of the railroad tracks. The chief of staff himself got involved in this serious business. He strutted in front of our line of men with a revolver in his hand. How pointless it is to die at Zavadi Station, I thought, and went over to the chief of staff. The Poles ran and broke through our line of men. We brought back 10 of them alive. We took them to the field. They looked like a striped blanket laid out on the ground. In front of them, Platoon Commander Golov, mounted, was standing in his stirrups. "Officers! Own up," he said, shaking his reins. Blood trickled from his head like rain from a haystack. He had been wounded on the forehead. "All officers, step forward," he repeated in a thicker voice, getting off his horse. Suddenly a lanky man with a drooping little mustache stepped forward from the group. "End of this war," the man said with delight, and began crying. "All officers run away, end of this war." And the lanky man held out his blue hand to the squadron commander. On his face was an incomprehensible bliss. "5 fingers," he muttered, sobbing, "I raising with these 5 fingers my family." And, with burning eyes, he slowly waved his large, wilted hand. Golov pushed it back with his saber. "Your officers threw their uniforms here," he yelled. "But we're going to have a little fitting now, and whoever the uniforms fit, I'm going to finish off." He picked out a cap without a brim from the pile of rags and put it on the lanky man's head. "It fits," Golov whispered. He stepped up closer to the prisoner, looked him in the eyes, and plunged his saber into his gullet. The lanky man fell, shivered, his legs twitching in a frenzy. A foamy, coral red stream poured from his neck. A young red-cheeked Cossack with silky hair knelt before the dying man. He unbuttoned the man's trousers. A letter to the editor. This letter from Babel was published in 1924 in the literary magazine October, issue number 4, in answer to an article by General Budiani, in which Budiani attacked Babel for his portrayal of the Red Cavalry and its fighters in his stories, accusing Babel / among other things, of character assassination and counter-revolutionary lies. In 1920, I served in the 1st Cavalry's 6th Division, of which Comrade Timoshenko was commander at the time. I witnessed his heroic, military, and revolutionary work with much admiration. This wonderful and pristine image of my beloved division commander long ruled my imagination, and when I set about to write my memoirs of the Polish campaign, my thoughts often returned to him. But in the process of writing, my aim of keeping within the parameters of historical truth began to shift, and I decided instead to express my thoughts in a literary form. All that remained from my initial outline were a few authentic surnames. Through an unforgivable oversight, however, I did not undertake to remove these surnames, and, to my great consternation, these names have now appeared by mistake in print, as for instance in the piece Timoshenko and Melnikov, * published in the 3rd volume of Krasnyanov, 1924. This oversight came about because I was late handing in the materials for that volume, and the editorial office, not to mention the typesetting department, had put me under extreme pressure, and in this last-minute rush, I overlooked the vital task of changing the original surnames in the final proofs. I need not stress that Comrade Timoshenko has nothing whatsoever in common with the character in that piece, a fact clear to anyone who has ever crossed paths with the former commander of Division 6, one of the most courageous and selfless of our Red commanders. I babble. * In later editions of Red Cavalry, this piece was renamed The Story of a Horse. V. The Red Cavalryman, Articles. Babel wrote the following pieces under the non-Fuish nom de plume Kirill Vilayutov, for Krasny Kavalyrist, the Red Cavalryman, the newspaper distributed to the fighters of the cavalry during the Russian-Polish campaign. In Babel's story The Letter, a young Cossack had described Krasny Kavalyrist as our own merciless newspaper. which every fighter on the front wants to read and then go and heroically hack the damn Poles to pieces. The pseudonymous Lyudov is also one of the narrators in the Red Cavalry stories. Lyudov is very Russian, as opposed to Jewish, one of the young intellectuals of the new Soviet Union, a journalist sent to cover the fighting on the front. He is furthermore the persona whom Babel adopted in his daily life during the Russian-Polish campaign as a way of deflecting the ruthless anti-Semitism of his Cossack colleagues. Lyudov's role in the Krasny Cavalierist pieces is to incite his fellow fighters to action with propaganda and Bolshevik slogans. What we need is more men like Trunov. We must add one more name now to our heroic, bloody, and sorrowful list, a name that will never be forgotten by the 6th Division, the name of Konstantin Trunov, commander of the 34th Cavalry Regiment, who died in the line of duty on August 3, near K. Another grave is now hidden by the shadows of the dense forests of Volhynia. Another distinguished life marked by self-sacrifice and devotion to duty has been relinquished to the cause of the oppressed. Another proletarian heart has been crushed so that its fiery blood will tint the red flags of revolution. The story of Comrade Trunov's final years of life is inextricably linked with the titanic battle of the Red Army. He emptied his cup to the last drop, participating in every campaign from Tsaritsyn to Voronezh, and from Voronezh to the shores of the Black Sea. In the past he suffered hunger, deprivation, wounds, overwhelming battles fought alongside the best men in the front lines, and finally the bullet of the Polish nobleman which cut down the Stavropol peasant from the faraway steppes who was bringing the word of freedom to people who were strangers to him. From the first days of the revolution, Comrade Trunov took his true position without a moment's hesitation. We found him among the organizers of the first detachments of the Stavropol troops. In the Red Army, he subsequently took over the command of the 4th Stavropol Regiment, the 1st Brigade of the 32nd Division, and the 34th Cavalry Regiment of the 6th Division. In our military ranks his memory will not pale. Under the harshest conditions he triumphed over the enemy through his exceptional, selfless courage, his unbending persistence, and his immutable self-posses Zion, and through his great influence over the men of the Red Army that was so close to him. If there were more Trunovs among us, the masters of this world would be finished. The Knights of Civilization. The Polish army has gone berserk. The Polish pans, fatally bit 10, expiring like dogs, are writhing in mortal agony, piling up crimes in stupidity, dying and going to their graves in shame, cursed by their own people and by others. With the same feeling as before, they forge ahead not thinking of the future, forgetting that, according to their European governesses, they are the knights of European civilization, and therefore must act as the guardians of law and order, a barrier against Bolshevik barbarity. This is how this Polish barrier protects civilization. Once upon a time there lived a modest, hard-working pharmacist in Brestecko, who always did his best. He worked without respite, taking care of his patients, his test tubes, and his prescriptions. He had no connection to politics at all, and quite possibly thought that Bolsheviks were monsters with ears above their eyes. This pharmacist was a Jew. For the Poles that was enough, he was nothing but a cowering animal. Why even waste a bullet? Beat him, cut him down, torture him. They were quick to set him up. The peaceful pharmacist, who had happily saddled himself with hemorrhoids working with his little bottles, was accused of having somewhere, at some time, for some reason, killed a Polish officer, and was therefore an accomplice of the Bolsheviks. What followed takes us back to the most oppressive years of the Spanish Inquisition. If I had not seen that lacerated face and that shattered body with my own eyes, I would never have believed that such shocking evil could exist in our era, cruel and bloody though it is. The pharmacist's body had been scorched with white-hot iron pokers, stripes like those on an officer's uniform had been burned into his legs. We see you're in cahoots with those Cossack Bolsheviks. Burning needles had been driven under his nails, a Red Army star had been cut into his chest, his hair had been torn out, one hair at a time. All this had been done at a leisurely pace, accompanied by little jibes at communism and Jewish commissars. But this wasn't all. The animalized Polish pans razed the pharmacy to the ground and trampled on all the medicines. Not a single bottle was left untouched. Now the little town will doubtless perish without medical help. You will not find any powder against toothache in Brestecko. The population of 20,000 has been left defenseless in the face of epidemics and disease. And so now the Polish masters are perishing. Thus the evil, rabid dogs expire. Beat them, red fighters, clobber them to death, if it is the last thing you do. Right away. This minute. Now. Dispatch office, shape up. Dear Comrade Zdanovic. The ceaseless battles of this past month have thrown us completely off track. We are living under trying circumstances, endless advances, marches, and retreats. We are entirely cut off from what is generally called cultured life. We haven't seen a single newspaper in the past month, and we have absolutely no idea what is going on in the world at large. It is as if we were living in a forest. As a matter of fact, that is exactly what we are doing. We are trudging through forests. I don't even know if my reports are getting through to you. When things end up this way, one feels like throwing in the towel. The most absurd rumors have begun circulating among our fighters, who are living in complete ignorance of what is happening. The harm this does is inestimable. It is vital that immediate measures be taken to supply the 6th Division, our largest division, with our Krasny Kavalerist and other regional newspapers. As a personal favor, I beg you to issue an order to the dispatch office, that it, 1. Send me at least a 3-week run of our paper, and enclose any other regional papers it might have. 2. Send me at least 5 copies of our paper on a daily basis at the following address: 6th Division Headquarters, War Correspondent Lyutov. Please be sure they do this, so I can at least somehow get my bearings. How are things at the editorial office? My work has not been moving ahead the way it ought to. We are completely exhausted. For a whole week now I haven't been able to sit down for half an hour to dash off a few words. I hope things will now shape up a little. Please write me your intentions, plans, and requirements. This will serve as a link for me to the outside world. With comradely greetings, Lyutov. Murderers who have yet to be clubbed to death. They wrought revenge on the workers in 1905. They set off on punitive expeditions in order to shoot and smother our dark slave villages through which a fleeting breeze of freedom had blown. In October 1917, they threw off their masks and went after the Russian proletariat with fire and sword. For almost 3 years they hacked at the land that had already been hacked to pieces. It looked like they were on their last legs. We left them to die a natural death, but they would not die. Now we are paying for our mistake. His Excellency Duke Virgil is strutting about the Crimea, while the pitiful remnants of the Black Hundred of the Russian Denikin gangs are turning up in the ranks of the highly refined and most noble of Polish warriors. The ragtag and bobtail of Russia hurried to the aid of Counts Potocki and Terezichinsky to save culture and law from the barbarians. This is how culture was saved in the town of Komarov, occupied on August 28, by the 6th Cavalry Division. The valiant boys of Cossack Captain Yakovlev had spent the night. Baron Peter Nikolaevich Virgil, 1827–1928, was the commander of the anti-Bolshevik armies in southern Russia. He managed to hold the Crimea until 1920, after which the communists forced him to evacuate his troops to Constantinople. This ended the civil war in Russia. Chernosityensi, Black Hundred, a right-wing, anti-Semitic group responsible for pogroms. Anton Ivanovich Denikin, 1872–1947, the son of a serf, rose in the ranks of the Russian army. After the revolution, he became the commander of the anti-Bolshevik forces in southern Russia. In 1920 he resigned his command to General Peter Nikolaevich Virgil. A Russian Cossack, fought on the side of the Poles, and appears in Babel's diary, August 28, 1929, August 31, 1920, and also in the Red Cavalry stories Chesnicky and After the Battle. In the little town the same Captain Yakovlev who kept trying to talk us into returning to the sweet and peaceful life of our villages, which have been littered with the bodies of commissars, yids, and Red Army soldiers. As our squadrons approached, these knights disappeared into thin air. But before they did, they managed to ply their trade. We found the town's Jewish population robbed of everything it had, wounded and hacked to pieces. Our soldiers, who have seen a thing or two in their time and have been known to chop off quite a few heads, staggered in horror at what they saw. In the pitiful huts that had been razed to the ground, 70-year-old men with crushed skulls lay naked in pools of blood, infants, often still alive, with fingers hacked off, and old women, raped, their stomachs slashed open, crouched in corners, with faces on which wild, unbearable desperation had congealed. The living were crawling among the dead, bumping into mangled corpses, their hands and faces covered with sticky, foul-smelling blood, terrified of leaving their houses, fearing that all was not yet over. Hunched, frightened shadows roamed the streets of the dead town, cowering away from human voices, wailing for mercy at every sound. We came across houses over which a terrible silence hung. A whole family was lying next to an aged grandfather. Father, grandchildren, everyone in twisted, inhuman positions. All in all, over 30 were killed and about 60 wounded. 200 women were raped, many of them tortured to death. To escape the rapists, women had jumped from second and third floor windows, breaking limbs and necks. Our medical officers worked all day without respite, and still could not meet the demands for help. The horror of the Middle Ages pales in comparison to the bestiality of the Yakovlev bandits. The pogrom, needless to say, was carried out according to the rules. First, the officers demanded 50,000 rubles in protection money from the Jewish population. Money and vodka were immediately brought, but still the officers marched in the front lines of the pogromists and searched the cowering Jewish elders at gunpoint for bombs and machine guns. Our answer to the Polish Red Cross's laments concerning Russian bestiality is, the event I have just described is only one among 1,000 far worse. The dogs that haven't yet been completely slashed to pieces have begun howling hoarsely. The murderers who haven't yet been completely clubbed to death are crawling out of their graves. Slaughter them, Red Army fighters. Stamp harder on the rising lids of their rancid coffins. Her day. I had a sore throat. I went to see the nurse of the 1st Squadron headquarters of the N Division. A smoky hut, filled with fumes and rankness. The soldiers are lying on benches, smoking, scratching themselves, and using foul language. The nurse has set up shop in a corner. She bandages the wounded, one after the other, without much fuss or unnecessary ado. Some troublemakers hamper her work any way they can, each trying to outdo the other with the most blasphemous, unnatural curses. Suddenly the alarm is sounded. The order to mount the horses. The squadron forms. We set off. The nurse has harnessed her horse, tied a sack with oats to its muzzle, packed her bag, and ridden off. Her pitiful, thin dress flutters in the wind, and her frozen red toes show through the holes of her tattered shoes. It is raining. The exhausted horses can barely lift their hooves from the terrible, sucking, viscous Volhynian mud. The damp penetrates to the bone. The nurse has neither cloak nor coat. The men are singing a bawdy song. The nurse quietly hums her own song about dying for the revolution, about better days to come. A few men begin singing along with her, and our song, our unceasing call to freedom, spills out into the rainy autumnal dusk. In the evening the attack. Shells burst with soft, sinister booms, machine guns rattle faster and faster with feverish dread. Beneath the most horrifying crossfire, the nurse bandages the wounded with disdainful calm, dragging them away from the battle on her shoulders. The attack ends. The agonizing advance continues. Night, rain. The soldiers are darkly silent, only the heated whisper of the nurse, comforting the wounded, can be heard. An hour later, the same picture as before, a dark, dirty hut in which the platoon has settled down, and in the corner, by the light of a pitiable dwindling candle, the nurse keeps bandaging, bandaging, bandaging. Foul curses hang heavily in the air. The nurse, at times unable to restrain herself, snaps back, and the men laugh at her. Nobody helps her, nobody puts straw down for her to sleep on, nobody fluffs up her pillow. These are our heroic nurses. Lift your hats and bow to them. Soldiers and commanders, honor your nurses. It is high time we distinguished between the camp girls who shame our army and the martyred nurses who ennoble it. 6. 1920 Diary. On June 3, 1920, the day on which the first entry of the 1920 diary occurs, the first 54 pages of the diary are missing and believed lost. Isaac Babel was 25 years old soon to be 26. He had already made a name for himself as a promising writer and journalist and had, as a war correspondent, joined the 6th Cavalry Division, commanded by the charismatic Timoshenko, Pavlyuchenko, in the Red Cavalry stories, who was later to become a Marshal of the Soviet Union and Commissar of Defense. The diary that Babel kept during his months with the Red Cavalry was a writer's diary. Babel noted quick impressions that he intended subsequently to develop as motifs and plot lines for the Red Cavalry stories. Describe the soldiers and women, fat, fed, sleepy, describe the bazaar, the baskets of cherries, describe what a horseman feels, exhaustion, the horse won't go on, the ride is long, no strength, the burned step, loneliness, no one there to help you, endless versts. At times the impressions appear in strings of telegraphic clauses that served Babel as a form of private shorthand, but when Babel is particularly taken by a scene or situation, he slips into the rich and controlled style that would mark the Red Cavalry stories. The Red Cavalry stories that grew out of this diary shocked the world with their unforgiving depictions of the desperation and atrocities of the cavalrymen. Particularly daring was the way in which Babel depicted real people, their ranks and names unchanged, in realistic, savage, unflattering circumstances. In this diary, which was not intended for publication, Babel could afford even greater candor. The Red Cavalry stories reveal that the heroic cavalry was made up of wild and ruthless Cossacks who had a skewed notion of communist doctrine. They were clearly not the glorious harbingers of world revolution that Soviet propaganda would have liked them to be. This contradiction might be suggested by the stories, but the 1920 diary states it in the clearest of terms. Babel asks, what kind of men are our Cossacks? Many-layered, rag-looting, bravado, professionalism, revolutionary ideals, savage cruelty. We are the vanguard, but of what? The 1920 diary, by virtue of its privacy, is Babel's most sincere personal written testimony. His persona, so elusive in his fictional prose, is very clear in this private writing. We see his firm socialist convictions, his sensitivity, his horror of the marauding ways of his Cossack companions, his ambiguous fascination with the West and chivalrous Poland, his equivocal stance toward Judaism, with feelings that fluctuate between distaste and tenderness toward the Volhynian Jews, the former, Ukrainian, Yids. It is relatively late in the diary that Babel's optimism about the Soviet Union's chances of winning this war begins to fade. In the final entries, as Babel and his colleagues return to Russia on the fleeing propaganda train in mid-September of 1920, the war has been lost, the Soviet Union defeated. Within days, the Red Cavalry was to go into reserve. Babel had chronicled its last great campaign. June 3, 1920. Zhytomyr. Morning in the train came here to get my tunic and boots. I sleep. The Political train, equipped with a printing press and radio station, sent to the front for the ideological education of the troops. With Zhukov Topolnik it's dirty. In the morning the sun shines in my eyes, railroad car dirt. Lanky Zhukov, voracious Topolnik, the whole editorial crew unbelievably dirty people. Bad tea in borrowed mess tins. Letters home, packages off to Ugrisk. Interview with Polyak, Operation to seize Novograd, discipline is weakening in the Polish army, Polish White Guard literature, packets of cigarette paper, matches, former, Ukrainian, yids, commissars, the whole thing stupid, malicious, feeble, talentless, and surprisingly unconvincing. Mikhailov copying out Polish articles word for word. The train's kitchen, fat soldiers with flushed faces, grey souls, stifling heat in the kitchen, kasha, noon, sweat, fat-legged washerwomen, apathetic women printing presses describe the soldiers and women, fat, fed, sleepy. Love in the kitchen. Off to Zhytomyr after lunch. A town that is white, not sleepy, yet battered and silent. I look for traces of Polish culture. Women well dressed, white stockings. The Catholic Church. Bathe at Nusky in the Titerev, a horrible little river, old Jews in the bathing boxes with long, emaciated legs covered with grey hairs. Young Jews. Women are washing clothes in the Titerev. A family, beautiful woman, husband holds the child. The bazaar in Zhytomyr, old cobbler, bluing, chalk, laces. The synagogue buildings, old architecture, how all this touches my soul. Watch crystal, 1,200 rubles. Market. A small Jewish philosopher. An indescribable store, Dickens, brooms and golden slippers. His philosophy, they all say they're fighting for truth yet they all plunder. If only one government at least were good. Wonderful words, his scant beard, we talk, tea and 3 apple turnovers 750 rubles. An interesting old woman, malicious, practical, unhurried. How greedy for money they all are. Describe the bazaar, the baskets of cherries, the inside of a tavern. A conversation with a Russian woman who came over to borrow a tub. Sweat, watery tea, I'm sinking my teeth into life again, farewell to you, dead men. Asterisk Babel's colleagues, reporters for the Krasny Kavaleris, the Red Cavalrymen. The Ukrainian division of Rista, the Soviet news service agency from 1918 to 1935. Podolsky, the son-in-law, a half-starved intellectual, something about trade unions and service with Budyonny one eye, needless to say, am Russian, my mother a Jewess, what for? The Zhytomyr pogrom carried out by the Poles, and then, of course, by the Cossacks. After our vanguard units appeared, the Poles entered the town for 3 days, Jewish pogrom, cut off beards, they always do, rounded up 45 Jews in the market, took them to the slaughterhouses, torture, they cut out tongues, wailing over the whole town square. They torched 6 houses, the Konyakhovsky house, I went to take a look, those who tried to save them were machine-gunned down, they butchered the janitor into whose arms a mother had thrown an infant out of a burning window, the priest put a ladder against the back wall, and so they managed to escape. The Sabbath is drawing to a close, we leave the father-in-law and go to the tzaddik. Didn't get his name. A stunning picture for me, though the decline and decadence are plain to see. Even the tzaddik is broad-shouldered, gaunt body. His son, a refined boy in a long overcoat, I can see petit bourgeois but spacious rooms. Everything nice and proper, his wife a typical Jewess, one could even call her of the modern type. The faces of the old Jews. Conversations in the corner about rising prices. I can't find the right page in the prayer book. Podolsky shows me. Instead of candles an oil lamp. I am happy, large faces, hooked noses, black, grey-streaked beards, I have many thoughts, farewell to you, dead men. The face of the tzadiki a nickel-rimmed pince-nez. Where are you from, young man? From Odessa. How is life there? People are alive. Here it's terrible. A short conversation. I leave shattered. Podolsky, pale and sad, gives me his address, a marvelous evening. I walk, think about everything, quiet, strange streets. Kondratyev with a dark-haired Jewess, the poor commandant with his tall sheepskin hat, he doesn't succeed. And then nightfall, the train, painted communist slogans, the contrast with what I saw at the old Jews. The hammering of the presses, our own electrical generator, our own newspapers, a movie is being shown, the train flashes, rumbles, fat-faced soldiers stand in line for the washerwomen, for 2 days. June 4, 1920. Zhytomyr. Morning packages off to Ugrista, report on the Zhytomyr pogrom, home, to Orishnikov, to Narbut. I'm reading Homson. 2 Sobelman tells me his novel's plot. A new story of Job, an old man who has lived centuries, his students carried him off to feign a resurrection, a glutted foreigner, the Russian Revolution. Schultz, what's most important, voluptuousness, communism, how we are filching apples from the masters. Schultz is chatting away, his bald patch, apples hidden under his shirt, communism, a Dostoevskian figure, there is something interesting there, must give it some thought, that inexhaustible overindulgence of his, Schultz in the streets of Berdichev. Kilimskaya, she's had pleurisy, diarrhea, has turned yellow, dirty overcoat, applesauce. What are you doing here, Kilimskaya? You've got to get married, a husband, an engineer in a technical office, abortion, or first child, that was what your life has been about, your mother, you took a bath once a week, your romance, Kilimskaya, that's how you should live, and you'll adapt to the revolution. The opening of a communist club in the editorial office. That's the proletariat for you, incredibly feeble Jews and Jewesses from the underground. March forward, you pitiful, terrible tribe. Then describe the concert, women singing Ukrainian songs. Bathing in the T-Terev. Kipperman, and how we search for food. What kind of man is Kipperman? What a fool I am, he never paid me back. He sways like a reed, he has a large nose, and he is nervous, possibly insane, yet he managed to trick me, the way he puts off repaying me, runs the club. Describe his trousers, nose, and unruffled speech, torture in prison. Kipperman is a terrible person. Night on the boulevard. The hunt for women. 4 streets, 4 stages, acquaintance, conversation, awakening of desire, gratification of desire. The T-Terev below, an old medical orderly who says that the commissars have everything, wine too, but he is nice about it. Me and the Ukrainian editors. Guzhin, whom Kilimskaya complained about today, they're looking for something better. I'm tired. And suddenly loneliness, life flows before me, but what is its significance? June 5, 1920. Zhytomyr. Received boots, tunic on the train. Going to Novograd at sunrise. The automobile is a Thornycroft. Everything seized from Denikin. Sunrise in the monastery yard or the schoolyard. Slept in the automobile. Arrived in Novograd at 11. Travel farther in another Thornycroft. Dieter Bridge. The town is livelier, the ruins appear normal. I take my suitcase. The staff left for Koretz. One of the Jewesses gave birth, in a hospital, of course. A gangly hook-nosed man asks me for a job, runs behind me with my suitcase. He promised to come again tomorrow. Novograd is Zvigil. A man from the supplies division in a white sheepskin hat, a Jew, and stoop-shouldered Morgan are on the truck. We wait for Morgan, he's at the pharmacy, our little friend has the clap. The automobile has come from fast off. 2 fat drivers. We're flying, a true Russian driver, all our insides thoroughly shook up. The rye is ripening, orderlies gallop by, miserable, enormous, dusty trucks, half-naked, plump, light blonde Polish boys, prisoners, Polish noses. Koretz, describe, the Jews outside the large house, a yeshiva bacher 3 in spectacles, what are they talking about, these old men with their yellow beards, stoop-shouldered merchants, feeble, lonely. I want to stay. but the telephone operators roll up the wires. Of course the staff has left. We pick apples and cherries. Moved on at a wild pace. Then the driver, red sash, eats bread with his motor oil-stained fingers. 6 versts short of our goal the magneto floods with oil. Repairs beneath the scorching sun, sweat, and drivers. I get there on a hay cart, I forgot, Artillery Inspector Timoshenko. SIC is inspecting the cannons in Korets. Our generals. Evening. Night. The park in Hashsha. Zotov 4 and the staff rush on, transport carts go galloping by, the staff left for Rovno, damn it, what bad luck. The Jews, I decide to stay at Yuvedushniks, the soldiers try to talk me out of it, the Jews beg me to stay. I wash myself, bliss, many Jews. Arushniks brothers twins. The wounded want to meet me. Healthy bastards, just flesh wounds on their legs, they get about on their own. Real tea, I eat supper. Ushnik's children, a small but shrewd girl with squinting eyes, a shivering 6-year-old girl, a fat wife with gold teeth. They sit around me, there's anxiety in the air. Uchanik tells me the Poles were out plundering, then others raided, whooping and hollering, they carried off everything, his wife's things. The girl, aren't you a Jew? Uchanik sits watching me eat, the girl sits shivering on his lap. She is frightened, the cellar and the shooting and your people. I tell them everything will be fine, what the revolution means, I talk profusely. Things are bad, we're going to be plundered, don't go to bed. Night, a lantern in front of the window, a Hebrew grammar, my soul aches, my hair is clean, clean is my sorrow. Sweating from the tea. As backup, Tsukerman with a rifle. A radio telegrapher. Soldiers in the yard, they chase everyone off to sleep, they chuckle. I eavesdrop on them, they hear something, halt, who goes there? We'll mow you down. The hunt for the woman prisoner. Stars, night over the shtetl. A tall Cossack with an earring and a cap with a white top. They had arrested Mad Stasova, a mattress, she beckoned with her finger, let's go, I'll let you have some, I can keep it working all night writhing, hopping, not running away. The soldiers chase everyone off to sleep. They eat supper fried eggs, tea, stew indescribable coarseness, sprawled all over the table, mistress, more. Uchanik in front of his house, he's on sentry duty, what a laugh, go off to sleep. I'm guarding my house. A terrible situation with the fugitive madwoman. If they catch her, they'll kill her. I can't sleep. I meddled, now they say everything's lost. A difficult night, an idiot with a piglet's body the radio telegrapher. Dirty nails and refined manners. Discussion about the Jewish question. A wounded man in a black shirt, a milksop, and loud, the old Jews are running, the women have been sent off. Nobody is asleep. Some girls or other on the porch, some soldier asleep on the sofa. I write in my diary. There is a lamp. The park in front of the window, transport carts roll by. No one's going off to sleep. An automobile has arrived. Morgan is looking for a priest, I take him to the Jews. Goran, Jews, and old women on the porches. Hashsha has been ransacked, Hashsha is clean, Hashsha is silent. A clean job. In a whisper, everything's been taken and they don't even weep, they're experts. The Horan, a network of lakes and tributaries, evening light, here the battle for Rovno took place. Discussions with Jews, my people, they think I'm Russian, and my soul opens up to them. We sit on the high embankment. Peace and soft sighs behind me. I leave to defend Uchanik. I told them my mother is a Jewess, the story, Belayat Tsirkov, the rabbi. June 6, 1920. Rovno. Slept anxiously, just a few hours. I wake up, sun, flies, a good bed, pink Jewish pillows, feathers. The soldiers are banging their crutches. Again, mistress, we want more. Roasted meat, sugar from a cut glass chalice, they sit sprawled out, their forelocks 5 hanging down, dressed in riding gear, red trousers, sheepskin hats, leg stumps swinging boisterously. The women have brick red faces, they run around, none of them slept. David Uchanik is pale, in a vest. He tells me, don't leave as long as they're still here. A cart comes by to pick them up. Son, the cart is waiting across from the park, they're gone. Salvation. The automobile arrived yesterday evening. At 1 p.m. we leave. Hoshsha for Rovno. The river Horan is sparkling in the sun. I go for a morning walk. It turns out the mistress of the house hadn't spent the night at home. The maid and her friends were sitting with the soldiers who wanted to rape her, all night till dawn. The maid kept feeding them apples, quiet conversations, we've had enough of war, want to get married, go to sleep. The cross-eyed girl became talkative. David puts on his vest, his tallit, prays solemnly, offers thanks, flour in the kitchen, dough is being kneaded, they're getting things underway. The maid is a fat, barefoot, thick-legged Jewess with soft breasts, tidying up, talking endlessly. The landlady's speech: what she wants is for everything to end well. The house comes to life. I travel to Rovno in the Thornycroft. 2 fallen horses. Smashed bridges, the automobile on wooden planks, everything creaks, endless line of transport carts, traffic jam, cursing. Describe the transport carts in front of the broken bridge at noon, horsemen, trucks, 2-wheelers with ammunition. Our truck drives with crazed speed, even though it is completely falling to pieces, dust. 8 versts short of our goal, it breaks down. Cherries, I sleep, sweat in the sun. Kozitsky, an amusing fellow, can immediately tell you your future, lays out cards. A medical assistant from Borodyanitsy, in exchange for treatment women offered him their services, roasted chicken, and themselves. He is constantly worried that the chief of the medical division won't let him go, shows me his genuine wounds, when he walks he limps, left a girl on the road 40 versts from Zhytomyr, go, she told him, because the divisional chief of staff was courting her. Loses his whip, sits half naked, babbles, lies without restraint. Photograph of his brother, a former staff cavalry captain, now a division commander married to a Polish countess. Denikin's men shot him. I'm a medical man. Dust in Rovno, dusty molten gold flows over the dreary little houses. The brigade rides past, Zotov at the window, the people of Rovno, the Cossacks' appearance, a remarkably peaceful, self-confident army. Jewish youths and maidens watch them with admiration. The old Jews look on indifferently. Describe the air in Rovno, something agitated and unstable about it, and there are Polish store signs and life. Describe the evening. The Kast family. A sly, black-haired girl from Warsaw takes us there. The medical orderly, malicious verbal stench, coquetry, you'll eat with us? I wash up in the hallway, everything is uncomfortable, bliss, I'm dirty and sweat-drenched. Then hot tea with my sugar. Describe this Kast, a complex fury of a man, unbearable voice, they think I don't understand Yiddish, they argue incessantly, animal fear, the father quite inscrutable, a smiling medical orderly, treats the clap. Sick, smiles, lies low, but seems hot-headed, the mother, we're intellectuals, we own nothing, he's a medical orderly, a worker, we don't mind having them here as long as they're quiet, we're exhausted. A stunning apparition, their rotund son with his cunning and idiotic smile behind the glass of his round spectacles, the fawning conversation, they scrape and bow to me, a gaggle of sisters, all vixens. Sick. The dentist, some sort of grandson to whom they all talk with the same whining hysteria as to the old folk. Young Jews come over, people from Rovno with faces that are flat and yellow with fear and fish eyes, they talk of Polish taunts, show their passports, there was a solemn decree of Poland annexing Volhynia as well. I recall Polish culture, Sienkiewicz, the women, the empire, they were born too late, now there is class consciousness. I give my clothes to be laundered. I drink tea incessantly and sweat like a beast and watch the casts carefully, intently. Night on the sofa. Undressed for the first time since the day I set out. All the shutters are closed, the electric light burns, the stuffiness is unbearable, many people sleep there, stories of pillaging by Budionese men, shivering and terror, horses snort outside the window, transport carts roll down Shkanaya Street, night. The following 21 pages of the diary are missing. July 11, 1920. Bilyov. Spent the night with the soldiers of the staff squadron, in the hay. Slept badly, thinking about the manuscripts. Dejection, loss of energy, I know I'll get over it, but when will that be? I think of the casts, those worms, I remember everything, those reeking souls, and the cow eyes, and the sudden, high, screeching voices, and the smiling father. The main thing, his smile, and he is hot-headed, and many secrets, reeking memories of scandals. The mother, a gigantic figure, she is malicious, cowardly, gluttonous, repugnant, her fixed, expectant stare. The daughter's repulsive and detailed lies, the son's eyes laughing behind his spectacles. I roam about the village. I ride to Kievan. The shtetl was taken yesterday by the 3rd Cavalry Brigade of the 6th Division. Our mounted patrols appeared on the Rovno-Lutsk High Road. Lutsk is being evacuated. 8th to 12th heavy fighting, Dundik killed, Shadilov, commander of the 36th Regiment, killed, many horses fell, tomorrow we'll have the details. Budionese orders concerning our loss of Rovno, the unbelievable exhaustion of the units, the frenzied attacks of our brigades which don't have the same results as before, incessant battles since May 27th, if the army isn't given a breather, it will become unfit for battle. Isn't it premature to issue such orders? No, they make sense, their objective is to rouse the rear lines. Kievan. Burial of 6 or 7 Red Army fighters. I rode behind a Tachenka. The funeral march, on the way back from the cemetery, a bravura infantry march, no sign of the funeral procession. A carpenter, a bearded Jew, is rushing around the shtetl, he's banging some coffins together. The main street is also Shosova. My first requisition is a notebook. Menashe, the synagogue shamaz, goes with me. I have lunch at Mudrik's, the same old story, the Jews have been plundered, their perplexity, they look to the Soviet regime as saviors, then suddenly yells, whips, yids. I am surrounded by a whole circle, I tell them about Wilson's note, about the armies of labor, the Jews listen, sly and commiserating smiles. A Jew in white trousers had come to the pine forests to recuperate, wants to go home. The Jews sit on earth mounds, 6 girls and old men, stillness, stifling, dusty, a peasant, Parfenty Melnik, the one who did his military service at Elizaveta, complains that his horse has swollen up with milk, they took her foal away, sadness, the manuscripts, that's what is clouding my soul. Colonel Gorov, elected by the people, village headman 60 years old, a pre-reform rat of a nobleman. We talk about the army, about Brusilov, if Brusilov set off, why shouldn't we? Grey whiskers, sputters. A man of the past, smokes homegrown tobacco, lives in the government building, I feel sorry for the old man. The clerk of the district government, a handsome Ukrainian. Flawless order. Has relearned everything in Polish, shows me the books, the district statistics, 18,600 people, 800 of whom are Poles, wanted to be united with Poland, a solemn petition of unification with the Polish state. The clerk is also a pre-reform figure in velvet trousers, with Ukrainian speech, touched by the new times, a little mustache. Kievan, its roads, streets, peasants, and communism are far from one another. Hops growing, many nurseries, rectangular green walls, sophisticated cultivation. The colonel has blue eyes, the clerk a silken mustache. Night, headquarters work at Beliof. What kind of man is Zhol Narkevic? A Pole? His feelings. The touching friendship of two brothers. 7 Konstantin and Mikhail. Zhol Narkevic is an old hand, exact, hard-working without overexerting himself, energetic without kicking up a fuss, Polish mustache, slim Polish legs. The headquarters staff is made up of Zhol Narkevic and 3 other clerks toiling away till nightfall. A colossal job, the positioning of the brigades, no provisions, the main thing, the operational itineraries are handled unobtrusively. The orderlies at the headquarters sleep on the ground. Thin candles burn, the divisional chief of staff in his hat wipes his forehead and dictates, ceaselessly dictates operational reports, orders to the artillery division, we are continuing our advance on Lutsk. Night, I sleep on the hay next to Lepin a Latvian, horses that have broken from their tethers roam about, snatch away the hay from under my head. July 12, 1920. Beliof. This morning I began my journal of military operations, analyzing the operational reports. The journal is going to be an interesting piece of work. After lunch I go riding on the horse of Sokolov, the orderly. He is ill with a relapse of typhus, he lies next to me on the ground in a leather jacket, thin, a man of breeding, a whip in his emaciated hand. He left the hospital, they didn't feed him, and he was bored. He lay there sick on that terrible night of our retreat from Rovno. He had been totally soaked in water, lanky, totters, talks to the people of the house with curiosity but also imperiously, as if all mujiks were his enemy. Shpakovo, a Czech settlement. A rich region, lots of oats and wheat. I ride through the villages, Peresopnitsa, Milostovo, Ploski, Shpakovo. There is flax, they make sunflower oil out of it, and a lot of buckwheat. Rich villages, hot noon, dusty roads, transparent sky without clouds, my horse lazy, when I whip it it moves. My first mounted ride. In Milostovo I take a cart from Shpakovo. I'm going to get a tachenka and horses with an order from divisional headquarters. I'm too soft-hearted. I look admiringly at the clean, hardy, un-Russian life of the Czechs. A good village elder, horsemen galloping in all directions, constantly new demands, 40 cartloads of hay, 10 pigs, the agents of the requisitions committee grain, the elder is given a receipt, oats have been received, thank you. Reconnaissance commander of the 34th Regiment. The sturdy huts glitter in the sun, roof tiles, iron, stone, apples, the stone schoolhouse, a demi-urban type of woman, bright aprons. We go to Yuripov, the miller, the richest and best educated man around here, a typical tall, handsome Czech with a Western European mustache. A wonderful courtyard, a dovecot. I'm touched by that new mill machinery, former affluence, white walls, an extensive farm, a bright, spacious, single-story house and a nice room, and this Czech most probably has a good family, his father a poor sinewy old man, all of them good people, a robust son with gold teeth, trim and broad-shouldered. A good wife, probably young, and his children. The mill has, of course, been modernized. The Czech has been stuffed full of receipts. They took 4 of his horses and gave him a note for the Rovno district commissariat, they took a phaeton and gave him a broken tachenka in exchange, and 3 receipts for flour and oats. The brigade arrives, red flags, a powerful, unified body, self-assured commanders, experienced, calm eyes of the forelocked Cossacks, dust. Silence, order, marching band, they are swallowed into their billets. The brigade commander shouts over to me, we mustn't take anything from here, this is our territory. With worried eyes the Czech watches the dashing young brigade commander bustling about in the distance, chats politely with me, returns the broken tachenka, but it falls apart. I don't waste any energy. We go to a second, a third house. The village elder lets us know where there are things to be had. An old man actually does have a phaeton, his son keeps jabbering that it is broken, the front part is damaged. You have a bride, I think to myself, or you ride in it to church on Sundays. It's hot, I feel lazy and sorry for them, the horsemen scavenging through everything. This is what freedom initially looks like. I didn't take anything, even though I could have. 111 Never be a true Budiani fighter. I'm back, it's evening, a Pole was caught in the rye, they hunted him down like an animal, wide fields, scarlet sun, golden fog, swaying grain, in the village they're driving cattle home, rosy, dusty streets, surprisingly tender forms, flaming tongues, orange flames shoot from the borders of the pearly clouds, the carts raise dust. I work at the headquarters, my horse galloped nicely, I sleep next to Lepin. He is Latvian, his snout blunt, pigglety, spectacles, he seems kind. A general staff man. Cracks sudden, dull jokes. Hey, woman, when re you going to drop dead? And he grabs hold of her. There's no kerosene at the headquarters. He says, we're striving toward enlightenment, but we have no light. I'm going to play with the village girls. Stretched out his arm, won't let go, his snout strained, his piggy lips quiver, his glasses shake. July 13, 1920. Bileov. My birthday. 26 years old. I think of home, of my work, my life is flying past. No manuscripts. Dull misery, I will surmount it. I'm keeping my diary, it will be an interesting piece of work. The clerks are handsome young men, the young Russians from headquarters sing arias from operettas, they are a little corrupted by the work there. Describe the orderlies, the divisional chief of staff and the others: Cherkashin, Tarasov rag-looters, lick-spittles. Fawners, gluttons, loafers, products of the past, they know who their master is. The work at the headquarters in Bileov. A well-oiled machine, a brilliant chief of staff, routine work, a lively man. They discovered that he is a Pole, relieved him of his duties, and then reinstated him on the order of the division commander. He is loved by all, gets on well with the division commander. What does he feel? He's not a communist, he's a Pole, yet he is as loyal as a guard dog. Try figuring that out. About our operations. The position of our units. Our march on Lutsk. The makeup of the division, the brigade commanders. The workflow at headquarters, the directive, then the order, then the operational report, then the intelligence report. We drag the Political along, the Revolutionary Tribunal ate the reserve horses. I ride over to Yasinevichi to exchange my carriage for a Tachenka and horses. Unbelievable dust, heat. We ride through Peresopnitsa, delight in the fields, my 27th year, I think the rye and barley are ripe, here and there the oats look very good, the poppies are past their bloom, there are no cherries, the apples aren't ripe, a lot of flax, buckwheat, many trampled fields, hops. A rich land, but within bounds. Dyakov, commander of the reserve cavalry, a fantastical apparition, red trousers with silver stripes, an embossed belt, a Stavropol Cossack, the body of an Apollo, a cropped grey mustache, 45 years old, has a son and a nephew, outlandish cursing, things were sent over to him from the supply department, he had smashed a table to pieces there, but finally got what he wanted. Dyakov, his men love him, our commander is a hero. He was an athlete, can barely read and write, he says, I'm a cavalry inspector now, a general. Dyakov is a communist, a daring old Budiani fighter. He met a millionaire with a lady on his arm. I say, Mr. Dyakov, did we not meet at my club? I have been in 8 countries, when I come out on stage, I need only wink. Dancer, concertina player, trickster, liar, a most picturesque figure. Has a hard time reading documents, he keeps losing them. All this paperwork, he says, has finished me off, If I walk out, what will they do without me? Cursing, chats with the mujiks, their mouths hang open. The Tachenka and two emaciated horses, describe the horses. People go to Dyakov with requests, phew, I'm being worn down to the bone, distribute underwear, one thing after the other, fatherly relationship, you, to one of the patients, will end up being the head cattle driver here. I go home. Night. Headquarters work. We have been billeted in the house of the village elder's mother. The merry mistress of the house keeps up an endless babble, hitches up her skirts and works like a bee for her family and then 7 people on top of that. Cherkashin, Lepin's orderly, is rude and tiresome, won't leave her in peace, we're always asking for something or other, children are loafing about the house, we requisition hay, the hut is full of flies, some children, old people, a bride, soldiers jostle and holler. The old woman is sick. The old people drop by to visit her and are mournfully silent, the lamp. Night, headquarters, the pompous telephone operator, K. Karlovich writes reports, orderlies, the clerks on duty are sleeping, the village pitch black, a sleepy clerk is typing an order, K. Karlovich is precise as clockwork, the orderlies arrive silently. The march on Lutsk. The 2nd Brigade is leading it, they still haven't managed to take it? Where are our advance units? July 14, 1920. Bilyov. Sokolov has been billeted with us. He is lying on the hay, lanky, Russian, in leather boots. Misha is a nice, red-cheeked fellow from Oryol. Lepin 9 plays with the maid when no one is watching, he has a blunt, tense face, our landlady keeps up an endless babble, tells tales. Works tirelessly, her old mother-in-law a shriveled-up little old woman loves her, Cherkashin, Lepin's orderly, eggs her on, she prattles on without stopping to catch her breath. Lepin fell asleep at the headquarters, a completely idiotic face, he simply can't wake up. A wail over the village, the cavalrymen are trading in their horses, giving the villagers their worn-out nags, trampling the grain, taking their cattle, complaints to the chief of staff, Cherkashin is arrested for whipping a mujik. Lepin spends 3 hours writing a letter to the tribunal, Cherkashin, he writes, had been influenced by the scandalously provocative behavior of the Red officer Sokolov. My advice, don't put 7 men in one hut. Gaunt, angry Sokolov tells me, we're destroying everything, I hate the war. Why are they all here in this war's whole Narkevik, Sokolov? All this is subconscious, inert, unthinking. A nice system. Frank Mosier. 10A shot down American pilot, barefoot but elegant, neck like a column, dazzlingly white teeth, his uniform covered with oil and dirt. He asks me worriedly, did I maybe commit a crime by fighting against Soviet Russia? Our position is strong. Oh, the scent of Europe, coffee, civilization, strength, ancient culture, many thoughts, I watch him, can't let him go. A letter from Major Fauntleroy, things in Poland are bad, there's no constitution, the Bolsheviks are strong, the socialists the center of attention but not in power. One has to learn the new methods of warfare. What are they telling Western European soldiers? Russian imperialism is out to destroy the nationalities, customs, that's the main thing, to take over all the Slavic lands, what old and tired words these are. An endless conversation with Mosier, I sink into the past, they'll shake you up, Mosier, ha, Mr. Conan Doyle, letters to New York. Is Mosier being sly or not? He keeps asking frantically what Bolshevism is. A sad, heartwarming impression. I'm getting used to the headquarters, I have what they call a vehicular driver, 39-year-old Grichuk, a prisoner in Germany for 6 years, 50 versts from his home, he is from the Kremenets district, the army won't let him go, he says nothing. Division Commander Timoshenko is at headquarters. A colorful figure. A colossus, red half-leather trousers, a red cap, slender, a former platoon commander, a machine gunner, an artillery warrant officer in the past. Legendary tales. The commissar of the 1st Brigade had been frightened by the fire boys, "On your horses," and Timoshenko had begun lashing at all his commanders with his whip. Naga 11 The regimental commanders, he shoots the commissar, "On your horses, you sons of bitches," goes charging after them, 5 shots comrades, help, 111 show you, help, a shot through the hand, in the eye, the revolver misfires, and I bawl out the commissar. He fires up the Cossacks, a Budyonny man, when you ride with him into battle, if the Poles don't kill you, he'll kill you. The 2nd Brigade attacks Lutsk and withdraws toward evening, the enemy counterattacks, heavy forces, wants to break through to Dubno. We occupy Dubno. Report, Minsk, Bobruisk, Molodechno, Proskurov, Svensiany, Sarny, Starokonstantinov have been taken. They are entering Galicia, where there will be a CAV maneuver by the river Styr or the Bug. Kovel is being evacuated, heavy forces at Lvov, Mosher's deposition. There will be an assault. The division commander's gratitude for the battle at Rovno. Issue a statement. The village silent, a light at the headquarters, arrested Jews. The Budyonny fighters bring communism, a little old woman weeps. Ha, what a gloomy life these Russians lead. Where is that Ukrainian mirth? The harvest is beginning. The poppies are ripening, I wonder where I can get some grain for the horses and cherry dumplings. Which divisions are to our left? Mosher barefoot, noon, Dol Lepin. July 15, 1920. Belyaev. Interrogation of defectors. They show us our leaflets. Their power is great, the leaflets help the Cossacks. We have an interesting military commissar, Bakhcherov 12, a fighter, fat, foul-mouthed, always in the front lines. Describe the job of a war correspondent. What exactly is a war correspondent? I have to get the operational reports from Lepin, it's torture. The headquarters have been set up in the house of a converted Jew. At night the orderlies stand in front of the headquarters building. The harvest has begun. I am learning to tell the plants apart. Tomorrow is my sister's birthday. A description of Volhynia. The moujiks live revoltingly, dirty, we eat, poetic Matyash, a womanizer, even when he's talking to an old woman he is still mellifluous. Lepin is courting the maid. Our units are 1.5 versts from Lutsk. The army is preparing a cavalry attack, is concentrating its forces in Lvov, moving them up to Lutsk. We've found a Pilsudski proclamation, warriors of the RZECZ Pospolita. A touching proclamation. Our graves are white with the bones of 5 generations of fighters, our ideals, our Poland, our happy home, your motherland is relying on you, our young freedom is shuddering, one last stand, we will remember you, everything will be for you, soldiers of the RZECZ Pospolita. Touching, sad, without the steel of Bolshevik slogans, no promises, and words like order, ideals, and living in freedom. Victory will be ours. July 16, 1920. Novoselki. Received an army order, seize the crossings over the river Styr in the Rozhishyelovichy sector. The headquarters moved to Novoselki, 25 versts. I ride with the division commander, the staff squadron, the horses gallop, forests, oak trees, forest paths, the division commander's red cap, his powerful frame, buglers, beauty, the new army, the division commander and the squadron one body. Our billet, our landlord and his wife, young and quite wealthy, they have pigs, a cow, all they ever say, Nemi. 13. Zholnarkevich's tale of the sly medical orderly. 2 women, he had to deal with them. He gave one of them castor oil when it got to her, he dashed off to the other one. A terrible incident, soldiers love, 2 sturdy Cossacks came to an agreement with a woman. Can you hold out with 2 of us? Yes, I can. One of them did it 3 times, the other one climbed onto her, she went running around the room dirtying the whole floor, they threw her out, didn't give her any money, she had been too hard working. About the Budyani commanders, are they soldiers of fortune or future usurpers? They are of Cossack background, that's the main thing. Describe the provenance of these detachments. All these Timoshenkos and Budyanis had set up these detachments themselves, mainly with neighbors from their Cossack villages. Now the detachments have been organized by the Soviet government. The division is carrying out the order it was given. A powerful column is moving from Lutsk to Dubno. The evacuation of Lutsk has obviously been called off, troops and equipment are arriving there. Our young landlord and his wife, she is tall with traces of village beauty, bustling about among her 5 children, who are rolling about on the bench. Interesting, each child looks after the next. Mama, give him tita. The mother, well built and flushed, lies sternly among her swarming brood of children. The husband is a good man. Sokolov, these pups should be shot, why keep breeding? The husband, out of little ones big ones grow. Describe our soldiers. Cherkashin, today he came back from the tribunal a little browbeaten, insolent, lanky, depraved. What an inhabitant of communist Russia. Matyash, a Ukrainian, boundlessly lazy, keen on women, always torpid, his boots unlaced, lazy movements. Misha, Sokolov's orderly, has been to Italy, handsome, messy. Describe the ride with the division commander, a small squadron, the division commander's retinue, Bakhcherov, old Budyani fighters, a march plays as we set off. The divisional chief of staff is sitting on a bench, a peasant is choking with fury, points at a mare on her last legs that he has been given in exchange for a good horse. Dyakov comes riding in, the conversation is short. For a horse like this you can get 15,000, for a horse like this, even 20,000. If it gets up, then it's a horse. They are taking away the pigs, chickens, the village whales. Describe our provisions. I sleep in the hut. The horror of their lives. Flies. Research on flies, myriads of them. 5 hollering, unhappy little children. They hide provisions from us. July 17, 1920. Novoselki. I am beginning my war journal from 7/16.1. Go to Pozopelcha. The Polititl *. They eat cucumbers there, son, they sleep barefoot behind the haystacks. Yakovlev Karad promises to help. The day passes with work. Lepin's lip is swollen. He has round shoulders. He's tough to get along with. A new page, I am studying the science of military operations. Next to one of the huts lies a slaughtered cow that has only recently calved. Her bluish teats lying on the ground, just skin. An indescribable pity. A murdered young mother. July 18, 1920. Novoselki Mali Dorogostai. The Polish army is gathering in the region of Dubno-Kremenets for a decisive attack. We are paralyzing their maneuver, we are a step ahead of them. The army launches an attack on the southern sector, our division is being held in reserve. Our task, to seize the crossings over the river Styr around Lutsk. In the morning we arrive in Mali Dorogostai, north of Mlinov, we leave the transport carts behind, also the sick and the administrative staff. It is obvious that an operation is ahead. Charged with the ideological education of the military. The political commissar of the 6th Cavalry Division. We receive an order from the Southwestern Front 14. When we cross into Galicia, it will be the first time that Soviet troops will cross the border. We are to treat the population well. We are not entering a conquered nation, the nation belongs to the workers and peasants of Galicia, and to them alone. We are only there to help them set up a Soviet power. The order is important and sensible. Will the raglooters stick to it? No. We set out. Buglers. The division commander's cap glitters. A discussion with the division commander about the fact that I need a horse. We ride, forests, the fields are being harvested, but the harvest is poor, scanty, here and there 2 women and 2 old men. The centuries-old Volhynian forests, majestic green oaks and hornbeams, it is clear why the oak is king. We ride along forest paths with 2 staff squadrons, they are always with the division commander, they are handpicked. Describe their horses' garb: sabers in red velvet, curved sabers, vests, carpets over their saddles. Dressed poorly, though each of them has 10 service jackets, it's doubtless a matter of chic. Fields, roads, sun, the wheat is ripening, we are trampling the fields, the harvest is weak, the grain stunted, there are many Czech, German, and Polish settlements. Different people, prosperity, cleanliness, marvelous gardens, we eat unripe apples and pears, everyone wants to be quartered with the foreigners, I also catch myself wishing for that, the foreigners are frightened. The Jewish cemetery outside Malin, centuries old, the stones have toppled, almost all the same shape, oval at the top, the cemetery is overgrown with weeds, it saw Khmelnytsky now Budyani, the unfortunate Jewish population, everything repeats itself, once again the same story of Poles, Cossacks, Jews is repeating itself with striking exactness. What is new is communism. More and more often we come across trenches from the last war, barbed wire everywhere, enough for fences for the next 10 years. Destroyed villages, they are being rebuilt again everywhere, but slowly, there's nothing, no materials of any kind, no cement. With the Cossacks at the rest stops, hay for the horses, they all have long stories to tell. Denikin, their farms, their leaders, Budyanis and Nagas, campaigns with 200 men, plundering raids, the rich, free life of a Cossack, how many officers' heads they have chopped off. They read the newspaper, but the names just don't sink in, how easily they twist everything. Wonderful camaraderie, unity, love of horses, a horse takes up a quarter of a day, incessant bartering and chatting. A horse's role and life. Completely wayward attitude toward the leaders, they address them with the familiar you. Ali Daragostai was completely destroyed, is being rebuilt. We ride into the priest's garden. We take hay, eat fruit. A shady, sunny, wonderful garden, a little white church, there had been cows, horses, a priest with a little braid is wandering around in a daze collecting receipts. Bakhcherov * is lying on his stomach eating yogurt with cherries, I'll give you a receipt, really, I will. We've eaten enough of the priest's food to last us a whole year. Word has it he's ruined, is trying to get a position, do you have any openings for a regimental clergyman? Evening at my quarters. Again Nimi, they're all lying, I write in my journal, they give us potatoes with butter. Night in the village, an enormous, crimson fiery circle before my eyes, yellow fields flee from the ravaged village. Night. Lights at the headquarters. There are always lights at headquarters, Karl Karlovich dictates an order from memory, he never forgets anything, the telephone operators sit with hanging heads. Karl Karlovich served in Warsaw. July 19, 1920. Ali Daragostai. Smordvoborostsy. Slept badly last night. Cramps in my stomach. We ate green pears yesterday. I feel dreadful. We're setting off at dawn. The military commissar of the 6th Cavalry Division. Ukrainian, there isn't any. Konstantin Karlovich Zholnarkevich, the Chief of Staff of the 6th Cavalry Division. The enemy is attacking us in the sector of Mlinov-Dubno. We pushed forward all the way to Radzivilov. Today at dawn, the decisive attack by all the divisions from Lutsk to Kremenets. The 5th, the 6th Division are concentrated in Smordva, we have reached Kozino. In other words, we're heading south. We're pulling out of Daragostai. The division commander is greeting the squadrons, his horse is trembling. Music. We are stretched out along the road. The road is unbearable. We are going via Mlinov to Boristsy. A pity we can't enter Mlinov, it's a Jewish shtetl. We get to Brustsy, cannonade, the staff heads back, there's a smell of fuel oil, cavalry units are crawling over the slopes. Smordva, the priest's house, young provincial ladies in white stockings, their eyes red from weeping, it has been a long time since I have seen anything like it, the priest's wounded wife, limping, the sinewy cleric, a solid house, the divisional staff and the commander of Division 14, we are waiting for the arrival of the brigades, our staff is on a hill, a truly Bolshevik staff, the division commander, Bakhcherov, the military commissars. We're under gunfire, the division commander knows his stuff, he's clever, a go-getter, somewhat of a dandy, self-assured, the bypass movement toward Bokunin was his idea, the attack is held up, orders issued to the brigades. Kolsov and Niga 15 came galloping over, the famous Niga, why is he famous? Kolsov's superb horse, Niga has the face of a bakery sales clerk, a diligent Ukrainian. Swift orders, everyone confers, the gunfire gets stronger, shells are falling 100 paces from us. The commander of Division 14 is of a weaker metal, a fool, talkative, an intellectual, wants to pass for a Budyonny fighter, curses incessantly I've been fighting all night likes to brag a bit. The brigades are winding in long ribbons along the opposite bank, the transport carts are under fire, columns of dust. Budyonny's regiments with their transport carts, carpets across their saddles. I feel worse and worse. I have a temperature of 39.8. Budyonny and Voroshilov carrot arrive. There's a conference. The division commander goes flying past. The battle begins. I'm lying in the priest's garden. Grichuk is completely impassive. What kind of a man is Grichuk? Submissiveness, endless silence, boundless indolence. 50 versts from home, hasn't been home in 6 years, doesn't run away. He knows the meaning of authority, the Germans taught him that. Wounded men start coming in, bandages, bare stomachs, forbearing, unbearable heat, incessant gunfire from both sides, can't doze off. Budyonny and Voroshilov on the porch. A picture of the battle, the cavalrymen return covered with dust, sweating, red, no traces of excitement, they've been slashing, they're professionals, everything done with the utmost calm, that's what sets them apart, self-assuredness, hard work, nurses go flying by on horses, a Zguki armored car. In front of us is Count Ladochowski's 16 mansion, a white building above the lake, not tall, not flamboyant, very noble, memories of my childhood, novels many more memories. At the medical assistance, a pitiful, handsome young Jew, he might well have been on the Count's payroll, grey with worry. If I may ask, what is the situation at the front? The Poles mocked and tormented, he thinks life is about to begin, but the Cossacks don't always behave well. Echoes of battle galloping horsemen, reports, the wounded, the dead. I sleep in the churchyard. Some brigade commander or other is sleeping with his head resting on some young lady's stomach. I have been sweating, I feel better. I ride to Brustsy, the headquarters office is there, a destroyed house, I drink cherry tea, lie down in the landlady's bed, sweat, aspirin powder. It would do me good to sleep a little. I remember I have a fever, heat, some soldiers in the churchyard kicking up a fuss, others cool, they are coupling their stallions with Marrays. Brustsy, Sienkiewicz, I drink cherry tea, I'm lying on a spring mattress, next to me lies a child gasping for breath. I dozed off for about 2 hours. They wake me. I'm drenched in sweat. At night we return to Smordva, from there we continue, a clearing in the forest. Night journey, moon, somewhere in front of us, the squadron. A hut in the forest. The mujiks and their womenfolk sleep along the walls. Konstantin Karlovich 17 is dictating. A rare picture, the squadron is sleeping all around, everything is steeped in darkness, nothing can be seen, a chill flows in from the forest, I bump into the horses, at the headquarters everyone's eating, I feel sick and lie down on the ground next to a Tachanka. I sleep for 3 hours covered with Barsukov's shawl and coat, it feels good. July 20, 1920. The heights near Smordva. Pelcha. We set out at 5 in the morning. Rain, damp, we stick to the forests. The operation is going very well, our division commander chose the right bypass maneuver, we're continuing to detour. We're soaked, forest paths. The bypass is taking us through Bokovica to Pelcha. Information, at 10 o'clock Dobryvodka was taken, at 12 o'clock, after negligible resistance, Kozin. We're pursuing the enemy, we go to Pelcha. Forests, forest paths, the squadrons are winding on ahead. My health is better, for inexplicable reasons. I am studying the flora of the province of Volhynia, there has been much logging, the clearing in the forest with felled trees, remains of the war, barbed wire, white trenches. Majestic green oaks, hornbeams, many pines, the willow is a majestic and gentle tree, rain in the forest, washed out roads in the forest, ash trees. To Pelcha along forest paths. We arrive around 10 o'clock. Another village, lanky landlady, boring nemad, very clean, son had been a soldier, gives us eggs, there's no milk, in the hut it's unbearably stuffy, it's raining, washes out all the roads, black squelching mud, it's impossible to get to the headquarters. Sitting all day in the hut, it's warm, there, outside the window, the rain. How boring and banal this kind of life is for me chicks, a hidden cow, dirt, idiocy. An indescribable sadness lies over the earth, everything is wet, black, autumn, whereas back in Odessa. In Pelcha we captured the transport carts of the 49th Polish Infantry Regiment. The spoils are being divided outside my window. Completely idiotic cursing, non-stop, other words are boring, they avoid them, as for the cursing, the Mother of Christ, the goddamn mother, the peasant women cringe, the Mother of God, the children ask questions, the soldiers curse. Mother of God. Till shoot you, damn it. I get a document bag and a saddlebag. Describe this dull life. The peasant doesn't go to work on the field. I sleep in the landlady's bed. We heard that England proposed that SOV. Russia and Poland make peace. Is it possible this will end soon? July 21, 1920. Pelcha Borodin. We have taken Dubno. The resistance, regardless of what we say, has been insignificant. What is going on? The prisoners talk, and it is clear that it is the revolution of the little people. Much can be said about that, the beauty of the Polish pediments, there is something touching about it, milady. Fate, slighted honor, Jews, Count Ladochowski. Proletarian revolution. How I drink in the aroma of Europe that flows from over there. We set out for Borodin by way of Dobryvodka, forests, fields, soft outlines, oak trees, again music and the division commander, and, nearby, the war. A rest stop in Zabokriki, I eat white bread. Grichuk sometimes seems dreadful to me, downtrodden. The Germans, that grinding jaw. Describe Grichuk. In Borodin, a hardy, sunny village. Camille, smiling at his daughter, he is a close-mouthed but wealthy peasant, eggs fried in butter, milk, white bread, gluttony, sun, cleanliness, I am recuperating from my illness, to me all these peasants look alike, a young mother. Grichuk is beaming, they gave him fried eggs with bacon, a wonderful, shadowy threshing shed, clover. Why doesn't Grichuk run away? A wonderful day. My interview with Konstantin Karlovich's Holnarkevich. What kind of men are our Cossacks? Many-layered, rag-looting, bravado, professionalism, revolutionary ideals, savage cruelty. We are the vanguard, but of what? The population is waiting for liberators, the Jews for freedom, but who arrives? The Kuban Cossacks. The army commander summons the division commander for a meeting in Kozin. 7 versts. I ride. Sand. Every house remains in my heart. Clusters of Jews. Faces, ghetto, and we, an ancient people, tormented, we still have strength, a store, I drink excellent coffee, I pour balm on the storekeeper's soul as he listens to the rumpus in his store. The Cossacks are yelling, cursing, climbing up to the shelves, the poor store, the sweaty, red-bearded Jew. I wander endlessly, I cannot tear myself away, the shtetl was destroyed, is being rebuilt, has existed for 400 years, the ruins of a synagogue, a marvelous destroyed old temple, a former Catholic church, now Russian Orthodox, enchanting whiteness, 3 wings, visible from afar, now Russian Orthodox. An old Jew, I love talking with our people, they understand me. A cemetery, the destroyed house of Rabbi Israel, 3 generations, the tombstone beneath the tree that has grown over it, these old stones, all of the same shape, the same contents, this exhausted Jew, my guide, some family of dim-witted, fat-legged Jews living in a wooden shed by the cemetery, the coffins of 3 Jewish soldiers killed in the Russian-German War. 18 The Abramoviches of Odessa, the mother had come to bury him, and I see this Jewess, who is burying her son who perished for a cause that to her is repulsive, incomprehensible, and criminal. The old and the new cemetery, the shtetl is 400 years old. Evening, I walk among the buildings, Jews and Jewesses are reading the posters and proclamations, Poland is the dog of the bourgeoisie, and so on. Insects bring death, and don't remove heaters from the railroad cars. These Jews are like paintings, lanky, silent, long-bearded, not like ours, fat and jovial. Tall old men hanging around with nothing to do. Most important, the store and the cemetery. 7 verses back to Borodin, a marvelous evening, my soul is full, our landlord rich, sly girls, fried eggs, lard, our men are catching flies, the Russo-Ukrainian soul. All in all, uninteresting. July 22, 1920. Borodin. Before lunch, a report to Army Field Headquarters. Nice, sunny weather, rich, solid village, I go to the mill, describe what a water mill is like, Jewish workmen, then I bathe in the cold, shallow stream beneath the weak sun of Volhynia. 2 girls are playing in the water, a strange, almost irrepressible urge to talk dirty, rough slippery words. Sokolov is doing badly. I give him horses to get him to the hospital. The staff leaves for Leshnov, Galicia, we cross the border for the first time. I wait for the horses. It is nice here in the village, bright, stomach full. 2 hours later I leave for Kotin. The road goes through the forest, anxiety. Grichuk is dull-witted, frightening. I am on Sokolov's heavy horse. I am alone on the road. Bright, clear, not hot, a light warmth. A cart up ahead, 5 men who look like Poles. A game, we ride, we stop, where are you from? Mutual fear and anxiety. By Kotin we can see our troops, we ride off, gunfire. A wild gallop back, I yank the horse's reins. Bullets buzz, howl. Artillery fire. At times Grichuk gallops with dark and taciturn energy, and then at dangerous moments he is unfathomable, limp, black, a heavy growth of beard on his jaw. There's no longer anyone in Borodin. Our transport carts have passed beyond it, a mess begins. The transport cart saga, aversion and vileness. Gasafe is in charge. We wait outside Kozin half the night, gunfire. We send out a scout, nobody knows anything, horsemen ride about the place with an intent air, tall German fellow from the district commander's, night, want to sleep, the feeling of helplessness, you don't know where they're taking you, I think it's the 20 or 30 men we chased into the woods, an assault. But where did they get the artillery from? I sleep for half an hour, they say there was an exchange of fire, a line of our men advanced. We move farther. The horses are exhausted, a terrible night. We move in a colossal train of transport carts through the impenetrable darkness. We don't know which villages we're passing through. There's a great blaze to one side, other trains of transport carts cross our path. Has the front collapsed, or is this just a transport cart panic? Night drags on endlessly. We fall into a ditch. Grichuk drives strangely. We're rammed from behind by a shaft. There are yells from somewhere far away. We stop every half verst and stand around futilely and for an agonizingly long time. A rain tears, our Tachenka no longer responds. We drive off into a field. Night. Grichuk has an attack of savage, blunt, hopeless despair. That infuriates me. Oh, may these rains burn in hell. Burn, burn. Grichuk is blind, he admits it. At night he can't see a thing. The train of transport carts leaves us behind. The roads are harsh, black mud. Grichuk, clutching the remnants of the reins, with his surprising jangling tenor, we're done for. The Poles are going to catch up with us. They're shelling us from all around. Our cavalry transport is surrounded. We drive off at random with torn reins. Our Tachenka screeches, in the distance a heavy gloomy dawn, wet fields. Violet streaks in the sky dot with black voids. At dawn the shtetl of Verba. Railroad tracks dead, frail the smell of Galicia. 4 o'clock in the morning. July 23, 1920. In Verba. Jews, who have been up all night, stand pitiful, like birds, blue, disheveled, in vests and without socks. A wet and desolate dawn, all of Verba crammed with transport carts, thousands of them, all the drivers look alike, first aid units, the staff of the 45th Division, depressing rumors and doubtless absurd, and these rumors are circulating despite our chain of victories. 2 brigades of the 11th Division have been taken prisoner. The Poles have captured Kozin, poor Kozin. I wonder what will happen there? The strategic position is interesting. The 6th Division is at Leshnov, the Poles are at Kozin, at Borodin, at our rear lines. We are like squashed pies. We are waiting on the road from Verba. We stand there for 2 hours. Misha in a tall white cap with a red ribbon gallops over the field. Everyone eats bread with straw, green apples, with dirty fingers and reeking mouths. Dirty, disgusting food. We drive on. Amazing, we come to a standstill every 5 steps, an endless line of provision carts of the 45th and the 11th Divisions. At times we lose our transport unit, then we find it again. The fields, the trampled rye, villages stripped of food and others not yet completely stripped of food, a hilly region. Where are we going? The road to Dubno. Forests, wonderful, ancient, shadowy forests. Heat, shade in the forest. Many trees have been felled for military purposes, a curse upon them, the bare forest clearings with their protruding stumps. The ancient Volhynian forests of Dubno must find out where they get that fragrant black honey. Describe the forests. Krivika, ruined Czechs, a tasty-looking woman. The horror that follows, she cooks for 100 men, flies, the commissar's moist and rattled woman, shurka, wild game with potatoes. They take all the hay, reap the oats, potatoes by the ton, the girl at the end of her tether, the vestiges of a prosperous farm. The pitiful, lanky, smiling Czech, the nice, fleshy foreign woman, his wife. A bacchanalia. Gasef's tasty-looking shurka with her retinue, the Red Army scum, cart drivers, everyone tramping about in the kitchen, grabbing potatoes, ham, pies are being baked for them. The heat is unbearable, you can't breathe, clouds of flies. The tortured Czechs. Shouting, coarseness, greed. And yet my meal is marvelous, roast pork with potatoes and marvelous coffee. After the meal I sleep under the trees, a quiet, shady slope, swings are swaying before my eyes. Before my eyes lie quiet green and yellow hills drenched in sunlight, and forests. The forests of Dubno. I sleep for about 3 hours. Then we're off to Dubno. I ride with Prishkapa, a new acquaintance, Kaftan, White Hood, illiterate communist. He takes me to see Janya. Her husband a Grober Mensch 19 rides on his little horse from village to village buying up produce from the peasants. The wife a tasty-looking, languorous, sly, sensual young Jewess, married 5 months, doesn't love her husband, and, by the way, she's flirting with Prishkapa. I'm the center of attention. Ist ein illegible carrot. She keeps staring at me, asks me my surname, doesn't take her eyes off me. We drink tea. I'm in an idiotic bind. I am quiet, slack, polite, and thank her for every gesture. Before my eyes, the life of a Jewish family. The mother comes by, some young ladies or other. Prishkapa is quite the ladies' man. Dubno has changed hands quite a few times. Our side, it seems, didn't plunder it. So once again they are all shivering, once again degradation without end and hatred toward the Poles who tear out their beards. The husband, will there be freedom to trade, to buy a few things and then sell them right away, no speculating? I tell him yes, there will, everything will be for the better. My usual system in Russia. Wondrous things are happening, express trains, free food for children, theaters, the international point 20. They listen with delight and mistrust. I think to myself, a sky full of diamonds will be yours, everything will be turned upside down, everyone will be uprooted yet again. I feel sorry for them. The Dubno synagogues. Everything destroyed. 2 small anterooms remain, centuries, 2-minute little rooms, everything filled with memories, 4 synagogues in a row, and then the pasture, the fields, and the setting sun. The synagogues are pitiful, squat, ancient, green, and blue little buildings, the Hasidic one, inside, no architecture whatsoever. I go into the Hasidic synagogue. It's Friday. What stunted little figures, what emaciated faces. For me everything that existed for the past 300 years has come alive. The old men bustle about the synagogue, there is no wailing, for some reason they all run back and forth, the praying is extremely informal. It seems that Dubno's most repulsive looking Jews have gathered. I pray, rather, I almost pray, and think about Herzl 21. This is how I should describe him. A quiet evening in the synagogue. This always has an irresistible effect on me, 4 synagogues in a row. Religion. No decoration at all in the building, everything is white and plain to the point of asceticism, everything is incorporeal and bloodless to a monstrous degree. To grasp it fully you have to have the soul of a Jew. But what does the soul consist of? Is it not bound to be our century in which they will perish? A little nook in Dubno, 4 synagogues, Friday evening, Jews and Jewesses by the ruined stones all etched in my memory. Then evening, herring, I am sad because there's no one to copulate with. Prishkapa and the teasing and exasperating Janya, her sparkling Jewish eyes, fat legs, and soft breasts. Prishkapa, his hands slip deeper, and her unyielding gaze, while her fool of a husband is out in the tiny shed feeding his commandeered horse. We stay the night with other Jews. Prishkapa asks them to play some music. A fat boy with a hard, idiotic face, gasping with terror, says that he is not in the mood. The horse is nearby in the yard. Grichuk is only 50 versts from home. He does not run away. The Poles attack in the area of Kozin-Borodin. They are at our rear lines. The 6th Division is in Leshnyov, Galicia. We're marching to Brody. Radzivilov is in front and 1 brigade is in the rear. The 6th Division is in hard fighting. July 24, 1920. Morning at Army Headquarters. The 6th Division is annihilating the enemy assaulting us in Kodin. The area of battle is Kodin-Kozin, and I think to myself, poor Kozin. The cemetery, round stones. Prishkapa and I ride from Krivika to Leshnyov by way of Demidovka. Prishkapa's soul an illiterate fellow, a communist, the Kadety 22 killed his parents. He tells me how he went about his Cossack village collecting his belongings. Colorful, wearing a hood, as simple as grass, will turn into a rag looter, despises Grichuk because he doesn't love or understand horses. We ride through Koropan, Smordva, and Demidovka. Remember the picture: transport carts, horsemen, half-wrecked villages, fields and forests, oak trees, now and then wounded men and my Tachenka. We arrive in Demidovka toward evening. A Jewish shtetl, I am on guard. Jews in the steppes, everything is destroyed. We are in a house with a horde of women. The Lyachitskys and the Shvavels carrot no, this isn't Odessa. Dora Aronovna, a dentist, is reading Artsybashev 23, a Cossack rabble loitering about. She is proud, angry, says that the Poles destroyed all sense of self-respect, despises the communists for their plebeianism, a horde of daughters in white stockings, devout father and mother. Each daughter distinctly individual, one is pitiful, black-colored, bull-egged, the other fleshy, a third housewifely, and all, doubtless, old maids. The main friction, today is the Sabbath. Prishkapa wants them to roast potatoes, but tomorrow is a day of fasting, Tisha B'Av carrot and I say nothing because I am Russian. The dentist, pale with pride and self-respect, announces that nobody will dig up potatoes because it is a holy day. I manage to restrain Prishkapa for quite a while, but then he explodes: Yids, sons of bitches, a whole arsenal of curses, all of them hate us and me, dig up potatoes, frightened in the garden that isn't theirs, they blame the Christians. Prishkapa is outraged. How painful it all is. Artsybashev, the orphaned schoolgirl from Rovno, Prishkapa in his hood. The mother wrings her hands, the stove has been lit on the Sabbath, curses fly. Budiani was here and left again. An argument between a Jewish youth and Prishkapa. A youth with spectacles, black-haired, highly strung, scarlet, inflamed eyelids, inaccurate Russian speech. He believes in God. God is the ideal we carry in our souls. Every person has their own God in their soul. If you act badly, God grieves. This nonsense is proclaimed with rapture and pain. Prishkapa is offensively idiotic. He talks of religion in ancient times, mixes Christianity and paganism. His main point: in ancient times there was the commune, needless to say nothing but rubbish. You have no education whatsoever. And the Jew with his 6 years of Rovno high school education quotes Platonov, touching and comical: the clans, the elders, Peron, paganism. We eat like oxen, fried potatoes and 5 glasses of coffee each. We sweat, they serve us everything, it's all terrible. I tell fairy tales about Bolshevism, its blossoming, the express trains, the Moscow textile mills, the universities, the free food, the rebel delegation, and, to crown it all, my tale about the Chinese, and I enthrall all these poor tortured people. Tisha B'Av. The old woman sobs sitting on the floor. Her son, who worships her, says that he believes in God to make her happy. He sings in a pleasant tenor and tells the story of the destruction of the temple. The terrible words of the prophets: they will eat dung, the maidens will be defiled, the menfolk slaughtered, Israel crushed, angry and dejected words. The lamp smokes, the old woman wails, the youth sings melodiously, the girls in their white stockings, outside the window Demidovka, night, Cossacks, everything just as it had been in the days when the temple was destroyed. I go to sleep in the wet, reeking yard. It's a disaster with Grichuk. He is in a daze, hovering around like a sleepwalker. He is feeding the horses badly, informs me about problems post factum, favors the mujiks and their children. Machine gunners have come in from the front lines, they come over to our yard, it is night, they are wrapped in their cloaks. Prishkapa is courting a Jewess from Kremenets, pretty, fleshy, in a smooth dress. She blushes tenderly, her one-eyed father-in-law is sitting nearby. She blossoms, it's nice talking with Prishkapa. She blossoms and acts coquettish. What are they talking about? Then, he wants to go to bed, spend some time with her. She is tormented. Who understands her soul better than I? We will write to each other. I wonder with a heavy heart, Surely she won't give in. Prishkapa tells me she agrees, with him they all agree. I suddenly remember that he seemed to have had syphilis. I wonder, was he fully cured? The girl later on, I will scream. Describe their initial pussyfooting conversation. How dare you? She is an educated person, she served on the Revolutionary Committee. Point 24. God Almighty, I think, the women are hearing all these curses now, they live like soldiers, what happened to their tenderness? At night, rain and storm, we run over to the stable, dirty, dark, damp, cold, the machine gunners will be sent back to the front lines at dawn, they assemble in the pouring rain, cloaks and freezing horses. Miserable Demidovka. July 25, 1920. We pull out of Demidovka in the morning. A tortured 2 hours, they woke the Jewesses at 4 o'clock in the morning and had them boil Russian meat, carrot and that on Tisha B'Av. Half-naked and disheveled girls run through wet gardens, Prishkapa is in the grip of lust, he throws himself on the bride of the one-eyed man's son while their cart is being requisitioned, an incredible bout of cursing, the soldiers are eating meat out of the pots, she, I will scream, her face, he pushes her against the wall, a shameless spectacle. Under no circumstances does she want to hand over the cart, they had hidden it in the loft, she will make a good Jewess. She wrangles with the commissar, who says that the Jews do not want to help the Red Army. I lost my briefcase and then found it at the headquarters of the 14th Division in Lishna. We head for Ostrov 15 versts, there is a road from there to Leshnov, it's dangerous there, Polish patrols. The priest, his daughter looks like Plavitsky 25 or a Mary Skeleton. She is a Kiev student, everyone yearns for civility, I tell my fairy tales, she cannot tear herself away. 15 dangerous versts, sentries gallop past, we cross the border, wooden planks. Trenches everywhere. We arrive at the headquarters. Leshnov. The little town half destroyed. The Russians have fouled up the place pretty badly. A Catholic church, a Uniat church, a synagogue, beautiful buildings, miserable life, a few spectral Jews, a revolting landlady, a Galician woman, flies and dirt, a lanky, shy blockhead, second-grade Slavs. Convey the spirit of destroyed Leshnov, its enfeeblement and its depressing, semi-foreign dirt. I sleep in the threshing shed. A battle is raging at Brody and at the Tsurovitsa crossing. Leaflets about Soviet Galicia. Pastors. Night in Leshnov. How unimaginably sad this all is, and these pitiful Galicians gone wild, and the destroyed synagogues, and trickles of life against a backdrop of horrifying events, of which only reflections come through to us. July 26, 1920. Leshnov. The Ukraine in flames. Rjul has not been annihilated. Makhno 26 is launching raids in the districts of Ekaterinoslav and Poltava. New gangs have appeared, a rebellion near Kherson. Why are they rebelling? Is the communist jacket too short for them? What's going on in Odessa? Longing. Much work, I'm remembering the past. This morning Brody was taken, again the surrounded enemy managed to get out, a sharp order from Budyani, we've let them get away 4 times now, we are able to shake them loose but we don't have the strength to hold them. A meeting in Kozin, Budyani's speech, we've stopped all maneuvering, from now on frontal attacks, we are losing contact with the enemy, no reconnaissance, no defense, the division commanders show no initiative, lifeless operations. I talk with Jews, for the first time uninteresting Jews. Nearby, the destroyed synagogue, a red-haired man from Brody, some countrymen of mine from Odessa. I move in with a legless Jew, affluence, cleanliness, quiet, marvelous coffee, clean children, the father lost both legs on the Italian front, new house, they're still building, the wife has an eye for profit but is decent, polite, a small shady room, I recover from the Galicians. I am distressed, I must think things through, Galicia, the World War, and my own fate. Life in our division. About Bakhcherov 27. About our division commander, the Cossacks, the marauding, the vanguard's vanguard. I don't belong. In the evening panic, the enemy pushed us back out of Kurovitsa. They were a verst and a half away from Leshnyov. The division commander went galloping off and came galloping back. And our wanderings begin again, another night without sleep, transport carts, enigmatic Grichuk, the horses walk quietly, cursing, forests, stars, we stop somewhere. Brody at dawn, all this is horrifying, barbed wire everywhere, burned out chimneys, a bloodless city, drab houses, word has it there are goods to be had, our men won't hold back, there were factories here, a Russian military cemetery, and, judging by the nameless lonely crosses on the graves, these were Russian soldiers. The road is completely white, cut down forests, everything disfigured, Galicians on the road, Austrian uniforms, barefoot with pipes in their mouths, what is in their faces, what mystery of insignificance, commonplaceness, submissiveness. Radzivilov is worse than Brody, barbed wire on poles, pretty buildings, dawn, pitiful figures, fruit trees plucked bare, bedraggled, yawning Jews, destroyed roads, defiled crucifixes, sterile earth, shattered. Catholic churches, where are their priests? Smugglers used to be here, and I can see how life used to be. Khotin. July 27, 1920. After Radzivilov, endless villages, horsemen charging on, difficult after a sleepless night. Khotin is the same village where we had been under fire. My quarters are horrifying, abject poverty, bathhouse, flies, an unruffled, gentle, well-built muzhik, a crafty woman, she won't give a thing, I get some lard, potatoes. They live absurdly, wild, the dingy room and the myriad flies, the terrible food, and they don't strive for anything better, and the greed, and the repulsive, immutable way their dwelling is set up, and the hides reeking in the sun, the limitless dirt, exasperate me. There was a landowner here, Sveshnikov, the factory is destroyed, his manor is destroyed, the majestic skeleton of the factory, a red brick building, cobbled paths, now no trace of them, the muzhiks indifferent. Artillery supplies are lagging, I'm immersing myself in headquarters work, the vile work of murder. What is to communism's credit, at least it doesn't advocate animosity toward the enemy, only toward Polish soldiers. Prisoners were brought in, a Red Army fighter wounded a perfectly healthy man with 2 gunshots for no reason whatsoever. The Pole doubles over, moans, they put a pillow under his head. Zinoviev was killed, a young communist in red trousers, a rattle in his throat and blue eyelids. Astonishing rumors are going around on the 30th, discussions for an armistice will begin. Night in a reeking hole they call a yard. I can't sleep, it's late, I go over to the headquarters, the situation with the crossings is not all that good. Late night, red flag, silence, Red Army fighters thirsting for women. July 28, 1920. Khotin. The skirmish for the crossing at Kurovitsa. The 2nd Brigade is bleeding to death in Budyonny's presence. The whole infantry battalion is wounded, almost completely destroyed. The Poles are in old reinforced trenches. Our men weren't successful. Is the Poles' resistance growing stronger? There is no sign of slackening due to the prospect of peace. I'm staying in a poor hut where a son with a big head plays the violin. I terrorize the mistress of the house, she won't give me anything. Grichuk, sullen as a stone, does not take good care of the horses, it turns out he was schooled by hunger. A ruined estate, Sveshnikov the landowner, the majestic, destroyed distillery, the symbol of the Russian landed gentry, when the alcohol was handed out all the fighters drank themselves into a stupor. I am exasperated, I can't contain my indignation, the dirt, the apathy, the hopelessness of Russian life are unbearable, the revolution will do some good work here. The mistress of the house hides the pigs and the cow, talks fast, sugary, and with impotent hatred, is lazy, and I have the impression she is running their household into the ground. Her husband believes in a strong government, is charming, gentle, passive, resembles Stroyev. The village is boring, living here is dreadful. I'm immersing myself in headquarters work. Describe the day, the reverberations of the battle raging only a few versts away from us, the orderlies, Lepin's 28 hand is swollen. The Red Army fighters sleep with the women. A story, how a Polish regiment had laid down its weapons 4 times, but then each time began defending itself again as we hacked them down. Evening, quiet, a discussion with Matyas, he is boundlessly lazy, indolent, snot-nosed, and somehow pleasantly, affectionately lustful. The terrible truth is that all the soldiers have syphilis. Matyas is almost cured, with practically no treatment. He had syphilis, got treatment for 2 weeks, he and a fellow countryman were to pay 10 silver kopecks in Stavropol, his fellow countryman died, Misha had it many times, Seneca and Eurasia have syphilis, and they all go with women, and back home they have brides. The soldiers curse. Russia's curse, it's horrifying. They swallow ground crystal, at times they drink either carbolic acid or crushed glass. All our fighters, velvet caps, rapes, Cossack forelocks, battle, revolution, and syphilis. The whole of Galicia is infected. A letter to Janya 29. I long for her and home. Must keep an eye on the Osabotul Carrot and the Revolutionary Tribunal. Point 30. Will there really be peace talks on the 30th? An order from Budiani. We've let the enemy escape a 4th time, we had completely surrounded them at Brody. Describe Matyas, Misha. The mujiks, I want to fathom them. We have the power to maneuver, to surround the Poles, but, when it comes down to it, our grip is weak, they can break free. Budiani is furious, reprimands the division commander. Write the biographies of the division commander, the military commissar, Nagakarut and so on. July 29, 1920. Leshnyov. In the morning we set out for Leshnyov. Again the same landlord as before, black-bearded, legless Froem. During my absence he was robbed of 4,000 guldens, they took his boots. His wife, a smooth-tongued bitch, is colder to me, now that she has realized she can't make any money off me, how greedy they are. I talk with her in German. Bad weather begins. Froem has lame children, there are many of them, I can't tell them apart, he has hidden his cow and his horse. Galicia is unbearably gloomy, destroyed churches and crucifixes, overcast low-hanging sky, the battered, worthless, insignificant population. Pitiful, inured to the slaughter and the soldiers and the disarray, matronly Russian women in tears, the torn-up roads, stunted crops, no sun, Catholic priests with wide-brimmed hats, without churches. An oppressive anguish emanates from all who are struggling to survive. Are the Slavs the manure of history? The day passes full of anxiety. The Poles broke through the 14th Division's position to the right of where we are, they've again occupied Berestechko. No information whatsoever, quite a quadrille, they are moving behind our rear lines. The mood at headquarters. Konstantin Karlovich 31 is silent. The clerks, that band of gorged, impudent, venereal ruffians, are worried. After a hard, monotonous day, a rainy night, mud, I'm wearing low shoes. And now a really powerful rain is setting in, the real victor. We trudge through the mud, a fine, penetrating rain. Cannon and machine gun fire closer and closer. I have an unbearable urge to sleep. There's nothing to feed the horses with. I have a new coachman, a Pole, Gałinski, tall, adept, talkative, bustling, and, needless to say, impudent. Grichuk is going home, at times he explodes. Worn out, he did not manage to learn German because his master had been a severe man, all they did was quarrel, but they never talked. It also turns out he had starved for 7 months, and I didn't give him enough food. The Pole, completely barefoot, with haggard lips, blue eyes. Talkative and happy-go-lucky, a defector, he disgusts me. An insurmountable urge to sleep. It's dangerous to sleep. I lie there fully clothed. Froem's 2 legs are standing on a chair next to me. A little lamp is shining, his black beard, the children are lying on the floor. I get up 10 times. Gawinski and Grichuk are asleep. Anger. I fall asleep around 4 o'clock, a knock at the door, we must go. Panic, the enemy is right outside the shtetl, machine gun fire, the Poles are getting nearer. Pandemonium. They can't bring the horses out, they break down the gates. Grichuk with his repulsive despair, there's 4 of us, the horses haven't been fed, we have to go get the nurse. Grichuk and Gawinski want to leave her behind, I yell in a voice not my own. The nurse? I'm furious, the nurse is foolish, pretty. We fly up the high road to Brody, I rock and sleep. It's cold, penetrating wind and rain. We have to keep an eye on the horses, the harness is unreliable, the pole is singing, I'm shivering with cold, the nurse is chattering away. Foolishly. I rock and sleep. A new sensation, I can't keep my eyelids open. Describe the inexpressible urge to sleep. Again we are fleeing from the pole. There you have it, the cavalry war. I wake up, we have stopped in front of some white buildings. A village? No, Brody. July 30th, 1920. Brody. A gloomy dawn. I've had enough of that nurse. We dropped Grichuk off somewhere. I wish him good luck. Where do we go from here? Tiredness is stifling me. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. We end up with some Galician. The wife is lying on the floor with a newborn baby. He is a quiet little old man, children are lying with his naked wife, there are 3 or 4 of them. There's some other woman there too. Dust soaked down with rain. The cellar. A crucifix. A painting of the Holy Virgin. The Uniats are really neither one thing nor the other. A strong Catholic influence. Bliss, it is warm, some kind of hot stench from the children, from the women. Silence and dejection. The nurse is sleeping, but I can't, bed bugs. There is no hay, I yell at Gawinski. The landlord doesn't have any bread, milk. The town is destroyed, looted. A town of great interest. Polish culture. An old, rich, distinctive, Jewish population. The terrible bazaars, the dwarves in long coats and Pete's ancient old men. Shkanaya Street, 9 synagogues, everything half destroyed. I take a look at the new synagogue, the architecture one word illegible, the Kondish/Coach, the Shamaz, a bearded, talkative Jew, if only there were peace, then we'd have trade. He talks about the Cossacks' looting of the town, of the humiliations inflicted by the Poles. A wonderful synagogue, how lucky we are that we at least have some old stones. This is a Jewish town, this is Galicia, describe. Trenches, destroyed factories, the Bristol, waitresses, Western European culture, and how greedily we hurl ourselves onto it. Pitiful mirrors, pale Austrian Jews the owners. And the stories, there had been American dollars here, oranges, cloth. The high road, barbed wire, cut down forests, and dejection, boundless dejection. There's nothing to eat, there's nothing to hope for. War, everyone's as bad as the next, as strange as the next, hostile, wild, life had been quiet and, most important, full of tradition. Budiani fighters in the streets. In the shops nothing but lemon fizz, and also the barber shops have opened. At the bazaar the shrews are only selling carrots, constant rain, ceaseless, penetrating, smothering. Unbearable sorrow, the people and their souls have been killed. At the headquarters, red trousers, self-assuredness, little souls puffing themselves up, a horde of young people, Jews also among them, They are at the personal disposal of the army commander and are in charge of food. Mustn't forget Brody and the pitiful figures, and the barber shop, and the Jews from the world beyond, and the Cossacks in the streets. It's a disaster with Gałęzki, there's absolutely no fodder for the horses. The Odson Hotel Galpernia, there is hunger in town, nothing to eat, good tea in the evening, I comfort my landlord, pale and panicky as a mouse. Gałęzki found some Poles, he took their army caps, someone helped Gałęzki. He is unbearable, doesn't feed the horses, is wandering about somewhere, is constantly jabbering away, can't get his hands on anything, is frightened they might arrest him, and they've already tried to arrest him, they came to me. Night in the hotel, next door a married couple and their conversation and words and blacked out coming from the woman's lips. Oh, you Russians, how disgustingly you spend your nights, and what voices your women have now. I listen with bated breath and feel despondent. A terrible night in tortured Brody. Must be on the alert. I haul hay for the horses at night. At the headquarters. I can sleep, the enemy is advancing. I went back to my billet, slept deeply with a deadened heart, Gałęzki wakes me. July 31st, 1920. Brody, Leszniów. In the morning before we leave, my Tachanka is waiting on Zolotea Street, an hour in a bookstore, a German store. All marvelous uncut books, albums, the West, here it is, the West and chivalrous Poland, a Chrestomathy, a history of all the Boleslaws 32, and for some reason this seems to me so beautiful, Poland, glittering garments draped over a decrepit body. I rummage like a madman, leaf through books, it is dark, then a horde pours in and rampant pillaging of office supplies begins, repulsive young men from the War Spoils Commission with a super-military air. I tear myself away from the bookstore in despair. Chrestomathies, Tetmajer 33 new translations, a heap of new Polish national literature, textbooks. The headquarters are in Stanislavczyk or Koziaszków. The nurse served with the chaika, very Russian, tender and shattered beauty. She lived with all the commissars, that's my impression, and suddenly, her album from the Kostroma Gymnasium, the school mistresses, idealistic hearts, the Romanov boarding school, Antmanya, skating. Again Leszniów and my old landlord, terrible dirt, the thin veneer of hospitality and respect for the Russians. Despite my kindness there is an air of unfriendliness emanating from these ruined people. The horses, there's nothing to feed them with, they are growing thin, the Tachanka is falling apart because of stupid little things, I hate Gałęzki, he is such a happy-go-lucky, gluttonous walking disaster. They're no longer giving me any coffee. The enemy has circumvented us, pushed us back from the river crossings, ominous rumors about a breach of the 14th Division's lines, orderlies gallop off. Toward evening Grzymilovka, north of Kurowice. A destroyed village, we got oats, ceaseless rain, my shoes can't make the shortcut to headquarters, a torturing journey, the front line is moving closer to us, I drank some marvelous tea, boiling hot, at first the mistress of the house pretended to be ill, the village has continually been within the range of the battles to secure the crossing. Darkness, anxiety, the Pole is stirring. Toward evening the division commander came, a marvelous figure of a man, gloves, always out in the front lines, night at the headquarters, constant in Karlovich's work. August 1st, 1920. Grzymilovka, Leszniów. God, it's August, soon we shall die, man's brutality is indestructible. The situation is getting worse at the front. Gunfire right outside the village. They are forcing us back from the crossing. Everyone's left, a few staff people have remained, my Tachanka is standing by the headquarters, I am listening to the sounds of battle, for some reason I feel good, there are only a few of us, no transport carts, no administrative staff, it's peaceful, simple Timoshenko's * tremendous sang-froid. Naga is impassive, Timoshenko if he doesn't kick them out I'll shoot him, tell him that from me, and yet he smiles. In front of us the road bloated by rain, machine guns flare up here and there, the invisible presence of the enemy in this grey and airy sky. The enemy has advanced all the way to the village. We are losing the crossing over the Styr. How many times have we headed back to ill-fated Leshnyov? The division commander is off to the 1st Brigade. It is terrible in Leshnyov, we are stopping for 2 hours, the administrative staff is fleeing, the enemy wall is rising all around. The battle near Leshnyov. Our infantry is in the trenches, this is amazing, barefoot, semi-idiotic Volhynian fellows the Russian village, and they are actually fighting the Poles, the Panskarid who oppressed them. Not enough weapons, the cartridges don't fit, the boys are moping about in the stifling hot trenches, they are moved from one clearing to another. A hut by the clearing, an obliging Galician makes some tea for me, the horses are standing in a little hollow. I went over to a battery, precise, unhurried, technical work. Under machine gun fire, bullets shriek, a dreadful sensation, we creep along through the trenches, some Red Army fighter is panicking, and, of course, we are surrounded. Gowinski had gone to the road, wanted to dump the horses, then drove off. I found him at the clearing, my Tachenka destroyed, peripeteia, I look for somewhere to sit, the machine gunners push me away, they are bandaging a wounded young man, his leg is up in the air, he is howling, a friend whose horse was killed is with him, we strap the Tachenka together, we drive off, the Tachenka is screeching, won't turn. I have the feeling that Gowinski will be the death of me, that's fate, his bare stomach, the holes in his shoes, his Jewish nose, and the endless excuses. I move to Mikhail Karlovich's 34 cart, what a relief. I doze, it's evening, my soul is shaken, transport carts, we come to a halt on the road to Bylovsy, then go along a road bordered by the forest, evening, cool, high road, sunset, we are rolling toward the front lines, we bring Konstantin Karlovich's whole Narkevic some meat. I am greedy and pitiful. The units in the forest have left, typical picture, the squadron, Bakhcherov 35 is reading a report on the Third International, about how people from all over the world came together, a nurse's white kerchief is flashing through the trees, what is she doing here? We drive back, what kind of man is Mikhail Karlovich? Gowinski's run off, no horses. Night, I sleep in the cart next to Mikhail Karlovich. We're outside Bylovsy. Describe the people, the air. The day has passed, I saw death, white roads, horses between trees, sunrise and sunset. The main thing, Budyani fighters, horses, troop movements and war, through the wheat fields walk solemn, barefoot, spectral Galicians. Night in the wagon. I chatted with some clerks by their Tachenka on the edge of the forest. August 2, 1920. Bylovsy. The problem with my Tachenka. Gowinski drives toward the shtetl, needless to say he hasn't found a blacksmith. My shouting match with the blacksmith, he jostled a woman, shrieks and tears. The Galicians don't want to fix the Tachenka. A whole arsenal of devices, persuasion, threats, begging, what proved most effective was the promise of sugar. A long story, one smith is ill, I drag him over to another one, tears, they drag him home. They don't want to wash my clothes, nothing will induce them to. Finally they fix the Tachenka. I am tired. Alarm at the headquarters. We leave. The enemy is closing in, I run to warn Gowinski, heat, I'm afraid of being late, I run through sand, manage to warn him, catch up again with the headquarters staff outside the village, no one will take me, they leave, dejection, I ride for a while with Barsukov, we are rolling toward Brody. I am given an ambulance Tachenka from the 2nd Squadron, we drive to the forest, my driver Ivan and I wait there. Budyani arrives, Voroshilov, it is going to be a decisive battle, no more retreating, all 3 brigades turn around, I speak with the staff commandant. The atmosphere at the start of a battle, a large field, airplanes, cavalry maneuvers on the field, our cavalry, explosions in the distance, the battle has begun, machine guns, the sun, somewhere the two armies clash, muffled shouts of hurrah. Ivan and I move back, deadly danger, I do not feel fear, but passivity, he seems to be frightened, which way should we drive? Korochayev's 36 group turns to the right, we, for some reason, go left, the battle is raging, wounded men on horses catch up with us, one of them, deathly pale brother, take me with you. His trousers soaked with blood, he threatens to shoot us if we don't take him, we rein in our horses, he is in a terrible state, Ivan's jacket becomes soaked with blood, a Cossack, we stop, I will bandage him, his wound is light, in the stomach, a rib has been hit, we take another one whose horse has been killed. Describe the wounded man. For a long time we go roving through the fields under fire, we can't see a thing, these indifferent roads, the weeds, we send out horsemen, we come to a high road, which way should we go, Radzivilov or Brody? The administrative staff is supposed to be at Radzivilov along with all the transport carts, but in my opinion, Brody would be more interesting, the battle is being fought for Brody. Ivan's opinion prevails, some of the cart drivers are saying the Poles are in Brody, the transport carts are fleeing, the army staff has left, we drive to Radzivilov. We arrive in the night. All this time we've been eating carrots and peas, penetrating hunger, we're covered in dirt, haven't slept. I took a hut on the outskirts of Radzivilov. Good choice, my knack for this sort of thing is getting better. An old man, a girl. The buttermilk is marvelous, we had all of it, they're making tea with milk, Ivan is going to get some sugar, machine gun fire, the thunder of carts, we run out of the house, the horse is suddenly limping, that's how things are sometimes, we are running in panic, we're being shot at, we have no idea what's going on, they'll catch us any moment now, we make a dash for the bridge, pandemonium, we fall into the marshes, wild panic, a dead man lying there, abandoned carts, shells, Tachenkas. Traffic jam, night, terror, carts standing in an endless line, we are moving, a field, we stop, we sleep, stars. What upsets me most in all of this is the lost tea, I'm so upset, it's peculiar. I think about it all night and hate the war. What a crazy life. August 3, 1920. Night in the field, we are rolling toward Brody in a buggy. The town keeps changing hands. The same horrifying picture, the town, half destroyed, is waiting once more. The provision station, I run into Barsukov at the edge of town. I drive over to the headquarters. Deserted, dead, dismal. Zotov * is sleeping stretched out on some chairs, like a corpse. Borodulin and Polyak are also asleep. The building of the Bank of Prague, ransacked and gutted, water closets, those bank cashier windows, mirror glass. Word has it that the division commander is in Klyokotovo, we spent about 2 hours in devastated Brody with its ominous air, tea in a barber shop. Ivan is standing outside the headquarters. Should we leave, shouldn't we leave? We leave for Klyokotovo, we turn off the Leshnyov high road, we don't know is it ours or Polish, we drive on feeling our way, the horses are exhausted, one of them is limping harder, we eat potatoes in the village, brigades show up, indescribable beauty, a frightful force is moving, endless lines, a big farm, everything in ruins, a thresher, a Clinton locomobile, a tractor, the locomobile is still working, it's a hot day. The battlefield, I meet the division commander, where is the staff, we've lost Zholnarkevich. The battle begins, artillery cover, explosions nearby, a grim moment, the decisive battle over whether we will stem the Polish offensive or not, Budyani to Kolesnikov and Grishin, I'll shoot you. They leave on foot, pale. Before that, the terrible field sown with hacked up men, an inhuman cruelty, inconceivable wounds, crushed skulls, young, white, naked bodies are gleaming in the sun, notebooks lying around, single pages, military booklets, Bibles, bodies in the rye. I absorb these impressions mainly with my mind. The battle begins, I'm given a horse. I see columns forming, chains, they attack, I feel sorry for these poor men, they are not men, they are columns. The gunfire reaches maximum intensity, the carnage is carried out in silence. I ride on, rumors that the division commander is being recalled. The beginning of my adventures, I ride with the transport carts toward the high road, the battle is growing fiercer, I find the provision station, we're being fired at on the high road, the whistling of shells, explosions a mere 20 paces away, the feeling of hopelessness, the transport carts are flying at full gallop, tag along with the 20th Regiment of the 4th Division, wounded men, the querulous commander, no, he says, not wounded, just a little bang on the head. They're professionals. And everywhere fields, sun, bodies, I sit by the field kitchen, hunger, peas, nothing to feed my horse with. Field kitchen, talking, we sit on the grass, the regiment suddenly pulls out, I have to go to Radzivilov, the regiment heads for Leshnyov and I feel helpless, I am afraid of getting cut off from them. An endless journey, dusty roads, I move to a cart, a Quasimodo, 2 donkeys, a grim spectacle, the hunchback driver, silent, his face dark like the forests of Murom. We drive, I have a terrible feeling I am getting farther and farther from the division. Hope flutters up, then suddenly the opportunity to take a wounded man to Radzivilov, the wounded man has a pale, Jewish face. We ride into the forest, we're fired at, shells 100 paces away, endless rushing back and forth along the forest edge. Thick sand, impassable. The ballad of the tortured horses. An apiary, we search the hives, 4 huts in the forest, nothing there, everything ransacked, I ask a Red Army fighter for bread, he answers me, I don't want anything to do with Jews. I'm an outsider, in long trousers, not one of them, I am lonely, we ride on, I am so tired I can barely stay on my mare, I have to look after her myself, we arrive at Koniashkovo, we steal some barley, they tell me, go take whatever you want, take everything. I go through the village looking for a nurse, the women folk are hysterical, within 5 minutes of our arrival the looting begins, some women are beating their breasts, lamenting, sobbing unbearably, these never-ending horrors are hard to bear, I look for a nurse, insuperable sorrow, I swipe a jug of milk from the regimental commander, snatch a dough bun out of the hands of a peasant woman's son. 10 minutes later, we're off. Who'd have thought it? The Poles are somewhere nearby. Back we go again, I don't think I can bear this for much longer, and at a fast trot at that, at first I ride with the commander, then I tag along with the transport carts, I want to move over onto a cart, they all give me the same answer, the horses are tired. You want me to get off so you can sit here, huh? Well, so get yourself up here, just mind the corpses. I look at the sackcloth, corpses are lying under it. We come to a field, there are many transport carts from the 4th Division, a battery, again a field kitchen, I look for some nurses, a difficult night, I want to sleep, I have to feed my horse, I lie down, the horses are eating the excellent wheat, Red Army fighters in the wheat, ashen, at the end of their tether. My mare is tormenting me, I run after her, I join a nurse, we sleep on a tachenka, the nurse is old, bald, most probably a Jewess, a martyr, unbearable cursing, the vehicular driver keeps trying to push her off, the horses roam about, the vehicular driver won't wake up, he is rough and foul-mouthed, she says, our heroes are terrible people. She covers him, they sleep in each other's arms, the poor old nurse, that driver should be shot, the foul language, the cursing, this is not the nurse's world, we fall asleep. I wake up 2 hours later, our bridle has been stolen. Despair. Dawn. We are 7 versts away from Radzivilov. I ride off willy-nilly. The poor horse, all of us are poor, the regiment moves on. I get going. For this day, the main thing is to describe the Red Army fighters and the air. August 4, 1920. I am heading alone to Radzivilov. A difficult road, nobody on it, the horse is tired, with every step I'm afraid of running into poles. Things turned out well. In the area around Radzivilov there are no units. In the Shtatel uneasiness, they send me to the station, the townspeople devastated and completely used to change. Sheko * in the auto. * Yakov Vasilievich Sheko, the new chief of staff of the 6th Cavalry Division, who replaced Konstantin Karlovich's Holnarkevich. Mobile. I'm in Budyany's billet. A Jewish family, young ladies, a group from the Buktyev Gymnasium, Odessa, my heart skips a beat. Oh joy, they give me cocoa and bread. The news, we have a new division commander, Apanasenko, and a new divisional chief of staff, Sheko. Wonder of wonders. Holnarkevich arrives with his squadron, he is pitiable, Zotov informs him he has been replaced, 111 go sell buns on Sukharevka. Of course you're of the new school, he says, you know how to set up units, in the old days I could do that too, but now, without any reserves, I can't. He has a high fever, he says things that would be better left unsaid, a shouting match with Sheko, he immediately raises his voice, the General Chief of Staff ordered you to report to headquarters. I don't have to pass any tests, I'm not some little boy who hangs out at headquarters. He leaves the squadron and goes off. The old guard is leaving, everything is falling apart, now Konstantin Karlovich's Holnarkevich is gone too. Another impression, both harsh and unforgettable, is the arrival of the division commander on his white horse, along with his orderlies. The whole ragtag from the headquarters comes running with chickens for the army commander, they are patronizing, loutish, Sheko, haughty, asks about the operations, the division commander tells him, smiles, a marvelous, statuesque figure of a man, and despair. Yesterday's battle, the 6th Division's brilliant success, 1,000 horses, 3 regiments chased back into the trenches, the enemy routed, pushed back, the division headquarters are in Khotin. Whose success is this, Timoshenko's or Apanasenko's? One comrade Khmelnytsky, a Jew, a guzzler, a coward, insolent, but for the army commander a chicken, a piglet, corn on the cob. The orderlies detest him, the insolent orderlies, their only interest, chickens, lard, they eat like pigs, they're fat, the chauffeurs stuff themselves with lard, all this on the porch in front of the house. My horse has nothing to eat. The mood has changed completely, the Poles are retreating, even though they are still occupying Brody, we're beating them again, Budyany's pulled us through. I want to sleep, I can't. The changes in the life of the division will have a significant effect. Sheko in a cart. Me with the squadron. We are riding to Khotin, again at a trot, we put 15 versts behind us. I'm billeted with Bakhcherov. He is devastated, the division commander is out and he feels he will be next. Point 2 The division is shaken, the fighters walk around in silence, what will come next? Finally I have had some supper, meat, honey. Describe Bakhcherov, Ivan Ivanovich, and Petro. I sleep in the threshing shed, finally some peace. August 5, 1920. Khotin. A day of rest. We eat, I wander through the sun-drenched village, we rest, I had some lunch, supper there is honey, milk. The main thing, internal changes, everything is topsy-turvy. I feel so sorry for our division commander, it hurts, the Cossacks are worried, a lot of hushed talk, an interesting sight, they gather in groups, whisper to one another, Bakhcherov is crestfallen, our division commander was a hero, the new commander won't let him into the room, from 600 to 6,000, a harsh humiliation, they hurled it in his face, you are a traitor. Timoshenko laughed. Apanasenko is a new and colorful figure of a man, ugly, pockmarked, passionate, haughty, ambitious. He sent an appeal to headquarters at Stavropol and the Don about the disorder in the rear lines, in order to let them know back home that he was a division commander. Timoshenko was more pleasant, cheerful, broad-minded, and, perhaps, worse. The two men, I suppose they didn't like each other. Sheko is showing his true colors, unbelievably heavy-handed orders, haughtiness. Work at headquarters now completely changed. There is no transport or administrative staff. Lepin is raising his head. He is hostile, idiotic, answers back to Sheko. Point 3. In the evening, music and dance. Apanasenko trying to be Papu. The circle widens. He chooses a horse for Bakcherov from the Polish ones. Now everyone is riding Polish horses. They are marvelous, narrow-chested, tall, English, chestnut horses. I mustn't forget this. Apanasenko has the horses paraded. All day long, talk of intrigues. A letter to the rear lines. Longing for Odessa. Remember the figure, face, cheerfulness of Apanasenko, his love of horses, chooses one for Bakcherov. About the orderlies who throw their lot in with the masters. What will Mikhaev, Lame Sukhorokov, all the Grabushkos, Tarasovs and Ivan Ivanoviches do with Bakcherov, for they all follow blindly. About the Polish horses, about the squadrons galloping through the dust on the tall, golden, narrow-chested, Polish horses. Forelocks, chains, suits tailored out of carpets. 600 horses got stuck in the marshes, unlucky Poles. August 6, 1920. Khotin. The exact same place. We get ourselves in order, shoe the horses, eat, there is a break in operations. My landlady is a small, timorous, fragile woman with tortured, meek eyes. Lord, how the soldiers torment her, the endless cooking, we steal honey. Her husband came home, bombs from an airplane chased his horses away. The old man hasn't eaten for 5 days, now he is going off into the wide world to look for his horses, a saga. An ancient old man. A sultry day, thick, white silence, my soul rejoices, the horses are standing, oats are being threshed for them, the Cossacks sleep next to them all day long, the horses are resting, that's our top priority. From time to time Apanasenko flits by, unlike the reserved Timoshenko he is one of us, he is our fatherly commander. In the morning Bakcherov leaves, his retinue follows, I watch the new military commissar's work, a dull but polished Moscow worker, this is where his strength lies, humdrum but grand visions, 3 military commissars, absolutely must describe limping Gubanov, the scourge of the regiment, a desperate fighter, a young, 23-year-old youth, modest Chiryev, cunning Grishin. They are sitting in the garden, the military commissar is asking them questions, they gossip, talk pompously about world revolution, the mistress of the house is shaking apples from the trees because all her apples have been eaten, the military commissar's secretary, lanky, with a ringing voice, goes looking for food. New trends at the headquarters, Sheko 5 is issuing special orders, bombastic and highfalutin, but short and energetic, he gives the Revolutionary Council his opinion, he acts on his own initiative. Everyone is pining for Timoshenko. There won't be a mutiny. Why am I gripped by a longing that will not pass? Because I am far from home, because we are destroying, moving forward like a whirlwind, like lava, hated by all, life is being shattered to pieces, I am at a huge, never-ending service for the dead. Ivan Ivanovich is sitting on a bench, talking of the days when he spent 20,000, 30,000. Everyone has gold, everyone ransacked Rostov, threw sacks of money over their saddles and rode off. Ivan Ivanovich dressed and kept women. Night, threshing shed, fragrant hay, but the air is heavy, I am smothered by something, by the sad senselessness of my life. August 7, 1920. Berestechko. It is evening now, 8. The lamps in the shtetl have just been lit. There is a funeral service in the room next door. Many Jews, the doleful chants of home, they rock, sit on benches, 2 candles, the eternal light on the window sill. The funeral service is for the landlady's granddaughter, who died of fright after their house was looted. The mother is crying, tells me the story as she prays. We stand at the table. I have been pounded by sorrow for 2 months now. The mother shows me a photograph tattered by teardrops, and they all say what an uncommon beauty she was. Some commander ran amok, banging on the door in the night. They dragged them out of bed. The Poles ransacked the house, then the Cossacks, ceaseless vomiting, she wasted away. The main thing for the Jews, she was a beauty, no other like her in all the shtetl. A memorable day. In the morning we went from Khotin to Berestechko. I ride with Ivanov, the military commissar's secretary, a lanky, voracious, spineless fellow, a lout, and, believe it or not, he is the husband of Komarova, the singer. We used to do concerts. I'll write to her to come. A Russian Maid. The corpse of a slaughtered Pole, a terrible corpse, naked and bloated, monstrous. Berestechko has changed hands quite a few times. There are historic sites outside Berestechko, Cossack graves. And this is the main thing, everything is repeating itself, Cossack against Pole, or rather serf against Pen. I won't forget the shtetl, covered courtyards, long, narrow, stinking, everything 100 to 200 years old, the townsfolk more robust than in other places. The main thing is the architecture, the white and watery blue little houses, the little back streets, the synagogues, the peasant women. Life is almost back on track again. People had led a good life here, respected Jewry, rich Ukrainians, market fairs on Sundays, a specialized class of Russian artisans, tanners trading with Austria, contraband. The Jews here are less fanatical, better dressed, heartier, they even seem more cheerful, the very old men in long coats, the old women, everything exudes the old days, tradition. The shtetl is saturated in the bloody history of the Polish Jewish ghetto. Hatred for the Poles is unanimous. They looted, tortured, scorched the pharmacist's body with white-hot iron pokers, needles under his nails, tore out his hair, all because a Polish officer had been shot at sheer idiocy. The Poles have gone out of their minds, they are destroying themselves. An ancient church, the graves of Polish officers in the churchyard, fresh burial mounds, 10 days old, white birch crosses, all this is terrible. The house of the Catholic priest has been destroyed. I find ancient books, precious Latin manuscripts. The priest, Tuzinkiewicz, I find a photograph of him. He is short and fat, he worked here for 45 years, he lived in one place, a scholar. The assortment of books, many of them in Latin, editions of 1860, that was when Tuzinkiewicz lived. His living quarters are old-fashioned, enormous, dark paintings, photographs of the prelate conventions at Zhytomyr, portraits of Pope Pius X, a nice face, an exquisite portrait of Sienkiewicz VI. Here he is the essence of the nation. Blanketing all this is the stench of Sukin's pitiful little soul. How new all this is for me, the books, the soul of the Catholic pater, a Jesuit. I want to fathom the heart and soul of Tuzinkiewicz, and I have. Lepin suddenly plays the piano, touchingly. He sometimes sings in Latvian. Remember, his little bare feet, so droll you could die. What a funny creature. A terrible incident, the looting of the church. They've ripped down the chasubles, the precious, glittering material is torn and lying on the floor. A Sister of Mercy dragged off 3 bundles, they are tearing the linings, the candles have been taken, the receptacles smashed open, the papal bulls thrown out, the money taken. This magnificent church, what its eyes have seen these past 200 years, Tuzinkiewicz's manuscripts, how many counts and serfs, magnificent Italian art, rosy paters rocking. The infant Jesus, the magnificent dark Jesus, Rembrandt, a Madonna like that of Murillo, maybe even by Murillo, and the main thing, the pious, well-fed Jesuits, the eerie Chinese figurine behind a veil, Jesus, a little bearded Jew in crimson Polish raiment, a bench, the shattered shrine, the figure of Saint Valentine. The beetle, shivering like a bird, squirms, speaks in a jumble of Russian and Polish. I mustn't touch these things, he sobs. These animals are only here to plunder. It's very clear, the old gods are being destroyed. An evening in the town. The church has been closed. In the late afternoon I go to the castle of Count Raciborski. A 70-year-old man, his mother 90. It was just the two of them, they were mad, people say. Describe the two of them. An old, aristocratic Polish house, most probably over 100 years old, antlers, old bright paintings on the ceilings, remains of antlers, small rooms for the servants upstairs, flagstones, corridors, excrement on the floors, little Jewish boys, a Steinway piano, sofa slashed down to the springs, remember the white, delicate oak doors, French letters dated 1820, Notre Petit Heroes Akiv 7 Semaines My God, who wrote that, when, the letters have been trampled on, I took some relics, a century. The mother is a countess, Steinway piano, park, pond. I cannot tear myself away I think of Hauptmann, Elga 7. A rally in the castle park, the Jews of Berestechko, dull Vinokurov carrot children running around, a revolutionary committee is being elected, the Jews twirl their beards, the Jewesses listen to words about the Russian paradise, the international situation, about the uprising in India. A night filled with anxiety, someone said we should be on the alert, all alone with feeble Mishir's unexpected eloquence. What did he talk about? August 8, 1920. Berestechko. I am settling down in the shtetl. There were fairs here. The peasants sell pears. They are paid with long abolished banknotes. This place had been bubbling over with life. Jews had exported grain to Austria, human and commodity contraband, the closeness of the border. Unusual barns, cellars. I been billeted with the proprietress of a coach inn, a gaunt, red-headed bitch. Ilchenko bought some cucumbers, reads the Journal de la Vie Second is pontificating about economic policy, the Jews are to blame for everything, a blunt, Slavic creature who filled his pockets during the plundering of Rostov. Some adopted children, the mother recently died. The tale of the pharmacist under whose nails the Poles stuck needles, people gone berserk. A hot day, the townsfolk are roaming about, they are coming alive again, there will be trade. Synagogue, Torahs, built 36 years ago by an artisan from Kremenets, they paid him 50 rubles a month, gold peacocks, crossed arms, ancient Torahs, the Shamazes show no enthusiasm whatever, wizened old men, the bridges of Berestechko, how they shook, the Poles gave all this a long faded tint. The little old man at whose house Korochayev, the demoted division commander * and his Jewish subaltern, are billeted. Korochayev was chairman of the Chaika somewhere in Astrakhan, rotten to the core. Friendship with the Jew. We drink tea at the old man's. Silence, placidity. I roam about the shtetl, there is pitiful, powerful, undying life inside the Jewish hovels, young ladies in white stockings, long coats, so few fat people. We are sending out scouts to Lvov. Apanashenko sends dispatches to the Stavropol Executive Committee, heads will roll on the home front, he is delighted. The battle outside Radzivilov, Apanashenko acts heroically instantaneous disposition of the troops, he almost opened fire on the retreating 14th Division. We're nearing Radzikhov. Moscow newspapers of July 29. The commencement of the Second Congress of the Third International, finally the unification of all peoples has been realized, everything is clear, two worlds, and a declaration of war. We will be fighting endlessly. Russia has thrown down a challenge. We will march to Europe to subjugate the world. The Red Army has become an international factor. I have to take a closer look at Apanasenko. Ataman. The quiet old man's funeral service for his granddaughter. Evening, performance in the Count's garden, the theatergoers of Berestechko, an idiot of an orderly, the young ladies of Berestechko, silence descends, I would like to stay here a while and get to know it. August 9, 1920. Lashkov. The move from Berestechko to Lashkov. Galicia. The division commander's carriage, the division commander's orderly is Lyovka, the one who chases horses like a gypsy. The tale of how he whipped his neighbor Stepan, a former constable under Denikin who had harassed the people, when Stepan came back to the village. They wouldn't just butcher him, they beat him in prison, slashed his back, jumped up and down on him, danced, an epic exchange. Are you feeling good, Stepan? I'm feeling bad. And the people you harassed, did they feel good? No, they felt bad. And did you think that someday you might be feeling bad? No, I didn't. You should have thought about that, Stepan, because what we think is that if we'd fallen into your hands, you'd have butchered us, so F it, now, Stepan, we will kill you. When they finally left him he was already getting cold. Another tale about Shurka the nurse. Night, battle, regiments form, Lyovka in the Phaeton, Shurka's lover is heavily wounded, gives Lyovka his horse, they take away the wounded man and return to the battle. Shurka, we only live once, and then we die. Well, okay, then. She went to a boarding school in Rostov, gallops with the regiment, she can do 15. But now, Shurka, let's go, we're retreating. The horses got caught up in the barbed wire, he galloped 4 versts, a village, he sits down, cuts through the barbed wire, the regiment rides through, Shurka leaves the formation. Lyovka prepares supper, they want food, they ate, chatted, go on, Shurka, one more time. Well, okay. But where? She went galloping after the regiment, he went to sleep. If your wife comes, I'll kill her. Lashkov is a green, sunny, quiet, rich Galician village. I've been billeted at the deacon's house. His wife has just given birth. Downtrodden people. A clean, new hut, but there's nothing in the hut. Next door typical Galician Jews. They think he must be Jewish, no. The story, they came plundering, one of them chopped off the heads of 2 chickens, found the things in the threshing shed, dug up things from the earth, herded everyone together in the hut, the usual story, remember the young man with sideburns. They tell me that the head rabbi lives in Belz, they finished off the rabbis. We rest, the first squadron is in my front garden. Night, a lamp is standing on my table, the horses snort quietly, everyone here is a Kuban Cossack, they eat, sleep, cook together, marvelous, silent camaraderie. They're all peasants, in the evenings they sing with rich voices songs that sound like hymns, devotion to horses, small bundles, saddle, bridle, ornate sabers, great coat, I sleep surrounded by them. I sleep in the field during the day. No operations, rest, what a marvelous and necessary thing it is. The cavalry, the horses are recuperating after this inhuman work, people are recuperating from all the cruelty, living together, singing songs with quiet voices, they are telling each other things. The headquarters are in the school. The division commander at the priests. August 10, 1920. Lashkov. Our rest continues. Scouts to Radzikhov, Sokolovka, Stoyanov, all in the direction of Lvov. News has come that Alexandrovsk was taken, gigantic complications in the international situation, will we have to go to war against the whole world? A fire in the village. The priest's threshing shed is burning. 2 horses, thrashing around with all their might, burned. You can't lead a horse out of a fire. 2 cows broke out, the hide of one of them split, Blood is coming out of the crack, touching and pitiful. The smoke envelopes the entire village, bright flames, plump black billows of smoke, a mass of wood, hot in the face, everything carried out of the priest's house and the church, thrown into the front garden. Afanasyenko in a red Cossack jacket, a black coat, clean-shaven face, a terrifying apparition, an ataman. Our Cossacks, a sad sight, dragging loot out over the back porch, their eyes burning, all of them looking uneasy, ashamed. This so-called habit of theirs is ineradicable. All the church banners, ancient saints' books * icons are being carried out, strange figures painted whitish pink, whitish blue, monstrous, flat-faced, Chinese or Buddhist, heaps of paper flowers. Will the church catch fire? Peasant women are wringing their hands in silence, the townspeople, frightened and silent, are running barefoot, everyone sits in front of their hut with a bucket. They are apathetic, cowed, remarkably numb, but they drop everything to put out their own fires. They've come to terms with the plundering. The soldiers are circling around the priests' trunks like rapacious, overwrought beasts. They say there's gold in there, one can take it away from a priest. A portrait of Count Andrei Zaseptiki, the Metropolitan of Galicia. A manly magnate with a black ring on his large, aristocratic hand. The lower lip of the old priest, who has served in Lashkov for 35 years, is constantly trembling. He tells me about Zaseptiki, that he is not educated in the Polish spirit, comes from Ruthenian. Shafimini, anthologies of old Church Slavonic writings about the lives of saints, organized by month and date. Grandees, the counts of Zaseptiki, then they went over to the Poles. His brother is commander-in-chief of the Polish forces. Andrei returned to the Ruthenians. His ancient culture, quiet and solid. A good, educated priest who has laid in a supply of flour, chickens, wants to talk about the universities, Ruthenians. The poor man, Afanasyenko with his red Cossack jacket, is staying with him. Night, an unusual sight, the high road is brilliantly lit, my room is bright, I'm working, the lamp is burning, calm, the Kuban Cossacks are singing with feeling, their thin figures by the campfires, the songs are totally Ukrainian, the horses lie down to sleep. I go to the division commander. Vinokurov tells me about him: a partisan, an ataman, a rebel, Cossack freedom, wild uprising. His ideal is Dumenko ate an open wound. One has to submit oneself to the organization, a deadly hatred for the aristocracy, clerics, and, most of all, for the intelligentsia, which he cannot stomach in the army. Afanasyenko will graduate from a school. How is it different from the times of Bogdan Khmelnytsky? Late at night. 4 o'clock. August 11, 1920. Lashkov. A day of work, sitting at the headquarters, I write to the point of exhaustion, a day of rest. Toward evening, rain. Kuban Cossacks are staying the night in my room, strange, peaceful and warlike, domestic and peasants of obvious Ukrainian origin, not all that young. About the Kuban Cossacks. Camaraderie, they always stick together. Horses snort beneath the windows night and day, the marvelous smell of horse manure, of sun, of sleeping Cossacks. Twice a day they boil large pails of soup and meat. At night Kuban Cossacks come to visit. Ceaseless rain, they dry themselves and eat their supper in my room. A religious Kuban Cossack in a soft hat, pale face, blonde mustache. They are decent, friendly, wild, but somehow more sympathetic, domestic, less foul-mouthed, more calm than the Cossacks from Stavropol and the Don. The nurse came. How clear it all is, must describe that, she is worn out, wants to leave. Everyone has had her. The commandant, at least that's what they say, Yakovlev * and, oh horror, Gasafe. She's pitiful, wants to leave, sad, talks gibberish, wants to talk to me about something and looks at me with trusting eyes. She says I am her friend. The others are scum. How quickly they have managed to destroy a person, debase her, make her ugly. She is naive, foolish, receptive even to revolutionary phrases, and the silly fool talks a lot about the revolution. She worked in the Chaikaz Culture and Education Division. How many male influences? Interview with Apanasyenko. This is very interesting. Must remember this. His blunt, terrible face, his hard body, like Udikin's carrot. His orderlies, Lyovka, magnificent golden horses, his hangers-on, carriages, Validia, his adopted son a small Cossack with an old man's face, curses like a grown man. Apanasyenko, hungry for fame, here we have it, a new class of man. Whatever the operational situation might be, he will always go off and come back again, an organizer of units, totally hostile to officers, 4 George Crosses, a career soldier, a non-commissioned officer, an ensign under Kerensky, chairman of the regimental committee, stripped officers of their stripes, long months on the Astrakhan steppes, indisputable authority, a professional soldier. About the Atamans, there had been many there, they got themselves machine guns, fought against Shkuro and Mamontov, merged into the Red Army, a heroic epic. This is not a Marxist revolution, it is a Cossack uprising that wants to win all and lose nothing. Apanasyenko's hatred for the rich, an unquenchable hatred of the intelligentsia. Night with the Kuban Cossacks, rain, it's stuffy, I have some sort of strange itch. August 12, 1920. Lashkov. The 4th day in Lashkov. A completely downtrodden Galician village. They used to live better than the Russians, good houses, strong sense of decency, respect for priests, the people honest but blood-drained. My landlord's deformed child, how and why was he born? Not a drop of blood left in the mother, they are continually hiding something somewhere, pigs are grunting somewhere, they have probably hidden cloth somewhere. A day off, a good thing my correspondence, mustn't neglect that. Must write for the newspaper, and the life story of Apanasyenko. The division is resting, a kind of stillness in one's heart, and people are better, songs, campfires, fire in the night, jokes, happy, apathetic horses, someone reads the newspaper, they stroll around, shoe their horses. What all this looks like, Sokolov is going on leave, I give him a letter home. I keep writing about pipes, about long-forgotten things, so much for the revolution, that's what I should be concentrating on. Don't forget the priest in Lashkov, badly shaven, kind, educated, possibly mercenary, a chicken, a duck, his house, lived well, droll etchings. Friction between the military commissar and the division commander. He got up and left with Niga * while Yakovlev, the divisional political commissar, was giving a report. Apanasyenko went to the military commissar. Vinokurov, a typical military commissar, always wants things done his way, wants to put the 6th Division on track, struggle with the partisan attitude, dull-witted, bores me to death with his speeches, at times he's rude, uses the informal you with everyone. August 13, 1920. Novitsa. At night the order comes, head for Busk, 35 versts east of Lvov. We set out in the morning. All 3 brigades are concentrated in one place. I'm on Misha's horse, it was taught to run and won't go at a walking pace, it goes at a trot. The whole day on horseback with the division commander. The farm at Porati. In the forest, 4 enemy airplanes, a volley of fire. 3 brigade commanders, Kolesnikov, Korochayev, Niga. Vasily Ivanovich Niga sly move, headed for Toporov, Chinas, in a bypass maneuver, didn't run into the enemy anywhere. We are at the Porati farm, destroyed huts, I pull an old woman out of a hatch door, dovecots. Together with the lookout on the battery. Are attacked by the woods. A disaster, swamps, canals, the cavalry can't be deployed anywhere, attacks in infantry formation, inertia, is our morale flagging? Persistent and yet light fighting near Toporov, in comparison to the imperialist carnage, they're attacking on 3 sides, cannot overpower us, a hurricane of fire from our artillery, from 2 batteries. Night. All the attacks failed. Overnight the headquarters moved to Novitsa. Thick fog, penetrating cold, hoarse, roads through forests, campfires and candles, nurses on Tachenkas, a harsh journey after a day of anxiety and ultimate failure. All day long through fields and forests. Most interesting of all, the division commander, his grin, foul language, curt exclamations, snorting, shrugs his shoulders, is agitated, responsibility for everything, passion. If only he had been there, everything would have been fine. What can I remember? The night ride, the screams of the women in Porati when we began. I broke off writing here. 2 bombs thrown from an airplane exploded 100 paces from us. We're at a clearing in the forest west of St. taking away their linen. Our attack, something we can't quite make out, not frightening at a distance, some lines of men, horsemen riding over a meadow. At a distance this all looks like it is done haphazardly, it does not seem in the least bit frightening. When we advanced close to the little town, things began to heat up. The moment of the attack, the moment when a town is taken, the feverish, frightening, mounting rattle of the machine guns driving one to hopelessness and despair, the ceaseless explosions, and, high up over all of this, silence, and nothing can be seen. The work of Apanasenko's headquarters. Every hour there are reports to the army commander. He is trying to ingratiate himself. We arrive frozen through, tired, at Novitsa. A warm kitchen. A school. The captivating wife of the schoolmaster, she's a nationalist, a sort of inner cheerfulness about her, asks all kinds of questions, makes us tea, defends her Maua * your Maua is good and so is my Maua, and always laughter in her eyes. And this in Galicia, this is nice, it's been ages since I've heard anything like this. I sleep in the classroom, in the straw next to Vinokurov Karad. I've got a cold. August 14, 1920. The center of operations, the taking of Busk and the crossing of the Bug. All day long attacking Toporov. No, we've stopped. Another indecisive day. The forest clearing by St. The enemy has taken Lopatin. Toward evening we throw them out. Once again Novitsa. Spend the night at the house of an old woman, in the yard together with the staff. August 15, 1920. Morning in Toporov. Fighting near Busk. Headquarters are in Busk. Force our way over the Bug. A blaze on the other side. Budyanes in Busk. Spend the night in Yablanovka with Vinokurov. August 16, 1920. Turako Beauty, a brigade made it across. I'm off to interrogate the prisoners. Once again in Yablanovka. We're moving on to Nov Milutin, St. Panic, spend the night in an almshouse. August 17, 1920. Fighting near the railroad tracks near Liski. The butchering of prisoners. Spend the night in THIRD-WORLDISM. August 18, 1920. Haven't had time to write. We're moving on. We set out on August 13. From that time on we've been on the move, endless roads, squadron banners, Apanasenko's horses, skirmishes, farms, corpses. Frontal attack on Toporov, Kolesnikov 9 in the attack, swamps. I am at an observation point. Toward evening a hurricane of fire from 2 batteries. The Polish infantry is waiting in the trenches, our fighters go, return, horse holders are leading the wounded, Cossacks don't like frontal attacks, the cursed trenches cloud with smoke. That was the 13th. On the 14th, the division moves to Busk, it has to get there at all cost. By evening we had advanced 10 versts. That's where the main operation has to take place, the crossing of the Bug. At the same time they're searching for a ford. A Czech farm at Atomy, breakfast in the farmhouse, potatoes with milk, Sukhorokov thrives under every regime, an ass kisser, Sislov dances to his tune, as do all the Lyovkas. The main thing, dark forests, transport carts in the forests, candles above the nurses, rumbling, the tempos of troop movement. We're at a clearing in the forest, the horses are grazing, the airplanes are the heroes of the day, air operations are on the increase, airplane attacks, 5-6 planes circle endlessly, bombs at 100 paces, I have an ash-grey gelding, a repulsive horse. In the forest. An intrigue with the nurse, Apanasyenko made her a revolting proposition then and there, they say she spent the night with him, now she speaks of him with loathing. She likes Sheko, but the divisional military commissar likes her, cloaking his interest in her with the pretext that she is, as he says, without protection, has no means of transport, no protector. She talks of how Konstantin Karlovich courted her, fed her, forbade others to write her letters, but everyone kept on writing to her. She found Yakovlev extremely attractive, and the head of the registration department, a blonde-haired boy in a red hood, asked for her hand and her heart, sobbing like a child. There was also some other story, but I couldn't find out anything about it. The saga of the nurse, and the main thing, they talk a lot about her and everyone looks down on her, her own coachman doesn't talk to her, her little boots, aprons, she does favors, babel brochures. Woman and Socialism *. One can write volumes about the women in the Red Army. The squadron set off into battle, dust, rumbling, the bearing of sabers, savage cursing, they gallop ahead with hitched up skirts, dust-covered, fat-breasted, all of them whores, but comrades too, and whores because they are comrades, that's the most important thing, they serve in every way they can, these heroines, and then they're looked down upon, they give water to the horses, haul hay, mend harnesses, steal things from churches and from the townsfolk. Apanasyenko's agitation, his foul language, is it willpower? Night again in Novitsa, I sleep somewhere in the straw, because I can't remember anything, everything in me is lacerated, my body aches, 100 versts by horse. I spend the night with Vinokurov. His attitude toward Ivanov. What kind of man is this gluttonous, pitiful, tall youth with a soft voice, wilted soul, and sharp mind? The military commissar is unbearably rough with him, swears at him ceaselessly, finds fault with everything, what's up with you, curses fly, you didn't do it. Go pack your things, I'm kicking you out. I have to fathom the soul of the fighter, I am managing, this is all terrible, they're animals with principles. Overnight the 2nd Brigade took Toropov in a nocturnal attack. An unforgettable morning. We move at a fast trot. A terrible, uncanny shtetl, Jews stand at their doors like corpses, I wonder about them, what more are you going to have to go through? Black beards, bent backs, destroyed houses, here there's illegible, remnants of German efficiency and comfort, some sort of inexpressible, commonplace, and burning Jewish sadness. There's a monastery here. Apanasyenko is radiant. The 2nd Brigade rides past. Forelocks, jackets made out of carpets, red tobacco pouches, short carbines, commanders on majestic horses, a Budyani brigade. Parade, marching bands, we greet you, sons of the revolution. Apanasyenko is radiant. We move on from Toporov forests, roads, the staff on the road. Die Frau und der Sozialismus, Woman and Socialism, by August Babel. Vinokurov secretary. Orderlies, brigade commanders, we fly on to Busk at a fast trot, to its eastern part. What an enchanting place, on the 18th an airplane is flying, it will now drop bombs, clean Jewesses, gardens full of pears and plums, radiant noon, curtains, in the houses the remnants of the petite bourgeoisie, a clean and possibly honest simplicity, mirrors, we have been billeted at the house of a fat Galician woman, the widow of a schoolmaster, wide sofas, many plums, unbearable exhaustion from overstrained nerves, a shell came flying, didn't explode, couldn't fall asleep, lay by the wall. Next to the horses, remembering the dust and the horrible jostle in the transport cart, dust, the majestic phenomenon of our war. Fighting in Busk. It's on the other side of the bridge. Are wounded. Beauty over there, the shtetl is burning. I ride to the crossing, the sharp experience of battle, have to run part of the way because it's under fire. Night, the blaze is shining, the horses stand by the huts, a meeting with Budyani is underway, the members of the Revolutionary War Council * come out, a feeling of danger in the air. We didn't take Busk with our frontal attack, we say goodbye to the fat Galician woman and drive to Yablanovka deep in the night, the horses are barely moving ahead, we spend the night in a pit, on straw. The division commander has left, the military commissar and I have no strength left. The 1st Brigade found a ford and crossed the Bug by Poberjanei. In the morning with Vinokurov at the crossing. So here is the Bug, a shallow little river, the staff is on a hill, the journey has worn me out, I'm sent back to Yablanovka to interrogate prisoners. Disaster. Describe what a horseman feels: exhaustion, the horse won't go on, the ride is long, no strength, the burned step, loneliness, no one there to help you, endless versts. Interrogation of prisoners in Yablanovka. Men in their underwear, exhausted, there are Jews, light blonde Poles, an educated young fellow, blunt hatred toward them, the blood-drenched underwear of a wounded man, he's not given any water, a fat-faced fellow pushes his papers at me. You lucky fellows, I think, how did you get away? They crowd around me, they are happy at the sound of my benevolent voice, miser. Abel dust, what a difference between the Cossacks and them, they're spineless. From Yablanovka I return by Tachenka to the headquarters. Again the crossing, endless lines of transport carts crossing over, they don't wait even a minute, they are right on the heels of the advancing units, they sink in the river, trace straps tear, the dust is suffocating. Galician villages, I'm given milk, lunch in a village, the Poles have just pulled out of here, everything is calm, the village dead, stifling heat, midday silence, there's no one in the village, it is astounding that there is such light, such absolute and unruffled silence. Peace, as if the front were well over 100 versts away. The churches in the villages. Farther along the road is the enemy. 2 naked, butchered Poles with small, slashed faces are glittering through the rye in the sun. We return to Yablanovka, tea at Lepin's, dirt, Cherkashin * denigrates him and wants to get rid of him. If you look closely, Cherkashin's face is dreadful. In his body, tall as a stick, you can see the muzhik, he is a drunkard, a thief, and a cunning bastard. Lepin is dirty, dim-witted, touchy, incomprehensible. Handsome Bazkonov's long, endless tale, a father, Nizhny Novgorod, head of a chemistry department, Red Army, prisoner under Denikin, the biography of a Russian youth, his father a merchant, an inventor, dealt with Moscow restaurants. Chatted with him during the whole trip. We are heading for Milutin, plums along the road. In Stary Milutin there is a church, the priest's house, the priest lives in a luxurious house, unforgettable, he keeps squeezing my hand, sets off to bury a dead Pole, sits down with us, asks whether our commander is a good man, a typical Jesuitical face, shaven, grey eyes dart around, a pleasure to behold a crying Polish woman, his niece, begging that her heifer be returned to her, tears and a coquettish smile, all very Polish. Mustn't forget the house, knick-knacks, pleasant darkness, Jesuitical, Catholic culture, clean women, and the most aromatic and agitated pater, opposite him a monastery. I want to stay here. We wait for the order for where we are to stay, in Stary Milutin or in Novi Milutin. Night. Panic. Some transport carts, the Poles have broken through somewhere, pandemonium on the road, 3 rows of transport carts. I'm in the Milutin schoolhouse, 2 beautiful old maids, it's frightening how much they remind me of the Shapiro sisters from Nikolaev, 2 quiet, educated Galician women, patriots, their own culture, bedroom, possibly curlers, in thundering, war-torn Miletan, outside these walls transport carts, cannons, fatherly commanders telling tales of their heroic feats, clouds of orange dust, the monastery is enveloped by them. The sisters offer me cigarettes, they breathe in my words of how everything will be marvelous, it's like balm, they have blossomed out, and we speak elegantly about culture. A knock at the door. The commandant wants me. A fright. We ride over to Novi Miletan. And Miletan. With the military commissar in the almshouse, some sort of townhouse, sheds, night, vaults, the priest's maid, dark, dirty, myriads of flies, tiredness beyond compare, the tiredness of the front. Daybreak, we depart, the railroad has to be breached, this all takes place on August 17th, the Brody-Lvov Railroad. My first battle, I saw the attack, they gather in the bushes, the brigade commanders ride up to Apanasenko careful Nagaten al-Lines, rides up, talks up a storm, they point to the hills, there beneath the forest, there over the hollow, they've spotted the enemy, the regiments ride to attack, sabers in the sun, pale commanders, Apanasenko's hard legs, hurrah! What happened? A field, dust, the staff in the plains, Apanasenko curses in a frenzy, brigade commander destroy those bastards, effing bandits. The mood before the battle, hunger, heat, they gallop in attack, nurses. A thunder of hurrahs, the Poles are crushed, we ride out onto the battlefield, a little Pole with polished nails is rubbing his pink, sparsely haired head, answers evasively, prevaricating, hemming and hawing, well, yes, Sheko carrot roused and pale, answer, who are you he ducks the question, a sort of ensign, we ride off, they take him, a good-looking fellow behind him loads his gun, I shout Yakov Vasilievich Sheko. He acts like he didn't hear, rides on, a shot, the little Pole in. His underwear falls on his face and twitches. Life is disgusting, murderers, it's unbearable, baseness and crime. They are rounding up the prisoners, undressing them, a strange picture, they undress incredibly fast, shake their heads, all this in the sun, mild embarrassment, all the command personnel is there, embarrassment, but who cares, so cover your eyes. I will never forget that sort of ensign who was treacherously murdered. Ahead terrible things. We crossed the railroad tracks by THIRD-WORLDISM. The Poles are fighting their way along the railroad tracks to Lvov. An attack in the evening at the farm. Carnage. The military commissar and I ride along the tracks, begging the men not to butcher the prisoners, Apanasenko * washes his hands of it. Sheko's tongue ran away with him, butcher them all. It played a horrifying role. I didn't look into their faces, they impaled them, shot them, corpses covered with bodies, one they undress, another they shoot, moans, yells, wheezing, our squadron led the attack, Apanasenko stands to the side, the squadron has dressed up, Mitasevic's horse was killed, his face frightening, dirty, he is running, looking for a horse. This is hell. How we bring freedom terrible. They search a farm, men are dragged out, Apanasenko, don't waste bullets, butcher them. Apanasenko always says butcher the nurse, butcher the Poles. We spend the night in THIRD-WORLDISM, bad quarters, I'm with Sheko, good food, ceaseless skirmishes, I'm living a soldier's life, completely worn out, we are waiting in the forest, nothing to eat all day, Sheko's carriage arrives, brings something, I'm often at the observation point, the work of the batteries, the clearings, hollows, the machine guns are mowing, the Poles are mainly defending themselves with airplanes, they are becoming a menace, describe the air attacks, the far away and seemingly slow hammering of the machine guns, panic in the transport carts, it's harrowing, they are incessantly gliding over us, we hide from them. A new use of aviation, I think of Mosier, Captain Fauntleroy in Lvov, our wanderings from one brigade to the next, Naga only likes bypass maneuvers, Kolesnikov carried frontal attacks, I ride with Sheko on reconnaissance, endless forests, deadly danger, on the hills, bullets are buzzing all around before the attack, the pitiful face of Sukhorokov. The commander of the 6th Cavalry Division. Actually Nikolai Petrovich Koltsov, commander of the 3rd Brigade. With his saber, I tag along behind the staff, we await reports, but they advancing, doing bypass maneuvers. The battle for Barshchevitse. After a day of fluctuations, Polish columns manage in the evening to break through to Lvov. When Afanasyenko saw this, he went mad, he is shaking, the brigades are going full force even though they are dealing with a retreating enemy, and the brigades stretch out in endless ribbons, 3 cavalry brigades are hurled into the attack, Afanasyenko is triumphant, snorts, sends out Litovchenko as the new commander of the 3rd Brigade to replace Kolesnikov, who's been wounded, you see them, there they are, go finish them off, they're running. He meddles in the artillery action, interferes with the orders of the battery commanders, feverish, they were hoping to repeat what had happened at THIRD-WORLDISM, but it wasn't to be. Swamps on one side, ruinous fire on the other. March to Ostrov, the 6th Cavalry Division is supposed to take Lvov from the southeast. Gigantic losses among the command personnel, Korochayev, heavily wounded, his adjutant, a Jew, was killed, the commander of the 34th Regiment wounded, all the commissars of the 31st Regiment out of action, all the chiefs of staff wounded, above all Budyonny's commanders. The wounded crawl onto Tachenkas. This is how we're going to take Lvov, the reports to the army commander are written in the grass, brigades gallop, orders in the night, again forests, bullets buzz, artillery fire chases us from one place to another, miserable fear of airplanes, get down off your horse, a bomb's about to explode, there's a revolting sensation in your mouth. Nothing to feed the horses with. I see now what a horse means to a Cossack and a cavalryman. Unhorsed cavalrymen on the hot dusty roads, their saddles in their arms, they sleep like corpses on other men's carts, horses are rotting all around, all that's talked about is horses, the customs of barter, the excitement, horses are martyrs, horses are sufferers their saga, I myself have been gripped by this feeling, every march is an agony for the horse. Afanasyenko's visits to Budyonny with his retinue. Budyonny and Voroshilov at a farm, they sit at a table. Afanasyenko's report, standing at attention. The failure of the special regiment, they had planned an attack on Lvov, set out, the special regiment's sentry post was, as always, asleep, it was taken down, the Poles rolled their machine guns within 100 paces, rounded up the horses, wounded half the regiment. The day of the transfiguration of our Savior Jesus Christ 19 August in Barshchevitse, a butchered, but still breathing, village, peace, a meadow, a flock of geese, we dealt with them later Sidorenko or Jaeger chopped up the geese on a block with their sabers, we eat boiled goose. That day, white as they were, they beautified the village, on the green meadows the villagers, festive but feeble, spectral, barely able to crawl out of their hovels, silent, strange, dazed, and completely cowed. There is something quiet and oppressive about this holiday. The Uniat priest in Barshchevitse. A ruined, defiled garden, Budyonny's headquarters had been here, and smashed, smoked out beehives, this is a terrible, barbaric custom. I remember the broken frames, thousands of bees buzzing and fighting by the destroyed hives, their panicking swarms. The priest explains to me the difference between the Uniat and the Russian Orthodox faith. Sheptitsky is a tall man, he wears a canvas cassock. A plump man, a dark, chubby face, shaved cheeks, sparkling little eyes with a sty. The advance on Lvov. The batteries are drawing nearer and nearer. A rather unsuccessful skirmish by Ostrov, but still the Poles withdraw. Information on Lvov's defenses: schoolmasters, women, adolescents. Afanasyenko will butcher them. He hates the intelligentsia, with him it's deep-rooted, he wants an aristocracy on his own terms, a muzhik and Cossack state. August 21st, a week of battle has passed, our units are 4 versts outside Lvov. An order, the whole Red Cavalry is being put under the command of the Western Front *. They are moving us north to Lublin. There will be an attack there. They are withdrawing the army, now 4 versts from the town, even though it took so much time for them to get there. The 14th Army will replace us. What is this? Madness, or the impossibility of a town being taken by the cavalry. I will remember the 45-verst ride from Barshchevitse to Atomy for the rest of my life. I on my little piebald horse, Sheko carrot in his carriage, heat and dust. The dust of the apocalypse, stifling clouds, endless lines of transport carts, all the brigades are on the move, clouds of dust from which there is no escape, one is afraid of suffocating, shouting all around, movement, I ride with a squadron over fields, we lose Sheko, the most horrendous part of it begins, the ride on my little horse which can't keep up, we ride endlessly and always at a trot, I am completely exhausted, the squadron wants to overtake the transport carts, we overtake them, I am afraid of being left behind, my horse is drifting along like a bit of fluff, to the point of inertia, all the brigades are on the move, all the artillery, they've each left one regiment behind as a covering force, and these regiments are to reunite with the division at the onset of darkness. In the night we ride through silent, dead busk. What is special about Galician towns? The mixture of the dirty, ponderous East, Byzantium and the Jews, with the beer-drinking German West. 15 km from Busk. I can't hold out anymore. I change my horse. It turns out that there is no covering on the saddle. Riding is torture. I keep constantly changing position. A rest stop in Kozlov. A dark hut, bread with milk. A peasant, a warm and pleasant person, was a prisoner of war in Odessa, I lie on the bench, mustn't fall asleep, I'm wearing another man's service jacket, the horses in the dark, it's stuffy in the hut, children on the floor. We arrived in Atomy at 4 in the morning. Sheko is asleep. I leave my horse somewhere, there is hay, and I lie down to sleep. August 21st, 1920. Atomy. Frightened Ruthenians. Son. Nice. I'm ill. Rest. The whole day in the threshing shed. I sleep, feel better toward evening, my head pounds, aches. I'm billeted with Sheko. Jaeger, the chief of staff's lackey. We eat well. How we get our food. Vorobyov took over the 2nd Squadron. The soldiers are pleased. In Poland, where we are heading, there's no need to hold back with the Galicians, who are completely innocent, we had to be more careful. I'm resting, I'm not in the saddle. Conversation with Artillery Division Commander Maximov, our army is out to make some money, what we have is not revolution but an uprising of renegade Cossacks. They are simply an instrument the party is not above using. 2 Odes Sans, Manuelov and Boguslavsky * Operational Air Force Military Commissar, Paris, London, a handsome Jew, a big talker, articles in a European magazine, the Divisional Chief of Staff's Adjutant, Jews in the Red Cavalry, I tell them what's what. Wearing a service jacket, the excesses of the Odsan bourgeoisie, painful news from Odessa. They're being smothered there. What about my father? Have they really taken everything away from him? I have to give some thought to the situation back home. I'm turning into a sponger. Apanasenko has written a letter to the officers of the Polish army, you bandits, stop fighting, surrender, you pans, or we will butcher you all. Apanasenko's letter to the Don headquarters, to Stavropol, there they are making things difficult for our fighters, for the sons of the revolution, we are heroes, we have no fear, we will march ahead. A description of the squadron's rest, they steal hens, the squealing of pigs, agents, musical flourishes on the town square. They wash clothes, thresh oats, come galloping with sheaves. The horses, wiggling their ears, eat oats. The horse is everything. Horse names: Stepan, Misha, little brother, old girl. Your horse is your savior, you are aware of it every moment, even if you might beat it inhumanly. No one takes care of my horse. They barely take care of it. August 22, 1920. Atomy. Manuelov, the divisional chief of staff's adjutant, has a stomachache. I'm not surprised. Served with Muravyov carrot in the chaika, something to do with military investigation, a bourgeois, women, Paris, Air Force, something to do with his reputation, and he's a communist. Boguslavsky, the secretary, frightened, sits silently and eats. A peaceful day. We march on northward. I'm billeted with Sheko. I can't do anything. I'm tired, battered. I sleep and eat. How we eat? The system. The provisions depot men and the foragers won't give us anything. The arrival of the Red Army fighters in the village, they search through everything, cook, all night the stoves sputter, the household daughters suffer, the squealing of pigs, they come to the military commissar with receipts. The pitiful Galicians. The saga of how we eat. We eat well, pigs, hens, geese. Those who don't take part are raglooters and wimp. August 23/24, 1920. Vitkov. Ride on to Vitkov in a cart. System of using civilian carts: poor civilians, they are harassed for 2-3 weeks, are let go, given a pass, are snatched up by other soldiers, are harassed again. An episode, where we are billeted, a boy comes back from the transport carts. Night. His mother's joy. We march into the Krasnostov-Lublin district. We've overtaken the army, which is 4 versts from Lvov. The cavalry did not manage to take it. The road to Vitkov. Sun. Galician roads, endless transport carts, factory horses, ravaged Galicia, Jews in shtetls, somewhere an unscathed farm, Czech we imagine, we attack the unripe apples, the beehives. More details about the beehives another time. On the road, in the cart, I think, I mourn the fate of the revolution. The shtetl is unusual, rebuilt on a single plan after its destruction, little white houses, tall wooden roofs, sadness. We are billeted with the divisional chief of staff's aides. Manuelov knows nothing about staff work, the hassles of trying to get horses, no one will give us any, we ride on the civilians' carts. Boguslavsky wears lilac-colored drawers, a great success with the girls in Odessa. The soldiers ask for a theatrical show. Their fed his orderly let him down. The divisional chief of staff's night: where's the 33rd Regiment, where did the 2nd Brigade go? Telephone, orders from Army headquarters to the brigade commander: 1, 2, 3. The orderlies on duty. The setup of the squadrons: Mitisevic and Vorobyov *, a former commandant, an unalterably cheerful and, from what I can see, a foolish man. The divisional chief of staff's night: the division commander wants to see you. August 25, 1920. Sokol. Finally, a town. We ride through the shtetl of Tartykov, Jews, ruins, cleanliness of a Jewish kind, the Jewish race, little stores. I am still ill, I've still not gotten back on my feet after the battles outside Lvov. What stuffy air these shtetls have. The infantry had been in Sokol, the town is untouched, the divisional chief of staff is billeted with some Jews. Books, I saw books. I'm billeted with a Galician woman, a rich one at that, we eat well, chicken in sour cream. I ride on my horse to the center of town, it's clean, pretty buildings, everything soiled by war, remnants of cleanliness and originality. The Revolutionary Committee. Requisitions and confiscation. Interesting, they don't touch the peasantry, all the land has been left at its disposal. The peasantry is left alone. The declarations of the Revolutionary Committee. My landlord's son is Zionist and ein ausgesprochener nationalist. Normal Jewish life, they look to Vienna, to Berlin. The nephew, a young man, is studying philosophy, wants to go to the university. We eat butter and chocolate. Sweets. Friction between Manuelov and the divisional chief of staff. 11 Sheko tells him to go to. I have my pride, they won't give him a billet, no horse, there's the cavalry for you, this isn't a holiday resort. Books Polnisk, Juden. In the evening, the division commander in his new jacket, well-fed, wearing his multicolored trousers, red-faced and dim-witted, out to have some fun, music at night, the rain disperses us. It is raining, the tormenting Galician rain, it pours and pours, endlessly, hopelessly. What are our soldiers up to in this town? Dark rumors. Boguslavsky has betrayed Manuelov. Boguslavsky is a slave. August 26, 1920. Sokol. A look around town with the young Zionist. The synagogues, the Hasidic one is a staggering sight, it recalls 300 years ago, pale, handsome boys with pies, the synagogue as it was 200 years ago, the self-same figures in long coats, rocking, waving their hands, howling. This is the Orthodox Party, they support the Rabbi of Belz, the famous Rabbi of Belz, who's made off to Vienna. The moderates support the Rabbi of Husiaden. Their synagogue. The beauty of the altar made by some artisan, the magnificence of the greenish chandeliers, the worm-eaten little tables, the Belz synagogue a vision of ancient times. The Jews ask me to use my influence so they won't be ruined, they're being robbed of food and goods. The Yids hide everything. The cobbler, the Sokol cobbler, is a proletarian. His apprentice's appearance, a red-haired Hasidic cobbler. The cobbler has been waiting for Soviet rule, now he sees the Yid killers and the looters, and that there'll be no earnings, he is shaken, and looks at us with distrust. A hullabaloo over money. In essence, we're not paying anything, 15 to 20 rubles. The Jewish quarter. Indescribable poverty, dirt, the boxed-in quality of the ghetto. The little stores, all of them open, whiting and resin, soldiers ransacking, swearing at the Yids, drifting around aimlessly, entering homes, crawling under counters, greedy eyes, trembling hands, a strange army indeed. The organized looting of the stationery store, the owner in tears, they tear up everything, they come up with all kinds of demands, the daughter with Western European self-possession, but pitiful and red-faced, hands things over, is given some money or other, and with her storekeeper's politeness tries to act as if everything were as it should be, except that there are too many customers. The owner's wife is so full of despair that she cannot make head or tail of anything. At night the town will be looted, everyone knows that. Music in the evening, the division commander is out to have some fun. In the morning he wrote some letters to Stavropol and the Don. The front will not tolerate the disgraceful goings-on in the rear lines. The same old story. The division commander's lackeys lead his magnificent horses with their breastplates and cruppers back and forth. The military commissar and the nurse. A Russian man, a sly mujik, coarse and sometimes insolent and confused. Has a high opinion of the nurse, sounds me out, asks me all kinds of questions, he is in love. The nurse goes to say goodbye to the division commander, and this after everything that's happened. Everyone slept with her. That Borsislav is in the adjoining room, the division commander is busy, he's cleaning his revolver. I'm given boots and underwear. Sukhorokov received them and dealt them out himself, he's a super lackey, describe him. A chat with the nephew who wants to go to university. Sokol, brokers and artisans, communism, they tell me, isn't likely to strike root here. What battered, tormented people these are. Poor Galicia, poor Jews. My landlord has 8 doves. Manuelov has a sharp confrontation with Sheko, he has many sins in his past. A Kiev adventurer. He came to us demoted from having been chief of staff of the 3rd Brigade. Lepin. A dark, Terrifying soul. The nurse 26 men and 1 woman. 12. August 27, 1920. Skirmishes near Zeniatin, Gluznov. We ride northwest. Half the day with the transport carts. Heading to Lazacho, Komaro. In the morning we set off from Sokol. A regular day with the squadrons, we wander through forests and glades with the division commander, the brigade commanders come, son, for 5 hours I haven't gotten off my horse, brigades ride past. Transport cart panic. I left the carts at a clearing in the forest, rode over to the division commander. The squadron's on a hill. Reports to the army commander, a cannonade, there are no airplanes, we ride from one place to another, a regular day. Heavy exhaustion toward evening, we spend the night in Waysilo. We didn't reach Lazacho, our target destination. The 11th Division is in Waysilo or somewhere near there, Pandemonium, Bakhcherov 13 a tiny division, he has lost some of his sparkle. The 4th Division is mounting successful battles. August 28, 1920. Komaro. I rode off from Waysilo 10 minutes after the squadrons. I am riding with 3 horsemen. Earth mounds, glades, destroyed farms, somewhere in the greenery are the red columns, plums. Gunfire, we don't know where the enemy is, we can't see anybody, machine guns are hammering quite near and from different directions, my heart tenses, and so every day single horsemen are out looking for their field headquarters, they are carrying reports. Toward noon I found my squadron in a ravaged village with all the villagers hiding in their cellars, under trees covered in plums. I ride with the squadrons. I ride into Komaro with the division commander, Red Hood. A magnificent, unfinished, red church. Before we entered Komaro, after the gunfire, I was riding alone, silence, warm, a bright day, a somewhat strange and translucent calm, my soul ached, all alone, nobody getting on my nerves, fields, forests, undulating valleys, shady roads. We stop opposite the church. The arrival of Voroshilov and Budyani. Voroshilov blows up in front of everyone, lack of energy. He gets heated, a heated individual, the whole army restless, he rides and yells, Budyani is silent, smiles, white teeth. Afanasyenko defends himself, let's go inside, why do we keep letting the enemy get away? Voroshilov shouts. Without contact you can't strike. Is Afanasyenko worthless? The pharmacist who offers me a room. Rumors of atrocities. I go into the shtetl. Indescribable fear and desperation. They tell me what happened. Hiding in a hut, they are frightened that the Poles will return. Last night Captain Yakovlev's * Cossacks were here. A pogrom. The family of David Zis, in their home, the old prophet, naked and barely breathing, the butchered old woman, a child with chopped off fingers. Many of these people are still breathing, the stench of blood, everything turned topsy-turvy, chaos, a mother over her butchered son, an old woman curled up, 4 people in one hut, dirt, blood under a black beard, they're just lying there in their blood. Jews in the town square, the tormented Jew who shows me everything, a tall Jew takes his place. The rabbi has gone into hiding, everything has been smashed to pieces in his house, he doesn't leave his burrow until evening. 15 people have been killed, Hasiditska Galer, 70 years old, David Zis, synagogue Shamaz, 45 years old, his wife and his daughter, 15 years old, David Trost, his wife, the butcher. At the house of a raped woman. Evening at my landlord's, a conventional home, Sabbath evening, they didn't want to cook until the Sabbath was over. I look for the nurses, Sislov laughs. A Jewish woman doctor. We are in a strange, old-fashioned house, they used to have everything here, butter, milk. At night, a walk through the shtetl. The moon, their lives at night behind closed doors. Wailing inside. They will clean everything up. The fear and horror of the townsfolk. The main thing, our men are going around indifferently, looting where they can, ripping the clothes off the butchered people. The hatred for them is the same, they too are Cossacks, they too are savage, it's pure nonsense that our army is any different. The life of the shtetls. There is no escape. Everyone is out to destroy them, the Poles did not give them refuge. All the women and girls can scarcely walk. In the evening a talkative Jew with a little beard, he had a store, his daughter threw herself out of a second-floor window, she broke both arms, there are many like that. What a powerful and magnificent life of a nation existed here. The fate of the Jewry. At our place in the evening, supper, tea, I sit drinking in the words of the Jew with the little beard who asks me plaintively if it will be possible to trade again. An oppressive, restless night. August 29, 1920. Komaro, Lubunyi, Nevsk. We pull out of Komaro. During the night our men looted, in the synagogue they threw away the Torah scrolls and took the velvet coverings for their saddles. The military commissar's orderly eyes the phylacteries, wants to take the straps. The Jews smile obsequiously. That is religion. Everyone is greedily looking at what hasn't yet been taken. They rummage through bones and ruins. They come here to make some money. My horse is limping, I take the divisional chief of staff's horse, want to trade, I am too soft, a talk with the village elder, nothing comes of it. Lubunyi. A vodka distillery. 100,000 liters of spirits. Under guard. Rain, penetrating and incessant. Autumn, everything points to autumn. The Polish family of the bailiff. The horses under a canopy, the Red Army fighters drinking in spite of the prohibition. Lubunyi is a threatening peril for the army. Everything is secretive and simple. The people are silent, as if nothing out of the ordinary were going on. Oh, you Russians! Everything breathes secrecy and menace. Sidorenko has calmed down. The operation to take Zamosk. We are 10 versts from Zamosk. There I will ask about RY. The operation, as always, is uncomplicated. Bypass via the west and the north, and then take the town. Alarming news from the Western Front *. The Poles have taken Bialystok. We ride on. The looted estates of Kulakskowski near Lubunki. White columns. An enchanting, even if monoreal, setup. The destruction is beyond belief. The real Poland, bailiffs, old women, white blonde children, rich, semi-European villages with elders, local headmen, all. The Central Red Army Command of Western and Northwestern strategic points in Soviet Russia. Catholic, beautiful women. Our men are dragging away oats on the estate. The horses stand in the drawing room, black horses. Well, after all, we do have to keep them out of the rain. Extremely precious books in a chest, they didn't have time to take them along. The constitution approved by the same 14 at the beginning of the 18th century, old folios from the times of Nicholas I, the Polish Code of Laws, precious bindings, Polish manuscripts of the 16th century, the writings of monks, old French novels. There is no destruction upstairs, it was merely searched, all the chairs, walls, sofas have been slashed open, the floors ripped up, not destroyed, just searched. Delicate crystal, the bedroom, the oak beds, powder case, French novels on the tables, many French and Polish books about childcare, smashed intimate feminine toiletries, remnants of butter in a butter dish, newlyweds. A settled way of life, gymnastic equipment, good books, tables, bottles of medicine, everything sacrilegiously besmirched. An unbearable feeling of wanting to run away from the vandals, but they walk about, search, describe how they walk, their faces, hats, their cursing, goddamn, effing Mother of God, the Holy Virgin. They drag sheaves of oats through the impassable mud. We near Zamosk. A terrible day. The rain is the victor, not letting up even for a minute. The horses can barely pull the carts. Describe this unendurable rain. We wander deep into the night. We are soaked to the bone, tired, Apanasenko's Red Hood. We bypass Zamosk, the units are 3 to 4 versts away from it. The armored trains won't let us pass, they shower us with artillery fire. We stay in the fields, wait for reports, dull rivulets flow. Brigade Commander Naga in a hut, a report. Our fatherly commander. We cannot do a thing against the armored train. It turns out we didn't know that there was a railroad here, it's not marked on the map, a mix-up, so much for our reconnaissance. We roam around and keep waiting for them to take Zamosk. Damn it to hell. The Poles keep fighting better and better. Horses and men are shivering. We spend the night in Nevsk. A fine Polish peasant family. The difference between Poles and Russians is striking. The Poles live more cleanly, cheerfully, play with their children, beautiful icons, beautiful women. August 30th, 1920. In the morning we leave Nevsk. The operation to take Zamosk continues. The weather is as bad as before, rain, slush, impassable roads, we barely slept, on the floor, in the straw, wearing our boots on constant alert. Again roaming around. We go with Sheko to the 3rd Brigade. He goes with his revolver drawn to attack the Zavadi train station. Lepin and I stay in the forest. Lepin is squirming. The skirmish at the station. Sheko has a doomed look on his face. Describe the rapid fire. The station has been taken. We ride along the railroad tracks. 10 prisoners, one of them we arrive too late to save. .15 a revolver wound. An officer. Blood is flowing out of his mouth. Thick, red, clotting blood is drenching his whole face, it looks terrible, red, covered in his thick blood. The prisoners are all undressed. Trousers have been slung over the squadron leader's saddle. Sheko makes him give them back. They try to make the prisoners put on their clothes, but they won't put anything on. An officer's cap. And then there were 9. Foul words all around. They want to kill the prisoners. A bald, lame Jew in his drawers who can't keep up with the horse, a terrible face, an officer no doubt, gets on everyone's nerves, he can't walk, they are all in the grip of animal fear, pitiful, unfortunate people, Polish proletarians. One of the Poles is stately, calm, with sideburns, wearing a knitted jersey, he comports himself with dignity, everyone keeps asking if he's an officer. They want to butcher them. A dark cloud gathers over the Jew. A frenzied Putilov worker, they should all be butchered, the scum, the Jew is hopping after us, we always drag prisoners along, and then hand them over to the authorities of the military escort. What happens to them? The rage of the Putilov worker, foaming at the mouth, his saber, I will butcher the scum and won't have to answer for it. We ride over to the division commander, he is with the 1st and 2nd Brigades. We are always within sight of Zamosk, we can see its chimneys, houses, we are trying to take it from all sides. A night attack is in preparation. We are 3 versts from Zamosk, are waiting for the town to be seized, we'll spend the night there. Field, night, rain, penetrating cold, we are lying on the wet earth, there's nothing to feed the horses with, it's dark, men ride with messages. The 1st and the 3rd Brigades will lead the attack. Naga and Levda 16, a semi-literate Ukrainian who is commander of the 3rd Brigade, arrive the way they always do. Tiredness, apathy, the unquenchable thirst for sleep, almost desperation. A line advances briskly in the dark, a whole brigade on foot. Next to us a cannon. An hour later the infantry advances. Our cannon is firing continuously, a soft, cracking sound, flames in the night, the Poles are firing rockets, crazed shooting from rifles and machine guns, this is hell, we wait, it's 3 in the morning. The battle ebbs. Nothing came of it. For us more and more often now things come to nothing. What does this mean? Is the army giving up? We ride 10 versts to Satanique to lodge for the night. The rain is getting stronger. An indescribable fatigue. My one and only dream a billet. My dream becomes a reality. A dismayed old Pole with his wife. The soldiers, needless to say, clean him out. Extreme fear, they've all been hiding in cellars. Heaps of noodles, butter, milk, bliss. I keep unearthing more and more food. A tortured, nice old woman. Delightful melted butter. Suddenly gunfire, bullets whistling about the stables, about the horses' legs. We up and run. Despair. We ride to the other end of the village. 3 hours of sleep interrupted by reports, debriefings, anxiety. August 31st, 1920. Chesniki. A meeting with the brigade commanders. A farm. A shady glade. The destruction total. Not even any clothes left. We clean out the last of the oats. An orchard, an apiary, the destruction of the hives, terrible, the bees buzz around in desperation, the hives are detonated with gunpowder, the men wrap themselves in their greatcoats and launch an attack on the hives, a bacchanalia, they drag out the frames with their sabers, the honey streams onto the ground, the bees sting, they are smoked out with tarred rags, burning rags. Cherkashin asterisk in the apiary there is chaos and complete destruction, smoke rises from the ruins. I am writing in the garden, a glade, flowers, I feel sorrow for all this. The military order to leave Zamosk, to go to the rescue of the 14th Division, which is being forced back from Komarov. The shtetl has again been taken by the Poles. Poor Komarov. We ride along the flanks and the brigades. Before us, the enemy cavalry, nothing to hold us back. Whom should we butcher if not the Cossacks of Captain Yakovlev? An attack is imminent. The brigades are gathering in the forest 2 versts from Chesniki. Voroshilov and Budyani are with us all the time. Voroshilov, short, graying, in red trousers with silver stripes, always goading, getting on everyone's nerves, keeps hounding Apanasenko about why the 2nd Brigade hasn't arrived. We are waiting for the arrival of the 2nd Brigade. Time is dragging with torturing slowness. Do not rush me, Comrade Voroshilov. Voroshilov, everything is ruined, F it to hell. Budyani is silent, at times he smiles, showing his dazzling white teeth. We must send the brigade first, and then the regiment. Voroshilov's patience snaps, he sends everyone he has into the attack. The regiment marches past Voroshilov and Budyani. Voroshilov pulls out his enormous revolver, show the Polish pans no mercy, his cry is met with joy. The regiment flies off helter-skelter, hurrah, go for it, some gallop off, others hold back, others again move in a trot, the horses balk, bowler hats and carpets our squadron launches an attack. We gallop about 4 versts. They are waiting for us in columns on the hill. Amazing, none of them so much as move. Sang-froid, discipline. An officer with a black beard. I'm being shot at. My sensations. Flight. The military commissar's turn. Nothing helps. Luckily, the enemy doesn't pursue us, otherwise we would have had a catastrophe on our hands. We try to gather a brigade together for a second attack, nothing comes of it. Manuelov is threatened with revolvers. The nurses are the heroines. Backslash. Asterisk an orderly at the 6th Cavalry Division headquarters. Carrot the Cossack captain fighting on the Polish side. Babel is referring to the colorful attire of the Cossacks, some of whom are wearing bowler hats and clothes cut out of carpets, and have draped carpets looted from houses over their saddles. We ride back. Sheko's 17 horse is wounded, Sheko has a concussion, his terrible, rigid face. He doesn't understand what is happening, he is crying, we lead his mare. She is bleeding. The nurse's story, there are nurses who are only out for sympathy, we help the fighters, Go through thick and thin with them. I would shoot, but what can I shoot with? A effing dick, I don't even have that. The command staff is crushed, menacing signs of our army's disintegration. Cheerful, foolish Vorobyov recounts his heroic feats. He went galloping up, 4 shots point blank. Apanasyenko suddenly turns around. You ruined the attack, you bastard. Apanasyenko in a black mood, Sheko pitiful. There is talk about how the army isn't in the shape it used to be. It's high time for a rest. What next? We spend the night in Chesniki. We are frozen through, tired, silent, impassable, all engulfing mud, autumn, destroyed roads, dejection. Before us somber prospects. September 1st, 1920. Terabin. We set out from Chesniki in the night. We stopped there for 2 hours. Night, cold, on our horses. We are shivering. The military order to retreat. We are surrounded. We have lost contact with the 12th Army 18. We don't have contact with anybody. Sheko is crying, his head shaking, his face that of a hurt child. He is pitiful, crushed. What bastards people are. Vinokurov wouldn't give him the military order to read. He is not on active duty. Apanasyenko gives him his carriage, but I'm not their driver. Endless conversations about yesterday's attack, lies, sincere regrets. The fighters are silent. That idiot Vorobyov keeps shooting his mouth off. The division commander cuts him off. The beginning of the end of the 1st Cavalry Army. Rumors of retreat. Sheko is a man deep in misfortune. Manuelov has a temperature of 40 degrees Celsius, fever. Everyone hates him. Sheko harasses him. Why? He doesn't know how to comport himself. Borisov, the orderly, cunning, ingratiating, secretive, no one has any pity for him. That's what's dreadful. Adieu. The 4th Division saves the army. And that with Timoshenko the traitor asterisk. We arrive in Terabin, a half-destroyed village, cold. It's autumn. During the day I sleep in the threshing shed, at night together with Sheko. My talk with Arzam Slyajit. Riding next to me. We spoke about Tiflis, fruit, sun. I think about Odessa, my soul is torn. We are dragging Sheko's bleeding horse behind us. September 2nd, 1920. Terabin Medellin. Pitiful villages. Unfinished huts. Half-naked villagers. We ruin them once and for all. The division commander is with the troops. The military order, delay the enemy's advance on the Bug, attack in the area of Wakaijo-Hostin. We fight but without success. Rumors about the weakening of the army's fighting efficiency are becoming more persistent. Desertion. Masses of reports of men going on leave, illness. The main illness of the division is the absence of command staff. All the commanders are from the ranks. Apanasyenko hates the Democrats. They don't understand a thing. There's no one who can lead a regiment into an attack. Squadron commanders are leading regiments. Days of apathy. Sheko is recovering, he is depressed. Life is tough in the atmosphere of an army whose side has split open. September 3rd, 4, 5, 1920. Malice. We have moved on to Malice. Orlov is the new chief of staff's adjutant. A figure from Gogol. A. Asterisk an ironic comment. After Timoshenko had been relieved of his command of the 6th Cavalry Division on August 5, 1920, he became the division commander, August 25, of the 4th Cavalry Division. He was awarded his second Red Flag Medal for his leadership in the battle for Zamosk. Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, of which there was a Leninist and a non-Leninist wing. Pathological liar, his tongue always wagging, a Jewish face. The main thing, the terrifying ease, when you think about it, with which he talks, chatters, lies. He's in pain, he limps, a partisan, a Makhno asterisk fighter. He went to high school, commanded a regiment. His ease frightens me. What is behind it? Finally Manulov has fled, and not without scandal he was threatened with arrest. How addle-brained Sheko is, they had sent him to the 1st Brigade, sheer idiocy, Army headquarters sent him to the Air Force. Amen. I'm billeted with Sheko. Dull, amiable if you know how to stay on his good side, inept, does not have a strong will. I grovel and so I get to eat. Boguslavsky, languid, half Otson, dreams of Otson girls, from time to time will ride out at night to collect an army order. The 1st platoon of the 1st squadron. Kuban Cossacks. They sing songs. Stayed. They smile. They're not rowdy. Levde Karat reported sick. A cunning Ukrainian. I have rheumatism. I am too weak to work. 3 report sick from the brigades, they're in cahoots. If we're not given any leave, the division will go under, there's no ardor, the horses won't go on, the men are impassive, the 3rd Brigade, 2 days in the field, cold, rain. A sad country, impassable mud, no mujiks to be seen anywhere, they hide their horses in the forests, women sobbing quietly. A report from Niga, unable to execute my duties without a command staff. All the horses are in the forests, the Red Army fighters exchange them, a science, a sport. Barsukov is falling apart. He wants to go to school. There are skirmishes. Our side is trying to advance on Wakaijohoniadaki. Nothing comes of it. A strange weakness. The Pole is slowly but surely pushing us back. The division commander is useless, he has neither the initiative nor the necessary tenacity. His purulent ambition, philandering, gluttony, and probably feverish activity should it be needed. Our way of life. Asterisk the Ukrainian anarchist leader. Karat commander of the 3rd Brigade of the 14th Cavalry Division. Nigar writes, the previous ardor no longer exists, the fighters are dragging their feet. Dispiriting weather all the time, destroyed roads, terrible Russian village mud in which your boots get stuck, there is no sun, it is raining, gloomy, what a cursed land. I am ill, angina, fever, I can barely move, terrible nights in stifling, smoke-filled huts in the straw, my whole body torn to pieces, flea-bitten, itching, bleeding, there's nothing I can do. Our operations continue sluggishly, a period of equilibrium in which, however, the ascendancy is beginning to shift to the poles. The command staff is passive, doesn't even exist anymore. I rush over to the nurse to pick up bandages, I have to go through kitchen gardens, impassable mud. The nurse is staying with the platoon. A heroine, even though she copulates with many. A hut, everyone smoking, cursing, changing foot wrappings, a soldier's life, and another person, the nurse. Anyone too squeamish to drink from the same mug as the rest gets thrown out. The enemy advances. We took lot, have to give it up again, the enemy pushes us back, not a single attack of ours has brought results, we send off the transport carts, I ride to Terabin on Barsukov's cart, from there on rain, slush, misery, we cross the Bug, Budyatiki. So it has been decided to relinquish the Bug line. September 6, 1920. Budyatiki. Budyatiki is occupied by the 44th Division. Clashes. They are startled by our division pouring in like a wild horde. Orlov * hand this place over to us and get out. The nurse, a proud woman, pretty and somewhat dim-witted, is in tears, the doctor is outraged at the shouts of "Down with the Yids, save Russia." They are stunned, the quartermaster was thrashed with a whip, the field hospital demolished, pigs are requisitioned and dragged off without receipts or anything, and before everything had been well ordered, all sorts of representatives go to see Sheko to complain. There you have the Budyani fighters. The proud nurse, a kind we've never seen before, in white shoes and stockings, a full, shapely leg, they have things nicely organized, respect for human dignity, quick, thorough work. We are billeted with Jews. My thoughts of home are becoming increasingly persistent. I see no way out. September 7, 1920. Budyatiki. We are occupying 2 rooms. The kitchen is full of Jews. There are refugees from Krilo, a pitiful little bunch of people with the faces of prophets. They sleep side by side. All day long they are boiling and baking. The Jewess works like a slave, sewing, laundering. They pray there too. Children, young girls. The damn bastards, the lackeys, they are continually stuffing themselves, drinking vodka, guffawing, growing fat, hiccuping with lust for women. We eat every 2 hours. A unit is placed on the opposite shore of the bug, a new phase in the operation. It's been 2 weeks now that everyone's been saying more and more doggedly that the army has to be pulled out for arrest. Arrest, our new battle cry. A delegation turns up, the division commander entertains them, they're constantly eating, his stories about Stavropol, Sislov is growing fatter, the bastard has gotten himself a good deal. Terrible tactlessness, Sheko, Sislov, Sukhorokov have been put up for a red flag medal. The enemy is trying to cross over to our side of the bug, the 14th Division acted quickly and pushed them back. I am issuing certificates. I've gone deaf in one ear. The result of my cold? My body is all scratched up, cuts everywhere, I don't feel well. Autumn, rain, everything is depressing, deep mud. September 8, 1920. Vladimir Volinsk. In the morning I head to the administrative headquarters on a civilian cart. I have to testify, some song and dance about money. Some demi-rearguard sordidness, Gasaif, Naliatov, money at the Revolutionary Tribunal. Lunch with Gorbanov. Off to Vladimir with the same nags. An arduous ride, insurmountable mud, the roads impassable. We arrive at night. A squabble about the billet, a cold room in a widow's house. Jews storekeepers. Mama and Papa are old. Poor grandma. The gentle, black-bearded husband. The red-headed, pregnant Jewess is washing her feet. The girl has diarrhea. It is cramped, but there is electricity, it's warm. For supper there are dumplings with sunflower oil, pure bliss. There you have it, Jewish abundance. They think I don't understand Yiddish, they are as cunning as flies. The town is destitute. Borodin * and I sleep on a feather bed. September 9, 1920. Vladimir Volinsk. The town is destitute, dirty, hungry, you can't buy anything with money, sweets cost 20 rubles and cigarettes. Dejection. Army headquarters. Gloomy. A council of trade unions, young Jews. I go to the economic councils and the trade unions, dejection, the military members make demands, act like louts. Sickly young Jews. Magnificent meal meat, kasha. Our only pleasure is food. The new military commissar at headquarters, a monkey's face. My landlord wants to barter for my shawl. I'm not going to let him hoodwink me. My driver, barefoot with bleary eyes. Oi Russia, Karad. A synagogue. I pray, bare walls, some soldier or other is swiping the electric light bulbs. The bathhouse. A curse on soldiering, war, the cramming together of young, tormented, still healthy people gone crazy. The home life of my landlord and his wife, they are taking care of a few things, tomorrow is Friday, they are already preparing themselves, the old woman is good, the old man a little underhanded, they are only pretending to be poor. They say, better to starve under the Bolsheviks than to eat fancy bread under the Poles. An orderly at the headquarters of the 6th Cavalry Division. Babel uses Rassia, an archaic folksy name for Russia. September 10, 1920. Kaval. Half the day in the shattered, doleful, terrible train station in Vladimir Volinsk. Dejection. The black-bearded Jew is working. We arrive in Kabul at night. Unexpected joy, the Political train * supper with Zdanovic carrot butter. I spend the night in the radio station. Blinding light. A miracle. Kilimskaya is having an affair. Lymph glands. Validia. She took off all her clothes. My prophecy came true. September 11, 1920. Kabul. The town has kept traces of European Jewish culture. They won't accept Soviet money, a glass of coffee without sugar, 50 rubles. A disgusting meal at the train station, 600 rubles. Son, I go from doctor to doctor, have my ear treated, itching. I visit Yakovlev 19 quiet little houses, meadows, Jewish alleys, a quiet hardy life, Jewish girls, youths, old men at the synagogues, perhaps wigs. Soviet power does not seem to have ruffled the surface, these quarters are across the bridge. Dirt and hunger in the train. Everyone's emaciated, louse-ridden, with sallow faces, they all hate one another, sit locked up in their cubicles, even the cook is emaciated. A striking change. They are living in a cage. Kilimskaya, dirty, puttering about in the kitchen, her connection to the kitchen, she feeds Validia, a Jewish wife from a good home. All day I look for food. The district in which the 12th Army is located. Luxurious establishments, clubs, gramophones, conscientious Red Army fighters, cheerful, life is bubbling up, the newspapers of the 12th Army, Central Military News Service, Army Commander Kuzmin Karat who writes articles. As far as work goes, the Political seems to be doing well. The life of the Jews, crowds in the streets, the main street is Lutskaya Street, I walk around on my shattered feet, I drink an incredible amount of tea and coffee. Ice cream, 500 rubles. They have no shame. Sabbath, all the stores are closed. Medicine, 5 rubles. I spend the night at the radio station. Blinding light, sassy radio telegraphers, one of them is struggling to play a mandolin. Both read avidly. September 12, 1920. Kyvertsy. In the morning, panic at the train station. Artillery fire. The Poles are in town. Unimaginably pitiful flight, carts in 5 rows, the pitiful, dirty, gasping infantry, cavemen, they run over meadows, throw away their rifles, Borodin the orderly already sees the butchering Poles. The train moves out quickly, soldiers and carts come dashing, the wounded, their faces contorted, jump up into our train cars, a gasping political worker, his pants have fallen down, a Jew with a thin, translucent face, possibly a cunning Jew, deserters with broken arms jump on, sick men from the field hospital. The institution that calls itself the 12th Army. For every fighter there are 4 rear-line men, 2 ladies, 2 trunks filled with things, and even the actual fighter doesn't fight. The 12th Army is ruining the front and the Red Cavalry, it exposes our flanks and then sends us to stop up those holes with ourselves. One of their units, the Urals Regiment or the Bashkir Brigade, surrendered, leaving the front open. Disgraceful panic, the army is unfit for combat. The soldier types, the Russian Red Army infantryman is barefoot, not only not modernized, but the embodiment of wretched Russia, hungry and squat mujiks, tramps, bloated, louse-ridden. At Goluby all the sick, the wounded, and the deserters are thrown off the train. Rumors, and then facts, the provision unit of the 1st Cavalry sent into the cul-de-sac of Vladimir Volinsk has been captured by the enemy, our headquarters has moved to Lutsk, a mass of fighters and equipment of the 12th Army has been captured, the army is fleeing. In the evening we arrive in Kyvertsy. Life in the railway car is hard. The radio telegraphers keep plotting to get rid of me, one of them still has an upset stomach, he plays the mandolin, the other keeps taunting him because he is an idiot. Life in the railway car, dirty, malicious, hungry, animosity toward one another, unhealthy. Moscow women smoking, eating like pigs, faceless, many pitiful people, coughing Muscovites, everyone wants to eat, everyone is angry, everyone has an upset stomach. September 13, 1920. Kaivertsi. A bright morning, the forest. The Jewish New Year. Hungry. I go into the shtetl. Boys wearing white collars. Isha's kaki offers me bread and butter. She earns her money herself, a hardy woman, a silk dress, she has tidied up the house. I am moved to tears. Here the only thing that helped was talking things through. We spoke for a long time. Her husband is in America, a shrewd, unhurried Jewess. A long stop at the station. Dejection, like before. We get books from the club, we read avidly. September 14, 1920. Kulvan. We stop in Kievan for a day and a night, the whole time at the station. Hunger, dejection. The town of Rovno won't allow us passage. A railroad worker. We bake shortbread and potatoes at his place. A railroad watchman. They eat, say kind things, don't give us anything. I am with Borodin, his light gate. All day long we look for food, from one watchman to the next. I spend the night in the radio station in the blinding light. September 15, 1920. Kulvan. The third day of our agonizing stop in Kulvan begins, the same hunt for food. In the morning we had a lot of tea with shortbread. In the evening I rode to Rovno on a cart of the 1st Cavalry's Air Force Department. A conversation about our Air Force, it doesn't exist, all the machines are broken, the pilots don't know how to fly, the planes are old, patched up, completely worthless. The Red Army fighter with a swollen throat, quite a type. He can barely speak, his throat must be completely blocked, inflamed, sticks in his fingers to scrape away the film in his gullet. They told him salt might help, he pours salt down his throat, he hasn't eaten for 4 days, he drinks cold water because nobody will give him hot. His talk is garbled, about the attack, about the commander, about the fact that they were barefoot, some advanced, others didn't, he beckons with his finger. Supper at Gasnikova's. 1. Timoshenko had been the commander of the 6th Cavalry Division from November 1919 to August 1920, and Apanashenko from August to October 1920. T.R.P. Khmelnytsky, Voroshilov's aide-de-camp, was a Jew, who happened to have the same name as Bogdan Khmelnytsky, the legendary 17th-century Cossack leader. 2. Bakhcherov, the military commissar of the 6th Cavalry Division, was to be relieved of his duties the following day. Timoshenko's tenure as commander of the 6th Cavalry Division ended with the battle near Brody. He was held responsible for the battle's failure. 3. Lepin, as a staff officer, now had to report to Sheko, the new chief of staff. 4. Now that Bakhcherov, their former master, has lost his tenure. 5. The new chief of staff of the 6th Cavalry Division. The former commander of the 6th Cavalry Division. 6. Henryk Sienkiewicz, 1846–1916, Polish novelist, author of Quo Vadis. French, our little hero is already 7 weeks old. 7. Gerhard Hauptmann, 1862–1946, German dramatist. His play Elga was first performed in 1905. Alexander Nikolaevich Vinokurov was the military commissar of the 6th Cavalry Division. He replaced Bakhcherov. Korochayev had been the provisional commander of the 4th Cavalry Division from May 1 to June 20, 1920. The new commander of the 6th Cavalry Division. 8. Boris Mokaevich Tumenko had been the legendary commander of the 4th Cavalry Division in 1918, and fought with Stalin, Budyonny, and Voroshilov at the Battle of Tsaritsyn. The political commissar of the 6th Cavalry Division. Sergei Yudkin, a celebrated Russian aviation pioneer from Odessa. Vasily Ivanovich Niga, commander of the 1st Brigade of the 6th Cavalry Division. Ukrainian, language. The military commissar of the 6th Cavalry Division. 9. Kolsov, commander of the 3rd Brigade. The Chief of Staff of the 6th Cavalry Division. Revo and Soviet, founded in 1918, were councils in which military commanders and political representatives of the Bolshevik government conferred on military tactics. Lapiris orderly. 10. Vasily Ivanovich Niga, commander of the 1st Brigade of the 6th Cavalry Division. The Chief of Staff of the 6th Cavalry Division. Zap Front, Zapadny Front, February 1919 to January 1921, was the Central Red Army Command of Western and Northwestern strategic points in Soviet Russia. The Chief of Staff of the 6th Cavalry Division. Manuilov was the adjutant to Sheko, the divisional chief of staff, and Boguslavsky was staff secretary. Mikhail Artemovich Muravyov, a legendary figure who in 1918, during his tenure as commander of the Western Front, instigated the counter-revolutionary Muravyov revolt for which he was executed. Now demoted to the rank of squadron commander. German, a vehement nationalist. 11. Manuilov was the divisional chief of staff's adjutant, and Sheko, his boss, was the divisional chief of staff. German, Polish ones, Jews. 12. A reference to Maxim Gorky's story, 26 men and 1 woman. 13. Pavel Vasilyevich Bakhcherov, the former military commissar of the 6th Cavalry Division, had become the military commissar of the 11th Division on August 8. A Cossack captain fighting on the Polish side. 14. The Polish Parliament. 15. See the stories And Then There Were 9 and Then There Were 10, in which the Cossacks capture Polish prisoners at the Zawody station. Babel and Lepin arrive too late to stop the Cossacks from murdering one of the prisoners. 16. Niga was the commander of the 1st Brigade of the 6th Cavalry Division, and Levda was commander of the 3rd Brigade of the 14th Cavalry Division. 17. The Chief of Staff of the 6th Cavalry Division. Commander of the 2nd Squadron of the 6th Cavalry Division. 18. The infantry, the main force in the Russian-Polish campaign. The military commissar of the 6th Cavalry Division. The adjutant of the Chief of Staff of the 6th Cavalry Division. A train for the ideological education of the troops, equipped with a printing press and radio station. VZ Danovic, the editor-in-chief of the Red Cavalry newspaper Krasny Kavalerist, for which Babel wrote articles. See Dispatch Office, Shape Up. 19. The political commissar of the 6th Cavalry Division. Nikolai Nikolaevich Kuzmin was the provisional commander of the 12th Army from August to November 1920. 7. Reports from Petersburg 1918. Isaac Babel's reports from Petersburg stark belletristic articles and short stories were published in 1918, the first year of Soviet rule. Russia had been devastated not only by World War I but also by the February and October revolutions of 1911, and the Civil War, 1918-22, against the white pro-monarchist forces. The Bolsheviks had come to power with the October Revolution, just 5 months before Babel's first report from Petersburg appeared in Maxim Gorky's new magazine Novaya Zhizn, New Life. Years later, Babel remembered Gorky saying to him, an unknown 21-year-old writer, the harsh words that were to have such a formative effect on him, "It is very clear that you don't really know anything, but that you are good at guessing quite a lot. What you must now do is go out into the world." Babel took Gorky's words to heart. He set out in these Petersburg reports to record with candor and specificity the overwhelming problems faced by different sectors of Russian society as the country endeavored to rebuild itself along Soviet lines. Imperialist censorship was suddenly gone, and Babel was among the first writers to address previously unmentionable subjects, the piles of the murdered overwhelming the morgues, the panicking blind and disabled war veterans, the high incidence of infant mortality, the starvation of animals at the Petersburg Zoo. My journalistic work gave me a lot, especially in the sense of material, Babel said in an interview 14 years later in Literaturnia Gazeta *. I managed to amass an incredible number of facts, which proved to be an invaluable creative tool. I struck up friendships with morgue attendants, criminal investigators, and government clerks. Later, when I began writing fiction, I found myself always returning to these subjects which were so close to me, in order to put character types, situations, and everyday life into perspective. Journalistic work is full of adventure. We do not think of Babel as a journalist, but in writing these probing reports, he was among the pioneers of investigative journalism, writing pieces on a range of subjects, as he himself put it, that was to set a precedent for later journalism. Babel did not hesitate to criticize the weaknesses of the new Soviet government, but he maintained that it was not the socialist ideal that was at fault, but the incompetent people whom the curve of the revolution has thrown into the forefront. As always, Babel calls things here as he sees them. He is particularly unforgiving of the people of the past, who have jumped onto the bandwagon of the people's cause. The first 17 pieces in this section were published in Gorky's newspaper Novaya Zhizn, until the Bolshevik censor's office closed it down in July 1918, an action that suggested that the newly gained freedom of the press would prove ephemeral. The reports from Petersburg present one of the most striking pictures of life in the Soviet Union in the days following the revolution. First aid. Every day people stab each other, throw each other off bridges into the Black Neva, hemorrhage from hapless or wretched childbirth. That's how things are, that's how they've always been. In order to save the little man in the street, who pounds the sidewalks of big cities, first aid centers have been set up. That is what they call it, first or quick aid. If you want to know what help you can expect in Petrograd, and how quickly you can expect it, then I can tell you. A heavy silence hangs over the office of the first aid center. There are large rooms, gleaming typewriters, piles of papers, clean-swept floors. There is also a startled young lady who, about 3 years ago, frantically began writing pamphlets and magazine articles, and who can't be stopped, by fair means or foul. And it might well be better if she did manage to stop, because for quite a while now people have had absolutely no need for pamphlets or magazines. There is no one else in the office besides the young lady. The young lady is the staff. One could even say she is both the regular and part-time staff in one. As there are no horses, no gasoline, no work, no doctors, no caretakers, and no one to be taken care of, one asks oneself why one would need a staff. There is really nothing available. There used to be 3 ambulances, lie-downers, or non-lie-downers, as the crew calls them. The ambulances are still here, but they are not sent out on calls because there's no gasoline. There hasn't been any gasoline for ages. Recently, one of the people here finally had had enough of this dead-end situation, stuck a badge on his jacket, and marched over to the authorities at Smolny Point 7. The authorities responded, the maximum quantity of gasoline dispensed to urban depots is 2.5 poods. It is possible that the authorities were mistaken. But what is the point of objecting? There are also 6 carts at the fire station that could be used. But at the present time they are not in use. The fire department refuses to provide horses. We don't even have enough for ourselves. So all they have is a single cart. To pull it, they hire 2 horses from a carter at a cost of 1,000 rubles a month. Of the countless emergency calls that come in, only 2 or 3 a day are dealt with. That is all that can be handled. The distances are great and the horses gaunt. To get to an accident in Vasilevsky, for instance, takes 2 to 3 hours. The person has already died, or simply isn't there anymore, having vanished into thin air. If the victim does happen to still be around, he is carted over to the hospital at a leisurely pace, and the cart, after a little rest, sets out again to an accident that was called in 5 or 6 hours ago. There is a special book in which all of the center's activities are recorded, the rejection book. When a call cannot be answered, it is entered in this book. It is a thick book, a hefty book, The only book. Other books are not necessary. The only working cart is manned by a crew of 20 to 11 are medical attendants, and 8 are medical assistants. It is quite likely that all of them receive wages based on complex pay scales, with increases reflecting the rising cost of living. The center has no institutions connected with its functions, no exhibits, no hospitals. In many Western European cities, such exhibits hold particular interest as a doleful chronicle of city life. They display instruments of murder and suicide and letters left by suicide victims, silent and eloquent testimonies to human hardship, to the disastrous influence of city and stone. We don't have that. We have nothing, neither quickness nor aid. All we have is an undernourished city of 3 million, rocking wildly on the foundations of its existence. Much blood is shed on its streets and in its houses. The center, formerly run by the Red Cross, has now been taken over by the city. It is clear that the city will have to do something. Horses. What used to be called the Petrograd slaughterhouses no longer exist. Not a single bull, not a single calf is sent to the cattle yard. The only bulls there now are those outside the entrance of the magnificent, architecturally grand and resplendent main wing, the bronze bulls, symbols of power, abundance, and wealth. These symbols are now orphaned and live their own separate existence. I wander through the cattle yard. It is bizarrely, lethally empty. The white snow shines beneath the bright cold sun of Petropole. 8 faintly trodden paths lead in various directions. Powerful, squat buildings, silent and swept clean. Not a single person is around, not a single voice, not a single blade of grass on the ground. Only ravens hover above the places where blood once steamed and freshly expired entrails quivered. I look for the place where horses are slaughtered, but for a whole quarter of an hour I cannot find a single person in the vast yards who can tell me where it is. Finally I find it. Here the picture is very different. This place is not deserted. Quite the opposite. Dozens of horses, hundreds stand crestfallen in stalls. They are somnolent with exhaustion, and chew at their own dung and the wooden posts of the fence. The fence is now protected by iron rails. This was done to keep the posts that have already been half eaten by the horses from total destruction. Wood, half chewed to pieces by starving animals. A nice modern symbol compared to the symbol of bygone days, bronze bowls filled with hearty red meat. Dozens of Tatars are busy slaughtering the horses. It has become a typical Tatar occupation. Our soldiers, sitting around unemployed, cannot bring themselves to do this kind of work. They cannot, they're soul rebels. This causes damage. The Tatars are completely untrained in their trade. No less than a quarter of all the hides go to waste. The Tatars don't know how to skin horses. There aren't enough old slaughterers left. You'll immediately see why. A doctor walks with me past the building where the horses are being slaughtered. Butchers carry steaming carcasses, horses fall onto the stone floor and die without a sound. The doctor feeds me boring platitudes about how there is chaos everywhere right now, and chaos in the slaughterhouses too. This and that needs to be done, all kinds of measures are in the offing. I am aware of the terrible statistics. In the past, 30 to 40 horses a day were slaughtered. Now the slaughterhouse accommodates 500 to 600 horses daily. In January 1,000 horses were slaughtered, for March we anticipate 10,000. The reason, no fodder. The Tatars will pay 1,000, 1,500, 2,000 rubles for an emaciated horse. The quality of the slaughtered horses has risen dramatically. In the past, only old and dying horses came to the slaughterhouse. Now you see magnificent working steeds, 3 and 4-year-olds, being brought in for slaughter. Everyone is selling off their horses, cabbies, carters, private horse owners, local peasants. The dehorsification process is advancing with incredible speed, and this before spring, before the work season has begun. We have been losing our steam power capacity at a catastrophic rate, and animal power, so vital to us, is going the same way. Will anything be left? Figures show that since October, the month in which the great increase of slaughtering was first registered, enough horses were killed to keep slaughterers busy under normal circumstances for a period of 12 to 15 years. I leave the horses' place of rest and head over to the Kutturuk Tavern, which is across from the slaughterhouses. It is lunchtime. The tavern is full of Tatars slaughterers and merchants. The scent of blood, strength, and contentment emanates from them. The sun shines outside the window, thawing the dirty snow and dancing on the dull panes. The sun pours its rays over the scraggly Petrograd market, over the small frozen fish, over the frozen cabbages, over the UU cigarettes and the oriental goziniki 9 in the tavern. Strapping Tatars chatter in their own language and order 2 rubles worth of preserves with their tea. A little mujik squeezes in next to me. He winks at me, and says that nowadays a Tatar earns himself around 5,000 rubles a month, even 10. They've bought up every single horse, down to the last one. Later, I find out that the Russians too are beginning to wise up. They are also joining in. What do you expect? In the old days it was the Tatars who ate horses, now the whole country is eating horses, even the masters. The sun is shining. A strange thought enters my head, everyone's doing badly, we're all at the end of our tether. Only the Tatars are doing fine, the merry grave diggers of prosperity. But then the thought vanishes. These Tatars? They're nothing but grave diggers. Premature babies. Heated white walls shine with an even light. Asterisk the Fontanka River, meager pool seeping over its marshy bed, cannot be seen. The heavy brocade of the embankment, swamped with swollen heaps of pulpy, loose, black, snowy filth, cannot be seen. Women in gray or black dresses are shuffling about noiselessly in the warm, high-ceilinged rooms. Along the walls, in small metal tubs, lie silent little monsters with wide, serious eyes, the dwarfed fruit of corroded, soulless, stunted women, women from the wood and plank outskirts immersed in fog. When they are brought in, the premature babies weigh a pound and a half. A chart hangs on each tub, the infant's life curve. These days it isn't really a curve. The lines are leveled out. Life in the 1-pound bodies flickers spectrally and despondently. Another imperceptible facet of our decline, the women who breastfeed the children keep giving them less and less milk. There aren't many wet nurses. 5 for 30 infants. Each wet nurse feeds her own infant and 4 others. There is even a saying in the wards, 4 others to 1 of your own. They have to be breastfed every 3 hours. There are no holidays. You can sleep 2 hours in a row, not more. The women, whose breasts are sucked 7 times every 24 hours by 5 thin blue mouths, are given 3/8 of a loaf of bread every day. They are standing around me, 5 of them, in their monastic attire, big-breasted but thin, telling me, the doctor says we're not giving the children enough milk, that they're not growing. We'd gladly give them more, but they're sucking our blood dry. If only we were granted the same rations as carters. The authorities told us we're not laborers. 2 of us went down to the store, we set off, our knees kept giving way, we stopped, we looked at each other, we just wanted to collapse, we could hardly walk. They beg me for ration cards, extra food, they implore, stand along the walls, their faces redden and become strained and pitiful, like petitioners at a government office. I leave. The supervisor comes running after me. They're just a little overwrought, she whispers. Open your mouth, and they start crying. What we do is look the other way, cover things up. There's a soldier who comes to see one of them, we turn a blind eye. She tells me the story of the woman who is visited by the soldier. She came to the ward a year ago, a tiny, efficient woman. The only large things about her were her heavy, milk-filled breasts. She had more milk than any of the other wet nurses in the ward. A year went by, a year of ration cards, salty smells, and more crooked little bodies expelled one after the other by the faceless, soulless women of Petrograd. Now the tiny, efficient woman has no more milk. They taunt her and she cries, venomously squeezing her empty breast and turning her head away when she breastfeeds. If only the tiny woman were to be given another 3/8 of a loaf, if only she were granted the same rations as a carter, if only something were done. One really has to give this some thought. It's a pity about these children. If they don't die, they will become young men and women. They have to build up a life for themselves. What if they only build up 3/8 of one? That would be a stunted life. And we have seen enough stunted life. The dead. A week ago I spent a whole morning walking through Petrograd, through the town of poverty and death. The fog, thin but all-powerful, swirled above the murk of the stone streets. Dirty snow turned into dim, glowing black puddles. The markets were bare. The women crowded around peddlers who were selling things that nobody needed. The peddlers still had taut pink cheeks puffed up with chilled fat. Their eyes, selfish and blue, schemed over the helpless crowd of women, soldiers in civilian trousers, and old men wearing leather galoshes. Carts rolled past the market. The carters' faces, absurd and grey, their curses heated and stale from habit. Their horses were gigantic, their loads consisting of broken plush sofas and black barrels. The horses had heavy, shaggy hooves and thick, long manes. But their scrawny ribs stuck out, their legs sliding with feebleness, their tense muzzles hanging low. I walked on and read about the executions, about how this city of ours spent yet another of its nights. I went to the place where the dead are counted every morning. In the chapel next to the mortuary a service was being held. The service is for a soldier. 3 relatives are standing around him. 2 workmen and a woman. Thin faces. The priest prays badly, without grandeur or sorrow. The relatives sense this. They glare at the priest with dull, staring eyes. I start talking to the watchman. At least they're burying this one, he tells me. We've got a good 30 of them lying in there. They've lain there for 3 weeks, and every day more come piling in. Every day the bodies of the executed and the murdered are brought to the mortuary. They bring them on wooden sledges, dump them by the gates, and then leave. In the past, questions were asked: who was killed, when, by whom? Now they don't bother. Unidentified male is written on a slip of paper, and the body is taken to the morgue. The bodies are brought in by Red Army soldiers, policemen, and all kinds of other people. These deliveries, every morning and night, have been going on for a whole year without a breather, without a break. Recently, the quality of the corpses has risen dramatically. When, out of sheer boredom, someone asks the policeman questions, they simply answer, killed in a robbery. I go into the mortuary accompanied by the watchman. He lifts the sheets and shows me the faces, covered in black blood, of the people killed 3 weeks ago. They are all young and have sturdy bodies. Their feet are bare and waxen, or stick out in boots or foot wrappings. Yellowish bellies are visible, hair caked with blood. A note is lying on one of the bodies. Prince Constantine Eboli de Tricoli. The watchman pulls back the sheet. I see a lean, well-proportioned body, and a small, grinning, impudent, terrible face. The prince is wearing an English suit and lacquered shoes with black suede tops. He is the only nobleman within these silent walls. On another table I find his aristocratic friend, Francisca Britti. She survived for 2 hours in the hospital after she was shot. Her well-proportioned, purple body is bandaged. She is also thin and tall, like the prince. Her mouth is open. Her head is raised in quick, frenzied yearning. Her long white teeth sparkle voraciously. In death she keeps a stamp of beauty and impudence. She sobs and laughs disdainfully at her murderers. I find out the most important thing: the bodies are not being buried because there is no money to bury them. The hospital does not want to waste money on burials. There are no relatives. The commissariat does not pay any attention to the petitions, and replies with pretexts and formalities. The administration will turn to Smolny. Point 10 Of course. Well, I'll end up there. For now, all this is no problem, the watchman says. Let them lie where they are. But when the heat kicks in, you'll have to run as far away from that hospital as you can. The unclaimed corpses are a burning issue at the hospital. Who will deal with them? It's a matter of principle. They killed them, let them come take them away, the medical assistant says bitterly. They're clever enough, though, to come and dump them here. We get dozens a day, some executed, some killed in robberies. You wouldn't believe the petitions we've already sent. I leave the place where the dead are counted. It is depressing. The Palace of Motherhood. Legend has it that it was built by Rastrelli. A dark red facade, enlivened by slim columns, those true, silent, and refined monuments to Imperial Petropole 11, less solemn in its delicate and simple structure than the magnificent palaces of the Yusupovs and the Stroganovs. The palace belonged to Razumovsky. Later, girls of noble birth were educated there, orphan girls. These noble orphans had a headmistress. The headmistress lived in 22 high-ceilinged, light blue rooms. Now there is no Razumovsky, no headmistress. 8 women in bedroom slippers shuffle with the heavy tread of the pregnant through the Rastrellian halls, their large bellies sticking out. There are only 8. But the palace belongs to them. And this is why it is called the Palace of Motherhood. 8 women of Petrograd with grey faces and legs swollen from too much walking. Their past, months of standing in lines outside provision stores, factory whistles calling their husbands to the defense of the revolution, the hard anxiety of war and the upheaval of the revolution scattering people all over the place. The recklessness of our destruction is already dispassionately handing us its invoice of unemployment and hunger. There are no jobs for the men returning from the front, their wives have no money to give birth, factories raise their frozen chimneys to the skies. A paper fog, paper money and paper of every other kind flashes eerily past our stunned eyes and vanishes. And the earth keeps turning. People die, people are born. I enjoy talking about the flickering flame of creation kindled in our empty little rooms. It is good that the buildings of the Institute have not been snatched up by requisition and confiscation committees. It is good that oily cabbage soup is not poured from these white tables, and that no discussions of arrests, so common now, are to be heard. This building will be called the Building of Motherhood. The decree says, it will assist women in their great and strenuous duty. This palace breaks with the old jail-like traditions of the foundling home, where children died or, at best, were sent on to foster parents. Children must live. They must be born for the building of a better life. That is the idea. But it has to be carried through to the end. We have to make a revolution at some point. It could be argued that shouldering rifles and firing at each other might occasionally have its good points. But that is hardly a complete revolution. Who knows, it might not even be a revolution at all. It is important to bear children well. And this, I am fully convinced, is the true revolution. The Palace of Motherhood opened 3 days ago. The regional councils sent their first patients. The first step has been taken. Now we must forge ahead. A school for motherhood is also in the offing. Anyone who wants to attend will be able to. They will teach hygiene, and how to safeguard the lives of infants and mothers. This has to be taught. At the beginning of our century, the death rate in our maternity wards reached 40%. This figure has never dropped below 15 to 20%. Now, due to malnutrition and anemia, the number of deaths is on the rise again. Women will enter the palace in the 8th month of their pregnancy. They will spend a month and a half before they give birth under peaceful conditions, with enough to eat and reasonable amounts of work. It is free of charge. The bearing of children is a tribute to the state. The state will pay for it. After giving birth, the mothers stay in the palace for 10, 20, 42 days, until they have recovered completely. In the past, they used to leave the wards after 3 days, no one to take care of the household, the children have to be fed. There are also plans to build a school for substitute housewives. The substitutes will look after the homes of the women who are in the palace. A special museum/exhibition center is also being considered. There, a mother can view a nice simple bed, linen, diagrams of appropriate nutrition, she can view models of syphilitic and variola sores, read through statistical charts showing the all too familiar, and yet the first actual numbers of infant mortality. At the exhibition, a mother will be able to buy linen, swaddling clothes, and medicine at low prices. This is the embryo of the idea, the revolutionary idea of the socialization of women. The first 8 wives of workers and sailors have come to these spacious halls. The halls belong to them. The halls must be maintained and expanded. Evacuees. There once was a factory, and in this factory untruth reigned. And yet, despite the reign of untruth, smoke rose from the chimneys, the flywheels rolled noiselessly, steel sparkled, the factory's whole body was shaken by the buzzing drone of work. Then came truth. But truth was badly organized. Steel production died. People were being laid off. Cars dragged them in apathetic bewilderment to the railway station. According to some immutable law, working people are drifting without purpose, like dust, over the face of the earth. A few days ago they evacuated a Baltic factory. 4 working families were dumped in a railroad car. The railroad car was put on a ferry and left there. I don't know if the car was fastened properly or poorly to the ferry. They say it was hardly fastened at all. Yesterday I saw those 4 evacuated families. They are lying, one next to the other, in the morgue. 25 corpses. 15 of them children. Their surnames befit such a mundane catastrophe: Kuzmin, Kulikov, Ivanov. None was over 45. All day in the morgue, women from Vasilevskaya and Vyborgskaya crowd around the white coffins. Their faces are like those of the drowned grey. They weep frugally. Whoever goes to cemeteries knows that we no longer weep at funerals. People are in a hurry, confused. Petty, sharp thoughts incessantly drill into their brains. The women grieve most for the children, and put 10-kopeck bills in their little crossed hands. The breasts of one of the drowned women, who is clutching a suffocated 5-month-old infant, are completely covered with money. I left. By the wicket gate, in a blind alley, 2 bent little old women were sitting on a rotting bench. With teary, colorless eyes they watched a burly janitor melting the spongy black snow. Dark streams trickled over the sticky ground. The old women whispered their everyday gossip: the cabinet makiar's son joined the Red Army and got himself killed. There aren't any potatoes at the market, nor are there likely to be. A Georgian has settled in the courtyard, trades in candy, led the general's daughter a student astray, drinks vodka with the militia, gets money from all sides. 12 Then one of the old women explained in dark, old woman's words why 25 people fell into the Neva. All the engineers have run off from those factories. The German says the land is his. The people said this, said that, then they dumped their apartments and set off for home. So the Kulikovs set off for Kalyuga. They started building a raft. 3 days they banged away. One drank too much, the other goes bitter and sits down, thinks. And there's no engineers, just dimwit peasants. They banged the raft together, set sail, all shouting farewells. The river rose, folk and children, women, everyone fell in. But they fixed up everything very nice, they gave 8,000 for the burial, they're doing a funeral service, the coffins are all brocaded, they're really showing their respect for the working people. Mosaic. On Sunday, a day of springtime celebration, Comrade Spitzberg gives a speech in the Grand Hall of the Winter Palace. The title of his speech is The All-Forgiving Persona of Christ and the Vomiting Up of the Anathema of Christianity. Comrade Spitzberg calls God Mr. God, the priests clerics, damn clericalists, and, more often than not, paunchists, a term he has coined from the word paunch. He defines all religions as the market stalls of charlatans and quacks, denounces the Pope, bishops, archbishops, Jewish rabbis, and even the Tibetan Dalai Lama, whose excrement the foolish Tibetan democracy considers a medicinal balm. An attendant is sitting in a niche away from the hall. He is quiet, thin, and clean-shaven. He is surrounded by a horde of people, women, contented workers, unemployed soldiers. The attendant is telling them about Kerensky * bombs exploding beneath the floors, ministers thrown against the smooth walls of dark, echoing corridors, of the feathers bursting from the pillows of Tsar Alexander and Tsarina Maria Fyodorovna. A little old woman interrupts his tale. "Where are they giving the lecture, dearie?" she asked him. "The Antichrist is in the Nikolaevsky Hall," the attendant answers indifferently. Alexander Fyodorovich Kerensky, 1881–1970, served as Minister of Justice, Minister of War, and Provisional Prime Minister of Russia after the February 1917 revolution. A soldier standing nearby laughs. "The Antichrist is in the hall, and you're chattering away here." "I'm not frightened," the attendant says with the same indifference as before. "I live with him day and night." "So you're living it up, huh?" "No," the attendant says, fixing the soldier with his colorless eyes. "I'm not living it up. Life with him is boring." And the old man despondently tells the smiling crowd that his devil is short and bashful, walks about in galoshes, and ruins schoolgirls when no one is looking. The old man doesn't get to finish his tale. Two of his colleagues come and lead him away, saying that since October 13 he has lost a few of his marbles. I walk off deep in thought. This old man had seen the Tsar, the revolt, blood, death, the feathers of the imperial pillows. And the Antichrist had come to him. The devil had nothing better to do on earth than to dream of schoolgirls and dodge the guards of the Admiralty Sub-District Carrot. Our devils are a humdrum bunch. Spitzberg's sermon on the killing off of Mr. God does not seem to be going all that well. The crowd listens sluggishly, applauds feebly. Things were very different a week before at a similar discussion, which contained a few short words, but anti-religious ones. 4 people were noteworthy: a church warden, a frail psalm reader, a retired colonel in a fez, and a stout storekeeper from the Gostanidver market. They marched up to the platform. Before them stood a crowd of women and taciturn, menacing shopkeepers. The psalm reader began in an oily voice, "My friends, let us pray," and ended in a little whisper, "Not everyone is asleep, my friends. Some of us have taken a solemn oath at the tomb of Father Ioan. 14 Set up your parishes once more, my friends." The psalm reader left the platform and, squinting with rage, his scrawny body quaking, added, "The whole thing stinks of rotten fish, my friends. The rabbis they come out of this scot-free." Then the voice of the church warden thundered, "They slaughtered the spirit of the Russian army." The colonel with the fez shouted, "We will not let them." And the storekeeper gave a blunt and deafening roar, "Swindlers." Bareheaded women thronged around the meekly smiling priests and chased the speaker off the podium, jamming 2 workers, Red Guardsmen who had been wounded at Pskov, against the wall. One of them started yelling, shaking his fist, "We know your little tricks. In Kolpino * they hold evening masses till 2 in the morning now. They've come up with a new service, a rally in a church. We'll make those cupolas shake." "You won't shake nothing, you cursed wretch," a woman said in a muffled voice, turning away from him and crossing herself. At Easter, the crowd stand with burning candles in the Cathedral of Our Lady of Kazan. The people's breath makes the small yellow flames flutter. The immense cathedral is packed from wall to wall. The service is unusually long. Priests in sparkling mitres proceed through the halls. There is an artful arrangement of electric lights behind the crucifix. It is as if Christ were stretched out across the starry dark blue sky. In his sermon the priest speaks of the holy countenance that is once more averted in unbearable pain. He speaks of everything holy being spat upon, slapped, and of sacrileges committed by ignorant men who know not what they do. The words of the sermon are mournful, vague, and portentous. Flock to the church, our last stronghold. The church will not betray you. A little old woman is praying by the portal of the cathedral. How nicely the chorus is chanting, she says to me tenderly. What nice services these are. Last week the Metropolitan himself conducted the service. Never before has there been such holy goodness. The workers from our factory, they too come to the services. The people are tired, they're all crumpled up with worry, and in the church there's quiet and there's singing, you can get away from everything. Quite an institution. No one was filled with more admirable intentions than the Welfare Commissariat in the days of the Social Revolution. It started out on quite a grandiose note. It was assigned the most important of tasks, the instantaneous uplifting of the soul, the decreeing of the realm of love, and the preparation of citizens for a lofty existence and a free commune. The commissariat headed straight for its goal without once straying from its path. In the Welfare Commissariat there is a department that goes by the clumsy name of refuges for minors accused of socially dangerous deeds. These refuges were supposed to be established according to new guidelines based on the latest psychological and pedagogical data. And that was exactly how the commissariat's measures were implemented according to the newest of guidelines. One of the directors appointed was an unknown doctor from Murmansk. Another director was a minor railroad functionary also from Murmansk. This latter social reformer is currently being tried for cohabiting with female wards and for freely spending the funds of the free commune. He writes semi-literate petitions, this director of a refuge for minors, full of backbiting insinuations, smacking of prison guard penmanship. He writes that he has dedicated body and soul to the holy cause of the people, and that he was betrayed by counter-revolutionaries. This man entered the service of the Welfare Commissariat describing himself politically as a worker of the party, a true Bolshevik. It seems that these were the only qualifications necessary to become an educator of juvenile delinquents. The other educators. A Latvian woman who knows very little Russian. She seems to have had 4 years of schooling of some kind. An ex-dancer who was schooled by life and danced in the ballet for 30 years. A former Red Army soldier who, prior to being a soldier, had been a sales clerk in a tea store. A barely literate shopboy from Murmansk. A shopgirl from Murmansk. There are also 5 uncles, what a knack these people have for communist terminology, appointed to look after the boys in the institution. Their official job description reads, on duty for a day, sleep for a day, take a day off, do whatever you think needs doing, have whoever shows up mop the floors. I must also add that in one of the refuges there are 23 attendants for 40 children. An audit revealed that the records kept by these attendants, many of whom have already been indicted, were found to be in the following state. Most of the bills have not been signed, one cannot ascertain from these bills what the monies were spent on, there are no receiver's signatures. The receipts do not indicate the number of hours for which workers are being paid. A junior employee's traveling expenses for this January alone amounted to 455 rubles. If you visit the refuge, you will find that there is no schooling or instruction of any kind. 60% of the children are barely literate. No work of any kind is being done. The children's diet consists of root vegetable soup and herring. A powerful stench has saturated the building, as the sewer pipes are broken. No disinfecting measures have been taken, even though there have already been 10 cases of typhoid among the children. There is much illness. In one case, a boy with frostbite on his foot was brought in at 11 o'clock at night, and left to lie in the corridor until morning without receiving treatment of any kind. Escapes are frequent. At night they make the children go to the cold, wet bathrooms naked. They hide the children's clothes out of fear they might escape. Conclusion. The commissariat's welfare institution refuges are nothing more than stinking holes that bear an uncanny resemblance to pre-reform police lockups. The administrators and educators are people of the past, who have jumped on the bandwagon of the people's cause without having the slightest specialization in welfare, the majority of them having had no training whatever in this field. It is unclear what the basis was for them to be hired by the government of the workers and peasants of our nation. I saw all this with my own eyes, the morose, barefoot children, the pimply, swollen faces of their doleful warders, and the cracked sewer pipes. Our poverty and wretchedness are truly beyond compare. The Georgian, the Kerensky rubles, and the general's daughter, a modern tale. Two sad Georgians are sitting in the Palmyra restaurant. One of them is old, the other young. The young one is named Ovanes. Things aren't going well for them. The tea they are served is watery. The young one is eyeing the Russian women. He is an aficionado. The old one is eyeing the gramophone. The old man feels morose, but warm. The horizons are clearing. The Palmyra restaurant offers to sell the young man almonds and raisins. Ovanes buys them. A woman he knows from the state inspection agency will cook gozinaki 15 for them at her house. The merchandise brings in a profit. Days and weeks go by. Ovanes owns a store on Makhafaya Street selling Oriental sweets. Now Ovanes has a store on the Nevsky Prospect. Petka, his assistant, struts around in shiny new galoshes. Ovanes does not bow to the servant girls he knows, but salutes them. His doorman gets a whole chocolate cake on his name day. Everyone respects Ovanes. Meanwhile, General Orlov is living on Kiriknaya Street. His neighbor is Burishkin, a retired medical assistant. When General Orlov's daughter, Galika, graduated from the 3rd class to the 2nd at the institute, the Empress kissed her on the cheek. Friends and relatives were certain that Galika would marry a communications engineer. Galika has a slim, shapely foot in a delicate suede shoe. Lightning strikes from a clear blue sky, Galika moves in with Ovanes. The general is so distraught that he starts a friendship with Burishkin. There is a lack of supplies. The government distributes Siberian salmon. The general doesn't see his daughter. One morning the general woke up and thought, they're all a bunch of dunderheads. The Bolsheviks are the real people. Then he went back to sleep, happy with his thought. Galika sits at the cash register in Ovanes' store. Her friends from the institute work as sales girls at the store. They have fun. The customers come in droves. The store is just like Abrikosov's. The customers are treated with disdain. Galika's friends are called Lida and Shurik. Shurik is very lively, she is cuckolding a second lieutenant. Galika has set up daily hot breakfasts. At the Ministry of Food Provisions, where she worked before, the workers always set up hot breakfasts along cooperative guidelines. The general mulls things over some more. The general and his daughter are reconciled. The general eats chocolates every day. Galika is unusually pretty and tender. Ovanes has acquired an Nikolaevsky greatcoat *. The general is surprised that he has never taken an interest in Georgians. The general studies the history of Georgia and the Caucasian campaigns. Burishkin is forgotten. The city government distributes Siberian salmon. Pensions are paid out in Kerensky rubles carried. It is spring. Galika and her father ride along the Nevsky Prospect in a military coat of the former Imperial Army. T rubles printed during Kerensky's provisional government, which was in power between February and October 1917. A carriage. Burishkin's thoughts are rambling. If only he could find some food. There is no bread. The old man is desolate. Burishkin decides to buy some gozinaki to quell his appetite. Ovanes' store is filled with customers. Burishkin stands in line. Lida and Shurik look at him disdainfully. The general is telling Ovanes a joke, and laughing. The Georgian smiles condescendingly. Burishkin is crushed. Ovanes does not want to give Burishkin change for his Kerensky rubles. Even though Ovanes has change. Have you read the decree about change for Kerensky rubles? Burishkin asks Ovanes. I spit on those decrees, the Georgian answers. It's the only money I have, Burishkin whispers. Then give me back the gozinaki. And what if I bring in the Red Army? I spit on the Red Army. I see. Ovan's store is searched. They find flour, oatmeal, sugar, gold bars, Swedish crowns, egg powder, shoe sole leather, rice starch, ancient coins, decks of cards, and bottles of modern perfume. It's all over. Ovanes is in jail. At night he dreams that nothing happened, that he is in the Palmyra restaurant looking at women. Burishkin is bristling with energy. He is a witness. Galika's abortion went well. She is weak and tender. Shurik's husband became an instructor in the Red Army, participated in a number of battles on the home front, receives a pound of bread a day, is very cheerful, has come back with a regrettable illness. Shurik is being treated by an expensive doctor, and is full of whims and fancies. Her husband says that everyone is sick nowadays. The general is cultivating a friendship with Leibson the chemist. The general has become weak, emaciated. He is beginning to admire Jewish enterprise. Lida visits Galika, who has not yet managed to get over her illness. Her looks have faded. She is working as a secretary in the Smolny 16 and spring is having a bad effect on her. She says that it's hard for a woman to get by nowadays. The railroads aren't working, so you can't go on trips to the countryside. The blind. The sign said, "Refuge for blind soldiers." I rang the bell by the tall oak doors. Nobody answered. It turned out that the door was open. I went inside, and this is what I saw. A tall, dark-haired man wearing sunglasses comes down the broad staircase. He taps in front of himself with a reed cane. The blind man has negotiated the staircase, but now many paths lie before him, dark back streets, blind alleys, stairs, side rooms. His cane softly taps the smooth, dimly shimmering walls. The blind man's head points upwards unmoving. He walks slowly, probes for the step with his foot, stumbles, and falls. A rivulet of blood cuts across his protruding white forehead, flows around his temples, and disappears under his sunglasses. The dark-haired man gets up, dips his fingers in his blood, and quietly calls out, "Kablukov." The door to the adjoining room opens noiselessly. Reed canes shimmer before my eyes. The blind are coming to the aid of their fallen comrade. Some cannot find him, and huddle against the walls, looking upward with their unseeing eyes. Others grab him by the arms and help him up from the floor and, hanging their heads, wait for the nurse or the orderly. The nurse comes. She leads the soldiers to their rooms, and then explains things to me. This sort of thing happens every day. This building is completely wrong for us, completely wrong. What we need is a level, one-story building with long corridors. Our ward is a death trap, full of stairs and more stairs. Every day they fall. Our government, as everyone knows, wallows in administrative bliss in only 2 cases, when we need to run for our lives or when we need to be mourned. During periods of evacuation and ruinous mass resettlement, the government's activity takes on a vigor, a creative verve, an ingenious voluptuousness. I was told how the blind were evacuated from the refuge. The initiative for the move had come from the patients themselves. With the approach of the Germans, the fear of occupation had unleashed extreme agitation in the blind men. The reasons for this agitation are many. The main reason is that all worry is sweet for the blind. Excitement grabs them quickly and unyieldingly, and restless aspiration toward an imaginary goal triumphs over the gloom of their darkness. The second reason for the evacuation is their peculiar fear of the Germans. Most of the blind men have come from prisoner of war camps. They firmly believe that when the Germans come they will be made to slave and starve again. You are blind, the nurses have told them. You're no use to anyone. They won't do anything to you. But the blind men answered, the German doesn't let anyone slip through his fingers. The German makes everyone work. We've lived with Germans, sister. Their fear is touching, and typical of returned prisoners of war. The blind men asked to be taken to the depths of Russia. Since it looked as if an evacuation was in the works, the authorization was quick to come. And this is where it all started. With decisiveness stamped on their haggard faces, the blind men, wrapped in their coats, hobbled over to the train station. Their guides later told us what they had to go through. It was raining that day. All night the drenched men huddled together in the rain waiting to board the train. Then, in the cold and dark boxcars, they rattled over the face of their destitute fatherland, went to government offices, waited in dirty reception halls to be handed rations, and, dismayed and silent, followed their tired, angry guides. Some of the blind headed for villages. But the villages wanted nothing to do with them. Nobody wanted to have anything to do with them. These worthless dregs of humanity, of no use to anyone, roamed about the railroad stations like packs of blind dogs looking for shelter. But there was no shelter. They all returned to Petrograd. Petrograd was silent, absolutely silent. There is a single-story house huddling at the side of the main building. In it live peculiar people from a peculiar time, blind men with their families. I talked with one of the wives, a pudgy young woman in a housecoat and Caucasian slippers. Her husband, sitting right next to her, was an old, bony Pole with an orange-colored face eaten away by poison gas. I asked a few questions, and was quick to get the picture. The slothful little woman was a typical Russian woman of our times, who had been hurled about by the whirlwind of war, shock, and migration. When the war began she had enlisted as a nurse, out of patriotism. She had gone through a lot, maimed boys, German air raids, dances at the officers' club, officers in riding breeches, a woman's ailment, love for some delegate or other, then the revolution, the campaign, another love, evacuation, and then the subcommittees. Somewhere, at some point, she had had parents in Simbursk, as well as a sister, Varia, and a cousin who was a railwayman. But she hadn't had a letter from her parents in a year and a half, and as her sister, Varia, was far away, the warm family aroma had dissipated. What she now has instead is exhaustion, a body that is coming apart at the seams, a seat by the window, a penchant for idleness, lackluster eyes that slither gently from one object to another, and her husband a blind Pole with an orange face. There are quite a few such women in the refuge. They don't leave because there's nowhere to go and no point in going. I can't understand what kind of a place we're running here, the head nurse often says to them. We all live here bunched together, but you people have no right to be here. I don't even know what to call this refuge. By law we're supposed to be a public establishment, but with all of you here, I'm not so sure. In a dark, low-ceilinged room, two pale, bearded moujiks sit facing each other on narrow beds. Their glass eyes are fixed. With soft voices they talk about land, wheat, the current price of suckling pigs. In another room a rickety, apathetic little old man is giving a tall, strong soldier violin lessons. Weak, yelping sounds flow from under the bow in a singing, trembling stream. I walk on. In one of the rooms a woman is moaning. I look in and see a girl of about 17 with a thin crimson face, writhing in pain on a wide bed. Her dark husband sits on a low stool in a corner, weaving a basket with broad hand movements, listening carefully and coldly to her moans. The girl married him 6 months ago. Any minute now a child will be born in this peculiar building filled with peculiar people. This child will be a true child of our times. The evening. Am not about to draw any conclusions. I'm not in the mood. My story will be simple. I was walking along a Fitzerskaya street. It was May 14th, 10 o'clock at night. I heard a shout coming from inside one of the courtyard gates. All kinds of people went to peek through this gate, a passing storekeeper, a sharp-eyed shop assistant, a young lady carrying a musical score, a fat-cheeked maid flushed with spring. In the depths of the courtyard, by the shed, stood a man in a black jacket. Calling him a man, however, might be going somewhat too far. He was a thin, narrow-chested little fellow of about 17. A group of brawny men howling drawn-out curses was circling around him in new, squeaking boots. One of the men ran up to him with a bewildered look and punched him in the face. The lit fellow lowered his head silently. A hand holding a revolver jutted out of a window on the second floor, and a rapid, wheezing voice yelled, "One thing's for certain, you won't live. Comrades, I will tear him to pieces. You will not live." Hanging his head, the little fellow stood below the window and, with attentive sadness, peered up at the yelling man. The yelling man had widened the narrow slits of his lackluster blue eyes to their utmost, and the rage of his passionate, ridiculous shouting was making him increasingly incensed. The little fellow stood motionless. A candle was flickering in the window. The sound of a gunshot resonated like a powerful, velvety note delivered by a baritone. The little fellow tottered and ducked to the side. "What are you doing, comrades?" he whispered. "My God!" Then I saw the men beating him on the stairs. I was told that they were policemen, and that this building was their regional headquarters. The fellow was a prisoner who had tried to escape. The fat-cheeked maid and the eager storekeeper were still standing by the gate. The beaten, gray-faced prisoner ran toward them. Seeing him, the storekeeper slammed the gate shut with sudden gusto and leaned against it with his shoulder, his eyes bulging. The prisoner threw himself against the gate, and one of the policemen hit him over the head with the butt of his gun. There was a dull, muffled gasp, "Murder." I walked down the street, my heart aching, despair seizing hold of me. The men beating the little fellow were all workers. None of them was over 30. They dragged him over to the police station. I slipped in behind them. Broad-shouldered men with crimson faces crept along the corridors. The prisoner sat on a wooden bench, surrounded by guards. His insignificant face was covered with blood and filled with doom. The policemen became businesslike, tense, and unhurried. One of them came up to me and, staring me in the eye, said, "What were you doing here? Get out." All the doors slammed shut. The police station screened itself off from the outside world. Silence descended. From behind the door came the sound of distant, muffled bustling. A gray-haired guard came over to me. "Go away, comrade, you're looking for trouble. They're going to finish him off. See. They've locked the door." Then the guard added, "Killing that dog is too good for him. I'd like to see him try to escape again." A few streets away from the police station I saw a cafe with a lit-up row of windows. Sweet music came drifting out. I was sad. I went inside. The look of the room startled me. It was flooded with the strange light of powerful electric lamps, a hot, white, blinding light. The brilliance made my eyes blur. The blue, red, and white uniforms painted a bright and joyful picture. Young blonde heads and the gold of epaulets, buttons, and cockades glittered beneath the shining lamps, and the black glow of the hard-polished boots shone with precision and exactness. All the tables were occupied by German soldiers. They were smoking long, black cigars, gazing pensively at the blue rings of smoke, and drinking large amounts of coffee with milk. A plump, maudlin old German was serving. He kept telling the band to play Strauss waltzes and Mendelssohn's songs without words. The soldiers' powerful shoulders moved to the beat of the music, their bright eyes shone with sly confidence. They swaggered before one another and kept looking in the mirror. The cigars and the gold-embroidered uniforms had just been sent to them from Germany. The coffee-gulping Germans included all types, reticent and talkative, handsome and gnarled, laughing and silent. But the stamp of youth lay on all of them. Their thoughts and smiles were calm and confident. Our hushed Rome of the North was grand and melancholy that night. For the first time this year the street lights were not lit. The white nights were beginning. The granite streets lay empty in the milky fog of the spectral night. Women's dark shadows stood out dimly against the wide intersections. The mighty St. Isaac's Cathedral loomed like a single, airy, everlasting stone thought. One could see in the blue, dusky radiance how clean was the delicate granite design of the carriageways. The Neva, imprisoned within its unyielding shores, coldly caressed the gleam of the lights in its dark, smooth waters. Everything lay silent, the bridges and palaces, and the monuments that were waiting to be torn down, entangled in red bands and ulcerated by scaffolding. No one was out in the streets anymore. All noise had died away. The impetuous light of an automobile dipped out of the thinning darkness and disappeared without a trace. The bodiless shroud of the night coiled itself around the golden steeples. The silent emptiness hid the most airy and cruel of thoughts. I was standing at the back. We are like flies in September. We are sitting limply, as if we are about to expire. We have come together for a meeting of the unemployed of the district of Petrogradskaya Storona. We have been allotted a spacious hall for this meeting. The advancing rays of the sun wide, hot, white lie on the walls. The talk is being given by the chairman of the Committee of the Unemployed. He is saying, there are 100,000 unemployed. The factories that have come to a standstill cannot be brought back into action. There is no fuel. The labor exchange is inefficient. Even though workers are running it, they happen to be workers who are not very clever, not very literate. The food distribution department is not answerable in its operations to anyone. Those distributing bread among the population have the right to declare it unfit for distribution. No good comes of this. No one is being held accountable for anything. The audience listens passively to the report. It is waiting for the conclusions. The conclusions follow. It is essential that these government institutions not employ families as a whole, husband, wife, and children. It is essential that the unemployed control the labor exchange. It is essential that spacious premises be allotted to the Committee of the Unemployed, and so on and so forth. Boots gleam with a black sparkle under the chairs. It is common knowledge that an unemployed worker, with a lot of free time and a little money left over from his severance pay, will spit assiduously on his boots every morning to give himself the illusion of activity. The speaker has stopped. Awkward, subdued men in stunted coats come up to the podium. The unemployed of Petrograd give speeches about their great neediness, the 5-ruble assistance, and the supplementary ration cards. Our people have gotten so quiet, an aged toothless voice whispers timidly behind me. Our people have gotten so meek. Look how quiet the people's expressions are. One quiets down, another voice answers in a rich and rumbling bass. Without food, your head doesn't work the way it should. On the one hand it's hot, on the other there's no food. The people, I tell you, have fallen into silence. That is true, they have fallen, the old man corroborates. The orators changed. All were applauded. The intelligentsia took the rostrum. A shy man with a little beard, distracted, coughing, covering his eyes with the palm of his hand, informed the audience that Marx has been misunderstood, that capital should be put to work. The orators finished speaking, and the public began to disperse. Only the sullen-faced workers stayed behind, waiting for something. A worker of about 40, with a kind, round face, red with emotion, comes up to the platform. The speech he gives is incoherent. Comrades, the chairman has just spoken here, others too won't think. That's fine, I don't know how to express my thoughts. At the factory they ask me, who are you with? I tell them, I don't belong to no one, I'm illiterate, give me some work, I'll feed you, I'll feed everyone. The men came to the factory with newspapers, they all yelled their throats out. I was standing at the back, comrades, I didn't belong to no one, give me some work. One of them made a great speech, and what do we see? He turns out to be a commissar yelling orders, march around the labor exchange. So what are we supposed to do? March around the labor exchange, and then around Petrogradskaya Storona, and then around the whole of Russia? What's the point of all that, comrade? The worker is interrupted. A roar shakes the hall. The applause is deafening. The orator is bewildered, elated, he waves his arms and kneads his cap. Comrades, I don't know how to express my thoughts, but they fired me, and what is there left for me to do now? We all learned about justice. If there is justice, if we are the people, then that means the treasury is ours, the forests are ours, the estates are ours, all the land and water are ours. Push us forward. We stood at the back, we are completely blameless, we've ended up hanging around jobless on street corners. A man cannot keep on living with such worry. Everyone's our enemy, the Germans, and others too, and I wore myself out knocking them down. About justice I wanted to say, if we could find a little work this summer, and all. This last orator was successful, the most successful, the only one who was successful. When he came down from the podium, the workers lifted him in the air, clustered around him, and everyone applauded. He smiled happily. It's never been my thing to talk, he said, looking around him. But from now on, comrades, I will go to all the meetings, I have to say what's what about work. He will go to all the meetings. He will speak. And I am afraid that he will be successful, this last orator of ours. A beast can't talk. The woman's face is smiling, gentle, a radiant white. An old monkey stares at her from its cage with cold scrutiny. The parrots, seized by tedious malaise, begin screeching with unbearable shrillness. They rub the wires with their silvery tongues, their curled talons grab the bar, they open and close their gray, tin flute beaks like birds dying of thirst. The white and pink bodies of the parrots rhythmically rock on the wires of the cage. An Egyptian dove looks at the woman with its red sparkling eye. Guinea pigs, heaped into a quivering pile, squeak and poke their white hairy snouts out of their cage. The woman does not give the hungry animals any food. She cannot afford nuts or fruit drops. A monkey, dying of old age and lack of food, raises itself with great effort and clambers onto the pole, dragging its swollen, gray, hairy rear behind it. Hanging its dispassionate snout, coolly opening its legs, the monkey turns its dull, vacant eyes to the woman and begins performing the kind of foul act with which dim-witted old men in villages and boys behind backyard rubbish heaps entertain themselves. A blush floods the woman's pale cheeks, her eyelashes flutter and close over her blue eyes. She moves her neck with charming, sly embarrassment. Soldiers and adolescent boys standing around the woman guffaw. She goes on a quick round of the zoo and comes back to the monkey's cage. "You old dog, you," she whispers reproachfully. "You have gone completely out of your mind, you shameless wretch." The woman takes a piece of bread out of her pocket and holds it out to the monkey. Getting up with difficulty, the animal approaches her without moving its eyes from the moldy piece of bread. People are sitting around starving, a soldier nearby mutters. "What can a beast do? A beast can't talk." The monkey carefully eats the piece of bread, moving its jaws cautiously. The sun's rays touch the woman's squinting eyes. Her eyes sparkle, and she throws a sidelong glance at the hunched, furry little figure. "Silly boy," she whispers with a smile. Her chintz skirt billows, and brushes against the soldier's glossy boots, and with slowly swaying hips she walks toward the exit, where the swollen sun is drilling the gray street. The woman leaves, the soldier follows her. The boys and I stay behind, watching the chewing monkey. An old Polish woman who works in the building is standing next to me, muttering briskly that people have turned their backs on God, that all the animals are going to starve to death, and that people have now started the religious processions again. They have remembered God, but it is too late. Thin tears stream from the old woman's eyes, and she wipes them out of her wrinkles with gaunt, nimble fingers. Her bent body shudders, and she continues muttering about people, about God, and about the monkey. A few days ago, 3 gray-bearded elders came to the zoo. They were the members of the commission that had been charged with evaluating which animals appeared the least valuable. Such animals would be shot, as there was a shortage of food. The elders walked along the deserted, clean-swept alleys. A zookeeper was explaining things. A visiting group of totter animal trainers, with meek totter maids in tow, walked behind the old men of the commission. The elders stopped by the cages. A group of 2 humped camels rose onto their long legs in greeting and licked the elders' hands, expressing the resigned bewilderment of souls confused by hunger. Bucks butted their soft, stunted horns against the iron bars. An elephant walked endlessly up and down the embankment, rolling and unrolling its trunk. But no one gave him anything. The commissioners deliberated, and the zookeeper continued desolately reporting the facts. Over the winter, 8 lions and tigers had died in the zoo. They had been fed bad horse meat. The beasts had been poisoned. Out of 36 monkeys, only 2 had survived. 34 had died of consumption and malnutrition. A monkey does not stay alive for more than a year in Petrograd. One of the 2 elephants fell, the better one. Hunger had made him fall. The zoo sprang into action and gave him a pud of bread and a pud of hay. That didn't help. The zoo no longer has any snakes. Their cages stand empty. All the boa constrictors, those illustrious specimens of the breed, have died. The elders walked the deserted little paths. The silent crowd of totter animal trainers and their meek totter maids followed them. The sun is over their heads. The motionless rays have turned the earth white. The beasts slumber behind the fences on the smooth sand. There are no visitors. 3 yellow-haired Finnish girls with braids quietly sneak by. They are refugees from Vilnius. This is a special treat for them. The foliage, which has just turned green, is covered with a hot film of dust. The lonely blue sun shines high in the sky. Finns. In July 1917, Finland declared its independence from Russia. In this story, the Finns who are on Soviet territory are not sure where their allegiance should lie, and matters are further confused by a series of contradictory military orders sent to the Soviet troops stationed at the new Soviet-Finnish border. Tatar and Turkic one in this story refer to the Finns. Reds have been forced to the border. Helsingfors, Abio, and J. Viborg * have fallen. It became apparent that things were going badly for the Reds. Then headquarters sent to the far north for help. A month ago, at a deserted Finnish station where the sky is translucent and tall pine trees stand motionless, I saw the men that had been gathered together for the final battle. They had come from Kam and Murmansk, from the frozen lands on the edge of the tundra. They gathered in a low wooden shed filled with damp gloom. Black bodies, side by side, lay motionless on the ground. A hazy light strayed over hairless Tatar faces. The men wore elk-skin boots, and black furs covered their shoulders. A curved dagger hung from each man's waistband. Taut fingers rested on the tarnished barrels of archaic weapons. Turkic elders were lying in front of me, round-headed, dispassionate, silent. A Finnish officer was giving a speech. "Tomorrow's battle will be at Belo-Ostrova by the last bridge," he said. "There we shall find out who will be master in our land." The officer was not very convincing. He was thinking aloud, slowly grinding out his words with painful thoroughness. He fell silent, stepped back, and, lowering his head, listened to the others. A discussion began, a peculiar discussion. I had never heard anything like it in Russia. Silence reigned in the wooden shed filled with damp gloom. Beneath black fur hats, hard faces, spectrally distorted in the haze, were gazing down, vacantly silent. Slowly and arduously, soft voices began permeating the morose silence. A 15-year-old boy spoke with the cold gravity of an old man, and the old men resembled the youth in every way. "Let's go help them," some of the Finns said. They left the shed and, their weapons rattling, gathered into formation by the forest. The others stayed put where they were. A pale boy of about 16 held out to the officer a newspaper in which Russia's order for all Reds crossing the border to disarm was printed. The boy handed him the newspaper and quietly muttered a few words. "What did he just say?" I asked the Finnish interpreter. The Finn turned to me, fixed me with his cold eyes, and said point blank, "I won't tell you. I'm not telling you anything anymore." The Finns who had stayed back with the boy got up. In place of an answer they shook their shaven heads, went outside, and, crestfallen, huddled together in a silent group by the low wall. The officer, his face ashen, crept out after them, fumbling for his revolver with trembling hands. He pointed it at the lifeless, yellow, high-cheeked face of the youth standing in front of the group. The youth peered at him through his narrow eyes, turned away, and crouched down. The officer walked away, slumped down onto a tree stump, threw away his revolver, and covered his eyes with his hands. Evening descended on the earth. A red flush lit up the edges of the sky. The silence of spring and night enveloped the forest. The discarded revolver lay on the ground. The officer stood at the edge of the forest, handing out cartridges to whomever passed by. I saw a little mujik in a heavy cloth coat not far from the detachment that was preparing for battle. He was sitting on a thick tree stump. In front of him stood a bowl of kasha, a mess tin full of borscht, and a loaf of bread. The mujik was eating, choking with greed. He moaned, leaned back, wheezed, and dug his black fingers into the gnarled lumps of hardened kasha. There was enough food for 3. Realizing that I was Russian, the mujik lifted his dull blue eyes up to me. His eyes squinted, slithered over the loaf of bread, and winked at me. They gave me kasha and some dry tea. They want to sweet-talk me into taking them to the position, as I'm from Petrozavodsk. Point 2. But what for? These Finns know what's what, and they know what they're doing. They won't come out of this alive. The Reds brought in all those damn roughnecks who can't wait to arrest everyone. Why else did you bring us here? They ask. Those Finns, they know what's what. I'm sure the Germans will kill everyone. I saw all of this at a deserted Finnish railroad station a month ago. A new life. We are in a damp, dark barn. Kozarenko is slicing potatoes with a small knife. A fat-legged, barefoot girl raises her moist, freckled face, heaves a sack filled with seedlings onto her back, and leaves. We follow her. Midday, blindingly blue, resounds with the silence of the intense heat. The circling flight of swallows is lightly silhouetted against the shining puffs of white cloud. Flower beds and little paths, eagerly engulfed by the whispering grass, are outlined with austere sharpness. The girl presses the potatoes with a nimble hand into the furrowed earth. Kozarenko turns his head to the side, and his thin lips curl into a smile. Soft shadows flit over his dry skin and cover his yellowish face with a faint ripple of wrinkles. His bright eyes narrow pensively as they skim blankly over flowers, grass, a log lying to the side. The Tsar's own regiment wasn't too far away from where we were. Kozarenko whispers in my direction. More princes than you could shake a stick at? Sukik was the colonel of the guard. He went to school with the Tsar himself. He was given our regiment and the title of aide-de-camp. Now he could pay off 1 or 2 of his debts, as he wasn't really one of the rich ones. Kozarenko had already told me all about the great princes, about Skoropadsky III, the general he had served under, about the battles in which the Russian Guard had perished. We are sitting on a bench adorned with a smiling, pot-bellied little Cupid. A gilt inscription shines on the facade of the airy building in front of us, Officers' Club of the Finland Life Guard Regiment. A stained glass mosaic has been nailed over with planks. A bright hall glimmers through a crack. Its walls are covered with paintings, and white, carved furniture has been stacked in a corner. Comrade, the fat-legged girl says to Kozarenko. The delegate said I was to plant the garden beds. I planted the garden beds. The girl leaves. Her blouse stretches tightly over her fleshy back, her powerful nipples bounce energetically beneath the calico, protruding like quivering hillocks. The empty sack in the girl's hands shows the sun its black holes. The camp of the Finland regiment had been turned into a wasteland. Now the land belongs to the Red Army. It decided to turn this wasteland into a vegetable garden, and has sent 10 Red Army fighters to do it. This is what I was told about these men: they are lazy, finicky, insolent, and loud. They don't know how to work, they don't want to work, and they will not work. So we sent them back and hired some civilians instead. There were 1,000 healthy young men in the regiment without anything better to do than eat and talk all day. The garden that belongs to these 1,000 men is being tended by 2 underfed Finns, as impassive as death, and by a few girls from the Petersburg outskirts. They are being paid 11 rubles a day, and they also get a pound of bread. They are supervised by an agronomist. The agronomist keeps looking people in the eye and saying, "We destroyed everything, but now we've begun to rebuild, even though everything isn't perfect, we are rebuilding. Next week we'll buy 40 cows." Having mentioned the cows, the agronomist will quickly flit away, but then slowly come sidling back and, suddenly, with a malevolent wheezing whisper, mumble into one's ear, "It's tragic. There are no workers. It's tragic. I'm in the field. The heat has cracked the earth. The sun is above me. Next to me are cows, real ones, not Red Army ones. I am happy. I roam about just like a spy, stamping my boots into the crumbling earth." The Finns bounce behind the plow. Of the 10 Red Army fighters, only one has remained. He is harrowing the soil. The harrow is being wielded by clumsy, perplexed hands, the horses are trotting, the barbs are merely skimming over the surface of the soil. The Red Army fighter is a mujik with quite a few tricks up his sleeve. They wanted to restation him in town along with the others. He resisted here, the mutton soup wasn't bad, and life was free and easy. Now he is running after the galloping horses and the somersaulting harrow. Sweating but pompous, his eyes bulging, he yells at me hotly, "Out of the way." And the girls, they're watering the beds, working unhurriedly, taking breaks, clasping their hands around their knees, and with sly, sing-song whispers bandying shameless urban ditties among themselves. "I've put on 10 pounds, one of the girls said, her eyes darting about. She was a little hunchback with a thin, grayish face. "It's not worth running away to work at some factory on Gribitskaya Street. If state work was always available in the country, then maybe I'd have had some milk for my baby." Lunch break. The sun is high. The walls are white. The flies are buzzing lazily. Kozarenko and I are lying on the trampled grass. The girls heave the spades onto their shoulders and slowly leave the garden. A Finn, puffing at his pipe, his watery blue eyes darting about, unharnesses one of the horses. The Red Army fighter is sleeping in the sun, his leg with its bast shoe lolling to the side, his twisted black mouth hanging open. Silence. Kozarenko stares at the ground deep in thought, and slowly whispers, "I've been a sergeant major for 22 years, and I can safely say that nothing surprises me no more. But I will tell you that I myself wasn't sure if I was dreaming or if what my eyes were seeing was really true. I was in the barracks with them, nothing to do, everyone sleeping, the floor covered with herring, trash, spilled cabbage soup. How long can we go on like this?" He stares at me with unblinking eyes. "I don't know, Kozarenko, I guess for as long as we can. There's no one to work with, look." I look. The Finn has unharnessed the horses and is sitting on a tree stump, vacantly arranging his foot wrappings. The Red Army fighter is sleeping, the deserted yard is bathed in white sultriness, the long line of stables boarded up. At a distance from us, on the facade of the airy building, the gilt letters shine, Officers' Club. Next to me Kozarenko is snoring. He has already forgotten what he was talking about. The sun has overpowered him. An incident on the Nevsky Prospect. I turn from the Litiny Prospect onto the Nevsky Prospect. In front of me walks a young, one-armed man, swaying. He is in uniform. His empty sleeve is pinned to the black cloth of his jacket. The young man sways. He looks cheerful to me. It is 3 in the afternoon. Soldiers are selling lilies of the valley, and generals are selling chocolate. It is spring, warm, bright. I had been mistaken, the one-armed man is not cheerful. He walks up to the wooden fence, which is brightly decorated with posters, and sits down on the hot asphalt of the sidewalk. His body slides down, saliva dribbles out of his distorted mouth, his head, narrow and yellow, lolls to the side. Slowly people start gathering. They have gathered. We stand there sluggish, whispering, eyeing each other with dull, dumbfounded eyes. A golden-haired lady is quicker than the rest. She is wearing a wig, has light blue eyes, bluish cheeks, a powdered nose, and bouncing false teeth. She has fully grasped the situation. The poor invalid has fainted from hunger after returning from a German prison camp. Her blue cheeks bob up and down. "Ladies and gentlemen," she says. "The Germans are filling the streets of our capital with their cigar smoke while our poor martyrs." We all gather around the outstretched body in an unhurried but attentive herd. We are all touched by the lattice words. Prostitutes drop little sugar cubes into the soldier's cap with anxious haste, a Jew buys potato pancakes from a stand, a foreigner throws a bright stream of new 10-kopeck coins, a young lady from one of the stores brings out a cup of coffee. The invalid writhes on the asphalt, drinks the coffee from the Chinese cup, and chews sweet pies. Like a beggar on a church porch, he mutters, hiccuping, his cheeks flooding with bright tears. "Just like a beggar, just like they've all come to a circus, my God." The lady asks us to go on our way. She asks us to show some tact. The invalid rolls onto his side. His stretched out leg pops up into the air like the leg of a toy clown. At that moment a carriage pulls up at the curb. A sailor climbs out, followed by a blue-eyed girl with white stockings and suede shoes. She is pressing an armful of flowers to her breast. The sailor stands in front of the wooden fence, his legs apart. The invalid raises his limp neck and peers timidly at the sailor's bare neck, his carefully curled hair, and his drunk and joyful face covered with specks of powder. The sailor slowly takes out his wallet and throws a 40-ruble note into the hat. The young man scrapes it up with his rigid, black fingers and raises his watery, canine eyes to the sailor. The sailor sways on his long legs, takes a step backward, and winks slyly and tenderly at the soldier on the ground. Stripes of flame light up the sky. An idiot's smile stretches the soldier's lips. We hear a wheezing, yowling laugh, and a stifling stench of alcohol pours from his mouth. "Lie where you are, comrade," the sailor tells him, "lie where you are." It is spring on the Nevsky Prospect, warm, bright. The sailor's wide back slowly recedes. The blue-eyed girl, leaning against his round shoulder, smiles quietly. The cripple, wriggling on the asphalt, is overcome by an abrupt, joyous, and nonsensical fit of laughter. The Most Holy Patriarch. 2 weeks ago Tikhon *, the Patriarch of Moscow, received a group of delegations from the parochial councils, the ecclesiastical academy, and religious educational societies. Tikhon of Moscow became the Patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church following the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917. He was canonized in 1989. Representatives of the delegations, monks, clergymen, and laymen made speeches. I recorded the speeches and am reporting them here. Socialism is the religion of swine groveling in the mud. Ignorant men are marauding through towns and villages, pyres are smoking, the blood of those slaughtered for their faith is flowing. They tell us, this is socialism. Our response is, this is robbery, the destruction of the Russian land, the challenging of the Holy Eternal Church. Ignorant men are proclaiming brotherhood and equality. They stole these slogans from Christianity and have heinously distorted them to the utmost, shameful degree. There is a quick procession of curly-haired priests, black-bearded church wardens, short, breathless generals, and little girls in white dresses. They prostrate themselves before the Patriarch, striving to kiss the beloved boot hidden beneath the cassock's sweeping purple silk, and grapple for the patriarchal hand, unable to muster the strength to tear themselves from the faltering, bluish fingers. The Patriarch is sitting in a gilded armchair. He is surrounded by bishops, archbishops, archimandrites, and monks. White flower petals are caught in the silk of his sleeves. The tables and the carpet runners are covered with flowers. Reams of titles flow with sugary clarity from the lips of the generals. Your Holiness, Holy Father, beloved of God, Tsar of our Church. Following ancient custom, they bow deeply before the Patriarch, awkwardly touching the floor with their hands. The monks watch the procession of reverence with stern discretion, and make way for the delegates with haughty apprehension. The people crane their trembling necks. They are standing trapped in the vice of steaming bodies, singing hymns and breathing heavily in the stifling heat. The priests flit about in all directions, pressing their flapping cassocks between their boots. The golden chair is hidden by the round priestly backs. A time-worn lassitude rests on the Patriarch's thin wrinkles, lighting up the yellowness of his quietly shivering cheeks, which are sparsely covered with silver hair. Strident voices thunder with unrelenting fervor. The mounting ecstasy of the word torrents pours forth unimpeded. The archimandrites rush up to the podium, hastily bowing their wide backs, and a wall of black grows silently and swiftly, coiling around the holy chair. The white mitre is hidden from the fervent eyes. A harsh voice pierces the ears of the congregation with impatient words. The restoration of the Patriarchy to Moscow is the first sign that the state of Russia will once again arise from the ashes. The Church believes that her true sons, led in the name of the Lord by Tikhon, Patriarch of Moscow and all Russia, will tear the mask from the blood-drenched face of our motherland. As in ancient times of trouble, Russia lifts her tortured eyes with hope to her one true leader, who in these days of anarchy has shouldered the holy burden of unifying the shattered Church. Strident voices thunder. Upright and frail, his head high, the Patriarch trains his unflinching gaze on the speakers. He listens with the dispassion and alacrity of a condemned man. Around the corner lies a dead horse, its forelegs pointing straight up to the sky. The evening is flushed. The street is silent. Orange streams of heat flow between the smooth houses. Sleeping cripples lie on the church porch. A wrinkled official is chewing an oatcake. The nasal tones of blind men ring out in the crowd huddling in front of the church. A fat woman is lying flat on the ground before the crimson glimmer of the icons. A one-armed soldier, his immobile eyes staring into space, mutters a prayer to the Virgin Mary. He discreetly brushes his hand over the icons, and with nimble fingers swipes the 50-ruble notes. Two old beggar women press their faces against the colorful stone wall of the church. I overhear their whispering. They are waiting for them to come out. This isn't no service. The Patriarch and all his men have gathered in the church. They're having a discussion. The swollen feet of the beggar women are wound in red rags. White tears dampen their inflamed lids. I go and stand next to the official. He is chewing without lifting his eyes, spittle bubbling in the corners of his purplish lips. The bells chime heavily. The people huddle by the wall and are silent. At the station, a sketch from life. This happened about 2 years ago at a god-forsaken railway station not far from Penza. In the corner of the station a group had gathered. I joined them. It turned out that they were sending a soldier off to war. Someone, drunk, was playing a concertina, raising his face to the sky. A hiccuping youth, a factory hand by the look of him, his thin body quaking, reached out his hand to the man with the concertina and whispered, "Come, make our souls weep, Vanya." Then the youth walked away and, turning his back to the crowd, slyly and carefully poured some eau de cologne into a glass of Kanza liquor. A bottle of lusterless liquid was passed from hand to hand. Everyone drank from it. The soldier's father was sitting pale and silent on the ground nearby. The soldier's brother was vomiting incessantly. He keeled over, his face lolling into the vomit, and passed out. The train pulled in. They began saying their goodbyes. The soldier's father kept trying to stand up. He couldn't open his eyes, let alone get on his feet. "Get up, Semyonich," the factory hand said. "Give your son your blessing." The old man didn't answer. The others started shaking him. A button on his fur hat hung loose. A constable came up to them. "How disgusting," he muttered. The man is dead and they're shaking him. It turned out to be true. The old man had passed out and died. The soldier looked around in dismay. His concertina trembled in his hands and emitted some sounds. Just look at you, the soldier said. Just look at you. The concertina is for Petka, he added, holding out the concertina. The station master came out onto the platform. Damn loafers, he muttered. Some place they ve picked together. Prokhor, you son of a bitch, ring the second bell. The constable hit the bell twice with the large iron key to the station toilet. The bell's tongue had been ripped out long ago. You should be bidding your father farewell, they told the soldier, and you're just standing around like an idiot. The soldier bent down, kissed his father's dead hand, crossed himself, and dully walked over to the railway car. His brother was still lying in his own vomit. They took the old man away. The crowd began to disperse. That's sobriety for you, an old merchant standing next to me said. They die like flies, those sons of bitches. Well, brother, don't talk to me about sobriety, a bearded mujik said roughly. Our people is a people that drinks. Our eyes need to be all fuzzy. What did you say? The merchant asked him. Take a look, the mujik said, pointing at the field. It's black and endless. So? Well, nothing, really. You see the murk, the people's eyes have to be like that too murky. On Palace Square. A long-armed Italian, old, shabby, shivering with cold, ran across the stage and, placing his finger to his lips, whistled up at the sky. Two airplanes, their engines rattling, twirled above him. The pilots waved scarves at Signor Antonio's little bald patch. The crowd shouted, "Hurrah!" Signor Antonio jumped up and down on the planks covered with a red carpet, waving at the twinkling little stars. And, surrounded by howling boys, he yelped, "You want the Barinka, huh? The Marseillaise, huh?" And, wriggling, he began whistling the Marseillaise. This took place on Palace Square by the Victory statue in front of the Winter Palace. Draped in orange, yellow, and crimson sheets, magicians came somersaulting across the stage. Shivering torches thrown by a juggler's practiced hand flashed through the air. Fireworks soared over the Neva. The black water blazed with purple light, cannon thunder rumbled beside us, howling and frightening like enemy fire. Herr Biene, I heard a meticulous German voice behind my back. Even at the Duke of Baden's birthday celebration in 1912 we didn't see the likes of this, did we? Oh, Herr Biene's raucous and condescending voice came from behind my back. Der Großherzog von Baden ist, mit Respekt zu sprechen, Einskuffe vor. By the Victory statue, lights illuminated the red carpet. I went over to the Neva. At the Nikolaevsky Bridge, on the deck of a minesweeper next to the searchlight, a sailor with a shiny brilliant head stood silently. On me, the urchins on the riverbank called out. The sailor turned the searchlight and flooded a red-haired, green-freckled ragamuffin with unbearable light. On the fortress. On the sky. The ray, swift as a shot, threw a foggy radiant blemish on the sky. Then a pot-bellied old man in a chocolate coat and bowler hat came up. A bony old woman and their two flat-chested daughters in starched dresses followed him. "Comrade," the old man said. "As we have just come in from Luga, one hopes, as the saying goes, that one will not miss out on anything." The searchlight of minesweeper number such and such of the Baltic Fleet left the Peter and Paul fortress and headed for the visitor from Luga. It latched onto his belly covered by the chocolate coat, flooded it with radiance, and cast halos around the heads of his flat-chested daughters. The concert in Katharinenstadt. This piece, a precursor to Babel's later stories that were to mix Filtian with actual events and real people, is set in Katharinenstadt, later renamed Marx. This town was one of the many old German settlements in the Volga region that Babel visited in 1918 as a member of the first Produce expedition organized by Sergei Malyshev, nicknamed the Red Merchant, who was one of the chief trade administrators in the early years of the Soviet Union. With Lenin's approval, he loaded a series of trains with goods useful to peasants, and sent these trains to the Volga region to exchange the goods for wheat. The Ivan and Maria / Windermere slowly comes up to the platform in the middle of the tavern. He is blind. His drowsy son hands him a concertina with dark bronze casings. We listen to a song he had brought with him from Tyrol. I am sitting by the window. The day fades over the market square. Pastor Dilberg comes out of the church, his head bowed deep in thought. The mysterious crowd surges in giant waves over the trampled ground. Mad Gottlieb moves around by the counter where the tavern keeper is standing. His Richard Wagner face is framed by a solemn mane of yellowish-gray hair. A disdainful and heavy head is perched on the worn-out and insignificant little body of this man, who long ago slipped into insanity. Windermere has finished his Tyrolean song. He is holding a Bible for the blind. Windermere. Play the song of the Heidelberg students. Two swollen white pupils hover in the gloom. They are like the eyes of a blinded bird. The young people are opening a Marx club today. Diezenhoff is closing his tavern. What are you going to do, Windermere? I haven't been to my fatherland for 52 years. I'm going back to Tübingen. 2 weeks ago I came to Katharinenstadt with some unusual people, a group of cripples. We had formed a provision detachment for invalids, and set out for the German settlements on the Volga to acquire some grain. I can see them now from the window. They are hobbling over the market square with tapping wooden legs. They have kitted themselves out with shining boots, and are wearing their George crosses. The Council of Workers' Deputies of Katharinenstadt is opening its first club today. The council is giving a ball in honor of the destitute and the liberated. The cripples disperse into different taverns. They order cutlets, each the size of a fist, their teeth tear at white buns with rosy brown crusts, and on the tables bowls of fried potatoes, crumbly, crisp, and hot potatoes, are steaming. Heavy drops of yellow, glowing butter drip from their trembling chins. The local peasants are summoned to the festivities by pealing bells. The hunched-over lay brothers are barely visible in the thickening darkness and the emerging stars. Drawing their balding heads into their bony shoulders, they hang tightly onto the moving bell cables. Washed over by the darkness, the lay brothers bang the slow clappers against the sides of the Katharinenstadt bells. I saw the Bauers and the Mullers who had come from the settlements in the morning to go to church. Now they are sitting on the square again, blue-eyed, silent, wrinkled and bowed by work. A steady weak glow burns in every pipe. Old German women and yellow-haired girls sit rigidly on the benches. The house in which the club is located is on the other side of the square. Its windows are lit. Cavalrymen on Kirghiz horses ride slowly up to the gates. The horses have been seized from slaughtered officers near Uralsk. 5 curved sabers hang at the soldiers' sides, and they are wearing wide-brimmed grey hats with dangling red ribbons. A group of commissars, German village craftsmen with red scarves around their necks, come out of the council. They take off their hats, cross the square, and head for the club. Through the lit-up windows we can see portraits of Marx and Lenin framed by garlands. Genasi Sixteets, chairman and former locksmith, wearing a black frock coat, is walking in front of the commissars. The sound of the bell ceases abruptly, hearts shudder. Pastor Kielberg and Pater Uljam stand by the statue of the Virgin Mary next to the Roman Catholic Church. A military band is playing the exquisite rhythms of the Internationale loudly and off-key. Genasi Tietz walks up to the podium. He's about to give a speech. The hunched Germans stiffen on the benches. A weak flame smolders in every pipe. The stars shine above our heads. The rays of the moon have reached the Volga. Windermere is receiving his last pay tonight. His concertina with the dark bronze casings is lying to the side. Diezenhoff, the tavern keeper, is counting out the money. The madman with Wagner's face is sleeping at the bar in his tattered frock coat, his high, yellow forehead lolling on the counter. Diezenhoff's customers have fed him for 22 years. The blind man's son counts the money the tavern keeper has given his father. In the club, the broad wicks of the kerosene lamps burn with increasing brightness, the flames mixing with cigarette smoke. "So you're closing your tavern, Diezenhoff?" a German coming in from the street says to the old man. Diezenhoff answers without turning around, mumbling disdainfully in a low voice, "Why keep it open? The storehouses are empty, there's no trade, they've chased away all the good customers. But you won't have to go far, Gustav. There, on the other side of the square, word has it that things are quite jolly over there. What about Windermere? He'll go back to Tübingen to retire. Blodsenfeet wait for me here, Windermere, I'll go talk to Tietz. You can play at the club." Gustav leaves. We see him descending the stairs, his tall shape dwindling in the hall. He takes Tietz to the side and they stand talking by the wall. The blind man waits in the empty tavern, his thin fingers resting on the concertina. I'm still sitting by the window. Gottlieb is sleeping at the counter, his proud empty head glowing dimly. One of the commissars is standing on the platform and, waving his arms, gives a speech to the people. 9. Reports from Georgia 1922-1924. In 1921, Joseph Stalin and Grigory Orgenikij, the Georgian Bolshevik leaders in Moscow, outmaneuvered Lenin and sent the Red Army to occupy Georgia. They quickly established a Soviet regime, brutally crushing the local communist factions and the Mensheviks, the non-Leninist wing of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, which had played a leading role in the administration of the region since the Russian February Revolution of 1917. Early in 1922, Babel traveled through Tbilisi, Sukhumi, and the towns and villages along the Georgian, Abkhazian, and Agarian seacoasts, to report on the progress of the Sovietification of the region. In these reports, Babel traces much of what is wrong in the Georgia of 1922 back to Tsarist Imperial Russia, which had gained control of the region through a series of annexations in the 19th century. Babel condemns the Russian nobility, which had set out in the early 1900s to turn Georgia's Black Sea coast into a Russian Riviera that would eclipse France's Côte d'Azur. He is even more unforgiving about the 4 years of Menshevik influence that followed the Russian Revolution. But, as always, he does not refrain from criticizing the misguided methods of the new Soviet regime. At the workers' retreat. Beyond the veranda is the night, full of slow sounds and majestic darkness. An inexhaustible rain patrols the violet clefts of the mountains, and the grey rustling silk of its watery walls hangs over the cool and menacing dusk of the ravines. The blue flame of our candle flickers through the tireless murmur of the drumming water like a distant star, and twinkles on the wrinkled faces carved by the heavy, eloquent chisel of labor. 3 old tailors, gentle as nursemaids, the charming M who not too long ago lost an eye at his loom, and I who am worn out by the bitter, agonizing dust of our towns, are sitting on the veranda that extends into the night, the boundless, aromatic night. An ineffable calm rubs our sore, exhausted muscles with its maternal palms, and we sip our tea, unhurriedly and dreamily. 3 gentle tailors, the charming M, and I, a downtrodden but enthusiastic workhorse. You petite bourgeoisie, as talentless and hopeless as a storekeeper's paunch, who built these little dachas for yourselves, if only you could see us rest in them. If only you could see our faces, ravaged by the steel-jawed machines, brighten up. This silent, masculine kingdom of peace, these vulgar dachas that the miraculous power of events transformed into workers' retreats, embody the elusive and noble essence of careful, silent indolence, so revitalizing and peaceful. Oh, the peerless gesture of a worker's resting hands, chastely frugal and wisely deliberate. I watch with fixed rapture these unswerving, convulsive black hands, used to the complex and unflagging soul of the machine. It is the machine that has given the exhausted body its resigned, silent, and deliberate immobility. How much I learned of the philosophy of respite and the principles of resuscitating depleted energy on that noisy, clear evening, as the tailors and metal workers drank tea on the terrace in the workers' retreat in Mskaith.7. Tipsy with tea, the boisterous champagne of the poor, we slowly and fervently sweat as we lovingly exchange subdued words and reminisce about how the workers' retreats came to be. A year has passed since their birth. It was only last February that the Georgian Trade Union Commission came to Mskaith for an initial survey. They found the dachas in a terrible state, uninhabitable, filthy, dilapidated. The trade union went to work with unflagging zeal to launch this blessed undertaking, the bourgeoisie pitching in to the extent its modest means allowed. As is well known, the penalties the trade union has imposed on storekeepers of every kind for violating labor laws have reached the comforting sum of 600 million rubles. So 150 million of this sum was spent turning the tumble-down dachas into workers' retreats, from which it clearly follows that the bourgeoisie's money, for which it had spat blood, emphasis on the blood, is supporting Georgia's first workers' spas, for which we bow our heads in thanks. There is an unshakable confidence in the air that, due to the intrinsic nature of the bourgeoisie, the influx of enforced donations will not flag, and will allow the trade union to unfurl a model workers' town over the blossoming slopes of Mskaith in lieu of the present dachas. Unfortunately, the grandiloquent compliments paid the bourgeoisie above are tainted by the memory of the astonishing and heroic battles the owners of the dachas fought in their war against the trade union. The owners threatened to go all the way to the Tsar. And they did. Their path was long, and paved with the delicate poison of juridical pettifoggery. But the Tsar, spelled VZIK in the new orthography, was prompt and just. The petitioners departed with a speed inversely proportional to the slowness of their arrival. The lesson that the dacha owners learned in their tireless quest for truth was that they had been born a good 20 years too late. An insightful lesson. The dachas are set up to hold 60 people. The Department of Labor Protection intends to increase their capacity to 1,500 people per season, calculating a 2-week stay per worker. In certain cases the stay can be extended up to a month. But one does have certain reservations, since in the overwhelming majority of cases a 2-week stay is not enough for our workers' worn-out constitutions. The period of construction and reconstruction of the Mskaith dachas is still continuing. Thus advice proffered with goodwill and love can be quite beneficial. For instance, the food which is, all told, healthy and abundant, should be increased at breakfast and dinner time. Not to mention that it would be nice if they could eradicate the god-awful dormitory structure of these workers' retreats. We get sick and tired of it, we who have to live in furnished rooms, offices, and barracks. What we need in the blissful 2 weeks in which we get to stretch our racked and wheezing chests is a little corner of cleanliness, coziness, and with a modicum of seclusion. A library is already up and running. That's good. Little evening concerts will begin next week to entertain the resting workers. For the time being, we subsist on durachocate, but, by God, with what fire, with what unspent ebullience and passion we play this endless, tender game that warms us like a grandfatherly sheepskin coat. I will never forget these simple, shining faces bent over the tattered cards, and for a long time to come I will carry within me the memory of the happy, restrained laughter ringing beneath the sound of the dying rain and the mountain winds. Como and Shalmian. Were my heart not fluttering so wildly with joy, I would perhaps be better able to describe what happened in a clearer and more objective manner. First and foremost, the sentence of the People's Court of Ajaristan 9-0, what a sentence filled with dry erudition and fiery pathos, arrayed in the inexorable armor of law and frothing with the bile of indignation. The laws of the emperors now slumbering with their gods, the starched norms of international courtesy, the ancient dust of Roman law, the Treaty of Cresin with Lloyd George, the ambiguous decrees of ambiguous conventions and conferences, and, finally, the Soviet decrees dripping with the red juice of revolt, were all contained within the incontrovertible verdict pronounced by an ordinary and grimy worker from Batum. 10. Why was this done? It was done to show the thrice miraculous passing of the camel of justice through the needle's eye of bourgeois institutions. It was done in order to compel polyglot trickery to serve the cause of truth, and nimbly to push those evasive scoundrels loafing around the shores of Batum against the wall. Messrs. Christie and Papadopoulos, virtuosos of lyrical loquacity and maritime agents with a dexterity worthy of the Knights of Malta, and Messrs. Scramby, the shipping magnates, are now writhing in a trap which the blunt hands of a laborer set up by mashing the twigs of our shadowy history with the tempestuous blood of the present, proving that you do not have to be a professor of international law to move mountains. At the Black Sea transport docks the George and the Edwig are flying the red flag. The warehouses of the Knights of Malta have been requisitioned, and even the intervention of the Italian consul, appealing to the highest political echelons, has not managed to incite the clouds to release their salutary rain of transport payment. The George and the Edwig, formerly the Rossiya and the Maria, have been smuggled out of their Russian and Georgian ports in the most underhanded way in order to sail through the Suez Canal and into the Red Sea under a foreign flag. But the world closed in on the Maltese. 300 unemployed ships lie moored at the shores of Marseilles, millions of tons are idly rotting on the docks of London, Trieste, and Constantinople. Thousands of sailors are starving. The shipping routes of the world have fallen into disuse, smothered by the catastrophic sport of Parisian diplomacy. 11 There is no cargo for Haifa, Jaffa, or San Francisco. Europe can only load cargo in Soviet ports. And so Messrs. Scramby, having plucked up their courage and insured their stolen ships from Bolshevik seizure, set sail for Soviet ports. Messrs. Scramby will receive their insurance money. We seized their ships. The red water lines of Como and Shalmian blossom on the blue waters like the flames of the setting sun. The exquisite outlines of Turkish feluccas rock around them, green fezzes burn on the barges like boat lanterns, the smoke of the steamships is rising unhurriedly to the blinding skies of Batum. The mighty hulls of the Como and the Shalmian stand out like giants among the multicolored miniatures surrounding them, their snow-white decks shine and sparkle, and the slant of their masts cuts the horizon with an austere and powerful line. Were my heart not fluttering so persistently with joy, I would perhaps be better able to describe what happened in a clearer and more objective manner. But today we shall brush all orderliness aside, as we would brush away a midsummer fly. Groups of old Black Sea sailors are sitting cross-legged on the wooden piers. They sit, mellow and still, like Arabs at leisure, unable to tear their eyes from the black lacquered sides of the ships. A crowd of us climb on board the dethroned George. We are enthralled by its engine, fine-tuned like clockwork and sparkling with the red copper of its pipes and the pearly glaze of its cylinders. We are surrounded by mountains of crystal in the passenger lounge paneled with marble and oak, and by the severe cleanliness of the cabins and the aromatic paint of the walls. It was completely remodeled only 2 months ago, the old boatswain assigned to the Shalmian tells me. It cost them £40,000 sterling. If I die on this boat, more I cannot ask of the Lord. £40,000, how much is that in our money, Yakov? £40,000, Yakov repeats pensively, swaying on his bare feet. With our money, you can't even say. How right you are, the boatswain exclaims triumphantly. And the Edwig cost just as much. Try counting that up in our money. In our money, swaying Yakov repeats stubbornly, there is no way I can count that up. And Yakov's blissful, crimson face, filled with sly delight and suppressed laughter, droops toward the deck. His fingers snap ecstatically in the air, and his shoulders keep sinking lower. Could it be that you are 3 sheets to the wind today, Yakov? The new captain of the Como asks him as he walks past. I am not 3 sheets to the wind, comrade captain, Yakov explains. But in the case of a case such as today's, I am in full steam, as our vessel is preparing to embark for Odessa. Not to mention, I think this whole thing is terribly funny. It's as if, for example, comrade captain, you were to wickedly snatch away my wife. It isn't that she's glamorous or anything, but, for me, poor man that I am, she'll do. Anyway, so you've taken her away from me, right? Well, a year goes by, and then, after that, another year goes by, and as I'm walking along I suddenly run into my old woman, and what do I see? She's as smooth as a hog, dressed up and wearing shoes, nice and fat, with earrings. Money in her pocket, and on her head the differentest hairdos, her face quite beckoning, an indescribable facade, and so impossibly impressive you wouldn't believe it. So, comrade captain, in the case of such a case, can't I let off some steam now that the vessel is about to embark? Let off some steam, Yakov, the captain answers, laughing. But don't forget to shut the valves. Aye aye, captain. Yakov shouts. We all went back to the engine room, which was fine-tuned like clockwork. Without a homeland. During the Russian Civil War, many Russian crews stayed with their ships when the ship owners or captains defected, or when the ships were confiscated by foreign powers. In this piece, Babel describes the absurd situation of former Russian vessels being re-requisitioned by the new Soviet government, and the subsequent expatriation of the Russian crews, who were perceived as traitors to the Soviet cause. So it came to be that we did catch the thief. The thief's pockets turned out to be quite deep. In them we found 2 freighters. The robber's arrogant flag descended dolefully, and another flag, stained with the blood of battle and the purple of victory, soared to the top of the mast. Speeches were made and cannons were fired in celebration. Some people did grind their teeth. But let them grind them all they want. So let us continue. Once upon a time there were 3 oil tankers in the Black Sea, the Ray, the Light, and the Splendor. 12 The Light died of natural causes, but the Ray and the Splendor fell into the aforementioned pocket. And so it came to be that 3 days ago we pulled the Ray, now the Lady Eleonora, out of that pocket, a solid 3-mast vessel carrying 100,000 poods carat of oil, with sparkling crystal in its cabins, a powerful black hull, and the red veins of its oil pipes and polished silver of its cylinders shining. A very useful lady. One assumes she will be able to refill the extinct furnaces of the Soviet shores with Soviet oil. The lady is already waiting at the Black Sea transport dock, the very same spot where the Shalmian had been brought. Point 13 There are still gentlemen in purple suspenders and lacquered shoes roaming around her flat decks. Their dry, shaven faces are twisted with grimaces of exhaustion and displeasure. Their toiletry cases and canary cages are being brought up from their cabins. The gentlemen curse each other in wheezing voices, and listen for automobile horns wafting through the rain and fog. The pale flame of crimson roses, the shapely legs in grey silk stockings, the chatter of faraway tongues, the mackintoshes of portly men and the steel columns of their pressed trousers, the shrill, boisterous scream of automobile engines. The canaries, the toiletry cases, and the passengers are packed into the automobiles and disappear. All that remains is the rain, the relentless rain of bitumen, murmuring from the surface of the dark waters, covering the leaden swelling of the sky, and swarming beneath the pier like millions of angry, stubborn mice. A crowd of people also remains, huddling next to the Lady Eleonora's coal bunkers. A mute and gloomy snowdrift of wilting blue sailors' shirts, extinguished cigarettes, coal-used fingers, and cheerless silence. These are the people no one cares about. The Russian consul in Batum told the former crew of the seized ships, "You call yourselves Russians, but I don't know you from Adam. Where were you when Russia was tottering under the unbearable strain of a lopsided battle? You want to keep your old jobs, but weren't you the ones who started the engines, raised the anchor, and swung the signal lights during those dark hours when enemies and mercenaries were stripping our devastated Soviet ports of their last possessions? One has to earn the honor of becoming a citizen of our workers' state. You have not earned this honor. So there they are, huddling by the coal bunkers of the Lady Eleonora, locked in a cage of rain and solitude, these people without a homeland. This is strange, an old stoker says to me. Who are we? We're Russians, but we're not citizens. Here they won't allow us in, and there they chase us away. The Russians won't have anything to do with me, and the English never had anything to do with me in the first place. Where should I go, and how can I start over again? 4,000 ships are lying idle in New York, and 300 in Marseilles. Everyone tells me to go back where I came from. But I came from Ryazan * 30 years ago. You shouldn't have made a run for it, you foolish stoker. I tell him. Who were you running from? I know, the old man answers. You're right. In the evening, like a morose herd, they went with their knapsacks down to the port to board a foreign boat heading for Constantinople. They were pushed and jostled on the gangway by the grey macintoshes and the trunks of the perfumed ladies. A crimson captain with gold brocade on his cap shouted at them from the bridge, "Get away from there, you dogs! I've had enough of you, you freeloading scum! Out of the way! Let the passengers pass!" They were standing next to a pile of ropes on the stern. Then the ropes were neated and they were driven to the other end of the ship. They loafed about on deck, stunned, timorous, silent, with their stained sailors' shirts and their little waif-like bundles. When the ship whistled its departure, and the ladies on board started throwing flowers to the people who were seeing them off, the old stoker went to the railing and yelled over to me in despair, if we were at least subjects of some country or other, that bald-headed dog wouldn't be bullying us like this. OAEO. Muslim seminaries and Soviet schools. A crucial and imperceptible battle is being waged with hidden and muffled doggedness. It is being waged everywhere, on the bleak slopes of inaccessible mountains and in the humid valleys of Lower Algeria. 14 One camp has a mosque and a fanatical hoka, a teacher of the Quran, the other an unprepossessing little hut with some of its doors and windows missing, and a red banner with workers' school written in faded lettering. In a few days I will head out into the mountains to take a close look at the tortuous tactics of the battle for cultural predominance. I will set out on the inscrutable zigzagging trek that one has to undertake to reach these muffled and remote villages that are still saturated with the blind and poisonous poetry of feudalism and religious stagnation. In the meantime, I will share with you a few facts that I have collected from my review of the work of the People's Commissariat of Education. Influencing a person's soul requires vision and circumspection. Under the difficult conditions of the East, these qualities must be multiplied by 10 and pushed to the limit. A situation that is crystal clear. But the Menshevik cavalry of Enlightenment thought otherwise. They imported the guileless ardor of short-sighted national chauvinism into the tottering kingdom of the Algerian mullah. The results were not surprising. The population ended up ferociously despising anything that came from the government. The state school serving a dozen villages had 10 to 15 students, while the Muslim seminary was bursting at the seams with the sheer abundance of its pupils. The peasants brought the Hoshas money, food, and building supplies for repair work, while the Menshevik school deteriorated and emptied out, which undermined not only the authority of its founders, that would have been only a minor misfortune, but also gnawed away at the basic foundation of the culture that these pre-reform schools had brought with them. And so the Mensheviks left a legacy, a cursed legacy. Now we were faced with getting rid of it. Not an easy task. Mistrust had been fanned in the Muslim peasants, and passions burst into flame. The basic battle over alphabets wound its roots around the immense task of political education. The Congress of Algerian Executive Committee members was fully aware of this. It prescribed a method of careful gradualism and ideological competition which is now beginning to bear fruit. The Muslim seminaries were left alone. They coexisted with the Soviet schools. On top of this, the People's Commissariat of Education persistently set about opening schools in those places where religious schools already existed. It was not uncommon for Hoshas to be asked to teach the Turkish language in Soviet schools, and the Hoshas came and brought with them large crowds of children. The decree that Turkish had to be taught, while the official administrative language was to remain Georgian, played a decisive role. We have now had the experience of a year and a half of work. What are the results? They are highly propitious. The rift has been completed. The scholastic cadaver of the Muslim seminaries has been crushed by the vital workers system of teaching that is inherent in our schools. The children are literally running from the hoshish classes, jumping out of windows, at times breaking down doors to run and hide from their severe tutors. The number of pupils studying in Soviet schools is sharply rising. And this victory was achieved without a single repressive measure, without a shadow of coercion. Unstoppable change and the power of the self-evident have brought this about with unparalleled speed and clarity. Our vital task is clear: we must fortify these bloodless and momentous conquests and expand them, but there are so many buts at this point that I shall have to begin a new paragraph. The Azeristan People's Commissariat of Education has no money. It wouldn't even be worth touching on this routine fact had not the Azeristan People's Commissariat of Education's lack of money reached legendary proportions. Suffice it to say that the teachers' wages for the last 7 months from January through August were only paid a few days ago, thanks to a 4 billion ruble credit that was finally allotted by the Azerian Council of People's Commissars after almost a year of reflection. If one considers the unbearable conditions that a cultural worker thrown into the wild gorges of Upper Ageria has to endure, cut off from the outside world in the winter, trapped with distrustful peasants who are in need of tireless and drawn-out processing all of this without any form of pay, then it is a true miracle that these cultural workers do not simply run away. The basic preparation of the teaching staff has been taken over by the People's Commissariat of Education. There is now a teachers' college in Kutsabani, where about 24 Agerian youths are studying, and very soon the first staff of Muslim teachers will graduate. These will be teachers equally proficient in Georgian and Turkish, imbued with belief in Soviet power and familiar with the basics of modern pedagogy. A pedagogical institute with the same goals will be opened in Batum in the coming school year. This institute will have to be given particular attention. Crumbs from the Menshevik pedagogical table have proved quite a hindrance to the work at hand, as has the problem of our workers having not yet adapted to the particular characteristics of the population. Everything will change the moment the true flesh and blood Agarians return to their villages as teachers and propagandists. They will be welcomed with honor, trust, and love. They will return as teachers and propagandists. I use the word propagandist deliberately. It is not coincidental that to implement the new school system, our districts have welded together a triad made up of a local director from the People's Education Committee, a representative of the Party Committee, and an instructor from the People's Commissariat of Education. The little hut with its red banner with Workers' School written in faded lettering is the core to which we must in the future attach a reading room, a model workshop, and a cultural movie theater. There is no better way of penetrating the half-opened hearts of these mountain people. In a village, a teacher must be, all in one, the People's Commissariat of Education, the chief political educator, and the agitation and propaganda minister of the party committee. In the coming year several schools are already beginning small model weaving workshops and courses in silkworm breeding. The success of these enterprises is preordained. Even women, veiled Agerian women, are eagerly participating in these courses. But as far as the repairing of school buildings is concerned, things couldn't be worse. Most of the buildings are no more than dilapidated hovels. The local executive committees have declared themselves ready to help rebuild the schools in whatever way they can. Compared to last year, when the peasants believed that they were showing immeasurable indulgence toward the government by even sending their children to school, the executive committee's current readiness to help shows an important change in attitude. But a village can only offer what it has. The villages have no steel, glass, tiles, and no learning materials. Let us hope that the recently renewed staff of the Azeristan People's Commissariat of Education will show some persistence in this. Needless to say, there is not much it can do if the central Tbilisi institutions will not help by sending supplies such as textbooks and handicraft manuals. Tobacco. A weak-eyed little old woman turns to the People's Commissariat for Social Security for help. There is no tobacco, the official at the People's Commissariat for Social Security tells her in consternation. We've run out of it. You can forget tobacco. What role does tobacco play here? Murky waters. But let us continue. A schoolmistress goes to the People's Commissariat of Education. We did have tobacco, but there's none left, the comrade from the People's Commissariat of Education venomously shouts in response to her request. You can kiss tobacco goodbye. Another month or two and we'll have seen the very last of it. And finally, the garbage man roughly demands his due from the Department of Municipal Economy. Where are we supposed to find tobacco? The comrade from the Department of Municipal Economy yells angrily. Do you think it's sprouting here on my palms, huh? Or are you perhaps suggesting we start a tobacco plantation in the little garden in front of the building? Amazing Abkhazia. Little old ladies smoke tobacco with the same fervor garbage men do, and the primus schoolmistress doesn't lag far behind. Murky waters. And how sadly these waters shimmer when a decisive complaint is lodged in the Department of Tobacco Cultivation. In 1914, the tobacco harvest in Abkhazia had risen to 1 million poods. That was a record number, and all the conditions indicated that it would continue to rise steadily. Even before the war, the tobacco from Sukhumi triumphed decisively over the Kuban and Crimean tobaccos. The factories of Petrograd, Rostov-on-Don, and southern Russia worked with the Sukhumi crop. Exports grew with every passing year. The former tobacco monopolists Macedonia, Turkey, Egypt had to acknowledge the incomparable quality of their new competitors' crop. The most delicate assortments, issued by the illustrious factories of Cairo, Alexandria, and London, acquired new status from the Abkhazian tobacco blend. Our product was quick to clinch its reputation as one of the best in the world, and foreign capital headed briskly for the Abkhazian coast, building gigantic storehouses and setting up industrialized tobacco plantations. In the years before the war, the price of tobacco fluctuated, depending on its quality, from 14 to 30 rubles a pood. The average yield per hectare was 80 to 100 poods. The most prevalent size of a peasant plantation was 3 to 4 hectares. The pioneers of tobacco culture on the shores of Abkhazia were Greeks and Armenians. Then the inhabitants of the region made successful use of the pioneers' experiment and turned the cultivation of tobacco into the area's economic mainstay. The Sukhumi farmers' profits grew, in spite of the thievery of the wholesalers and the Tsar's imperial administration. Now it is clear why tobacco comes in all qualities, because it is embraced by everyone, from frail little old ladies to diligent schoolmistresses. After 1914, the war began plying its ruinous trade. Waves of migrants crushed the delicate crop, the first onslaught of the revolution inevitably deepening the crisis, and then the dire Mensheviks obliterated what was left. In the fertile and enchanted garden we call Abkhazia, one quickly learns to vehemently detest the Mensheviks, that species of sluggish woodlouse that left its tracks in full manifestation of its creative genius. During the 2 years that they ruled, they managed to wreck all the vital establishments of the city, opened up Abkhazia's wealth of timber to the plunder of foreign sharks, and, with the declaration of a tobacco monopoly, finally dealt a fatal blow to the nerve of the region. The monopoly wasn't half the evil. A government, conducting intelligent economic policies, will resort to measures that are even more drastic, but it will resort to them cleverly. The Menshevik monopoly was calculated to cause the quick demise of the tobacco industry. Parallel to the fact that the low government price did not reflect the manufacturing cost, there was also the problem of prices on the foreign market exceeding the fixed rate by 400%. What recourse did a planter have under such circumstances? None. He gladly extricated himself from this dead-end situation. Under the aegis of enlightened seafarers, Abkhazia's tobacco industry came to a peaceful end. To put it in starker terms, not even a pound of newly harvested tobacco ended up on the markets between 1918 and 1920. The plantations were given over to maize, a situation accelerated by a suspension of grain imports from Soviet Russia. The gaping wound began oozing and has remained open. Such was the legacy of the Mensheviks. And here, when one considers how the present Soviet government is going about liquidating this sad legacy, one frankly has to admit that there is neither enough know-how nor a systematic rigor. It is true that the new Soviet government abolished the monopoly, but this only to make room for official mayhem. Petitions lodged by the tobacco industry are looked at every 2 weeks, at which point the most contradictory responses rain down upon the bewildered heads of the planters. All kinds of institutions have a hand in running the tobacco industry, but none of them are putting much effort into it. There is right now an unsettled dispute between the Committee of Exports and the People's Commissariat of Abkhazia about who will dispose of the rest of the tobacco funds left over after the Menshevik tenure. During the year and a half of Soviet rule, about 500,000 poods of tobacco was disposed of without a plan and at minimal prices, in order to cover ongoing government expenses. As for the future, the yield of 1922 will barely reach 10,000 poods of fresh tobacco. The dwindling plantations are not being restored. Vague permissions, vague prohibitions, cumbersome footnotes to bulky paragraphs, have resulted in the complete bewilderment of the planters, who, as it is, have been uncertain of what the future has in store for them. Without that certainty there will be no revival. And therefore the farmer is planting maize on his hectare of land, which can bring him at best a wholesale revenue of 10-15 million. Tobacco, an average yield of which can bring him a revenue of 75 to 100 million, is neglected. The material conditions of the Abkhazian peasant have drastically worsened. His clothes are tattered and he lives in a dilapidated house, which he cannot renovate for lack of money. The eagerness to plant tobacco is universal. The only thing the planter is appealing for is a strict law regulating the tobacco industry. Whether this will be in the form of taxes paid in produce or in the form of trade regulations, the economic institutions must decide what is best for the country and the workers. But clarity is vital. It is high time boundaries were laid on the confusion of understanding and the unbalancing of minds. Otherwise the hands of the tobacco gold mines are threatening to grow rigid for a long time to come. This will not serve the Federation well. Gagri. By the will of the reigning despot, the city was raised on the cliff. Palaces were built for the chosen few, and huts for those who would serve the chosen few. Lights danced on the remote shore, and bursting money bags with decaying lungs dragged themselves to the resplendent despot's cliff asterisk. Life flowed as it was meant to flow. The palaces blossomed, the huts rotted. The decaying lungs of the select few grew strong, the strong lungs of those who served them declined and withered away, but the wayward old prince untiringly chased swans over his ponds, laid out flower beds, and clambered up steep slopes to erect more palaces and huts on inaccessible peaks, nothing but palaces and huts. In St. Petersburg they thought of declaring the prince insane and putting him under guard. Then war broke out. The prince was declared a genius and appointed head of the medical department. History reports with amazement how Prince Oldenburg healed 5 million sick and wounded, but as for Gagri, the brainchild of his stubborn and idle fantasy, who will tell about Gagri? First came the war, followed immediately by the revolution. The ebb and flow of red banners. Fashionable sanatoriums lost their patients, nurses tea their bread and butter. The thunder of battle on the high roads, and heavy silence crouching in distant corners. A wild thunderstorm descended upon the whole of Russia, hurling its unneed. In the early 1900s, Prince Alexander Oldenburg, who was married to a niece of Tsar Nicholas II, began to develop the town of Gagri in northwestern Georgia as a resort for the rich. Ed ballast onto its faraway shores, the bodies of rats fleeing from ships. And moribund Gagri, this stately absurdity, fell apart on its devastated hill, forgotten by everyone, not producing anything. Even now this doleful, wild little town makes a terrible impression. It resembles a beautiful woman bespattered with rain and mud, or a group of Spanish dancers appearing in a starving Volga village. The ponds that were laid out around the palace have turned into swamps, and their poisonous breath saps the last strength from the pitiful, spectral population. Unimaginable people with saffron faces, on crutches and in civil service uniforms, wander among the gloomy fairground booths that huddle by the granite walls of the multi-storied giants. Goya's madness and Gogol's hatred could not have invented anything more horrifying. Pre-reform officialdom, ruined debris, mindless visions of the past, scorched by poverty and malaria and somehow trapped among the living, still roams about here as a desolate symbol of the dead city. For 5 years Gagri did nothing, because there was nothing it could do or was able to do. All it knows how to do is to consume. It is a town of nurses, restaurateurs, bellhops, and bathhouse attendants, who learn the science of spa tips and lackey chic from their old master. And so this year the new owner is reopening the season in Gagri for the first time. The sanatoriums are being cleaned and prepared. They are awaiting sick comrades from Soviet Russia and the Transcaucasia. The sanatoriums are scheduled to accommodate 150 to 200 beds. The possibilities for Gagri are great. Only the question of food, still a big problem, casts a dark shadow on the situation, but the buildings of the resort and the former Oldenburg Palace, though their contents have become markedly depleted, are still beautiful. The Department of Spas, as is well known, has not been exactly overworking these days, but it has begun to show some signs of life. There is now a timid smile of anticipation on the town's sagging cheeks. Gagri is hoping for new birds and new songs. These exhausted, ill, but indefatigable birds that have reinvigorated the limitless expanses of our country, may they add a particle of their vital energy in order to bring back to life the healing resort, which until now has been badly run and has gone to seed, but still has the right to exist. Depleted as a result of the October Revolution and the Russian Civil War. The palace that Prince Oldenburg built for himself in 1907 is today the Chaika, Seagull, Hotel. In Chukva. Tea. Picking tea, here, all effort, hope, and attention is aimed at these two words as at a target. The ancient slopes of Chukva 15 are covered by orderly rows of carefully tended bushes. In their simple greenness you will not see fruits, flowers, or pods. An eye thirsting for the moist fields of Ceylon, expecting the yellow plains of China, will flit indifferently over the green shoots, looking for tea. And who will recognize tea in the tiny, lilac bud crowning the dwarfish tip of the bush, or in the fresh leaf hiding beneath the bud, looking just like millions upon millions of other ordinary little leaves? They will be recognized, found, and plucked by the inhumanly deft machine lodged in the hands of the local Greeks, and in the small, red, perforated fingers of their 10-year-old daughters. All these Acolytices, Ambarzakuses, and Theotokuses have come down to Chukva from their Agarian ravines covered in the blue clouds of the eternal mists to pick tea. Their untiring cooperative associations, made up of children, crawl slowly over the eroded terraces. Elusive hands fly over the bushes like a swarm of fleeting birds. Their experienced unwavering eyes seek out the two little leaves in the inexhaustible labyrinth of green, and let him who does not believe in the unattainable know that there are girls who, in a single working day, manage to bring in a harvest of 150 pounds of these weightless buds and stems. Red-bearded horsemen trot on mangy nags along the rosy paths of Chukva. Gentle buffaloes, their yokes creaking, drag bullock carts with freshly plucked leaves into the valley. Olive-skinned Greeks, the elders of the cooperative association, clamber over the hills, flick open their notebooks, unhurriedly shout at the workers, and suddenly break into rollicking song as wild as the tunes of Balaklava fishermen. But the horsemen, the buffaloes, and the olive-skinned Greeks are all drawn toward the valley, to that flat piece of land shackled in cement, where lies the inalienable estate belonging to Zhenlao, his tea factory. Zhenlao is known far and wide as Ivan Ivanovich. Everyone on both sides of the high road going from Chukva to Batum knows him. This unshakable renown is not great in size, but it is inexhaustible in depth. 27 years ago, a tea enthusiast and tea magnate, Popov, had brought the 20-year-old Lao from central China, from the sacred thickets of the east where a European's foot had yet to tread. The former slave on the plantation of a mandarin, the current Ivan Ivanovich, was destined to become a pioneer in the tea business in Russia and its incontestable leader. And only on the boundless flat soil of China, where people are as uncountable as the bamboo stems of a tropical forest, only in that mysterious land, fertilized by faceless millions, could the fiery passion, the inexorable activity, the abrupt and deliberate Asiatic temperament of Zhenlao come into its own. All threads lead to him. The buffaloes, descending from the hills, see the terraces of the cement rectangles adjoining the factory. An Australian sun shines above the lacy, rubicund landscape of Chukva. Giant rectangles, strewn with an emerald carpet of drying tea, look like freshly laundered white tablecloths shining beneath a crystalline stream of electric light. But tea drying in the open is a remnant of old primitive ways, and is only perpetuated because there is not enough covered space for the 30,000 pounds of fresh leaf picked daily on the plantations. After the leaves have been left to wither for 24 hours, they are rolled through the presses. Only then do the leaves begin to turn into the black aromatic strands that we recognize. Next comes the process of fermentation. The leaves, touched by the brown, moist poison of decay, are ready to be dried. In a hermetic oven, which looks like a village hut, an endless iron grill revolves, with tea spread over it in an even layer. In this steam hut, which is as complex as an engine and tightly sealed, the tea is exposed to slow and even heating. The drying process is repeated twice. Once the tea is removed from the oven after the second drying, it is ready. It is now dark and tattered, but lacks aroma. The mechanical sifters provide the finishing touch. These machines are simple, their work easy enough to understand, but it is at this stage of production that the key to success lies. The imperceptible properties of tea here reveal their tyranny, their delicate perfidy inaccessible to the uninitiated. The mechanical sifter is a mesh drum divided into sectors, each sector having different sized openings in its mesh netting. The drum rotates quickly, sifts the tea, dropping the smallest and most valuable leaves through the first sectors. The closer we get to the refuse vent, the larger are the openings in the meshes, and the coarser the sifted tea. Beneath each sector is a wooden box into which falls the tea that has been sifted by that part of the drum. This is why each box has its own specific quality of tea. Box number 2 and 3 have the best quality tea because the sorter drops the buds and the upper leaves into them. The other boxes have the lower quality from the sifting of older and coarser leaves. After the sorting comes the packing. And that's that. This is the system. On the third or fourth day after the green leaves arrive from the plantation, the tea enters the factory's storehouses, where it lies for a few months and acquires its specific aroma. This is the system, but it is as bare as a human skeleton lacking meat, muscle, and skin. Yet we're not discussing the system here. The hidden life of material, the seemingly simple but actually elusive transformation of the leaf, the tyrannical inconstancy of its basic properties, all this requires indefatigable, ceaseless attention, and experience refined over decades. The end result can be affected by the slightest change in temperature, a half hour too much withering or drying, intangible aspects of the harvest. And it is no secret that hasty planting, neglect of the plantation, and barbarous indiscriminate sorting to meet wartime needs have lowered the quality of Russian Chukva tea, though it could be raised to a level that would even satisfy the intolerant taste of the planter from central China. Come to the tea factory on any beautiful day on which Chukva looks like the chiseled environs of Melbourne, and have Zhenlao bring you a sample in a white porcelain teacup. In this fragrant, coral liquid, whose density resembles the density and texture of a Spanish wine, you will experience the sweet and mortal infusion of sacred, faraway grasses. Flooded with the lavish gold of an unforgettable sunset, I walk over to the tangerine groves. The low trees are weighed down by fruit in whose deep emerald tones it is difficult to guess the future fiery red copper of ripeness. Scattered workers spray the trees with lime and dig furrows around them. We pass by the bamboo thickets, which play quite a large role in the Chukva economy, and arrive at the forbidden and impenetrable boundaries of the forests of the estate. Here are 30,634 acres of completely unexploited land, an inexhaustible wealth that extends to the far reaches of the mountain peaks. And until now our daring axe has not mustered the courage to penetrate these dark, cool depths. Chukva's forestry project, which was initiated a few years ago, came to a halt. Money is needed to continue it, and for the time being there isn't any. The crimson circle of the setting sun hangs above the sea. Tender blood flows from the tattered rosy clouds. The sun floods the blue squares of the sea with its colorful flames, reaches the bend in the shore, where one can see, inside an arched window, the yellow faces of Zhen Lao and his family, tiny and gentle Chinese women. The crowns of club palms motionlessly border the toy-like roads. The silvery, dusty eucalyptus leaves cut through the flushed plains of the sky, and all this splendor intoxicates the soul with the most subtle lines of Japanese silk. Renovations and refurbishment. A little history. This is important, so that one can see how correctly sometimes, unfortunately not always, and with what flair, the NEP 1 is being implemented in certain towns, unfortunately not all towns. Last year the economy of the city of Sukhumi reached a point beyond which catastrophe lies. The Mensheviks ran it completely into the ground. Nor did the first months following Sovietization bring significant improvement. The Department of Municipal Economy was busy with the distribution of furniture and useless knickknacks. The hospital was on its last legs. The water distribution system, primitive and not designed to support the present growth of the city, was suffering prolonged interruptions. The registry of buildings, such as commercial and other profitable enterprises, had not been carried out. The buildings were casually falling to ruin. The electric station, ransacked by the Mensheviks, was on its last legs. And, most of all, it was not understood how vitally important it was to restore our cities, the cradle of our proletariat. The Department of Municipal Economy had neither the authority nor the means. A familiar picture. And when realization of the danger came, the clock of the city's economy was already well past the 11th hour. The important thing is not that one of our institutions is doing its job well. The great effort of the Russian Federation, renovating and refurbishing itself, has found here, in this small mirror, its true reflection. What is exhilarating is that this difficult and complex problem, a relatively recent one, has here been dealt with in a corner far removed from the center and nourished by the scant resources provided by an extremely bad provincial communication system. A worker in a leather cap is sitting at the table. The tumultuous waves of bourgeois elements crash against this table, the solicitations of a poorly understood NEP, the dangerous insinuations of the contractors, the suspect calculations of all kinds of merchants, the capricious demands of engineers, the complaints of old women. One of the generators at the electric station has broken down. The station is overloaded. And so an expedition is preparing to set out for Poti, where a powerful turbo generator that was taken there by the Mensheviks is lying idle. The projected outcome of the expedition is the complete electrification of Abkhazia, adapting factories to electric power, the effective development of industry, the full provision of energy to the city, and the electrification of the villages. If the generator can be secured, all the work can be completed within a few months. The water distribution system. The little river that supplies it does not provide it with a sufficient quantity of water. A project for a new water distribution system and sewerage has already been developed, and the preliminary surveys have been initiated. The Department of Municipal Economy is trying to acquire some forest terrain for exploitation, in exchange for which it has pledged to complete all work on the city's water distribution and sewer system by next summer. Finances. 6 months ago, the Department of Municipal Economy had nothing but debts. Now, with its own funds, it supports the schools of the People's Commissariat of Education, the Hospital of the People's Commissariat of Health, and the orphanage founded by the Department of Social Assistance. All this has been accomplished with a judicious system of leasing, and a trade policy without the tight yoke of taxation. Give us 3 years, the director of the Department of Municipal Economy says, and you will not recognize Sukhumi. Things were bad a year ago, now they are getting better, and in 3 years they will be very good. We are ready for electrification. The water distribution system and the sewerage will be ready in a matter of months. We have started paving the streets. We are initiating the refurbishment of the dacha suburbs. We have improved sanitation, and easily dealt with this year's epidemic. By summer we will have a municipal ice factory functioning. We are racking our brains as to how to set up a repair fund for the wholesale purchase of building materials and setting up loans for homeowners and the community. We will be receiving goods 100% cheaper than on the regular market. We will use these as a solid foundation for the repairs of the city buildings. The electrification will allow us to arrange a proper forestry industry as well as open a carbide factory, for which we have all the arrangements in place. Come visit Sukumi in 3 years and you won't recognize the place. And I believe him. The 3 hours I spent in the Sukumi Department of Municipal Economy, a quite ordinary provincial department of municipal economy, have convinced me of the truth in these proud words. Paris and Juliet. It happened not too long ago. A British flag was hoisted above the Paris. The Paris was the Russian steamer Juliet, abducted by the whites in 1919. Juliet sailed the Mediterranean and the Sea of Marmara for 4 years, and then joined the Anatolian line. Last December, she sailed from Constantinople to Zonguldak for coal. In Zonguldak her first officer went to the maritime agent. Effendi, the first officer said. Your harbor is cluttered with ships, and my turn for loading coal is going to take a long time, and 111 be late getting to Ergli, Ejfendile. Yakshi/3 the Turk said, tapping his hand on his forehead, his heart, and wherever else custom has it. And by nightfall Juliet set out for Ergli. She had sailed about 15 miles from shore when Gavrilichenko, the first officer, took a revolver in each hand and climbed up to the bridge. Comrades, he said to the crew. We will not head for Ergli, but home to Odessa. If anyone has any objections, he can come up to the bridge and throw me overboard. No one had any objections. Gavrilichenko put away his revolvers. The helmsman turned the steering wheel. Juliet headed home to Odessa. Juliet sailed with extinguished lights, and fought hard to survive a gale of unprecedented strength. The wind was blowing at force 11, and in Novorossiysk, the gigantic Transbait had torn loose from its anchor. The Cap Nero and the Admiral de Reuter had been lost at sea, but Juliet, with her extinguished lights and broken propeller, without coal and managing to dodge her hunters, headed home for Odessa. Juliet's light hull bobbed on the unfathomable waves, her radio and her siren echoed through the black, unfathomable depths, but the vessel with the shattered propeller, dragged in tow by an icebreaker, arrived in Odessa. And today the British flag flying above the Paris was lowered. Orchestras, komsomol's, and sailors came down to the port. The British flag fell slowly onto the stern like an injured bird, and our red flag climbed the difficult pole of our 6-year ascent. The English sailors laughed as they left the ship, and the Russian sailors laughed as they boarded it. Then everyone went down to the wardroom, drank wine, and danced on the decks, pounding their heels harder than the god of Ur hurled his toothless thunderclaps. Because all this was extremely funny. The English sailors lost nothing, handing over the goods their masters had stolen, and we won everything, regaining the steamer that had been illegally seized by its former masters. The proletariat lost nothing on that day, and that was why everyone drank wine and stomped their feet harder than God hurled his thunderclaps. X. Reports from France 1935. Babel arrived suddenly and unexpectedly in Paris in I-935. The International Congress of Writers for the Defense of Culture had been called together under the chairmanship of André Malraux and André Gide for the purpose of discussing ways of opposing fascism and war. Over 200 official delegates from 38 countries participated speaking before an audience of over 2,000 in Paris Palais de la Mutualité. The world's foremost writers attended among them F. M. Forster, Aldous Huxley, Bertolt Brecht, and Robert Musil. When the Soviet delegation arrived in Paris, Malraux and Gide were outraged that Isaac Babel and Boris Pasternak had not been brought to France as part of the Soviet delegation. As Malraux told his biographer Jean Lacouture in a 1972 interview, Gide and I went to the Soviet embassy to demand in view of the importance of the Congress, that the French proletariat be given the opportunity of hailing the artists it most admired namely Pasternak and Babel. The ambassador immediately called Moscow. As a result, Stalin's personal secretary contacted Babel and Pasternak and ordered them to present themselves immediately at an air base from which they were to be flown directly to Paris in a Soviet Air Force plane. Pasternak, bedridden in a clinic where he was convalescing from a nervous condition, was too ill to fly, and Babel offered to accompany him by train. By the time they arrived, the conference was already in its third day, but both Babel and Pasternak gave impromptu speeches that were received with great acclaim. As Babel wrote on June 27 to his mother and sister, who were living in Brussels, "FLL spend the short time assigned to me in Paris roaming around in search of material like a hungry wolf." Babel did not return to Moscow with the Soviet delegation, but spent a few months with his wife and daughter Natalie, who were living in Paris. The following pieces, published 2 years later in the Soviet Union in Pioneer, are the result. The City of Light. Since my earliest childhood I have heard people speak of the great city. The French call it La Ville de Lumière, the City of Light. In the West it is considered the capital of the world. Our train pulled in at Gare du Nord. We stepped out onto the platform, and experienced something along the lines of disappointment. Dirt, clamor, no discernible order anywhere. Where signs cautioned "do not walk," people were walking. Where it said "no smoking," everyone smoked. The crowds were singing and laughing. A group of youngsters were kissing loudly in a din of whistle and song. We left the station. We saw gloomy, smoke-blackened 3-story houses, and piles of garbage on the streets. The day of our arrival was stifling. A yellow sun hung heavily above the hot flagstones. In sidewalk cafes, stout men had taken off their jackets and sat at ease in their shirts and vests, talking loudly, reminding me of my fellow townspeople back in Odessa, the same kind of nimble, trivial, self-assured folk. We did not find what we had expected. There was no solemnity, punctiliousness, or ostentatious splendor, no particular sparkle, no imposing buildings. What we found was an old-fashioned jumble of a town. Next to the wide, glittering boulevards lay narrow back alleys and cul-de-sacs through which crowds thronged in loud disorder. After we had stayed a while in Paris, taking in all we encountered, though we didn't always know what things were, or their importance, we gradually began to understand why so many artists from all over the world come to Paris for a week or month but end up staying for the rest of their lives in the city, which itself evolved like a work of art. The city is 1,000 years old. People from every nation, from every walk of life, live here. It is a world in miniature. Its diversity is unmatched. There isn't a tongue you will not hear spoken in Paris, and no human emotion that is not expressed in one of these countless tongues. Every wine can be tasted. A Frenchman I met fervently assured me that the best Ukrainian borscht was not to be found in Poltava but in Paris, in a little side street off the Champs-Élysées. And he was right. Les Champs-Élysées, the Elysian Fields. How strange this name sounds to our ears. The French consider it the most beautiful boulevard in the world. It stretches from the Place de la Concorde to the ancient and eternal Bois de Boulogne, and in its wide, triumphant course it passes crystal fountains and green public gardens, rainwater glittering and gushing over its marble flagstones. Little by little we cast off our initial impressions to make way for new ones. There were few children on the boulevards, but an abundance of old men and women, reading newspapers, knitting, watching children, talking tirelessly of food, and discussing what the weather was like last Thursday. I must confess that these people managed to cure me of my distaste for what is commonly known as weather talk. It is the city dweller's attempt, however feeble, to get close to nature. On the streets the crowds were restless and conceited. When a street musician appears, he is immediately surrounded by people snatching up leaflets on which the words of a song are written, which they all then sing along with him. When a tram conductor speaks sharp words to a passenger, a merry hullabaloo breaks out that lasts a good half hour. One might be misled into thinking that these people lead a superficial existence. At first you think, is it possible that these flighty, brazen people gave birth to art of such peerless beauty, clarity, and simplicity? Is it possible that these are the people who gave us Balzac and Hugo, Voltaire, and Robespierre? One needs time to sense wherein lie the mystery and delight of the city and of its people, and of the magnificent country as a whole, nurtured with love, thoughtfulness, and taste. There are publishing houses in Paris that are centuries old, and sitting in little bookstores you will more often than not find a great-great-grandson, the direct descendant of the man who founded the store some 300 years ago, in an era when wolves and bears roamed the outskirts of Moscow. Here the accumulation of wealth, knowledge, and technical expertise began centuries earlier than it did in Russia. The culture of France does not manifest itself with fanfare. Vigilance and earnestness are necessary to penetrate its depths. If there is such a thing as national character, then the French, when seen from a broad perspective, are a philosophical people of clear, exact, elegant thought, with deep meanings often hidden behind jokes. Regardless of their reputation, the French are not an open people. They do not wear their hearts on their sleeves. The problem is that the power of the capitalists and the political system of capitalist government disfigure the wonderful face of this country, shattering its nerve centers. French schools. Seen from a Soviet viewpoint, French schools are badly organized. Here France has lagged behind along with the most underdeveloped nations of Europe, with old, scholastic teaching methods, with cramming as the basis of teaching. Children spend up to 10 hours a day in school. They enter school when they are 6. There is much homework and the requirements are harsh. Physical education is only now beginning to catch on. The French schoolboy is a puny, tormented creature. Our children differ very favorably from French children in strength and uncomplicated, healthy cheerfulness. The ancient French school buildings resemble bastions and fortresses. They are morose and prison-like. These buildings, and the routine of school life, serve to smother and cow a child's imagination. Cramming for Latin and Greek begins already after the second school year. When the French have completed their education, they know the ancient languages and the classical authors, but the price is an overwhelming strain on their physical strength. And the French themselves are the first to confess that more than half of what they have studied in school is so inapplicable to life, so false and scholastic, that they regret the time and energy they have wasted all these years. The teaching is better organized in the schools run by the Jesuit order, one of the ablest, most persistent, and educated orders of the Catholic Church. The poison of religious education seeps into the children's consciousness with such delicate furtiveness, through methods so wily and exhaustive, that its danger should not be underestimated. The Jesuits have the best teachers, the best equipment, hot breakfasts, adept after-school programs, and a pleasant, soft countenance. Many working men and women become entangled in this trap and are molded in a spirit advantageous to the Jesuits. A very different wind blows in schools of higher education. The Sorbonne, a network of Parisian universities, is made up of gigantic, grey, cold buildings, but inside bubbles a cheerful, multilingual, energetic crowd. Anyone can walk into the Sorbonne, sign up for a course, pay a few dozen francs, and attend. Let us say you have studied archaeology or geography. At the Sorbonne you can walk up to a famous professor and tell him, "I would like you to examine me in the course you are teaching in geography." This professor is then compelled to examine you and issue you a certificate. You needn't even be signed up. Is this a good system? That I do not know. But at least it is not weighed down by bureaucracy. Town and country. I rode along on the surprising French highways, a map by my side. Considering the number of kilometers I had put behind me, I should have been deep in the countryside by now. But on either side of the road stood dull, eyeless walls without windows or doors. I drove through this morose medley of warehouses or armories, and asked the first man I came across where the countryside might be. "You've passed it," he told me. The walls I had taken to be those of armories or depots turned out to shelter living, breathing people, not plows and grain. Wealthy French farmers, kulaks, as good, honest people call them back home, build their houses with windows and doors that face the inner courtyards, raising self-contained fortresses that differ from medieval castles only in their commonplaceness and size. Dog eat dog, that is what is written in invisible letters on these walls. Each farmstead is an enemy of the next, each farm pitted against the other. The soul delights when this somber vista changes into the panorama of a little town. One comes across them quite often, serene, both Gothic and romantic, hidden in greenery and enveloped by flowers. Much in France is time-worn, but much has also been newly built. The earth has been worked and adorned by the hands of many generations. This labor was fostered by the blessed climate of the south. I will never forget the days I spent in Marseilles, on the Mediterranean shore beneath skies eternally blue, beneath the brilliant, generous sun. The fresh sea breeze sways the branches of palms and of lemon, orange, and olive trees. The cheerful southern streets start by the sea. But Marseilles also has an old quarter where the sun does not seep through. The alleys there are narrow, and the houses medieval and 6, 7 stories high. The sun does not penetrate the tight shafts between these medieval bastions crowded close together in the damp, winding corridors of the little streets, where 2 vehicles cannot fit side by side, and the stench of the desolate apartments is stupefying. High up between the houses hangs the washing. Down below in the streets and the passageways, people cook food on little coal stoves, disseminating pungent, spicy odors. Moors, Arabs, and Negroes, the downtrodden workforce of the port of Marseilles, live here in poverty. 500 meters away the emerald sea glitters, the water reflecting the nimble white hulls of the yachts, and above the sea rises the elegant quarter with its villas and palaces, while the powerful, surging bodies of expensive cars rocket through the streets. Comrades, that's capitalism for you. Court of Justice and Parliament. The chambers of the criminal court. The judge is presiding, and around him is such a howl and din, such a racket, that it is impossible to figure out who the defendant is, who the counsel for the defense, or which side is which. The sentence is passed in quite a casual, offhand manner: 2 years. 3 years. 6 months. The defendant may leave. At first one is amused by all this hullabaloo. But then, when it turns out that these sentences, passed with a casual flick of the wrist in this loud market square jumble, send people to prison for years of hard labor, one's mood changes. There are a great number of cases, so the hearing moves forward with bullet-like speed, conducted by a presiding judge, to whom a lavish shower of witticisms appear the height of bon ton. A typical hearing. Bonjour, my friend. So we meet at last. I take it you have ended up here by mistake? You are completely innocent, am I right? But as we have all gathered here, would you perhaps be so kind as to give us a detailed account of how you pulled off all those low-down tricks? Defense attorneys are second in order of importance in the French judicial system. Regardless of how insignificant a case may be, the defense attorney sees it as his duty to be as verbose as possible, brimming over with pathos and histrionic gestures as he delves into the mists of time. He is followed the way an actor is followed on the stage, and assessed by the audience as an actor might be. And what is more, this performance does not hinder the presiding judge from going on with other things, chatting with his colleagues, doing paperwork. Nor does the performance hinder the presiding judge at the end from leaning toward the other 2 judges, ancient men reminiscent of Egyptian mummies, one sitting to his right and one to his left, and casually saying, 3 years. You may go, my friend. Gendarmes, take him away. There is not much more order in the French Parliament. A beautiful, semicircular hall, usually about 3/4 empty, the delegates do not listen to the speaker, but talk loudly among themselves, write letters, and read newspapers. The speaker is not talking to them, but to the stenographer. The parliamentary hall jumps to life when a renowned speaker takes the podium or if some scandal is underway of which there never seems to be a lack. The Popular Front. The last elections strengthened the role and importance of the communist faction in the French parliament. The French communists have been the architects of the popular front against fascism. The parties of the communists, socialists, and radicals have joined forces to mount a collective action in a united popular front. The current French government is supported by the Popular Front. Socialists and radicals are now represented in the government, and the communists support it in the name of the struggle against the terrible menace hanging over the world, the struggle against fascism. The communists stand at the head of the people's battle for peace, for a France that is happy and free. I shall never forget July 14, 1935, Bastille Day, which I spent in Paris. The prison which the rebelling masses had torn down on July 14, 1789, had stood on the Place de la Bastille, an event which began the French Revolution that overthrew the king and toppled the feudal system, launching a new era in the history of man. This day is celebrated. The people of Paris pour into the streets, dance night and day, and rejoice as only children and sages can. On July 14, 1935, the old place that has seen so much saw millions of proletarians pledging an oath of unity and battle. In the first rows of the march were the leaders of the Popular Front. Sidewalks, windows, and window ledges were filled with hundreds of thousands of people. The French crowd brims over with mirth. It laughs and horses around, firecrackers crackle, joyful tunes roar out of key. After the leaders of the Popular Front came the central committees of the three parties, and after them, in a separate group, representatives of the Popular Front, writers, artists, and scientists. The degree of applause and noise with which the crowd greeted each of the leaders of the three parties made it clear on whose side the people of Paris were. The Parisian workers' most enthusiastic approbation, the most boisterous applause, was accorded to the Central Committee of the Communist Party. It was a workers' demonstration, a procession of men and women with rough, caul-used hands and with Phrygian caps on their heads. At the same time a second demonstration, with different people and different ideals, was marching up the Champs-Élysées. My comrades and I took a taxi and rode from the Place de la Bastille to the Champs-Élysées. The area between the two demonstrations seemed dead. There were no children or old men and women on the boulevards, the squares, or the embankments. Only rows of soldiers, their weapons stacked in racks, stood in the public gardens. On the Champs-Élysées we saw another world, another state of mind. Here too the crowds were French. On the Place de la Bastille the masses were shouting, "Long live Soviet Russia," while on the Champs-Élysées the frenzied crowd was yelling, "To the gallows with the Soviets, and down with Soviet Russia." A cheerful crowd of laborers was marching on the Place de la Bastille, while here, on the Champs-Élysées, fascists in black shirts and black caps were marching, stamping their boots in military fashion. The power of money. The workers are in support of the current French government because it is fighting for peace against fascism and is in the process of strengthening its ties with the Soviet Union. And yet France is still a bourgeois country, and the main power behind it is the power of money. The government cannot abolish that power, but it has been endeavoring to loosen the grip that the bankers and financial bigwigs have over the country. This endeavor is supported not only by France's workers and farmers, but also by a large section of the intelligentsia and a section of the petite bourgeoisie that is being smothered by bankers and factory magnates. At the head of the French National Bank, the main financial institution of the country, there had been a board of 12 directors. These 12 men had been the cornerstone of France's economy. The government disbanded the board of 12, appointed a new director of the bank, and so knocked the single most powerful weapon out of the hands of the bankers and speculators. We have all heard the surprising reports about the extent to which the press is bribed in bourgeois countries. But on arriving here, we came face to face with this daily crime, and the only surprise was how simple the whole process was. Someone found deposits of lead or zinc somewhere in Morocco or Algeria. They found about 100 pounds of it. In other words, the deposits could in no way be considered of any industrial significance. The speculators, however, were not about to let such a chance slip through their fingers. This very moment a stock trading enterprise is being launched with a capital of about 1,000,000 francs, with the aim of putting new mines into operation. In order to raise the 1,000,000 francs, 100,000 pieces of paper have been issued, shares which have to be sold. But the whole thing is a sham, there is no zinc worth mentioning, and selling the stocks is difficult. So a phone call is made to a journalist, who is told, "Hey, raise 10,000 francs. How about writing that you were there and saw the zinc pits with your own eyes?" And within 3 days the following article appears in a newspaper. The richest deposits of lead, zinc, and copper. Stunning landscape, all those wishing to grow rich should buy these stocks. One article is published, a second, a third, all by the reporter on location, and there are lots of pictures. Anyone who buys bonds at 100 francs will earn 200 francs within a year. And the public rushes off to invest its last centime. All this came about as a result of extensive and deceitful publicity. In France there are people known as rentiers, pensioners. More often than not these rentiers come in the form of a little old man and a little old woman who, having managed to amass a little capital, sit in the sun twiddling their thumbs without having to work, and spend their time hatching plans for how they can get rich. One newspaper tells them, "Invest all your money in zinc." Another trumpets, "Invest in copper mines." After much pondering, they make up their minds. They believe that their 10,000 francs will turn into 20,000 within a year. But the truth is that they will never see those 20,000 francs nor the 10,000 they invested. I mentioned old age pensioners. But needless to say, they are not the only ones affected. There are quite a few people here who believe that living at the expense of others is not only not criminal, but constitutes their most cherished dream. That's how things stand. There is falsehood all around, it is both bought and sold. Even in the theater. If I have money, then I can go to Paris, proclaim that I am a renowned singer, and hold a press conference. 50 articles are written analyzing my voice, my mode of singing, proclaiming that the crowds carry me on their shoulders through the streets of Moscow, and, needless to say, the public comes in droves. One thing is certain, the worse my voice, the more I have to pay for publicity. This canker is devouring France, so wonderful in its diversity and wealth, this country of great scientists, poets, and artists. The Red Belt. Paris is girdled by small towns. They are considered her suburbs, and most of her mills and factories, businesses, and establishments are there. The votes of the masses working there belong to the Communist Party, and most of the towns surrounding Paris are communist municipalities. This belt tied tightly around Paris is a red belt. One of the places our Soviet delegation visited, we were attending the International Congress of Writers for the Defense of Culture, was Villejuif, one of the red suburbs of Paris. The mayor of Villejuif, Valiant Couturier, is a member of the French Communist Party, a writer and journalist, and the editor-in-chief of the newspaper Vie Humanite *. The transition from the capital, with its intricate, contradictory, frightening apparatus of the bourgeois state, to Villejuif, a hotbed of the future, was striking. There is no noticeable border marking where Paris ends and the small surrounding towns begin. The endless city stretches over dozens of kilometers, the quarters becoming poorer the farther one gets from the center, and one sees more and more factory overalls being worn, which soon enough become the predominant dress. We arrived in Villejuif and went straight to the town hall. Everyone addresses each other as comrade, and in all the offices there is so much esprit de corps, simplicity and sincerity, that we immediately felt as if we were back home. We understood not only with our minds but also with our hearts that the world of communist ideals is as wide and boundless as the earth. In the town hall we spent a few hours talking to Valiant Couturier. People came to this communist mayor on the most unusual business: workers, the bourgeoisie, speculators, and military men. Most of the people who came were out of work. One of them complained to the mayor, "My boss, that damn dog, laid me off, and now he refuses to sign a paper so that I can get my severance pay. Please help me, Valiant." and Valiant helps him. Then and there he writes a note to the damn dog. Dear sir, etc., etc., I suggest that you immediately pay in full the money owed to Monsieur so-and-so. Should you refuse to do so, then, one feels certain that the damned dog will not refuse to do so. The worker takes the note and thanks the mayor. Within half an hour the boss comes rushing in, disheveled and distraught. Monsieur Valiant, I swear that deep in my soul I too am a communist, but I swear that I do not owe that man 100 francs. You are ruining me. You're adding things up all wrong. The workers live better than I do. I'm ruined. I don't even have enough money to pay off the mounting interest. Valiant pats him on the shoulder. Don't worry, my friend. Soon enough all your troubles will be over. When France becomes communist you will no longer have to pay any interest, and the state will no longer have to pay any unemployment. A cold chill runs down the boss's spine, and he leaves deep in thought. The best school in France has been built in the communist municipality of Villejuif. For its architecture is uncommonly attractive and cheerful, it is exquisitely built. There is a large fresco by Le Dollarate and classrooms full of light and harmony. There are flower beds, halls for physical education, and a movie theater. This school is the eighth wonder of the world for the people of France, who are used to dour, medieval school buildings. Even the official government could not help but be impressed by the brilliance and simplicity of the building and the innovative methods of teaching. The Minister of Education had expressed the wish to participate in the ceremony opening the school. However, he had been given to understand that the prospect of his participation was not viewed with much enthusiasm. He got the message. A red belt surrounds Paris, and the hour is approaching when, to the joy of all progressive men and women, the red suburbs will unite with the red Paris. 11. Stories, 1925 to 1938. By 1925, Isaac Babel was beginning to gain fame and notoriety throughout the Soviet Union. In the previous 2 years, his Red Cavalry stories had appeared in quick succession in newspapers and literary magazines, and had been received with great enthusiasm by readers and critics. But they were received with outrage by the powerful commanders who found themselves appearing in the stories in a most unfavorable light. General Budyonny, Division Commander Timoshenko, and Squadron Commander Melnikov, who had been portrayed in the Story of a Horse as having a breakdown that prompted him to leave the cavalry and to resign his membership in the Communist Party, wrote outraged letters and articles that were printed in major newspapers and magazines. In reaction to the protests, Babel changed some of the names in later editions of the stories. Timoshenko, for instance, became Savitsky, and Melnikov became Klubnikov. This added greatly to Babel's mystique, and after the Red Cavalry stories came out as a book in 1926, it was reprinted 8 times over the next few years. In the stories in this section, Babel broadened his range of subject matter, dealing more directly than before with autobiographical material and writing in longer forms. He intended to collect the stories he wrote based on his childhood in a single volume under the title The Story of My Dovecot, and began working on a novel, Velikaya Krynytsa, named after a Ukrainian village, Velikaya Staritsa, that he visited in the spring of 1930. The novel was to be about the effects of enforced kollektivization on farmers, a dangerous subject for a book during the Stalin era. 2 chapters of this novel have survived as separate stories, see Igapaguzva, which was to be the first chapter, and Kalavushka, which was not published during Babel's lifetime. Some of Babel's most celebrated stories are from this period. As Maxim Gorky wrote to Romain Rolland in 1928, C.C. Babel is the great hope of Russian literature. The Story of My Dovecot. For Maxim Gorky. As a child I wanted a dovecot very badly. In all my life I have never desired anything more intensely. I was 9 years old when my father promised to give me the money to buy some planks and 3 pairs of doves. The year was 1904. I was getting ready for the examinations for the preparatory class of the Nikolaev Lycée. My family lived in Nikolaev, in the province of Kherson. This province no longer exists, our town was absorbed into the district of Odessa. I was only 9 years old, and was frightened of the examinations. In both Russian and mathematics I could not afford to get less than 5, the highest grade. The Jewish entry quota for our lycée was harsh, only 5%. Out of 40 boys, only 2 Jews could be admitted into the preparatory class. The teachers would come up with the most cunning questions for these 2 boys, nobody was given the kind of complicated questions we were. So my father promised to buy me doves on condition that I managed to get 2 5+. He tormented me more than I can say. I tumbled into a never-ending daydream, the long, desperate dream of a child, and though I went to the examination immersed in that dream, I still fared better than the rest. I was good at learning. The teachers, though they tried every trick, did not manage to waylay my mind and my sharp memory. I was good at learning, and so got 2 5s. But then the situation changed. Karetin Afrussi 5, the grain merchant who exported wheat to Marseilles, proffered a 500-ruble bribe for his son. I was given a 5- instead of a 5, and the lycée admitted Afrussi Jr. in my place. My father was deeply pained by this. From the time I was 6, he had taught me all the subjects you could imagine. That minus drove him to desperation. He wanted to beat Afrussi up, or to hire 2 dock workers to beat him up, but mother talked him out of it, and I began preparing myself for the examination next year for the following grade. Behind my back, my family talked my tutor into going over the lessons for both the preparatory class and the first class within 1 year, and, as we were completely desperate, I ended up learning 3 books by heart. These books were Smirnovsky's Grammar, Yevtushevsky's Book of Mathematical Problems, and Putsakavish's Introduction to Russian History. Children no longer study these books, but I learned them by heart, line by line, and the following year Karavayev, the schoolmaster, gave me those unattainable 5+ in my Russian language examination. Karavayev was a ruddy-faced, indignant man who had been a student in Moscow. He was barely 30. His manly cheeks blossomed with the flush seen on the cheeks of peasant children. He had a wart on his face from which a tuft of ashen, feline hair sprouted. Also present at the examination besides Karavayev was the deputy warden, who was considered an important figure not only in the lycée but in the whole province. The deputy warden asked me about Peter I, and a blankness came over me, a feeling that the end, the abyss, was near, a dry abyss surrounded by delight and despair. I knew by heart the passage about Peter the Great in Putsakavish's book and Pushkin's poems. I recited the poems in sobs. Faces swarmed into my eyes, mixing and shuffling deep inside like a fresh deck of cards, while I, shivering, straight-backed, shouted out Pushkin's verses with all my might, as fast as I could. I went on shouting the verses for a long time, nobody interrupting my crazed rambling. Across my crimson blindness, across the freedom that had taken hold of me, I only saw Pyatnitsky's old face leaning forward with its silvery beard. He did not interrupt me, but turned to Karavayev, who was rejoicing in Pushkin and me, and whispered, "What a nation! The devil is in these yids." When I finished he said, "Very good, off you go now, my little friend." I left the classroom and went out into the corridor, and there, leaning against the unpainted wall, I woke from the convulsions of my dreams. Russian boys were playing all around me, the school bell hung nearby over the official-looking flight of stairs, a watchman was dozing on a broken chair. I gazed at him and began to come back to my senses. Children came creeping toward me from all sides. They wanted to poke me and get me to play with them, but suddenly Pyatnitsky appeared in the corridor. Passing by me, he stopped for an instant, his frock coat undulating in a heavy slow wave over his back. I saw emotion in his large, fleshy, gentlemanly back, and I went up to him. "Children," he told the schoolboys. "Leave this boy alone." And he laid his fat, tender hand on my shoulder. "My little friend," Pyatnitsky said, turning to me. "You can go and tell your father that you have been accepted into the first class." A magnificent star shone on his chest, medals tinkled by his lapel, and hemmed in by the murky walls, moving between them like a barge moves through a deep canal, his large, black, uniformed body marched off on rigid legs and disappeared through the doors of the headmaster's office. A little attendant brought him tea with solemn ceremony, and I ran home to our store. In our store a mujik customer sat scratching his head in the grip of indecision. When my father saw me, he abandoned the mujik and drank in my story without a moment's doubt. He shouted to his sales clerk to close the store, and rushed over to Sobernaya Street to buy me a cap with the school emblem on it. My poor mother barely managed to wrest me away from my delirious father. She stood there, pale, trying to foresee my fate. She kept caressing me and then pushing me away in disgust. She said that a list of all the children admitted into the lycée was always published in the newspapers, and that God would punish us and that people would laugh at us, if we bought a school uniform ahead of time. My mother was pale, she was trying to foresee my fate in my eyes, and looked at me with bitter pity, as if I were a little cripple, for she was the only one who fully realized how luckless our family was. All the men of our clan had been too trusting of others and too quick to take unconsidered action. We had never had any luck in anything. My grandfather had once been a rabbi in Belaya Tsurkov, had been chased out of town for blasphemy, and then lived in scandal and poverty for another 40 years, learned foreign languages, and started going insane in his 80th year. My uncle Lev, my father's brother, studied at the yeshiva in Volozhin, evaded conscription in 1892, and abducted the daughter of a quartermaster serving in the Kiev military district. Uncle Lev took this woman to California, to Los Angeles, where he abandoned her, and he died in a madhouse among Negroes and Malays. After his death, the American police sent us his belongings, a large trunk reinforced with brown iron hoops from Los Angeles. In this trunk were dumbbells, locks of a woman's hair, Uncle's Talithy whips with gilded tips, and herbal tea in little boxes trimmed with cheap pearls. The only men left in the family were Mad Uncle Simon, who lived in Odessa, my father, and me. But my father was too trusting of others, he offended people with his exhilarating welcome of first love. They did not forgive him for this, and so cheated him. This was why my father believed that his life was governed by a malevolent fate, an inscrutable being that pursued him and that was unlike him in every way. So in our family I was my mother's only hope. Like all Jews, I was short in stature, weak, and plagued by headaches from too much study. My mother could see this clearly. She had never been blinded by her husband's destitute pride and his incomprehensible belief that our family would one day be stronger and richer than other people in this world. She did not foresee any success for us, was frightened of buying a school uniform ahead of time, and only acceded to my having my picture taken by a portrait photographer. On September 20, 1905, a list of all those who had managed to enter the first class was posted outside the lycée. My name was on that list. My whole family went to look at this piece of paper. Even Grandpa Shoyle, my great-uncle, went to the lycée. I loved this braggart of an old man because he sold fish in the market. His fat hands were moist, covered with fish scales, and reeked of wonderful, cold worlds. Shoyle was also different from other people because of his fabricated stories about the Polish uprising of 1861. In the distant past, he had been an innkeeper in Skvira. He had witnessed the soldiers of Nicholas I shoot Count Godlewski and other Polish insurgents. But then again, maybe he hadn't witnessed this. Now I know that Shoyle was no more than an old fool and a naive teller of tall tales, but I have not forgotten those little tales of his, they were good tales. So even foolish Shoyle went over to the lycée to read the list that had my name on it, and in the evening he danced and stamped his feet at our beggarly feast. My father organized a feast of celebration and invited his comrades, grain merchants, estate brokers, and itinerant salesmen who sold agricultural machines in our region. These itinerant salesmen sold machines to everyone. Both mujiks and landowners were afraid of them, as they could not get rid of them without buying something. Of all the Jews, the itinerant salesmen are the most worldly and cheerful. At our feast they sang drawn-out Hasidic songs made up of only 3 words, but with many funny intonations. Only those who have celebrated Passover with the Hasidim, or who have visited their boisterous synagogues in Volhynia, know the charm of these intonations. Old Lieberman, who taught me Hebrew and the Torah, also came to our house that evening. My family always addressed him as Monsieur Lieberman. He drank more Bessarabian wine than he should have, the traditional silk string slipped out from under his red vest, and he called out a toast in my honor in Hebrew. In this toast the old man congratulated my parents, and said that by passing this examination I had won a victory over all my foes. I had won a victory over the fat-cheeked Russian boys and the sons of our roughneck rich. Thus in ancient times had David, the king of the Jews, won a victory over Goliath, and just as I had triumphed over Goliath, so too would our people, through its sheer power of mind, triumph over the foes that surround us, eager for our blood. Monsieur Lieberman wept, pronounced these words weeping, drank some more wine, and yelled, "Vivat!" The dancing guests took him into the circle and danced with him the ancient quadrille, as at a state wedding. Everyone was joyful at our feast, even my mother took a little sip of wine, though she did not like vodka and did not understand how anyone could. Which is why she thought all Russians were mad, and why she could not understand how women could live with Russian husbands. But our happy days were to begin later. For my mother they began when she started making me sandwiches in the morning before I left for school, when we went from store to store buying festive supplies, a pencil box, a piggy bank, a school bag, new books with hard covers, and notebooks with glossy covers. No one in the world has a stronger response to new things than children. They shudder at the smell that new things give off, like dogs at the scent of a rabbit, and experience a madness, which later, when one is an adult, is called inspiration. And this clean, childish feeling of ownership of new things infected my mother too. It took us a whole month to get used to the pencil box and the morning twilight, when I would drink tea at the edge of the large, brightly lit table and gather my books into my school bag. It took us a whole month to get used to our happy life, and it was only after the first school term that I remembered the doves. I had gotten everything ready for them, the 1.5 rubles and the dovecot made out of a box by Grandpa Shoyle. The dovecot was given a coat of brown paint. It had nests for 12 pairs of doves, a series of little slats on its roof, and special grating I had invented so that it would be easier for other doves to come in too. Everything was ready. On Sunday, October 22,1 set off to the wild game market, but I ran into unexpected obstacles along the way. The story I am relating here, in other words my entry into the first class of the lycée, took place in the autumn of 1905. Tsar Nicholas was in the process of giving the Russian people a constitution, and orators in threadbare coats were clambering onto podiums outside the buildings of the town councils and giving speeches to the people. On the streets at night shots were fired, and my mother did not want to let me go to the wild game market. Early in the morning on October 20th, the boys from next door were flying a kite right outside the police station, and our water carrier, abandoning all his duties, strolled pomaded and red-faced along the street. Then we saw the sons of Kalistov, the baker, drag a leather vaulting horse out onto the street and start to do their exercises right in the middle of the road. Nobody tried to stop them. Semernikov, the constable, was even egging them on to jump higher. Semernikov was wearing a homemade silk waistband, and his boots that day had been polished to a shine they had never before achieved. An out-of-uniform constable frightened my mother more than anything else, and it was because of him that she would not let me go out. But I crept out onto the street through backyards, and ran all the way to the wild game market, which lay behind the train station. Ivan Nikodimaich, the dove seller, was sitting at his usual place in the market. Besides doves, he was also selling rabbits and a peacock. The peacock, its tail fanned out, sat on a perch, darting its dispassionate head from one side to the other. Its foot was tied with a twisted string, the other end of the string lay wedged under Ivan Nikodimaich's wicker chair. The moment I got there, I bought from the old man a pair of cherry red doves with wonderful ruffled tails, and a pair of crested ones, and hid them in a sack under my shirt. I still had 40 kopecks after my purchase, but the old man wouldn't give me a male and female Kryakov dove for that price. What I liked about Kryakov doves was their beaks, which were short, mottled, and amiable. 40 kopecks was the right price for them, but the old man overpriced them and turned away his yellow face, harrowed by the unsociable passions of the bird-catcher. As the market started closing, Ivan Nikodimych called me over, seeing that there weren't going to be any other buyers. Things turned out my way, things turned out badly. Shortly before noon, or a little after, a man in felt boots walked across the square. He walked lightly on swollen feet, his lively eyes twinkling in his haggard face. "Ivan Nikodimych," he said, as he walked past the bird-catcher. "Gather up your bits and bobs, in town the nobles of Jerusalem are being given a constitution. On Ribnaya Street they've just served Grandpa Babel a helping of death." He made his way lightly among the cages, like a barefoot plowman walking along a field path. "This is wrong," Ivan Nikodimych muttered after him. "This is wrong," he shouted more adamantly, gathering up the rabbits and the peacock, and pushing the Kryakov doves into my hands for 40 kopecks. I hid them under my shirt and watched the people run from the market. The peacock on Ivan Nikodimak's shoulder was the last to disappear. It sat like the sun in a damp autumn sky, like July on a rosy riverbank, a scorching July in long cold grass. There was no one left at the market, and shots were thundering not too far away. Then I ran to the train station, cut across the little park, which suddenly seemed to turn upside down, and I dashed into a deserted alley tamped with yellow earth. At the end of the alley sat legless Makarenko in a wheelchair, in which he rode around town selling cigarettes from a tray. The boys from our street bought cigarettes from him, the children liked him. I went running toward him in the alley. "Makarenko," I said, breathless from running, and patted the legless man on the shoulder. "Have you seen Choil?" The cripple didn't answer, his rough face of red fat and fists and iron was shining translucently. He was fidgeting in his chair. His wife, Katyusha, turning her puffed up backside toward us, was riffling through things that lay scattered on the ground. "How many have you counted?" the legless man asked her, pitching away from the woman with his whole body, as if he knew in advance that he wouldn't be able to bear her answer. 7 pairs of spats, Katyusha said, without straightening up, 6 duvet covers. Now I'm counting the bonnets. "Bonnets!" Makarenko shouted, choked, and made a sound as if he were sobbing. "Obviously, God has chosen me to bear the cross, Katyusha. People are carting off whole bales of cloth. These people get nice and proper things, and what do we get? Bonnets." And sure enough, a woman with a beautiful, fiery face went running down the alley. She was holding a bunch of fezzes in one hand and a bolt of cloth in the other. In a happy, desperate voice she was calling out to her children, who had disappeared. A silk dress and a blue jacket trailed after her scuttling body, and she didn't hear Makarenko, who went rushing after her in his wheelchair. The legless man couldn't catch up with her. His wheels rattled, he moved the levers with all his might. "Madam," he yelled deafeningly. "Madam Akka! Where did you get the calico?" But the woman with the scuttling dress was no longer to be seen. A rickety cart came flying around the corner where she had just disappeared. A young peasant was standing upright in the cart. "Where's everyone run off to?" the young man asked, raising the red reins above his nags, who were straining in their collars. "Everyone's on Sobernaya Street," Makarenko whined in an imploring voice. "Everyone's there, my dearest, my very dearest friend. Whatever you can grab, bring it here to me. I'll buy everything." The young man leaned forward over the front of his cart and whipped his skewbald nags. They bounced in their dirty cruppers like colts and went galloping off. The yellow alley was once again left yellow and empty. The legless man glared at me with his dead eyes. "Well, Am I not the man that God singled out, he said lifelessly. Am I not the Son of Man, huh? And he stretched out a hand flecked with leprosy. What ve you got there in that bag, he said, snatching away the sack that had warmed my heart. The cripple's fat hand turned the sack upside down and he pulled out a cherry-red dove. The bird lay in his palm, its feet sticking up. Doves, Makarenko said, and rolled up to me with squeaking wheels. Doves, he repeated, and slapped me across the face. He hit me hard with the palm of his hand, crushing the bird. Katyusha's puffed up backside loomed before my eyes, and I fell down in my new overcoat. Their seed has to be stamped out, Katyusha said, getting up from the bonnets. I cannot abide their seed and their stinking men. She also said other things about our seed, but I no longer heard anything. I lay on the ground, the innards of the crushed bird trickling down the side of my face. They trickled, winding and dribbling, down my cheek, blinding me. The dove's tender entrails slithered over my forehead, and I closed my uncaked eyes so that I would not see the world unravel before me. This world was small and ugly. A pebble lay in front of my eyes, a pebble dented like the face of an old woman with a large jaw. A piece of string lay near it and a clump of feathers, still breathing. My world was small and ugly. I closed my eyes so I wouldn't see it, and pressed myself against the earth that lay soothing and mute beneath me. This tamped earth did not resemble anything in our lives. Somewhere far away disaster rode across it on a large horse, but the sound of its hooves grew weaker and vanished, and silence, the bitter silence that can descend on children in times of misfortune, dissolved the boundary between my body and the unmoving earth. The earth smelled of damp depths, of tombs, of flowers. I breathed in its scent and cried without the slightest fear. I walked down a foreign street filled with white boxes, walked in my raiment of blood-drenched feathers, alone on sidewalks swept clean as on a Sunday, and I cried more bitterly, more fully and happily than I would ever cry again. Whitened wires hummed above my head, a little mongrel mud was running in front of me, in a side street a young muzhik in a vest was smashing a window frame in the house of Karetina Frussi. He was smashing it with a wooden hammer, his whole body steeped in the movement. He breathed in deeply, smiled in all directions the gentle smile of drunkenness, of sweat, and hearty strength. The whole street was filled with the crackling, crashing song of shattering wood. All this muzhik wanted was to flex his back, to sweat, and to yell out bizarre words in an unknown, not Russian language. He shouted them and sang, opening his blue eyes wide, until a religious procession appeared on the street, marching from the town council. Old men with painted beards were carrying the portrait of a neatly combed czar, banners with sepulchral saints fluttered above the religious procession, inflamed old women were running in front of it. When the muzhik in the vest saw the procession, he pressed the hammer to his chest and went running after the banners, while I, waiting for the procession to pass, carefully made my way to our house. It was empty. Its white doors stood open, the grass by the dovecot was trampled down. Kuzma, our janitor, was the only one who had not left our courtyard. Kuzma was sitting in the shed, laying out Joel's dead body. The wind brings you in like a bad splinter, the old man said when he saw me. You were gone for ages. See how the townsfolk have hacked our grandpa down. Kuzma began sniffling, turned away, and pulled a perch out of the fly of grandpa's trousers. 2 perches had been shoved into grandpa, one into his fly, the other into his mouth, and although grandpa was dead, one of the perches was still alive and quivering. Just our grandpa's been hacked down, no one else. Kuzma said, throwing the perches to the cat. You should have heard him curse their goddamn mothers up and down. What a sweet man he was. You should lay 2 fivers on his eyes. But back then, just 10 years old, I had no idea what dead people needed fivers for. Kuzma, I whispered, save us. And I went over to the janitor, embraced his old, bent back with its crooked shoulders, and peered at Grandpa Shoyle from behind the janitor's back. Grandpa Shoyle was lying there in the sawdust, his chest crushed, his beard pointing up, rugged shoes on his bare feet. His legs, spread apart, were dirty, purple, dead. Kuzma was bustling around them. He bound Grandpa's jaws, and kept looking to see if there was anything else he had to do for the deceased. He was bustling about as if some new object had just been delivered to his house. He only calmed down after he finished combing the dead man's beard. He cursed their goddamn mothers, he said, smiling, and looked at the corpse lovingly. If they had been Tatars attacking him, he'd have fought them off, but it was Russians who came, women too, damn Russians. Those damn Russians think it's an insult to forgive someone. I know those Russians well. The janitor poured sawdust under the dead man. He took off his carpenter's apron and grabbed hold of my hand. "Let's go to your father," he mumbled, squeezing my hand harder and harder. "Your father's been looking for you since this morning, he must be half dead with worry." And I went with Kuzma to the house of the tax inspector, where my parents had hidden from the pogrom. First love. When I was 10 years old, I fell in love with a woman by the name of Galina Apollonovna. Her surname was Rubtsov. Her husband, an officer in the army, had gone to the Japanese War and returned in October 1905. He brought many trunks back with him. These trunks were full of Chinese things, folding screens, precious weapons, all in all, 30 poods. Kuzma told us that Rubtsov had bought them with money he had made serving in the engineering corps of the Manchurian army. Others said the same thing. People found it hard to gossip about the Rubtsovs, because the Rubtsovs were happy. Their house lay right next to our property. Their glass veranda cut into a piece of our land, but my father had not quarreled with them about it. Old Rubtsov, the tax inspector, was known in our town as a fair man. He counted Jews among his acquaintances. And when his son, the officer, returned from the Japanese War, we all saw how lovingly and happily he and his wife settled down together. For days on end Galina Apollonovna would hold her husband's hand. She didn't take her eyes off him, as she hadn't seen him for a year and a half. But I was horrified at her gaze, and looked away, shivering. In the two of them I was watching the strange and shameful life of all the people in the world, and I wanted to fall into a magic sleep to forget this life that surpassed all my dreams. Sometimes Galina Apollonovna would walk about her room in red shoes and a Chinese dressing gown, her braid hanging loose. Beneath the lace of her low-cut chemise I could see the deepening onset of her pressed-down breasts, white and swollen, and on her dressing gown dragons, birds, and hollow trees embroidered in silk. All day she trailed about the house, a vague smile on her wet lips, bumping into the trunks that had not yet been unpacked and the exercise ladders that lay around on the floor. Whenever Galina bruised her leg, she would lift her dressing gown above her knees and croon to her husband, "Kiss my little boo-boo." And the officer, bending his long legs in dragoon's breeches, spurs, and tight kidskin boots, got down on the dirty floor, and, smiling, shuffled crawling on his knees to her and kissed the bruised spot, the spot where her garter had left a puffy crease. I saw those kisses from my window. They caused me great suffering, but it is not worth describing because the love and jealousy of a 10-year-old boy resembles in every way the love and jealousy of a grown man. For 2 weeks I did not go to my window and avoided Galina, until a coincidence threw us together. The coincidence was the pogrom that broke out in 1905 in Nikolaev and other towns inside the Jewish Pale. A crowd of hired killers ransacked my father's store and killed my grandpa Shoil. All this happened without me. That morning I had been out buying doves from Ivan Nikodimych, the hunter. For 5 of my 10 years I had dreamed with all the fervor of my soul about having doves, and then, when I finally managed to buy them, Makarenko the cripple smashed the doves against the side of my face. After that Kuzma had taken me to the Rubtsovs. A cross had been drawn in chalk on the Rubtsovs' gate, no one would harm them, and they had hidden my parents. Kuzma took me to their glass veranda. There, in the green rotunda, sat my mother and Galina. "We're going to have to wash our face," Galina said to me. "We're going to have to wash it, my little rabbi. Our whole little face is covered in feathers, and the feathers are all bloody. She hugged me and led me along the corridor with its sharp aroma. My head was leaning against Galina's hip, and her hip moved and breathed. We went into the kitchen, and she put my head under the tap. A goose was frying on the tiled oven, flickering kitchenware hung along the walls, and next to the kitchenware, in the cook's corner, hung Tsar Nicholas I, decorated with paper flowers. Galina washed off the remains of the dove that were caking my cheeks. "As handsome as a bridegroom, my pretty little boy," she said, then kissed me on the lips with her puffy mouth and turned away. "Your papa," she suddenly whispered, "your papa is very troubled right now. All day long he has been wandering aimlessly through the streets. Go to the window and call him." Outside the window I saw the empty street with the enormous sky above it, and my red-haired father walking along. He wasn't wearing a hat, and his red hair was tousled and wispy. His paper shirt front was twisted to the side and fastened haphazardly with a button, but not the right one. Vlasov, a haggard workman in patched-up soldier's rags, was doggedly following my father. "No, we don't need it," he was saying in a fervent, wheezing voice, patting my father tenderly with both hands. "We don't need freedom just so the yids can trade freely. Just give a working man a life of bridefulness, for all his big horrible toil. Give it to him, my friend. You hear me? Give it to him." The workman was patting my father, beseeching him. In his face, flashes of pure drunken inspiration alternated with drowsy despondence. "Like wimps, that's what our lives should be like," he muttered, swaying on unsteady legs. "Our lives should be just like wimps, only without that God of the old betrevers. It's from him the Jews make a profit, no one else does." And Vlasov began shouting desperately about the God of the old betrevers, who took pity on no one but the Jews. Vlasov howled, stumbled, and tried to catch up with his mysterious God, but at that moment a mounted Cossack patrol blocked his path. An officer in striped trousers, wearing a silver parade belt, was riding